The world has been forcibly transported to the realm of rafts, igniting a maritime conquest, beginning with but a humble raft and a fishing hook. Faced with scarce resources, terrifying sharks and sea monsters, treacherous survivors, and capricious weather, Lin Bei fortuitously activated the sign-in system. On the first day, he acquired a divine fishing hook. On the second day, he received a mystical artifact. On the third day, he obtained the legendary Fangtian Huaji. While the world was still scavenging for supplies, Lin Bei had already engaged in trade. As the globe commenced its exchanges, Lin Bei had upgraded his resources. Ultimately, the entire oceanic realm, including countless islands, belonged to Lin Bei. Under the blazing sun, upon the azure surface of the water, Lin Bei stood on a small raft comprised of 6 sections, observing the sharks and driftwood that continuously floated around him. He was certain that an unknown force had forcibly transported him to a world strikingly reminiscent of a game he had previously played. This game was raft survival. Beginning with a mere raft and a fishing hook, sustenance relied solely on his fishing prowess. The only distinction between the world Lin Bei now inhabited and the game he played lay in the dense mist 100 meters away. This mist was truly thick and vast, enveloping the sea surface surrounding the raft within 100 meters. A blanket of white. From a distance, it resembled a colossal veil shrouding both water and sky. Indeed, as he wandered upon the raft, there was an enchanting sensation of stepping into an ethereal paradise. Certainly, if it weren't for the sharks and driftwood floating on the surface, it would resemble a paradise on earth. Nevertheless, since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Apart from death, Lin Bei has always maintained a carefree attitude. In his previous life, he was merely an orphan, a person with no connections, devoid of a girlfriend. As long as one can survive, unburdened by attachments, Lin Bei believes that it matters not where one is. Even if the only visible expanse is the 100 meters of water surrounding the raft, he can accept it. At the center of the raft stands a wooden post from which hangs a white fishing hook, currently his sole means of survival. As one approaches, the hook immediately provides a prompt. Ordinary fishing hook. Description: extending 10 meters. Using it grants a low probability of hooking supplies that drift within a 10-meter radius of the raft. The more you use it, the more skilled you become. Durability, 100,100. Just then, a piece of driftwood was about to float past the left front of Lin Bai's raft. Grasping the rope at the end of the hook with his left hand, he seized the hook itself about half a meter from the end with his right hand and began to rotate it in a clockwise direction. Then, with a swift whoosh, the hook slipped from his grasp. On his first attempt, his lack of experience resulted in a missed target. The reason was that the force with which he released the hook caused the raft to sway even more vigorously. Momentarily losing his balance, Lin Bei stumbled and fell onto the raft with a thud. Damn it! Seeing the driftwood float further away, Lin Bei hurriedly rose to his feet and changed direction to cast the hook again. The second attempt faltered due to an inadequate mastery of strength, resulting in the raft's unsettling sway and a failure to strike the intended target. Subsequently, 3 more attempts yielded the same disappointing outcome. After 5 attempts, not only had the wooden structure drifted further away, but the durability of the fishing hook, originally rated at 100, had diminished to 90. Concurrently, a substantial notification materialized before Lin Bai's eyes. In the realm of the raft, each tool's usage incurs a reduction in durability depending on the circumstances of its application. When durability wanes to half its capacity, a prompt for repair is issued. Naturally, the materials required for such repairs amount to half of what is necessary for construction. Users may opt to repair or forego repair entirely. Should one choose not to repair, the tool will cease to prompt for maintenance until its durability is completely exhausted, rendering it utterly unusable. However, users in possession of a rudimentary workshop may also elect to craft a new tool. What? Each use of the fishing hook deducts 2 points of durability. Lin Bei exclaimed. This implies that after 20 uses, if I cannot procure enough materials for repairs, I will inevitably face its obsolescence. Goodness, crafting a new fishing hook requires a workshop. Lin Bei pondered, furrowing his brow at the notification before him. Without the fishing hook, how could he possibly survive in this world of rafts? I must procure sufficient repair materials before the fishing hook prompts for maintenance. The raft lacked a workshop, making the creation of a new fishing hook a manifestly impractical endeavor. Suddenly, a large chest began to drift towards him from a distance. Upon his teleportation, Lin Bei found himself under the blazing sun and he realized that each cast of the fishing hook demanded considerable effort. After several trips back and forth, Lin Bei found himself utterly fatigued, famished, and parched. Yet, upon catching sight of the large crate drifting from afar, he recognized the slim chance of success, but remained undeterred. He firmly believed that as long as one is alive, there exists the hope for growth and prosperity. With a piercing gaze, Lin Bei seized the throwing hook. With a swift motion, the hook was cast once more. Ding! Suitable host detected. Sign-in system activated. Current sign-in days: 1 day. Reward obtained: divine throwing hook. The system will automatically sign in at midnight daily and dispense rewards, ensuring no omissions. A series of emotionless mechanical voices echoed continuously in Lin Bai's mind. Lin Bei stared in disbelief. System. By all that's holy, I have activated a system? The arrival of the system momentarily bewildered Lin Bei, and naturally, he failed to capture his target this time as well. As he watched the crate drift further away, he found himself unable to pay it any heed. He shook his sore arms and called out, System. System, reveal yourself. Is this system exclusive to me? Currently, yes. Then, what is this divine throwing hook? The host can discover its nature by using their mind to open the system space. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei promptly attempted to access the system space with his thoughts. When he beheld the divine throwing hook quietly radiating a crimson glow within the system space, a rare expression of awe graced Lin Bai's face. Divine throwing hook description. Equipped with 20 storage units, each compartment can only hold a single type of resource with a maximum capacity of 100. Skill. Automatically collects all resources within a 100-meter radius of the grappling hook. Once the 20 storage units are filled, the divine grappling hook will cease operation, requiring timely inventory management. Durability, permanent. Goodness. Permanent durability, 20 built-in storage units, and automatic resource collection. This is extraordinarily powerful. With a mere thought, he summoned the divine grappling hook and affixed it to the center of the raft, watching as the 20 storage units gradually filled. Wow, I can gather abundant resources without even having to cast the hook myself. This is simply delightful. At last, he found the time to engage in activities he genuinely enjoyed. Aside from the grappling hook, a book radiating a white light rested upon the raft. With the divine grappling hook collecting resources autonomously, Lin Bei began to delve into the book. As soon as he grasped it, a message appeared before him. Survival Manual for Rafting. Description: a must-read manual for newcomers. The contents within are crucial for your survival. The moment he opened the survival manual, it transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from Lin Bai's hands. Before he could comprehend what had just occurred, a screen panel materialized before him, visible only to his eyes. A lengthy passage was displayed on the screen. Chapter 2. Bandage Yourself. Welcome to the world of raft survival. Indeed, this is a vast expanse of azure ocean shrouded in mist, where scarce resources, terrifying sharks, monstrous sea creatures, and treacherous companions abound. Your sole objective is to survive as long as possible. The raft serves as your stronghold, your sanctuary, and your line of defense. Strive to upgrade and expand it in critical moments. It may shield you from the fearsome sharks and sea beasts. The ordinary fishing rod is your only weapon and tool at present. Keep it close at hand, for it may very well save your life in the next instant. If you wish to continue your existence, make diligent use of the fishing rod to gather various resources. Beware, you possess merely a 6-hour grace period. Once this time elapses, stow away your misguided benevolence and remain vigilant against your fellow beings, as well as the sharks and sea monsters lurking beneath the waves. Grace period: 4 hours, 27 minutes, 31 seconds. Damn it! How is it possible that less than 4.5 hours remain of the 6-hour grace period? When did time pass so swiftly? Suddenly, Lin Bei noticed an icon resembling a profile picture in the upper left corner of the screen. Upon clicking it, he discovered his personal attributes. Name: Lin Bei. Home: Raft Repair Expand Upgrade. Level: 00100. Skills: none. Combat power: 8. Initial maximum value is 10, may increase later. Health: 55,100. Hunger thirst: 70,100. When hunger thirst drops to 20, the survivor will be in a state of dehydration, losing all ability to act, and health will rapidly decline thereafter. Hunger level: 50,100. When hunger drops to 20, the individual will enter a state of weakness, leading to a complete loss of mobility, while health will rapidly deteriorate. Note: if health reaches 0, you shall perish in the realm of survival on the raft, with no hope of resurrection, and your existence shall cease to be in the original world. Panic. The implication of dying in the world of Raft survival is utterly final. Lin Bei, unwilling to meet such a fate, hurriedly summoned the divine repository of the grappling hook. Fortunately, in this brief interval, a considerable amount of supplies have been amassed within the repository. Acquired wood 21. Acquired straw 16. Acquired canned food 2. Acquired bandage 1. Acquired bottled water 3. A total of 79 experience points gained. Finally, sustenance. Hearing the notifications of his acquisitions, audible only to him, Lin Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bottled water. A bottle of clean water, consumption replenishes 15 thirst points. Canned food. Contains highly nutritious provisions. Consumption replenishes 10 thirst points and 25 hunger points. Bandage. An effective means to staunch bleeding. Application restores 30 health points. Despite being forcibly transported here and remaining in a state of heightened tension and busyness, Lin Bei could still feel the discomfort emanating from his body. He had merely been enduring thus far. Now, having secured provisions, he watched the food in hand, his throat involuntarily convulsing, and his mouth was dramatically salivating. I could see this moment. He paid no heed to whether the canned food had been heated or was past its expiration date. His fingers grasped the pull tab at the edge of the can, and with a forceful tug, it opened with a satisfying hiss, ready for consumption. Lacking a spoon, he inclined the can directly towards his mouth. Delicious. Lin Bei closed his eyes, a look of pure enjoyment gracing his face. In less than 5 minutes, he devoured both cans, leaving nothing behind. After finishing, he seized a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down in one go. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he checked his attributes. Name, Lin Bei. Homestead, Raft repair, expand upgrade. Level, 079,100. Skills, none. Combat power, 8. Health points, 55100. Thirst level, 100100. Hunger level, 100100. Aside from his health points, which remained at 55, both his thirst and hunger levels were at their maximum of 100. How can I increase this health value? A knowing smile played at the corners of Lin Bai's mouth as he mused. Perhaps I should try eating a bandage? Without hesitation, he tore open the bandage and with a sharp snap, affixed it to his arm. Afterward, he checked his attributes once more. Name, Lin Bei. Homestead, Raft repair, expand upgrade. Level, 079,100. Skills, none. Combat power, 8. Health points, 85100. Thirst level, 100100. Hunger level, 100100. Seeing that his health points had indeed risen to 85, Lin Bei exclaimed with delight, "It really works." Having narrowly escaped peril, Lin Bei resumed his exploration of the functionalities displayed on the screen. Gradually, he discerned a construction panel on the left side of the screen, and upon opening it, he discovered two principal categories: production and survival. Production manufacturing. Basic fishing device, requires process fabric 2, wooden planks 4, rope 4. Basic rainwater purifier unlocked with basic fishing device, requires process fabric 2, metal sheets 5, rope 2. Survival manufacturing. Basic radar station, requires wood 100, metal sheets 3, scrap materials 20. Basic material warehouse unlocked with basic radar station, requires wood 100, wooden planks 50, rope 12, thatch 50, process fabric 4. As long as the materials were sufficient, the construction panel offered an array of items that could be unlocked and built sequentially. A lengthy list of construction options left Lin Bei astounded. So many structures. How much material would it require? Suddenly, he noticed an attractive emblem glimmering above the construction panel. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it, and at once, a cacophony of voice messages flooded his ears. Oh heavens, I've been transported onto a raft. Water. So much water. Wow, there's a massive great white shark swimming beside my raft. I'm terrified. Is there anyone who can rescue me? I am the CEO. Does anyone have food? I'm starving. Except for this area within 100 meters, everything around is shrouded in dense fog, and I can't see anything. Where am I? Woo, the water here is incredibly salty. Drinking it diminishes my health and thirst levels. I long to return home. Through the messages in the chat channel, Lin Bei realized he was not alone in being forcibly transported to this survival world on a raft. Among these individuals, there were certainly those with remarkable adaptability. Return home? Don't be foolish, quickly devise a plan for survival. Relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. The grappling hook on your raft can retrieve various resources, act swiftly while there is still daylight. This grappling hook is quite challenging to use. Do any experts have strategies? Wow, the blood of this great white shark is remarkably thick. Is anyone forming a team? The chat channel buzzed with a myriad of discussions, but Lin Bei had no intention of wasting time there. With a large number of people, competition would be fierce. He needed to advance before others could. Chapter 3. Rising 2 levels indeed. To achieve rapid development, one must expedite construction. Lin Bei contemplated his strategy and resolved to first construct a fishing device and a radar station. Only by possessing these two structures could he unlock the subsequent buildings. Upon accessing the construction panel, he realized he was short by 1 piece of processed cloth and 3 metal sheets necessary for the construction of the fishing device and radar station. He had no choice but to delve into the supreme storage for fishing hooks. He acquired, with 215, straw 119, canned food 21, bandages 15, bottled water 26. In total, he gained 531 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei ascended to level 1. Reward, 1 point of strength. Survivor Lin Bei ascended to level 2. Reward, 1 point of strength. Given that you are the first survivor to level up in the entire oceanic expanse, you are awarded an additional point of strength. Along with wood 100, scrap materials 4, rope 10, canned food 12, bottled water 18, bandages 10. Simultaneously, an announcement appeared before all survivors. Congratulations to Survivor Lin Bei for becoming the first pioneer to level up in the entire ocean, rewarded with 1 point of strength, along with wood 100, scrap materials 4, rope 10, canned food 12, bottled water 18, bandages 10. The chat channel erupted with excitement due to this announcement. What the heck? Who is this Lin Bei? How did he level up so quickly? Damn, is there no room for others to thrive? Ah, how delightful. I have already come across an abundance of food. Indeed, this supply, if rationed wisely, could sustain me for 3 days. Yet, has no one noticed the attribute points I have acquired? Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, he had already become a sensation within the chat channel. His focus was solely directed towards the 3 points of strength he had received as a reward. Upon accessing his personal attributes, he observed, name, Lin Bei home, raft, repair, expand, upgrade level, 2, 10 1000, skills, none strength, 11 health, 100 thirst, 100 hunger, 100 due to his level up. All of Lin Bei's physical indicators had been fully replenished, and his strength had ascended to 11. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, as if a single punch could obliterate anyone in his path. With the benefits of his upgrade, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and mused, "This level up truly deserves my attention." As he opened the construction menu, he discovered that even after exhausting his extraordinary grappling hook, he was still short by 1 piece of processed cloth and 2 metal sheets. The probability of acquiring such advanced materials appeared to be exceedingly low. Quickly, Lin Bei navigated to the trading platform on his screen. Upon entering, he found that the exchange listings predominantly featured offers for trading wood and thatch for water and canned goods. Having just arrived, everyone was understandably fearful for their lives. And thus, life-sustaining food was in high demand. After browsing for a while, Lin Bei's attention was captured by a particular exchange listing, for it stood out in color from the others. The other exchange listings were all stark white, yet this particular one stood out in a striking blue hue. It was evident that the items within this exchange were of far greater value than those in the white listings. Lin Bei clicked to investigate further and discovered it was indeed a remarkable offer. A person named Li Jun had posted this exchange, 1 metal piece in exchange for 5 bottles of mineral water and 2 cans of food. Beneath this listing, a plethora of derisive comments followed. Tools crafted in the raft world possess limited durability. Many become useless after just a few uses. Even if one could repair them, it would require materials equivalent to half the original construction. To think that one could trade a single metal piece for sustenance is quite outrageous. This individual must be on the brink of death. Let us disregard him, for by tomorrow, these materials will be ownerless. The man named Li Jun, whether disheartened or truly in despair, responded in the comments, "Make it cheaper. I'll settle for 3 bottles, or even just 1 can." He implored any kind-hearted benefactor to assist him, lamenting that he had thrown his grappling hook dozens of times before finally securing this metal piece, which was now nearly worn out. Immediately after sending this message, he altered his exchange offer to 1 metal piece for 1 can of food. Lin Bei was not in need of provisions. Rather, he sought materials, and upon seeing this, he promptly accepted the exchange. In an instant, his personal inventory reflected the addition of a metal piece. Simultaneously, the trading platform indicated that the transaction was complete, prompting a torrent of disparaging comments, most of which targeted Lin Bei. Isn't that Lin Bei who just appeared on television? No wonder he was willing to trade a can for metal scraps. What a peculiar mindset. It is only when one faces the brink of death that they realize the true scarcity of canned goods. How absurd it is to trade a mere can for such trivial materials. And yet this foolishness is showcased on television. Indeed, one cannot expect to reap rewards without toil. Lin Bei merely chuckled upon witnessing this. The ordinary casting hook extends only 10 meters and requires manual operation. The accuracy of the cast entirely hinges on the user's mastery of distance, positioning, timing, and strength. A formidable skill, indeed. Perhaps with practice, the success rate of casting could improve, seemingly resulting in a greater haul of resources. However, the resources gathered through casting are unpredictable. One might spend an inordinate amount of time only to retrieve items that are utterly superfluous. For instance, if one is in dire need of sustenance. With their hunger level plummeting to 20, yet after an arduous casting session, they find only water or materials in their possession. How delightful that would be. Lin Bei, however, possesses a divine casting hook that automatically collects all resources within a 100-meter radius of his raft. The speed, quantity, and variety of items he gathers surpass those of others by 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. It is safe to assert that any resource that drifts within 100 meters of his wooden raft is rightfully his. With such abundance, does Lin Bei truly need to concern himself about a meager supply of food and drink? Lin Bei paid no heed to the naysayers. But Li Jun felt a pang of guilt and decided to send Lin Bei a private message. Thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, I would have perished today. This gratitude, my brother, I shall forever cherish in my heart. In the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to send me a private message. Faced with this sudden outpouring of warmth, Lin Bei felt somewhat taken aback. Brother, ISN and Oppos. See this a bit excessive? Li Jun quickly replied, not at all. To be candid with you, my hunger level has just plummeted to 25. Should it drop by another 5 points, I would lose all mobility and be left to await my demise. Upon hearing such dire news, Lin Bei surmised that Li Jun was in dire need of food and water. Do you have any surplus metal scraps or other premium materials like processed cloth? I can exchange them for bottled water and canned goods. If you require bandages, I also possess around 20. Exchanging with anyone is still an exchange. Li Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, brother, you must have stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter. Lin Bei, having appeared on television twice, knew that the rewards clearly indicated 10 bandages. It's merely a stroke of luck, he thought to himself, acknowledging the fortunate activation of the system. Li Jun, perceptive enough not to pry further, recognized that everyone harbors their own secrets. As for premium materials, I currently have none. My luck doesn't quite match yours. The metal scrap I traded with you was obtained from a large chest I managed to open. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt a pang of regret. After exchanging a few more words, they mutually added each other as friends, expressing a desire to engage in long-term exchanges of goods. Lin Bei exited the private message and returned to the trading platform, hoping for another stroke of luck to find what he needed. However, after several minutes of searching, he was met with disappointment, as no premium items materialized. Just as Lin Bei was about to withdraw from the trading platform, yet another blue exchange message caught his eye. Chapter 4. Do you know me? With 2 pieces of processed fabric and a wooden board, one could exchange for 3 jars of canned goods. If you are earnest in your intentions yet find the price steep, feel free to message me. A young girl possessing a charming lowly voice, her melodious tones captivated many. Just like Li Jun, the moment Sun Wan's message was released, it instantly attracted a multitude of responses. These individuals, rather than treating her with kindness due to her femininity, were even more scathing in their remarks. The prevailing sentiment among the masses was that apart from life-sustaining food, everything else, whether blue or of a higher grade, was deemed worthless. After all, if one's life was in jeopardy, what purpose did materials serve? To fabricate a coffin, perhaps? Hello. Lin Bei quickly sent a private message to her. Are you genuinely interested in trading? If you are sincere, I could consider lowering the price. Grandma Academy is on the brink of death. I implore you to save her. Sun Wan, oblivious to the identity of the sender, opened the message and began to express her thoughts, her voice trembling with emotion until she was overcome with tears. She recalled how many times she had posted on the trading platform, yet no one had earnestly sought to exchange with her. The memories of taunting messages and the disappointments from her previous world flooded her mind. Sun Wan was left wondering how much longer she could endure this torment. Perhaps finding solace in dying alongside Grandma Academy would be the ultimate form of happiness. Could you please refrain from crying? Let us discuss the price. Lin Bei, driven to distraction by her incessant weeping, felt a headache coming on. Amidst her sorrowful tears, Sun Wan retorted, "What? You want to negotiate?" In a moment of despair, she contemplated death, wondering why this person hadn't simply succumbed. Given her urgent need for materials, Lin Bei, usually impatient, responded with unusual forbearance. I'll exchange 2 pieces of processed cloth and a can. A single can? Absolutely not. It must be 2. Sunwon promptly refused, proving that she was no novice at bargaining. Wiping away her tears, she glanced at the Cinder's name and was taken aback. It's you, Lin Bei. Noticing her tone, Lin Bei instinctively raised an eyebrow and inquired, Do you know me? Sunwon hurriedly denied it. No, I don't know you. I just saw you on television. Lin Bei, somewhat uncertain, asked, You mean that announcement about the maritime area? Yes. Sunwon replied, sweetly adding, Lin Bei Gij. Since you claim not to lack food, why quibble over a bottle or 2 with your sister? The price is not right, if it doesn't match. There's no trade, Lin Bei retorted, displeased. Understanding that missing this opportunity with Lin Bei would make it difficult to find someone else willing to exchange food. Especially since the matron could no longer wait, Sunwon quickly insisted, Please, let me trade with you. With that, she initiated the transaction. Once completed, as she beheld the can in her possession, her voice trembled with emotion. Lin Bei Gij, I am an orphan, raised by the matron, who is my only family. You saved my grandmother. She is my kin, and should I ever have the chance, I shall repay you. Repayment is unnecessary. In the future, if you come across any superior materials, feel free to message me for an exchange. Upon receiving the notification of a successful transmission, Lin Bei immediately exited the private message. I pondered how this woman had suddenly changed her demeanor and opted for direct trade. It turned out she had her sights set on my canned goods. Nevertheless, Lin Bei felt quite pleased to have exchanged them for processed cloth. At last, he could construct a fishing device. Upon returning to the trading platform, Lin Bei perused the transaction information for a while longer. Noticing the absence of any high-level materials, he exited the trading platform. After leaving, Lin Bei instinctively utilized his mind to clear the items from his divine fishing rod storage. He acquired 415 pieces of wood, 279 pieces of thatch, 19 cans, 12 bandages, and 23 bottles of mineral water, amassing a total of 914 experience points. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Such an abundance of experience points was indeed worthy of a divine fishing rod. Initially, in the world of the Raft, each individual's personal storage consisted of 20 slots, with a maximum limit of 100 per slot. In later stages, one could enhance the personal storage capacity through construction. This time, Lin Bei managed to clear only half of the resources from the divine fishing rod storage, yet his personal storage was already full, regardless of the circumstances. Ordinary materials always remain the most inexpensive and readily obtainable. In the brief span of time, wood and thatch had already occupied half of Lin Bei's personal storage. With such a plethora of basic materials, Lin Bei contemplated and decided to use them to expand the raft. Only with a sufficiently large raft would there be ample space to accommodate more constructions. With a deft touch, Lin Bei accessed his personal attributes and navigated to the section pertaining to his home, where he discovered the option for expansion. He then proceeded to click on the expansion feature. Raft. Description: a raft constructed from wood, capable of withstanding only minor damage from ordinary sharks. Durability: 100-100. Expansion. Dimensions: 10 meters long, 10 meters wide. Requires wood 500, thatch 200, rope 25. Conditions met. Would you like to expand? Confirm expansion. Upon seeing that the conditions were satisfied, Lin Bei promptly clicked to confirm the expansion. A flash of white light enveloped him. Survivor Lin Bei successfully expanded his raft, earning 10 experience points. As the first survivor in the entire oceanic expanse to achieve such an expansion, he was additionally rewarded with 1 point of combat power for cans of food, 6 bottles of mineral water, and 3 bandages. Simultaneously, a notification reappeared before all survivors. Congratulations to Survivor Lin Bei for becoming the pioneer of raft expansion in the entire ocean, rewarded with 1 point of combat power for cans of food, 6 bottles of mineral water, and 3 bandages. The chat channel, which had been cooling down, surged back to life. Damn it, it's that Lin Bei again. Seriously, people make me sick. Boss, spare some food. I'm willing to offer my services, whatever position you desire. Brother Lin, wouldn't he lower myself to your level? Brother, if you need any charms, just say the word. My little brother can provide. Unaware that others were scheming about him, Lin Bei knitted his brows and murmured, such meager experience points. However, upon witnessing the raft before him suddenly expanded both width and length, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It had become more spacious, and the sight was simply delightful. He resolved to continue the expansion, as the timber and thatch in the storage were evidently insufficient. Thus, he returned to his personal attributes. Curiously, Lin Bei clicked on the option to upgrade the raft. To his astonishment, he was met with unexpected revelations. Wooden ship. Description: a vessel constructed from wooden planks and various materials, capable of providing shelter from the wind and rain, while also resisting a portion of damage from ordinary sharks. Durability: 500 upgrade raft to wooden ship, requires wood 1000, rope 100, processed cloth 100. Thatch 1000, conditions not met. Goodness, he exclaimed. This wooden ship could indeed shield him from the elements and boasted impressive durability. It could withstand some degree of damage from shark attacks, truly remarkable. Of course, the materials required were not insignificant. It was only the first day, and there was no need to rush. After all, it was merely a wooden ship. He aimed to accomplish this within 3 days, as Lin Bei consoled himself. He also established his inaugural goal upon entering the world of rafts. Chapter 5. A bountiful harvest due to insufficient materials. Lin Bei first exited the sanctuary. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a fishing device in the construction section. Basic fishing device. Requires processed fabric 2, wooden planks 8, rope 4. Conditions met. Select location. Confirm construction. With the conditions satisfied, Lin Bei promptly selected an appropriate location and confirmed the construction. Finally, he would have fish to eat. Lin Bei was filled with anticipation. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings. Survivor Lin Bei successfully constructed the basic fishing device, earning 15 experience points. As the first survivor in the entire sea area to successfully build a structure, he was rewarded with 1 point of combat power for cans, 6 bottles of mineral water, and 3 bandages. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before all survivors for the 3rd time. Congratulations to survivor Lin Bei for becoming the pioneer in the entire sea area to construct a building. Rewarded with 1 point of combat power, 4 cans, 6 bottles of mineral water, and 3 bandages. The chat channel had become accustomed to this. Truly, the speed of the first to level up is remarkable. Whatever Lin Bei accomplishes next, it would seem entirely normal. A true powerhouse, making headlines thrice in less than an hour. Impressive, indeed. With these enhancements, Lin Bei is undeniably a force to be reckoned with. Lin Bei was now examining the fishing device he had built. There it lay, a fishing device crafted from wooden planks and processed fabric, quietly resting at the edge of the raft. Beginner fishing device, upgradable. Description: equipped with a single storage compartment, expandable, capable of holding 1 type of fish with a maximum limit of 10. The device automatically catches fish, limited to common varieties, harvesting every 3 hours with an unpredictable yield in both type and quantity. Durability: 100 confirm automatic fishing, storage expansion, requires fabric 1, wooden plank 2, rope 2. Conditions met. Confirm expansion, with only 1 storage compartment. Accommodating merely 1 type of fish is hardly sufficient. Upon realizing the conditions for expansion were fulfilled, Lin Bei promptly selected the confirmation for the expansion. Instantly, the storage of the beginner fishing device transformed from 1 compartment to 2. Survivor Lin Bei successfully expanded and gained 2 experience points. Noticing that there remained 1 piece of fabric, he decided to expand once more. Now, the fishing device boasted 3 storage compartments, which should suffice. The exact number of common fish species in the sea remains unknown, but for now, this will have to do. However, the materials still fell short, particularly as the probability of obtaining advanced materials is quite low. After this series of actions, Lin Bei found that his personal storage contained scant materials. Upgrading the fishing device, for the time being, was out of the question. The first level was inadequate, as the home level required an upgrade to a wooden boat, and his personal level needed to reach level 10. Furthermore, the materials currently available did not permit any waste. Lin Bei then clicked to confirm automatic fishing and decided to leave it at that. After waiting for 3 hours, one wonders what fish one might catch. Once Lin Bei found himself with some free time, he focused his thoughts on clearing the divine fishing hook, anxious that its storage might fill to capacity, rendering it inactive. That would be an utter waste. He obtained the following rewards: canned goods 3, bandages 5, bottled water 7, fabric 15, metal ingot 1, or 1 in total. He accrued 201 experience points. The survivor Lin Bei advanced to level 3. He received a reward of 1 point in strength. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased with this upgrade. Eagerly, he accessed his personal attributes. Name: Lin Bei. Home: Raft, repair, expand, upgrade, level 3, 154, 5000. Skills: none. Strength 14. However, upon realizing the experience points required for his next upgrade, Lin Bei was left speechless. The next upgrade demanded 5,000 experience points. At this rate, to reach level 5 would require a staggering 10,000 points. The exponential growth of these requirements, coupled with the paltry experience rewards, was disheartening. Upon reflection, he noted that the experience gained from constructing buildings was less than that obtained from gathering materials. After all, Even the most basic materials, like a single piece of wood, yielded 1 experience point, while constructing a building only provided 10 points. Was this perhaps a deliberate measure to prevent individuals from exploiting the system, gaining rewards without effort? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. Ultimately, to upgrade basic structures, one must reach level 10, otherwise, one would remain stagnant at their current level. Without upgrading, one can only await the inevitable consequences. Lin Bei has thoroughly emptied the repository of the legendary fishing rod. The silver lining is that this time, he unexpectedly acquired a metal fragment. Upon accessing the survival construction menu, he found that the conditions for building a radar station had indeed been met. Primary radar station requires wood 100, metal fragment 3, scrap 20. Conditions met. Select location, confirm construction. While the requirements were satisfied, after much deliberation, Lin Bei ultimately opted to forego the radar station in favor of constructing a rainwater purifier. At present, the group was in dire need of food and water, and by utilizing this resource effectively, they could amass significant materials. Having made up his mind, Lin Bei unhesitatingly returned to the upper level and navigated to the production construction menu. Primary rainwater purifier requires processed cloth 2, metal fragment 5, rope 2, scrap 10, conditions not met. Upon realizing he lacked the necessary materials, Lin Bei could not help but exclaim in frustration, "Damn it, once again. I am short on advanced materials." He resolved that he could no longer allow the scarcity of advanced materials to hinder progress and decided to engage in trading at the marketplace. Beneath the scorching sun, he busied himself for nearly an hour. Although his personal attributes had returned to full capacity due to the recent upgrade, he still felt parched during this brief respite. He plopped down on the wooden raft, retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the storage, and eagerly twisted off the cap, pouring its contents into his mouth. After downing the bottle, he finally felt rejuvenated. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of a long-ignored issue. To his dismay, he had allowed himself to bask under the sun for 2.5 hours. Lin Bei poured himself another bottle of mineral water. Throughout those 2.5 hours, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to expand and secure his place in the world, striving to survive. Yet, he had forgotten that this was not merely a game. It was a tangible reality, and he was but an ordinary individual. If he continued this way, becoming so engrossed that he neglected his own well-being, exposed to the elements, foregoing sustenance, he might find himself unaware of his own demise. Alas, lacking a watch made it inconvenient even to check the time. He could not constantly monitor his personal attributes. Well, it would be wise to construct a simple sunshade for himself. Lin Bei was a decisive individual, known for his strong execution. Once he made a determination, he acted upon it without hesitation. Chapter 6: The Law of Temptation. Within less than half an hour, Lin Bei had constructed a rudimentary sunshade using wood, planks, and rope extracted from the warehouse. Sitting comfortably beneath the makeshift shelter, he relished canned food and sipped water, exclaiming, "This is delightful." Although the weather remained somewhat oppressive, the shade offered a welcome respite from the sun's relentless rays. After scrutinizing the shelter for a moment, Lin Bei realized that his creation bore no description, durability, or attributes. Astonishingly, he had not gained any experience points. Evidently, it was not a structure recognized by this world, as it did not originate from the construction menu. Nonetheless, he mused, the primary function of shielding him from the sun was indeed sufficient. As he often said, apart from death, Lin Bei had a rather open-minded attitude. With this thought in mind, he instinctively accessed his personal attributes. To his dismay, he discovered that less than 3 hours remained of his protection period. Once that expired, he would have to confront the onslaught of sharks and sea monsters. It was imperative that he hastened his construction efforts, ideally crafting a formidable weapon. Urgently, Lin Bei accessed the trading platform. The marketplace was bustling with numerous high-level materials. However, the exchange rates were far from favorable. 1 piece of processed cloth could be traded for 10 cans. 3 metal scraps could be exchanged for 12 cans and 10 bottles of mineral water. 1 steel cable was worth 6 cans and 5 bottles of water. And 1 processed plank could be traded for 7 cans and 4 bottles of water. Remarkably, this time, there was an absence of derisive remarks accompanying the transaction listings. In their struggle for survival, these individuals had momentarily united in purpose. Within merely 3 hours of the commencement, the value of food had depreciated, and Lin Bei was resolutely skeptical. Thus, he merely glanced at the exchange information without wasting any further time on it. Lin Bei promptly initiated his own exchange advertisements. 1 can of food for 2 pieces of processed cloth. Bulk inquiries welcomed. 1 bottle of mineral water for 1 piece of processed cloth. Bulk inquiries welcomed. 1 can of food for 2 metal sheets. Bulk inquiries welcomed. 1 bottle of mineral water for 1 metal sheet. Bulk inquiries welcomed. 1 can of food for 2 steel cables. Bulk inquiries welcomed. 1 bottle of mineral water for 1 steel cable. Bulk inquiries welcomed. Lin Bei dispatched several exchange messages in one breath. Unsurprisingly, as soon as his announcement was made, a deluge of critics emerged. What on earth? When did high-grade materials become so undervalued? Goodness, my friend, you are trading high-quality materials. Is this truly the price? I can't believe it, brother. You've appeared on television 3 times. Please, maintain some dignity. To the one above, spare us. The big players have no time to concern themselves with the trivialities of small fry. One must conduct oneself honorably. A price reduction is simply out of the question. There was no possibility of retracting the exchange messages Lin Bei had sent. They were forever beyond recall. He could hardly be bothered to respond to the barrage of criticisms. He directly commented under his exchange message, "Given the current uncertainty, although I have been fortunate, my food supply is limited. Each type of material is exchanged for just 10 pieces, and once the supply is exhausted, the exchange will cease. Those who possess materials rush to trade, while others hastily sent private messages. Fear of death is a universal sentiment. Preserving one and Oppo's life is of utmost importance. Once life is lost, what use is even the most exquisite material? Certainly, some contemplated construction, yet the frustration lies in the fact that the buildings in the construction panel must be unlocked sequentially. After laboriously crafting a fishing device, even if it yields fish after 3 hours, without a barbecue grill or fire, one is left to ponder, will one resort to eating raw? Consuming raw food in the world of rafts diminishes health. To create a barbecue grill, one must first unlock the rainwater purifier, and the resources required for this are no trifling matter. How many can boast the fortuity to gather these materials within 6 hours? Even if one manages to collect enough and construct something, there remains the challenge of expanding the raft. Once the 6-hour protection period elapses, how much can those structures on the diminutive raft withstand against the onslaught of sharks and sea monsters? Initially, Lin Bei did not consider these factors. However, he was unlike others. He possessed a sign-in system and a divine fishing hook, ensuring an abundance of resources. As long as he remained alive, there would always be an opportunity for resurgence. Success is rarely instantaneous. Is it not said that failure is the mother of success? In the initial 3 hours, Lin Bei was the only individual on the trading platform to exchange food for high-grade materials. Beyond that, food items had not reappeared on the platform. It is crucial to understand that nearly 8 billion people globally had been forcibly transported to this raft survival world. With such a vast population in need of sustenance, one can only imagine the extreme scarcity of food. The few portions of food Lin Bei possessed were akin to a solitary drop of water falling into the ocean, absorbed before it could even create a ripple. On the trading platform, the announcements were snatched up in less than a minute. Private messages flooded in incessantly. In under 5 minutes, Lin Bei had successfully exchanged for metal sheets 49, processing cloth 41, and steel cables 32. He had not anticipated the high demand for food. Once he constructed the rainwater purifier and barbecue grill, he could earn another wave of profits. Prior to building, Lin Bei left a message on his trading information. This batch of food has been sold out. Please anticipate the next wave, with the exchange time to be determined. As soon as this message was posted, it attracted a swarm of attention. Goodness, there is another wave coming. Truly a big shot who has appeared on television 3 times. Darn it, we barely have enough food for ourselves, and he has surplus to trade. To those upstairs, if there is food available for exchange, why quibble? As long as you can preserve your life, what does it matter? Big shot, I was wrong. I beseech you for a can of food. I'm on the verge of losing my mobility. Oh dear, to the pitiful soul upstairs, if you lose your mobility, does that mean you can no longer trade on the platform? I am uncertain. My thirst level remains at 30. Which esteemed individual could provide me with a drink? I shall repay the favor with utmost diligence. Young fellow, why not sample a sip of seawater? After all, it is still water. Do not heed the misguided advice from above. The seawater is exceedingly salty, and consuming it will only exacerbate your thirst and diminish your health. The previous statement holds truth. Seafood should not be consumed raw. My husband once succumbed to poisoning after eating raw fish from the sea. Dear brothers and sisters, let us await the generosity of our benefactors. Gradually, an increasing number of individuals began to engage in conversation within Lin Bei and Oppo's exchange forum, all anticipating the next wave of transactions. However, Lin Bei remained blissfully unaware. At the moment he received notification of a successfully sent message, he had already exited the trading platform. He was quite preoccupied, wishing fervently that time might come to a standstill. Meanwhile, in this mist-laden expanse of sea, a despicable middle-aged man stood upon a raft. His visage was twisted with rage as he clenched a severely deformed empty canister in his hand. Through gritted teeth, he spat. Lin Bei, You have thwarted my endeavors. Our conflict is far from over. Chapter 7. Pitfalls within pitfalls. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, who had unwittingly stirred up trouble, he exited the trading platform and first downed half a bottle of mineral water. Simultaneously, he summoned his will to clear the items from the Divine Hook warehouse. Acquired. Wood 515 reads 379 scrap materials 82 canned goods 56 bandages 35 mineral water 76 processed cloth 2 metal pieces 5 or 3. In total, he garnered 1,421 experience points. What a fruitful hour it has been. Several high-grade materials and nearly 1,500 experience points. Lin Bei reveled in the melodious notification echoing in his mind, expressing his satisfaction. With materials in hand, Lin Bei navigated to the construction menu. Production construction, basic rainwater purifier, requires processed cloth 2, metal pieces 5, rope 2, scrap materials 10, conditions met, select location, confirm construction, having painstakingly gathered the necessary materials. Lin Bei promptly confirmed the construction without hesitation. In a flash of white light, survivor Lin Bei successfully constructed the basic rainwater purifier, earning 25 experience points. A somewhat rudimentary basic rainwater purifier now occupied a corner of the raft, though situated in a corner. It was a location Lin Bei had contemplated for quite some time before settling upon. Now, an abundance of water awaits to exchange for high-grade materials. Ignoring the rudimentary nature of the basic rainwater purification device, Lin Bei approached it with a sense of joy. However, upon closer inspection, he was nearly overwhelmed with frustration. The display on the rainwater purifier read, Basic rainwater purifier, upgradable. Description, contains 1 storage unit, capacity 5. Capable of collecting a trace amount of moisture from the air and converting it into clean droplets, which are stored in empty mineral water bottles. Approximately 2 to 3 hours needed to fill 1 bottle. Durability 100 collecting mineral water. Requires empty bottles, can be crafted in the workshop. 5 conditions not met, damn it. Not again, he exclaimed. Fine, it's just a workshop. I have plenty of materials, it's merely a workshop. Resolutely, he continued to construct. It was merely a trifling matter. Fortunately, Lin Bei was not lacking in resources and maintained a positive mindset. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have long since succumbed to despair. With a cheerful tune on his lips, Lin Bei pressed the button to return to the previous menu on the screen. Eager to unlock the next building. Basic barbecue grill. Requires wood 10, steel cables 2, scrap materials 5. Conditions met. Select location, confirm construction, with ample materials in his storage. Lin Bei felt confident even in the face of extensive construction. Where should the barbecue grill be placed? After several attempts that left him unsatisfied, either detracting from the aesthetic appeal or proving inconvenient, he ultimately grew impatient and randomly pointed to a location. Pressing confirm to proceed with the construction. Alright, let us go with this for now. If it doesn't work, I can always adjust it later. Immediately following, a flash of white light illuminated the surroundings. The survivor, Lin Bei, successfully constructed a rudimentary barbecue grill, earning 35 experience points. A simple grill materialized on the raft as the light faded. Rudimentary barbecue grill, upgradable, description, capable of roasting only food in charcoal. It can prepare 1 type of food at a time. It features 2 storage slots for food and charcoal, with a maximum capacity of 10. The flavor of the roasted food is random. Humans can make mistakes, and machines are no exception. If it gets burnt, one must make do with it. Conserving resources is a virtue. Durability, 100 grilled lobster. Requires 5 lobsters. For wood, cooking time, 3 minutes. Grilled crab meat. Requires 5 crab meat. For wood. Cooking time, 3 minutes. Grilled base. Requires 3 base. 8 wood. Cooking time, 10 minutes. Grilled snapper. Requires 3 snapper. 8 wood. Cooking time, 10 minutes. Truly, the sea abounds with resources. There is no shortage of such varieties. Lin Bei was dazzled by the plethora, and the images tantalized him, causing his mouth to water. Unfortunately, he possessed none of the ingredients necessary for roasting within his vast storage. He could no longer gaze at them. Continued contemplation would surely lead to a flood of drool. Lin Bei swallowed hard, turning his gaze toward the ocean, exhaling gently, striving to banish the alluring images from his mind. Regaining his composure, he downed the remainder of a half-filled bottle of mineral water in one go and resumed his construction endeavors. Beginner workshop. Requires wood 100, fabric 4, rope 10, thatch 50. Scrap 12, conditions met, select location, confirm construction. The construction was substantial, and although Lin Bei had ideas, he had no choice but to randomly select a suitable spot and confirm the building. With a flash of white light, a rudimentary workshop, crafted from wood and thatch, materialized upon the raft. The survivor Lin Bei successfully erected the beginner workshop, earning 50 experience points. This workshop occupied a considerable portion of the raft. Such spacious quarters, could they accommodate occupants? Lin Bei pondered the possibility of seeking refuge within the workshop for the night. Enduring the elements was detrimental to one's health, and the evening sea breeze could be quite strong, heightening the risk of catching a cold. Primarily, there were no medicines available for such ailments. Indeed, he was chiefly concerned about falling ill without any means of treatment. He would never admit that he feared being swallowed whole by a shark. With a heart brimming with excitement and trembling hands, Lin Bei approached the entrance of the beginner workshop. Upon discerning the unlocking prompt on the door, his elated heart nearly ceased its rhythmic beating. Beginner workshop, upgradable, description, a workshop featuring processing, weaponry, and clothing stations, which requires unlocking to produce and process various materials, tools, weapons, clothing, and armor. Durability 500, unlock workshop. Requires wood 500, straw 300, rope 50, unlock armory. Requires metal sheets 12, steel cables 6, metal ingots 1. Or 3. Unlock tailoring room. Requires fabric 100, processed cloth 12. Conditions met. Confirm, unlock. Despite the indication that the conditions for unlocking are satisfied, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback by the plethora of required materials. Could one person truly gather such an immense quantity of building supplies? Setting aside the fact that the grappling hook possesses a mere 100 durability, it seems an insurmountable task for an individual to amass these materials in a short span of time. Unless, of course, one were to form a group and support a single individual. Reflecting on the notion of collaboration, Lin Bei recalled the girl with the lowly voice. It appeared she was not alone. I must find an opportunity to inquire about the situation. Additionally, I need to ascertain how many groups exist and the maximum number of members allowed in a team. A sudden wave of exhaustion washed over me, as the weight of so many responsibilities loomed large. When will I be able to turn my fortunes around and sing the songs of freedom? Enough of this. I must hasten to unlock the workshop. My heart races with anticipation. My hands tremble with excitement. Please do not let me down. Chapter 8. To decline or not, Lin Bei held his breath and pressed the confirmation to unlock. The survivor Lin Bei successfully unlocked the basic workshop, earning 50 experience points. Excitedly, he pushed open the door to the workshop, and just as he stepped into the processing area, a prompt appeared before him. You have a private message from a friend. Would you like to view it? View? Ignore. Who could this be? Lin Bei muttered, irritated that someone would message him at such a critical moment. Yet, despite his complaints, his hand obediently clicked to view the message. In an instant, the voice of a young girl resonated. Big brother, it's Sun Wan. Do you remember me? May I exchange some food with you again? Raising an eyebrow, Lin Bei feigned nonchalance and replied, sure. What materials do you have? This was a fortuitous opportunity to inquire about her plans for grouping up. Sun Wan hurriedly responded, I have 3 metal ingots, which I obtained from a large chest I found. Big brother, just give me some canned food and water. Before Lin Bei could respond, she continued with exuberance, as if she had just won a prize. Haha. Big brother, you were truly my lucky star. Right after our last trade, I found a large chest filled with many wonderful items. Whether or not he was a lucky star mattered little. Her fortune in discovering valuable items was indeed a cause for celebration. Perhaps the infectious joy in her voice compelled Lin Bei, as a rare smile graced his face. For those 3 metal ingots, I'll offer you 5 cans and 3 bottles of mineral water, but I need you to answer a few questions honestly before we trade. Is that acceptable? To elicit the truth, it is indeed necessary to offer some incentives. All right, big brother, whatever you say goes. Sun Wan beamed with joy. She was rationing the food, just enough to sustain her and the headmistress for a day. Lin Bei directly inquired, did your headmistress arrive in this world with you? Sun Wan was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lin Bei would ask this. I was transported here along with the headmistress. We never imagined that after merely dozing off, the world would transform so drastically. As she spoke, she let out a soft sigh and continued, fortunately. My raft was in close proximity to the headmistress and Oppo's, allowing me to care for her. Lin Bei furrowed his brow, pondering the notion of care. Yes, indeed, care. Sun Wan responded, her voice tinged with melancholy. 3 years ago, a catastrophic fire engulfed the orphanage. The headmistress lost her legs while bravely rescuing the children trapped inside. I apologize for bringing up painful memories, Lin Bei said, expressing his regret. He then pressed on, upon arriving in this world, is she still unable to walk? She cannot walk. The headmistress and Oppo's personal attributes are quite poor, particularly her health, which stands at a mere 60 points. Sun Wan, still struggling to recover from the memories, forced a smile and reassured him, it's all right, big brother. That is all behind us. We will only improve from here. Finally, Lin Bei posed his most pressing question. Are there any others around you? Others? There are no others left. Sunwon pondered for a moment before speaking again. Big brother. The area visible to us is quite limited, enveloped by thick fog. Well, I have finished my inquiries. Let us proceed with the transaction. Upon concluding his statement, Lin Bei promptly initiated the trade. If it were merely a situation akin to that of the director's grandmother, who was compelled to allow the two to teleport together due to health reasons, there was truly nothing to be concerned about. The research workshop remained paramount. Crafting weapons and armor to fend off sharks and sea monsters would be a trivial matter. As Lin Bei pushed open the workshop door, he discovered 3 small rooms inside: the processing room, the weapons room, and the tailoring room. He first entered the processing room. Processing room. Description: processes various ordinary materials. Comes with a built-in storage of 3 slots, each with a maximum capacity of 5. Capable of processing 3 types of materials simultaneously. Rope. Requires 15 reeds. Processing time: 15 minutes. Confirm processing. Empty water bottle. Requires 5 waste materials. Processing time: 20 minutes. Confirm processing. Wood plank. Requires 20 pieces of wood. Processing time: 20 minutes. Confirm processing. After contemplating his options, Lin Bei ultimately decided to process the empty water bottles, as he had no immediate need for the other materials. Exiting the processing room, he made his way to the tailoring room. Tailoring room. Description: creates various garments and armor. Comes with a built-in storage of 1 slot. Maximum capacity of 1. Can only craft 1 piece of clothing or armor at a time. Straw hat. Requires thatch 2, fabric 2. Crafting time: 15 minutes. Select pattern. Confirm crafting. Fabric hat. Requires processed fabric 4, rope 1, fabric 2. Crafting time: 1 hour. Select pattern. Confirm crafting. Clothing. Requires processed fabric 8, fabric 4. Crafting time: 3 hours. Select pattern. Confirm crafting. From hats to shoes. The variety is abundant, yet their utility is limited, likely due to insufficient workshop level. Lin Bei sighed, realizing he should not have harbored such expectations. Taking a deep breath, he proceeded to the weapons room. Weapons room. Description: forge various weapons, equipped with a 1-slot warehouse, maximum of 1. Only 1 type of weapon can be forged at a time. Throwing hook. Requires wood 10, scrap material 2, rope 5. Crafting time: 30 minutes. Confirm forging. Axe. Requires wood 15, rope 2 or 1, scrap material 4. Crafting time: 1 hour. Confirm forging. Hoe. Requires wood 2, rope 2 or 2, scrap material 6. Crafting time: 90 minutes. Confirm forging. Shovel. Requires wood 25, rope 2 or 3, scrap material 8. Crafting time: 2 hours. Confirm forging. Ultimately, the workshop level is still too low. Upgrading from a raft to a wooden boat is indeed simple, yet achieving level 10 immediately is far from an easy task. Lin Bei furrowed his brows and remarked that upgrading the workshop was currently out of the question. Instead, he resolved to forge an axe to prepare for the impending shark attacks once the protection period elapsed. It seemed evident that crafting the axe was the most prudent choice. With the remaining time in the protection period, he could only manage to create either an axe or a hoe as melee weapons against the sharks. The axe would prove more practical than the hoe, and its lethality was undoubtedly superior. Having settled on the decision to forge the axe, Lin Bei exited the workshop, planning to return at the appointed time to collect his creation. Chapter 9. The Art of Restraint. Upon exiting the construction menu, Lin Bei immediately activated his extraordinary grappling hook, reaping a total of 257 experience points. He had also made some gains in acquiring advanced materials such as metal sheets and processed fabric. Subsequently, Lin Bei accessed his personal attributes. Name: Lin Bei Homestead. Raft. Repair, expand, upgrade, level 3, 2,892, 5,000. Skills: none. Combat power 14. Contemplating his combat power of 14. He glanced at the countdown for his protection period. Protection period: 1 hour, 43 minutes, 18 seconds, with merely an hour and a half remaining. There was no need to hasten the exchange of advanced materials on the trading platform. Patience was key. The immediate concern lay with the survivalists in dire need of sustenance. It would be far easier to command a premium price when their desperation peaked. Lin Bei resolved to seize this opportunity for a significant venture. In this interval, he decided to construct a radar station, for only by doing so could he unlock the subsequent storage facilities. With the extraordinary grappling hook at his disposal, his 20-slot personal warehouse was nearing its limits, prompting the need for foresight. Having made up his mind, Lin Bei set forth. Confident in the abundance of materials at his disposal, he proceeded to open the survival construction menu. Primary radar station. Requires wood 100, metal sheets 3. Scrap materials 20. Conditions met. Select location. Confirm construction. Lin Bei directly pointed to a location and confirmed the construction. A flash of white light enveloped the area, and the radar station materialized. Survivor Lin Bei successfully constructed the primary radar station, earning 100 experience points. Primary radar station, upgradable, description, enables exploration of new maritime territories. Piercing through layers of fog without losing one and Oppo's way. Durability, 200, exploration of maritime territories, requires batteries 5, conditions not met. Lin Bei felt a jolt of realization and furrowed his brow. Is it a Pathfinder? The description of this radar station clearly indicates it is equipment for venturing into new seas. Lin Bei glanced at the distant thick fog. His expression calm as he remarked, once the protection period expires, this maritime area may not remain tranquil for long. If an enemy were to invade, would he be able to withstand it? It is imperative to hasten development, construction, and upgrades. Primary material warehouse. Requires wood 100, wooden planks 50, ropes 12, straw 50. Processed fabric 4, conditions met, select location, confirm construction. Lin Bei selected a location and confirmed the construction. After another flash of white light, Survivor Lin Bei successfully constructed the primary material warehouse, earning another 100 experience points. Primary material warehouse, upgradable, description, comes with a capacity of 50 slots, each with a limit of 200, allowing for the storage of various materials and supplies. Durability 200, select materials, confirm storage. Lin Bei was rarely satisfied, a smile gracing his face. This is splendid. In his exhilaration, Lin Bei conceived the grand idea of extensive construction. Basic shelter, requires wood 100, planks 50, thatch 50. Processed fabric 4, rope 12, scrap material 30. Conditions met, select location, confirm construction. In truth, Lin Bei had always been quite curious about the purpose of this basic shelter. It hardly seemed intended for his habitation. Thus, upon seeing that the conditions were met, he swiftly selected a location and confirmed the construction. A flash of white light enveloped him. Survivor Lin Bei successfully constructed the basic shelter, earning 100 experience points. Basic shelter, upgradable, description, accommodates 2 successfully recruited survivors. Durability 200, select occupants recruitment. It dawned on Lin Bei that this series of constructions was all in preparation for battle. He suddenly comprehended, murmuring to himself, if I do not wish to be the one who is defeated, I must rise and strive to become a figure that instills fear in others. With 8 billion survivors globally, can I truly achieve this? For a moment, Lin Bei felt a wave of uncertainty. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze resolute, declaring, I must forge ahead without hesitation, courageously. Lingering in indecision, waiting timidly would lead only to death, and I am not yet ready to embrace that fate. Having been single for 20 years, without even a wife to my name, it seems rather unworthy to perish in such a state. Yet, pressing on is the only path forward. Basic food warehouse, requires wood 100, planks 50, processed cloth 4, straw 50, rope 12. Scrap material 25, conditions met, select location, confirm construction. Upon completing the shelter, the remaining space on the raft was limited. It was not that I, Lin Bei, lacked the desire to expand. Rather, my level was insufficient for such an endeavor. Consequently, I opted to construct it at the edge of the raft, just enough to fit. After a flash of white light, the survivor Lin Bei successfully erected the basic food warehouse, gaining 100 experience points. Basic food warehouse, description, comes with a capacity of 50 slots, each with a maximum limit of 200, capable of storing various food supplies. Durability 200, select food. Confirm storage. Storing food was not feasible. With all possible constructions completed, it was time to visit the trading platform for materials. However, before that, a harvest was in order. Lin Bei first went to the processing area to collect rainwater using 5 empty mineral water bottles, followed by processing another 5 empty bottles. Then, I proceeded to the fishing device to retrieve the fish for grilling. Within 3 hours, I caught 3 bass. Finally, I could do away with the cold, canned food. Why canned food could not be grilled, I could not say. Perhaps it was due to the insufficient level of the grill. In the end, I once again exhausted my extraordinary fishing rod. Acquired wood 615, acquired straw 491, acquired scrap material 52, acquired canned food 21, acquired bandages 15, acquired mineral water 27. After this endeavor, a total of 1,258 experience points were gained. The survivor Lin Bei has leveled up to level 4. He received a reward of 1 point in strength. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, reveling in the joy of his advancement. With nearly an hour remaining, if all goes well, he might gather the 50 pieces of processed fabric required to upgrade the wooden boat before the protection period concludes. As Lin Bei contemplated these delightful prospects, his act of drinking mineral water became notably refined. Once composed, Lin Bei accessed the trading platform. Wishing not to squander time, he promptly posted a trade message. 1 bottle of canned food for 3 pieces of processed fabric. Bulk inquiries may message privately. 3 bottles of mineral water for 3 pieces of processed fabric. Bulk inquiries may message privately. As soon as Lin Bei and Oppo's trade message was dispatched, a throng of eager individuals, who had been waiting, inundated him with comments and requests for exchange. Wow, esteemed one, we have finally awaited your arrival. Why are you only trading for processed fabric? I have none. Goodness, brother. Did you miscalculate the quantities? 3 pieces of processed fabric for 3 bottles of water. No wonder I couldn't make a trade. 3 pieces of high-grade materials. Why don't Oppo's, till you just seize them? Chapter 10. The Art of Persuasion. Regardless of the scathing remarks hurled by the survivors, Lin Bei maintained his composure, responding with a measured tone in light of the tense circumstances. With less than 50 minutes remaining in the protection period and his food supply dwindling, he resolved to exchange only 10 portions, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. The disparity in pricing was substantial, rendering it unacceptable to all participants. Brother, you're profiting from the misfortunes of others. Indeed, is this the quality one expects from someone who has appeared on television? How disappointing. Hey, what are you saying up there? If you and Oppo's willing to trade, then do so. If not, no one is forcing you. Li Jun had been diligently focused on retrieving the large boxes that floated by, only now finding the opportunity to peruse the trading platform in preparation for the end of the protection period. He was taken aback to see someone disparaging his associate and immediately felt compelled to defend him. Exactly. There and Oppo's. There's no need for such harsh words. The original poster doesn't have much food either. He is simply trying to share what he can with us. We should be grateful for what is offered. Sun Wan, having been summoned by the director, was informed that her older brother was being berated by the survivors. 3 pieces of processed cloth are not so easily obtainable. The person above is merely speaking from a position of comfort. Upon hearing this, Sun Wan swiftly retorted, "Your lack does not imply that others are also lacking. Enough of this bickering. Let us gather 3 individuals and exchange for 3 bottles of mineral water." All of this transpired under Lin Bei and Oppo's watchful gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he quietly adjusted his exchange offer to 1 can of food in exchange for 6 pieces of processed cloth. Bulk orders welcome via private message. A bottle of mineral water can be exchanged for 2 pieces of processed fabric. For bulk inquiries, please send a private message. Upon the announcement of this exchange, numerous individuals were drawn to the news, some lacking sufficient supplies merely watching the spectacle, others regretting their hesitation to trade, and a few habitual critics expressing their disdain. However, the target of their scorn has now shifted away from Lin Bei. Alas, prices have surged. I hope those incessant chatterboxes do not cross my path. How dare they tarnish the reputation of someone who has graced television screens? What sort of individuals are they? Indeed, with the competition fierce and resources scarce, their idle gossip has rendered them unworthy of even the faintest acknowledgement. Soon one expressed her unwavering support, proclaiming, "Well done, big brother." Li Jun echoed her sentiment, adding, "You're doing great, brother." A smile graced Lin Bei's lips as he observed silently. With a global population of 8 billion, the meager provisions he possesses are hardly sufficient to satisfy. Yet, everyone is preoccupied with maximizing their gains. Lin Bei remained unfazed when it comes to patience. No one in this world could surpass him. Gradually, some individuals grew impatient and opted for a trade. As time dwindled, with less than half an hour left in the protection period, Lin Bei hastened to disseminate numerous exchange offers. This time, he included bandages in his proposals. 1 bandage can be exchanged for 9 pieces of processed fabric. For bulk inquiries, please send a private message. 1 can of food can be traded for 6 pieces of processed fabric. For bulk inquiries, please send a private message. A bottle of mineral water can be exchanged for 2 pieces of processed fabric. For bulk inquiries, please send a private message. 1 bandage can be exchanged for 9 metal pieces. For bulk inquiries, please send a private message. 1 can of food can be traded for 6 metal pieces. For bulk inquiries, please send a private message. 1 bottle of mineral water can be exchanged for 2 metal pieces. For larger quantities, please message privately. 1 bandage can be traded for 9 steel cables. For larger quantities, please message privately. 1 can of food can be exchanged for 6 steel cables. For larger quantities, please message privately. 1 bottle of mineral water can be traded for 2 steel cables. For larger quantities, please message privately. Lin Bei and Oppo's exchange information was remarkably met with no criticism this time. The survivors expressed their apprehension, fearing a sudden increase in prices. Yet, their concerns were entirely unfounded, as Lin Bei was well aware of the market dynamics. If he raised his prices further, none would be able to afford the materials necessary for upgrading their wooden vessels. To his astonishment, he had received a bandage. Having previously obtained one from a large box, it granted an additional 30 health points, indeed a valuable item. Maintaining health points above 80 significantly slows the rate of thirst and hunger depletion. As someone pointed out, when health points drop below 80, both thirst and hunger plummet swiftly, leading one to question their very existence. Haha, the person upstairs certainly has a tale to tell. They were lamenting how, upon arrival amidst the thick fog, they were unaware of being at sea and took a sip of seawater, causing their health metrics to decline rapidly. Goodness, I too had ingested seawater, truly. One must learn from their folly. I once consumed raw fish, fortuitously managing to craft a fishing device, yet lacking materials for a grill. I resorted to eating it raw. After just a single bite, I was warned of poisoning, and my health metrics began to plummet. Who would have thought that the individual upstairs was a werewolf? As Lin Bei noticed that no one was seeking trouble, he promptly exited the exchange platform. Once the exchange was completed, the materials would automatically enter his personal warehouse, rendering it unnecessary for Lin Bei to remain vigilant at the trading hub. At this moment, he had gathered sufficient materials to upgrade his raft to a wooden ship. Upgrading raft to wooden ship requires wood 1000, rope 100, processed fabric 100, straw 1000. Conditions met. Confirm upgrade. With exhilaration, Lin Bei pressed the confirm upgrade button, and a flash of white light enveloped him. The survivor Lin Bei successfully upgraded his structure to a wooden ship, earning 500 experience points. As the first survivor in the entire sea area to upgrade his dwelling, he received a boost of 1 combat point, along with wood 500, processed fabric 50, rope 50, straw 500, canned food 12, bottled water 18, and bandages 10. Concurrently, a notification appeared before all survivors. Congratulations to survivor Lin Bei for becoming the pioneer in upgrading his dwelling in the entire sea area. Rewards include 1 combat point, wood 500, processed fabric 50, rope 50, straw 500, canned food 12, bottled water 18, bandages 10. Instantaneously, the chat channel and exchange platform erupted with excitement. Wow, it's Lin Bei again. The protection period has end amp, Oppos, T even expired, and he has already upgraded from a raft to a wooden ship. Unbelievable, he truly leaves no room for others. What a formidable player. Truly admirable. Great job, big brother. Impressive, my friend. With these resources, he and Oppos is set to outpace many. However, at this moment, situated upon the raft, Lin Bei was profoundly shaken by the subtle transformations occurring around him. This was astonishing. In an instant, the raft had metamorphosed into a sturdy vessel. The surface area remained unchanged, yet every aspect, the hull, the body, the bow, and even the stern, had been reinforced for durability. The stern featured a small cabin, specially designed for Lin Bei and Oppos' comfort and sustenance. Furthermore, the structures he had previously erected were now reorganized in a far more rational manner. At this juncture, less than 15 minutes remained in the protection period. Protection period, 14 minutes 36 seconds, Chapter 11, Regional Domination. As the protection period drew to a close, Lin Bei found himself bereft of time to study the wooden vessel. He decided to first approach the barbecue grill to retrieve the previously cooked base, relishing it with some mineral water. Consuming food served a dual purpose, to prepare himself for the impending shark onslaught post-protection period, and to ensure that if he were to perish, he would do so as a satiated soul, even before he neared the grill. The aromatic allure of the roasted base wafted through the air, igniting his appetite despite his earlier indifference. How enticing! Lin Bei swallowed hard, instinctively quickening his pace. Upon arriving, the golden hue of the grilled fish only intensified his desire to indulge. However, as a true Epicurean, he resolutely refused to allow any act that would tarnish the sanctity of such culinary delights. With saliva pooling in his mouth, Lin Bei fetched a bottle of mineral water from the storeroom and meticulously washed his hands. Once satisfied, he tore off a piece of the roasted base and savored it with a bite. He involuntarily closed his eyes, a look of pure enjoyment gracing his face. Delicious. How wonderful it is to be alive. The crispy exterior and tender interior of the grilled base were devoured in a ravenous frenzy, and Lin Bei found himself yearning for more. He retrieved a cloth from the storeroom, wiping his hands while reflecting, only by being alive can one enjoy such exquisite cuisine. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Bei opened his personal attributes. Name, Lin Bei Home, Wooden Boat, Repair, Expansion, Upgrade, Level 4, 130710. 000, Skills, None Combat Power, 15 Health, 100 Thirst, 100 Hunger, 100 Observing that all his physical indicators were at full capacity and his combat power stood at 15. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. However, he found himself puzzled regarding the precise nature of this combat power and its utility, as there was no explanatory prompt to shed light on it, apart from feeling a surge of vigor coursing through him. He could not discern any other changes in his body. Could it be strength? Offensive capability? Perhaps he could deliver a single blow strong enough to fell a burly man? Never mind. He decided to leave such uncertainties for another time. Lin Bei had always possessed a carefree outlook. If something eluded his understanding, he simply chose not to dwell on it. Once a decision was made, he acted upon it. Protection period, 8 minutes and 45 seconds, hastily. Lin Bei made his way to the armory to retrieve an axe. Axe, description, a stone axe crafted from ore and wood, primarily used for logging, though it may also serve as a weapon, albeit with low damage output. Durability, 100-100. Upon reading the description of the axe, Lin Bei felt a wave of skepticism wash over him, furrowing his brow as he mused. A stone axe? Capable of felling trees? Whether a stone axe could indeed cut through wood remained a mystery to Lin Bei, but he was certain that a blow from it would be quite painful. He fervently hoped this stone axe would prove effective in repelling sharks. Yes, repelling. Lin Bei did not believe himself currently equipped to slay a shark. Sharks, such colossal creatures, are capable of devouring a hefty man in a single bite, leaving Lin Bei with an unsettling sense of uncertainty. The countdown to the end of the protection period has entered its final 5 minutes. Protection period. For minutes and 58 seconds, Lin Bei inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. What more could be done? What had he neglected to prepare? Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. You have a private message from a friend. Would you like to view it? View. Do not view. Goodness, at such a tense moment, who could possibly have the leisure to send a message? Lin Bei mused. Yet his fingers instinctively clicked to view it. The sweet voice of Sun Wan resonated in his ears. Big brother, you are the first person I and Oppos VE encountered in this world who is willing to assist me. I am truly grateful. You are a wonderful person, so please accept these supplies. Upon seeing the supplies attached to the message, Lin Bei immediately grasped the situation and furrowed his brow. Wait, I appreciate the materials, but you've given me food as well. What about you and Grandma Director? Are you completely giving up before the shark attack has even begun? At that moment, Sun Wan, entangled in an embrace with Grandma Director, bore an expression of profound sorrow, her face a portrait of despair. Is there even a point in fighting, big brother? The outcome seems predetermined. Lin Bei, unconvinced, replied, how can you deem the result a foregone conclusion without having tried your utmost? Sun Wan responded, Time was of the essence, and Lin Bei quickly interjected, as long as you give it your all, even if the outcome is less than desirable, at least you will have no regrets. Both being orphans, Sun Wan evoked a sense of familiarity in Lin Bei, reminiscent of a neighborly little sister. Unable to resist the urge to utter a few more words, he mused that had it been someone else, he would scarcely have bothered. It was not that he lacked compassion. With 8 billion survivors forcibly transported to the Raft world, how could he possibly attend to them all? After a brief moment, the soft, pleading voice of Sun Wan reached him. Big brother, may I exchange some materials with you? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What would you like to trade? Excellent. His words had not been in vain. She was indeed a perceptive individual. Gathering her courage, Sun Wan cautiously proposed. I would like to trade all of my advanced materials for a few basic materials needed to expand the raft. Is that all right, big brother? With a smile still adorning his face, Lin Bei promptly replied, very well, let us proceed swiftly with the transaction. Without delay, he attached a list of all the materials required for the raft's expansion in their private chat. Wood 500, thatch 200, rope 25. Thank you. Sun Wan quickly responded, providing her array of advanced materials in return. Processed fabric 5, metal sheets 7, or 3, metal ingots 2. Despite the abundance of advanced materials appearing to favor Lin Bei, the value of basic materials was relatively low, at least from his perspective. In a world where resources were scarce and required manual gathering, even basic materials held significant value for ordinary survivors. Just as he closed the private chat, a countdown alert for the final 5 seconds of the protection period appeared before him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ding. Esteemed survivor, the 6-hour protection period has elapsed, and it brings me great joy to see that you are still among the living. You currently reside in Dragon Country, Zone 5188, where there remain 743 out of 10,000 survivors. In the days ahead, you have a span of 120 days to develop and expand your influence. Once the time elapses, the protection of this zone will conclude. Only the top 100 survivors on the leaderboard will have the opportunity to continue their existence. The remainder will face the imminent threat of obliteration. A special reminder, the top 50 survivors possess the privilege of granting sanctuary to those who have surrendered, thereby shielding them from annihilation, allowing them to continue serving. Please note that once a survivor opts to surrender, they may not betray their newfound allegiance within this zone. Consider your decision carefully before capitulating. Exercise caution when encountering fellow survivors, as well as the lurking sharks and sea monsters beneath the waves. Best of luck to you. Fortunate survivor. The competition for dominance in Zone 5188 commences now. Countdown: 119 days, 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 32 seconds. Chapter 12. The 5188th batch of survivors. Upon gazing at the notification before him, Lin Bei was profoundly shaken, murmuring to himself, "So I am merely within a designated area of Dragon Country, not alongside all survivors globally. If all 8 billion people were to converge in one locale, the scarcity of resources would be unimaginable." It was astonishing to realize that in just a brief span of 6 hours, 257 individuals had already perished. The world of Raft survival was indeed terrifying. However, what Lin Bei found astonishing was, in the realm of Raft survival, quite commonplace. It is worth noting that this situation was relatively favorable. Among the 5,187 previously dispatched areas, the fatalities were significantly higher. There were those who, in their disbelief, thought that plunging into the ocean would grant them a return to their former world. Others who preferred to perish rather than lift a finger, ultimately succumbing to thirst or hunger. Some who fancied themselves reckless, courting death, clumsy souls who, unable to wield the grappling hook, exhausted themselves to the point of demise. And those with wretched luck, unable to procure food and supplies. The varieties of death were simply innumerable. Lin Bei furrowed his brow, reading on bit by bit. In the regional competition, out of 10,000 individuals, only 100 could survive. Goodness, this was no ordinary cruelty. The top 50 could spare their subjugated survivors from death, allowing them to continue serving. However, the differing ranks meant varying quotas. The former statement seemed to increase the chance of survival for the contestants. Yet the latter amplified the competition among the top 50 survivors, rendering survival even more brutal. As no one can predict the challenges that may arise after the regional protection is lifted, everyone is undoubtedly focused on enhancing their capabilities, ensuring that they retain both personnel and strength to secure a favorable ranking. Even with the lifting of regional protection, should they encounter formidable survivors or fearsome sea monsters, they must possess the power to fight back. Choosing to be conscripted is an option that cannot be reneged upon. With the system at his disposal, Lin Bei aspires to become a figure that instills dread in others. The notion of conscription is simply not an option for him, now or ever. As for whether to recruit others, or the type of survivors to consider, Lin Bei is yet to make a decision. The future will unfold as it may. He shall navigate it as it comes. Waves of astonishment continue to wash over him, and he has yet to fully process the previous revelations when a new notification appears before him. Lucky survivor, a shark is attacking your wooden ship. Quickly seize your weapon and slay it. Lin Bei hastily glanced towards the sea. Indeed, a great white shark was approaching from the bow of the ship. With a resounding thud, it collided with the front of the wooden vessel. After upgrading from a raft, the wooden ship had significantly increased in sturdiness, particularly at the bow, which was the most robust section. The shark's initial impact caused a momentary pause, followed by a series of relentless assaults, as if it had grown impervious to pain, repeatedly battering the ship with increasing force. The wooden vessel began to sway violently under the onslaught of these relentless strikes. Continuing to collide in this manner is not a viable solution. Although the wooden boat is sturdy, it cannot withstand such repeated impacts. With no path of retreat, Lin Bei seized an axe and charged forward. The great white shark, noticing Lin Bei's approach, opened its massive jaws and lunged directly at him. Startled, Lin Bei quickly sidestepped. Fortunately, he evaded just in time, and the shark and Appo's razor-sharp teeth clashed against the wooden bow of the boat. Thankfully, the planks at the bow were crafted from resilient, durable material. The great white was unable to shatter them, instead embedding its teeth into the wood, rendering them difficult to extract. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bei swung his stone axe with fervor, striking the shark's head. Take that for ramming my wooden vessel. The great white, unable to free itself, endured several blows, thrashing its tail in agony and splashing water everywhere. The sea surged, drenching Lin Bei in the process. Subsequently, the shark's head began to thrash wildly. Alarmed, Lin Bei's complexion paled as he dashed towards the stern, desperate to avoid being thrown overboard. At that moment, one thought consumed him. Survival was the key to hope. As the great white thrashed and struggled, the sturdy bow planks began to splinter. Gradually, the fissures widened. Just as Lin Bei reached the stern, a loud crash echoed as wooden fragments exploded from the bow. The sheer force of the great white was truly terrifying. Lin Bei swallowed hard, his face a mask of vigilance as he gazed at the shark. The great white shark opened its massive jaws, fixing its gaze upon Lin Bei. As their eyes locked, Lin Bei braced himself for another imminent assault from the shark, but an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The great white suddenly pivoted and swam away. In an instant, the surface of the sea returned to its tranquil state. Yet, gazing at the damaged bow of the boat, Lin Bei felt a lingering trepidation. Fortunately, the damage was not catastrophic, a small mercy amidst the misfortune. Without a moment and hesitation, Lin Bei rushed to initiate repairs on the compromised section of the vessel. Fearful that the shark might return at any moment, he glanced at his personal attributes: health, 82-100, thirst, 81-100, hunger, 83-100. It became painfully evident that he was still far too weak, and his weaponry was inadequate. After a mere encounter with the great white, his vital statistics had plummeted so significantly. He couldn't help but wonder how others in this region were faring. Retreating to the small cabin at the stern of the boat, Lin Bei rummaged through his supplies, retrieving canned food and bottled water. As he replenished his energy, he opened the chat channel. Help! My raft is nearly devoured by the shark. Damn it! Why are the sharks here so different from those in the game? In the game, a shark would bite a piece of the raft and swim away, but here, this one keeps gnawing away. It and has taken a quarter of my newly expanded raft and continues to bite. Bro, you must remember that what you and referring to as a game. This is the real world. You need to attack it, scare the shark off. Easier said than done. I would attack if I had a weapon. The ordinary hook is your sole weapon and tool at present. Carry it with you at all times, for it may very well save your life in the next moment. The people upstairs are truly benevolent. Lin Bei, upon reading this, was filled with perplexity and raised an eyebrow, pondering, have I missed something? The struggle for territorial supremacy has already commenced, yet these individuals remain so united. In an instant, Lin Bei comprehended, regardless of whether the ultimate fate is submission or conquest. Leaving a favorable impression on others is invariably advantageous. By leveraging universally acknowledged common knowledge to cultivate a good reputation, one can secure greater benefits in the future. What is there to lose? However, Lin Bei held such actions in disdain. This superficial tranquility, who knows how long it will endure? With a smile, Lin Bei shook his head. Just as he was about to close the chat channel, another notification sprang forth before his eyes. Chapter 13. Do you have any medicine? You have received a private message from a friend. Would you like to view it? Lin Bei reached out and clicked to view it. Immediately, the robust and hearty voice of Li Jun echoed. Brother, how have you been? Taken aback by Li Jun's concern, Lin Bei reflected on their limited interactions, which had only consisted of exchanging supplies and a show of support during a trading platform event. He took a sip of water and calmly replied, I'm doing well. As soon as Lin Bei sent his message, silence enveloped the conversation from Li Jun's end. Lin Bei patiently awaited a response, certain that Li Jun's private message was prompted by some pressing matter. After what felt like an eternity, during which Lin Bei drained a bottle of mineral water, Li Jun finally stammered, what are your thoughts on the regional competition? Lin Bei pondered for a moment, deciding to take things one step at a time. The immediate priority was undoubtedly to gather materials and focus on construction. Progress must be gradual, much like a child learning to walk, first mastering crawling before attempting to stand. Upon hearing this, Li Jun found himself at a loss. His thoughts tangled like a ball of yarn. After a lengthy pause, just as Lin Bei was about to withdraw from the private message, Li Jun finally resolved to speak earnestly. Brother, are you aware that some individuals are secretly forming teams to break into the top 50? Li Jun hesitated, uncertain about whether to divulge that someone was deliberately targeting Lin Bei. Secretly forming teams? Lin Bei and S expression was one of confusion. ISN and T that against the rules? They have reached out to everyone in the top 100 except for you, Li Jun blurted out, spilling all that he knew without holding back. Those who seek me incessantly condemn you for disregarding the lives of your fellow beings, exchanging resources at exorbitant prices on the trading platform, and disdainfully refusing to associate with you. This indirectly informs Lin Bei that there are individuals targeting him. Li Jun is well aware that Lin Bei's actions are justified. In the realm of rafts, survivors are solitary entities. Offering assistance is a favor, while withholding it is merely expected. The moralistic rhetoric of those who claim, I am weak, thus I am right, leaves Li Jun momentarily speechless. Indeed, the darkest aspects of human nature are laid bare in the face of self-interest. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, contemplating the leaderboard. The reality of exchanging resources for a high price is undeniable, and Lin Bei has no justification to offer. However, given the opportunity to relive the experience, he would inevitably make the same choice to ensure his survival until the end. Compassion cannot thrive in the harsh world of rafts, nor can it endure. Li Jun hastily clarified, the leaderboard only appears after the regional conquest begins. and those who reach level 1 can see it. I understand now. Thank you, Li Jun. Lin Bei sincerely expressed, feel free to message me anytime you need assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Jun was elated. Brother, with your assurance, I can now focus on my own development. Lin Bei, indeed, had not misjudged him, and he felt justified in refusing to associate with those unsavory characters. Subsequently, they engaged in a transaction of resources. After exiting the private message, Lin Bei noticed the word leaderboard in the upper right corner and clicked on it to take a look. Ranking list: 1. Lin Bei, level 4, 2. Wu Yu, level 2, 3. Lu Xing, level 2, 4. Yi Lanyi, level 2, 5. Li Jun, level 2. The ranking list only displays the top 100, all of whom are at level 2. Lin Bei searched through the list, but did not find Sun Wan's name, so he exited the rankings. Upon leaving, he realized that the sky had darkened significantly, estimating it was around 8:00 and amp, Appos, clock in the evening. Taking advantage of the calm, Lin Bei seized the opportunity to gather resources. First, he emptied the divine-grade fishing rod, acquiring several high-quality materials. He then visited the toolbox to collect empty water bottles, adding materials to continue crafting empty mineral water bottles. Finally, he approached the rainwater collector and fishing device, successfully harvesting a bottle of clean mineral water, 3 bass, and 4 crabs. This could be considered a bountiful harvest. After his endeavors, he accumulated a total of 561 experience points. Level 4, 2,868 10,000. Although he was still far from leveling up, the distance was not insurmountable. The hour was still early, and Lin Bei felt no inclination to sleep. At his current level, he had completed the construction of all possible buildings. Leaving him with some leisure time, Lin Bei placed all 4 crabs onto the barbecue grill for cooking. This grill was truly advanced and convenient, requiring no manual preparation of the ingredients. The user merely needed to place the food inside, and the grill would automatically clean and transform the ingredients into delectable dishes, maintaining a constant temperature until the user was ready to enjoy them. Regrettably, my current culinary skills are rather rudimentary, limiting me to the preparation of roasted dishes. Yet, in comparison to the monotonous consumption of cold, canned food, this is indeed a significant improvement. As the grilled crab began to take shape on the barbecue, a notification appeared before Lin Bei. Fortunate survivor, a sea monster is attacking your wooden vessel. Hastily seize your weapon and fend it off. By day, sharks. By night, sea monsters. This world of wooden rafts certainly offers no respite. Lin Bei muttered under his breath, gripping his axe firmly. He surveyed the surroundings of the raft, but discerned no trace of the creature. However, upon closer inspection, he could hear unsettling sounds occasionally emanating from the surface of the water. The noises oscillated between the ferocious growls of a beast and the soft sobs of a delicate woman, creating an eerie atmosphere. Lin Bei felt a chill run down his spine, murmuring to himself, what manner of sea monster is this? It seems to possess a cunning intelligence, seeking to intimidate first. He cast another glance around, and suddenly, a pair of eerie blue eyes emerged from the bow of the boat. The darkness obscured the creature's form, and the mere sight of those eyes sent a wave of dread coursing through Lin Bei. In an instant, he was seized by terror, his hair standing on end. His back chilled. Yet, he knew he must maintain an air of composure, exuding a formidable presence. To show weakness now would only invite death. Their gazes locked. The nature of the creature remained shrouded in mystery, and since it had yet to attack the raft, Lin Bei resolved against taking any rash actions. For several minutes, 2 pairs of eyes locked in a silent stare, but eventually, the mermaid Shani began to falter under Lin Bei's imposing presence. Yet, leaving in defeat left her discontented. Ever since the influx of survivors had begun, the tranquility of her merfolk clan had been shattered, with her kin falling victim to relentless attacks. The mermaids were forced into a life of evasion and concealment, surfacing only at night after the survivors had succumbed to slumber to scavenge for food. However, just days prior, Shani's father had sustained injuries while shielding her. His condition deteriorated rapidly, and moments ago, it seemed he was on the brink of death. Ignoring her mother's protests, Shani resolutely emerged from the depths in search of medicine. She gazed at Lin Bei, sensing a marked difference between him and the other survivors who had previously attacked her kind. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Esteemed survivor, may I request some medicine from you? What? Lin Bei responded, disbelief etched across his face. The sea creature was actually addressing him so courteously. He felt as if he had fallen victim to the mermaid's enchantment, experiencing auditory hallucinations. Do you possess any medicine? Shani reiterated. Might I beg for a small portion? Chapter 14. I trust you. You will not disappoint. To Lin Bei and Amp. Appos' astonishment, it was not merely an auditory illusion. The sea monster was indeed capable of human speech. Could a sea creature truly articulate human language? This was a notion he had never encountered before. Are you a survivor? Lin Bei inquired, furrowing his brow as he ventured. With your azure eyes, are you an exotic survivor? Has someone infiltrated our territory? The tranquility of their existence seemed to be slipping away far too swiftly. Shan and I regarded the figure upon the wooden vessel, noting his striking features, deep-set eyes, and upright posture. He exuded an aura of integrity and righteousness, clearly not resembling a malevolent individual. Shan and I hesitated briefly before directly stating, I am not a survivor. For the sake of her father. She resolved to take a perilous gamble. Should she lose, it would merely mean death. However, if fortune favored her, and the man aboard the ship proved to be virtuous, her father's life could be salvaged. Internally, Lin Bei was profoundly shaken, yet his outward demeanor remained as calm as a placid lake, revealing no hint of emotional upheaval. Then who are you? He queried. Beyond human survivors, this realm of wooden rafts harbored other races. Meeting his intense gaze, Shan and I candidly acknowledged. I am Shan and I of the merfolk. The revelation struck Lin Bei with surprise. Indeed, other races existed. Yes, Shan and I affirmed. We, the merfolk, are among the indigenous inhabitants of these waters. Indigenous inhabitants? Lin Bei pondered. Wait, among them? Does that imply the existence of other races? Within Lin Bei and Appo's heart, tumultuous waves surged, yet his demeanor remained composed as he responded. Did you just mention that you require medical supplies? Indeed, exclaimed Shani, her face brightening with hope. Could you possibly spare some for me? She had not misjudged him. This individual aboard the vessel possessed a kind heart. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bei replied nonchalantly. I possess only bandages. If they may assist you, I am willing to offer them, though I have a stipulation. As a native, you must be privy to a great deal of knowledge, he thought. Shani blinked, her curiosity piqued. Are these bandages effective for wounds? Lin Bei recalled that the description of the bandages merely stated, restores 30 health points, leaving him uncertain of their efficacy for injuries. I cannot guarantee that, he admitted. His inner confidence wavering, yet he maintained a facade of calm. You must decide for yourself. Do you wish to accept them or not? Shani contemplated that the bandages could staunch bleeding and reduce inflammation, which might prove beneficial for her father's injury. Moreover, she had no other alternatives. After a brief silence, she replied earnestly, I shall take the bandages. Feel free to state your request. I am willing to do anything to save my father. For reasons unknown. She held an unwavering belief that this man would not impose any unreasonable demands. Lin Bei retrieved 3 bandages from the storage and approached the bow of the ship, extending them to Shani. Take these to tend to your kin. Once you have ensured their recovery, return to me, and we shall discuss my request then. At his words, Shani was profoundly astonished. She met Lin Bei's gaze directly and asked, Aren't you afraid that I might take the bandages and never return? What manner of person is this? To label him arrogant seems inadequate. Lin Bei and Appo's resolute visage bore a trace of determination as he thought, I believe in you. You shall not disappoint me. He could not quite articulate why he placed his trust in Shani, yet his intuition suggested that her identity was far from ordinary, hinting at the potential to uncover much from her. Their gazes locked, and Shani felt a sudden flutter in her chest, her heartbeat quickening. A suspicious flush gracing her delicate features in the darkness. At that moment, overwhelmed with anxiety, she dared not gaze at Lin Bei any longer. She averted her eyes slightly, reaching out to take the bandage, then retrieving an object from her bosom and tossing it to Lin Bei. This is for you. It is a coming-of-age gift from my father. Please keep it safe for me. With that, she turned and slipped beneath the waves, adding as she vanished, Thank you. I will return. Lin Bei gazed at the now tranquil water's surface, then glanced at the ornate box Shani had entrusted to him, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. The merfolk, could they truly be the fabled sirens? How intriguing. This world grows increasingly fascinating. What he had anticipated to be a fierce battle had culminated in such an unexpected conclusion. As Lin Bei observed the serene sea, his thoughts were tumultuous. If the merfolk were indeed vicious sea monsters, why had that particular siren been so gentle towards him? If all sea creatures were as reasonable and gentle as Shani, there would be little cause for concern in the future. One wonders how long the merfolk have inhabited these waters, how many survivors they have encountered, and how the siren sustained her injuries. The multitude of questions lingering in his heart would have to wait for Shani to provide answers. Suddenly, a sea breeze wafted in, carrying the delectable aroma of grilled crab meat. Lin Bei felt invigorated and hurried back to the barbecue grill, retrieving the perfectly cooked crab meat and placing 3 more sea bass onto the grill to continue cooking. The crab meat was succulent and rich, its delicate fat yielding immense satisfaction to Lin Bei. As he savored the crab, he opened the chat channel, where discussions of sea monsters were already underway. Brothers, I just had an encounter with a sea monster. What happened? Was it as ferocious as the newcomer's manual suggested? Ferocious? Is the person above still alive? Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? I would never dare to underestimate anyone, especially someone who has faced a sea monster. Humph. Esteemed one, do share your experience, so the rest of us may gain some insight. If we ever encounter a sea monster, we should at least be prepared. Well, it's not much. I saw the warning, picked up my fists, and charged in for a flurry of punches. My strength is quite formidable. And this sea monster was rather diminutive, easily pinned beneath my raft. I landed about 50 blows before it could barely catch its breath. As Lin Bei listened, a sense of familiarity washed over him regarding the scene. Just as he began to ponder further, another notification appeared before him. Lucky survivor. A sea monster is attacking your wooden ship. Quickly grab your weapon and drive it away. Another sea monster? Could it be that Shunny had returned? So soon? Lin Bei, taken aback, swiftly closed the notification. Gazing towards the bow of the boat, there was no sign of Shani. It appeared that the newcomer was not she. After surveying the wooden vessel, Lin Bei discerned nothing amiss. However, upon listening intently, he once again heard the spine-chilling sounds reminiscent of his previous encounter. Why do these sea monsters always indulge in such theatrics? Lin Bei exclaimed with impatience, if you've come, then show yourself. Having faced Shani, Lin Bei no longer harbored fear of these sea creatures. As soon as his words fell, the eerie sounds upon the surface of the water ceased. Lin Bei quickly declared, I know you can understand me. Given my current good mood, reveal your intentions. Of course, if you wish to leave severely injured, I can certainly oblige. My reluctance to act does not imply I am afraid. No sooner had Lin Bei uttered these words than the sea monster, incensed, propelled itself onto the wooden boat with a swift flick of its tentacles. With its large, ocean-blue eyes glaring at Lin Bei, it derisively remarked, you certainly possess a bold tongue. Chapter 15. The unusual octopus bathed in the dim light aboard the wooden vessel. Lin Bei gazed in astonishment at the sea creature that had scaled the boat using its own tentacles. It was no wonder it could comprehend human speech and articulate words. This was, astonishingly, a creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body adorned with 8 agile tentacles, resembling a colossal octopus. What was truly terrifying was that each of its tentacles measured approximately 2 meters in length, and at their tips, they bore razor-sharp blades. The edges of these blades glimmered ominously in the night, exuding a menacing aura. With a resounding slap, the octopus's 8 tentacles struck against the wooden hull, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread within Lin Bei. Refusing to yield, Lin Bei straightened his posture and forced himself to maintain composure, inquiring coolly, Are you also one of the indigenous inhabitants of these waters, a member of the octopus clan? The ocean harbored a plethora of native species, just moments ago. He had encountered a merfolk, and now he faced an octopus. This creature, by nature, possessed an intrinsic propensity for aggression and bloodlust. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Bei, it impatiently asserted, Are you going to fight or not? In response, a knowing smile crept across Lin Bei's lips as he replied nonchalantly, Indeed, let us engage. It seemed that only by besting this creature could he extract any valuable information from it. With empty hands and a smile playing upon his lips, Lin Bei beckoned the octopus, saying, Come forth. Let us have a contest. Given the octopus and oppos, numerous and lengthy tentacles, utilizing a stone axe would not only be futile but could also become a hindrance. Therefore, Lin Bei decided against wielding the axe for this encounter. The octopus monster chuckled upon hearing this. Its appearance was not for the purpose of engaging in romantic discourse, but rather to seize the sustenance of the survivors. Naturally, it preferred to interact with straightforward individuals. With a powerful flick of its tentacle, it elongated dramatically, causing the blade-like tip to dart towards Lin Bei and oppos, face like a flying dagger. The octopus monster and oppos' movements were swift, its tentacles slicing through the sea breeze with a fierce whoosh. Lin Bei stood his ground, allowing the tentacles' assault to approach him. Having grown up in an orphanage, he was no stranger to brawling. Though not a master, he had garnered considerable experience in combat. Suddenly, amidst the biting sea wind, the strong scent of octopus assailed his nostrils. The overwhelming stench nearly suffocated him. Goodness, how foul. As he spoke, the tentacle drew ever closer. Lin Bei quickly steadied his nerves, tilting his head just in time to evade the blade's strike. Grasping the tentacle with force, he was immediately met with its slimy texture, sending shivers down his spine. Instinctively wrinkling his brow in distaste, he exclaimed, How long has it been since you last bathed? The octopus monster, witnessing Lin Bei not only dodge its attack but also express disdain towards its robust tentacle, was instantly consumed by rage. In a frenzy, its 8 tentacles lunged at Lin Bei from all directions. As the monster's fury escalated, its 8 appendages surged to an astonishing length of 10 meters. Within a minute, They were poised to encircle Lin Bei completely. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He had underestimated the threat. Lin Bei's expression shifted rapidly. This was a dire situation. The might of 2 fists pales in comparison to the strength of 8 arms. This octopus monster, with its 8 appendages, clearly presents a doubled challenge, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with. One must ensure that these tentacles do not encircle them, for once ensnared, they would become nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter. At this moment, Lin Bei felt an acute sense of peril looming over his life. He took a deep breath and swiftly maneuvered to evade the onslaught of the octopus creature. Alas, the swiftness of his 2 legs proved insufficient. After several narrow escapes, Lin Bei discerned that ranged attacks were indeed the monster's forte. Quietly contemplating his next move, he resolved to engage in close combat. In a deft sidestep, Lin Bei narrowly evaded the clutches of 8 tentacles, then made an abrupt turn, charging toward the rear of the octopus monster. Seizing the stone axe he had recently retrieved from his personal storage, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. The octopus monster, caught off guard by Lin Bei and Appos, evasion of its assault, momentarily froze, halting its previously ferocious offensive. This unexpected reprieve afforded Lin Bei the opportunity he sought. The octopus monster, reeling from the blows of the stone axe, turned incredulously to glare at Lin Bei, who was fervently swinging the axe at him. In a swift motion, the creature coiled one of its tentacles around the stern of the ship, exerting a force that propelled its upper body out of the reach of Lin Bei's attack, safely landing at the ship's rear. The octopus monster fixed its gaze upon Lin Bei, perplexed, and inquired, "How did you manage this? Just a moment ago, you were fleeing like a frightened animal. And now you have reversed the tide, inflicting injury upon me." Although the octopus monster harbored doubts within, its relentless assault did not waver for long. It furiously whipped its 8 tentacles, the razor-sharp tips resembling 8 daggers slicing through the howling sea breeze, aimed directly at Lin Bei's face. Upon witnessing this, Lin Bei and Appos' expression changed dramatically, prompting him to swiftly maneuver his body to evade the attack. In an effort to protect the fragile structures he had painstakingly constructed aboard the ship, he deliberately sought refuge in open spaces. Remarkably, the octopus monster and Appos' 8 tentacles seemed to possess a keen awareness, relentlessly pursuing Lin Bei, drawing from his previous successful experience of ambushing the octopus monster in close quarters. Lin Bei mirrored those tactics, replicating the process several times. Each instance, he wielded his stone axe to strike fiercely, only for the monster to evade his blows. Gradually, Lin Bei began to grasp the essence of the power value reflected in his attributes. In essence, this power value quantified the strength of a survivor's combat capabilities. It was not merely a measure of attack power or damage. It encompassed various facets, contingent upon how adeptly the survivors could harness their transformation abilities. Once mastered, this power value resembled a martial artist and Appos' internal energy. It could enhance a survivor and Appos' offensive capabilities, bolster their defenses against adversarial assaults, augment their agility to improve mobility, and even encompass mental fortitude or other attributes. When survivors skillfully wield their power value, manifesting these capabilities becomes a matter of mere moments, with the potency of the manifested strength entirely dictated by the magnitude of the survivor's power value. At present, Lin Bei's power value remained feeble, and he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of its application. Thus, Lin Bei felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through his body, as if his arms had been imbued with newfound strength. This sufficed, for with each advance, Lin Bei struck the octopus monster, causing it to emit anguished cries. Gradually, the creature exhibited signs of defeat, its patience waned, and its 8 tentacles began to thrash violently against the structures of the ship. It bellowed in frustration, "Dodge. Let me see where you can hide." Witnessing the imminent destruction of the edifices he had painstakingly constructed, Lin Bei was consumed by fury and seized his stone axe, charging recklessly towards the octopus monster. Chapter 16. A tranquil night easily disrupted. Lin Bei, seething with suppressed rage, stealthily approached the octopus monster, raising his stone axe high and delivering a ferocious blow to its head. The fury coursing through him amplified his strength tenfold, and in mere moments, the creature and Appos' head was shattered, green brain matter splattering across Lin Bei and Appos' face. The head was the octopus monster and Appos' vital point, and Lin Bei and Appos' sudden onslaught proved devastating. Despite its formidable vitality, the octopus monster writhed in desperation, thrashing its 8 tentacles in a futile struggle. Lin Bei, relentless in his assault, pinned the creature to the ground and continued to rain down blows with his stone axe, showing no signs of mercy. Only when the octopus monster lay on the brink of death did the notification of its demise resonate in Lin Bei's mind, prompting him to finally lower the axe. Survivor Lin Bei has slain a sea monster, earning 500 experience points. From the octopus monster, he obtained 50 pieces of octopus meat. From the octopus monster, he acquired 8 throwing knives. From the octopus monster, he received a tome on the art of throwing knives. As you are the first survivor to slay a sea monster in this entire marine expanse, you are rewarded with 1 point of strength, 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of thatch, 100 units of scrap materials, 100 units of rope, 100 units of fabric, 12 cans, 18 bottles of mineral water, and 10 bandages. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before all survivors. Congratulations to the survivor Lin Bei for becoming the first pioneer to slay a sea monster in the entire maritime expanse, earning a reward of 1 point of combat power, along with 1,000 wood, 1,000 straw, 100 units of scrap materials, 100 ropes, 100 fabrics, 12 cans, 18 bottles of mineral water, and 10 bandages. The chat channel erupted with excitement on this restless night due to this announcement. Who could possibly be so formidable as to slay a sea monster? Just when I was contemplating how to fend off a sea monster tonight. You all didn't notice it was Lin Bei again, did you? We're not foolish, you needn't pointed out. Isn't it quite normal for it to be Lin Bei? Meanwhile, a middle-aged man lurking outside this maritime territory could no longer remain idle and hastily informed his associates to locate Lin Bei and Appo's coordinates. He could not allow Lin Bei to continue growing in strength. Lin Bei had originally intended to rest and wash himself with mineral water, but just as the notification concluded, the corpse of the octopus monster aboard his ship vanished. The green liquid sprayed by the octopus on him was also simultaneously cleansed, saving him considerable trouble. It remains uncertain whether any further sea monster attacks will occur tonight. Lin Bei first opened the construction panel to repair the structures on his wooden ship that had been damaged by the octopus monster. Fortunately, the octopus's rampage did not last long. Otherwise, his wooden ship might have been utterly destroyed. After dealing extensively with sharks and sea monsters today, Lin Bei felt physically exhausted but remarkably tranquil in spirit after defeating the octopus monster. No longer does he experience the initial tension and lingering trepidation after his first encounter with the shark. It remains uncertain whether this transformation is a fortuitous development. Lin Bei calmly cleansed his hands and face with mineral water before settling onto the wooden boat, basking in the sea breeze, and mentally gathering his resources. He acquired wood x 715 reeds x 593 canned food x 59 bandages x 45 mineral water x 67 in total. He amassed 1517 experience points. Listening to the exquisite sounds of the harvest notifications echoing in his mind, Lin Bei felt a sense of fulfillment. As his personal storage reached capacity, the surplus resources would automatically be transferred to the primary warehouse he had constructed, alleviating any concerns about insufficient space. Upon opening his personal inventory, he was pleased to discover 50 pieces of octopus meat, 8 sharp flying knives, and the manual on flying knife techniques. Flying knife, description, a small knife capable of slicing through iron with ease. Flying knife mastery, description, the terrifying flying knife technique that brought Li Xuanhuan fame, enabling the wielder to unleash multiple flying knives in a concentrated strike, delivering a devastating blow to the target. One can learn it by perusing the pages. Seeing the opportunity to learn, Lin Bei eagerly opened the book. As he did so, the essence of the flying knife mastery transformed into a radiant light that enveloped his hand, and soon thereafter, a plethora of techniques for wielding flying knives filled his mind. Rising to his feet, Lin Bei began to practice the methods that danced in his thoughts, attempting to control the flying knives. With a swift motion, a flying knife accurately embedded itself into the designated spot indicated by Lin Bei. With a deft flick of his wrist, the knife returned seamlessly to his hand. At that moment, Lin Bei comprehended that the formidable power he wielded was akin to the inner strength from the ancient martial arts era. Truly remarkable. Tomorrow, he could employ this skill to practice against those sharks. He then opened his personal attributes to examine them. Name, Lin Bei Home, wooden boat, repair, expand, upgrade, level, 4,885 10,000, skill, flying knife mastery, 1 technique, martial power, 16 health, 78 100 thirst, 85 100 hunger, 71 100. The flying knife mastery mentioned that there are a total of 13 techniques. Mastering all of them would elevate one to the extraordinary level of wielding no blade yet surpassing those who do. If fully learned, one could cultivate blade energy, rendering ordinary flying knives unnecessary, and could eliminate foes unseen. Regrettably, he had only just begun his training. Such a powerful skill necessitated diligent practice. Suddenly, as Lin Bei scrutinized his attributes, he furrowed his brow in concern. The decline in various bodily metrics following the defeat of sea monsters was alarmingly rapid. He needed to maintain optimal levels at all times, for no one could predict what might transpire in the next moment. Hastily, Lin Bei approached the barbecue grill, retrieving the previously cooked base and consuming it alongside some mineral water. The ensuing hours passed in tranquility until a series of emotionless mechanical notifications echoed within Lin Bei and Apos' mind, shattering the serene night. Ding. Successful check-in. Current check-in days, 2 days. Reward obtained. One of the 4 beauties, Xixi. Shortly thereafter, Lin Bei beheld a stunning ancient beauty descending gracefully while playing the zither. The woman, with a complexion like white jade and skin as smooth as snow satin, adorned with subtle makeup, emerald hairpins, and golden hairpins, approached him, exuding an array of enchanting charms. Lin Bei stared wide-eyed, internally pleading with the system. System. What does this mean? The system and Apos' mechanical voice resonated. The rear is unstable. When will the host embark on conquering this vast sea? Lin Bei blinked, realizing that might indeed be the case. However, he still couldn't comprehend the connection between this and the reward of a woman. The system answered his query. Xixi can reduce the cost of constructing buildings, and the host may grant her partial authority to better stabilize the rear. The woman drew nearer, and Lin Bei could see her more clearly. Her figure and beauty, capable of eclipsing even stars, truly warranted the title of one of the 4 beauties. Wait, what does the number 85 above Xixi's head signify? The system replied calmly. That is the favorability level. The initial favorability is 85. If it drops to 70, there is a chance Xixi may betray the host. If it falls below 50, she will completely betray the host and may even inflict harm. Lin Bei was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Does this mean I have to raise her favorability? Is there any way to opt out?" The system responded nonchalantly, "No. The woman can assist the host in stabilizing the rear. Conquering this sea means conquering women." At this moment, Xixi had already arrived at Lin Bei's small wooden cabin at the stern, holding her zither. She turned to Lin Bei and offered a gentle smile, her melodious voice resonating. "Master, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, returning her smile. "Very well, I shall grant you a portion of authority. Manage the wooden boat diligently for me, and do not hesitate to inquire if you have any uncertainties, with someone to assist." He would also free up time to explore the dense fog looming 100 meters away. He could not remain ensnared in this stagnant water indefinitely. Chapter 17. Only one room, rest assured, my master. Xixi, will diligently take care of the wooden boat and will not betray your trust. Feeling the confidence bestowed upon her by Lin Bei, Xixi and Apos' affection level soared steadily until it reached a remarkable 95. Observing the 95 points of affection above Xixi and Apos' head, Lin Bei mused to himself how easily such affection could be garnered. However, a dilemma soon arose. There was but a single room on the wooden boat, and Xixi was not his own woman. Where should she stay? Suddenly, inspiration struck. Lin Bei led Xixi to the makeshift sunshade he had erected the previous day. He then procured various materials from the storage and, with Xixi's assistance, set to work. In no time, a simple little hut was constructed. Lin Bei then carried the only blanket from the small cabin on the boat and spread it across the bed in the newly built hut. With a smile directed at Xixi, he said, "For tonight, you shall make do with this humble abode. If it proves uncomfortable, we can always retrieve more materials from the storage at dawn to improve it." He had heard that girls often had high standards for their living quarters. To his surprise, Xixi responded joyfully, "I am truly grateful to my master for providing me with a place to stay. This hut is already quite splendid." Her happiness was evident, and she expressed her satisfaction with the little dwelling. Lin Bei chuckled upon hearing her words. "That is wonderful. I hope we can enjoy a harmonious companionship in the days to come." Xixi nodded with a gentle smile and replied respectfully, "Rest assured, my master. I shall diligently assist you in conquering these waters swiftly." Lin Bei nodded in agreement. "Yes, to get some rest. The issue has been resolved." And Lin Bei felt a sense of satisfaction as he turned back towards his humble abode. It was not due to Lin Bei's stinginess or aloofness that he refrained from allowing Xixi to occupy the only small room on the wooden boat. Rather, this room was a clear symbol of ownership. In the future, it would only be a place for the woman who truly belonged to Lin Bei. Since Xixi was not yet his partner, it was evidently inappropriate for her to reside in the singular space that represented the master. Once Lin Bei departed, Xixi exhaled slowly, feeling a wave of relief as she stepped into the modest room before her. She had finally chosen to remain, no longer needing to return to that frigid place. However, upon returning to his room and lying on the bed, Lin Bei found himself tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. It was not the presence of the stunning Xixi that troubled him. Rather, he was preoccupied with thoughts of the sea monsters, which were far more ferocious at night than the great white sharks during the day. Fortunately, there had been fewer of them last night, a solitary octopus monster. Otherwise, he would have been unable to defeat them all alone. Suddenly, a notification alerted him to a private message from a friend. As Lin Bei clicked to view it, Li Jun's voice echoed in his ears. Brother Lin, in just the brief moment that I closed my eyes, you managed to vanquish such a ferocious sea monster. You're simply extraordinary. It's impossible not to admire you. Acknowledging Lin Bei's newfound ability to slay sea monsters had evidently changed their dynamic. After all, the world of the raft was fundamentally one that valued strength. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Bei inquired, did you encounter a sea monster as well? Almost immediately, Li Jun and Appo's disgruntled voice responded, Pa. Brother Lin, how could you treat your little admirer this way? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a little fanboy? When did he become aware of having a little admirer? Li Jun seized the opportunity and quickly declared, indeed. From now on, I, Li Jun, will follow you, Lin Bei. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was struck by a sudden thought. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Yet he replied, I do not support someone who merely knows how to indulge in leisure. Just moments ago, he was contemplating how he might struggle alone against a horde of sea monsters, and here, assistance presented itself unbidden. A pretty boy. Li Jun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Could they still engage in a pleasant conversation? His heart sank, fearing Lin Bei might ultimately reject his request. He hastily corrected himself. What? Lin Ge, Don and Appo's team misunderstand. My orientation is perfectly normal. Although my prowess may not match yours, Lin Ge, I have nonetheless secured a spot in the top 10 rankings. I have absolutely no intention of relying on my looks. He had yet to encounter any attacks from sharks or sea monsters. While the merit of his top 10 ranking was somewhat questionable, it still held a certain prestige. Lin Bei replied nonchalantly, if you are not merely living off others, that is splendid. So, Lin Ge, may I accompany you in the future? Li Jun asked cautiously. Lin Bei had an inkling of what was being proposed, yet he needed clarification. What do you mean? Please elucidate. It is important to note that while recruited survivors retain their abilities to level up and construct, they forfeit other operational privileges. And their homes relocate permanently to reside with their recruiter, bound never to rebel. Lin Bei was filled with confusion. Li Jun was ranked among the top 5 in strength. So why did he not aspire to dominate this vast sea? After a moment of silence, Li Jun resolutely declared, I wish to be the first survivor to surrender to you. Although Lin Bei was in urgent need of assistance, he kindly cautioned, survivors who surrender will retain only their upgrade, construction slots, warehouse, and grappling hook. All other operational permissions will be revoked, including the ability to contact friends, as they can only communicate with their master. To Lin Bei's surprise, Li Jun persisted, Brother Lin, I am fully aware of what you've stated. I do not regret my decision to follow you. This world of rafts may appear simple, yet it is exceedingly cruel. Rather than waiting for a future filled with despair, unable to align with the deceitful and hypocritical, it is far more prudent to choose to follow Lin Bei and aid in his quest for strength. Moreover, in a sense, his life was saved by Lin Bei. Helping him become the ruler of these waters would also serve as a repayment of gratitude. Lin Bei questioned, do you not wish to contend for a higher rank? Li Jun and Appo's unexpected decision left Lin Bei wary, while it was clear that once surrendered, he could not betray before the area was unsealed. The potential changes in rules after the unlocking of regional protections were uncertain. Lin Bei did not wish to harbor a future threat. Li Jun quickly replied, Brother Lin, I am not an ambitious person. I understand my own limitations. I can manage to scavenge resources and fend off sharks, but facing those relentless sea monsters would mean certain death. My sole desire is to survive. Indeed, once sharks are frightened, they tend to retreat, whereas the sea monsters are unyielding and relentless. Lin Bei recalled the arduous task of vanquishing the sea monster and chose to remain silent. Think it over and submit your request when ready. I can offer you protection, but you must also prove your worth. I have no need for the inept. He had already provided Li Jun with a chance for choice. And should there be treachery in the future, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Having an ally to confront the sea monster could prove advantageous. The fortunate survivor Lin Bei receives a surrender request from survivor Li Jun, who wishes to relocate to the nearby waters and follow you. Agree. Disagree. Chapter 18. A raft acquired. Lin Bei clicked to agree, and a prompt sounded. Congratulations, fortunate survivor Lin Bei. You have successfully recruited your first survivor, earning 5,000 experience points. As the pioneer of the entire sea region to activate the recruitment function, you are awarded 1 point of combat power, 100 units of processed fabric, 100 metal sheets, 100 metal ingots, 36 cans, 54 bottles of mineral water, and 30 bandages. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before all the survivors. Congratulations to survivor Lin Bei for becoming the first pioneer in the entire sea region to activate the recruitment function. Earning 1 point of combat power, 100 units of processed fabric, 100 metal sheets, 100 metal ingots, 36 cans, 54 bottles of mineral water, and 30 bandages. Li Jun also received a notification. The raft is in the process of relocation. It will be completed in approximately 6 hours. Li Jun felt an inexplicable sense of tension. In just 6 hours, he would be able to meet his idol. At that moment, Lin Bei sent him a private message during these 6 hours of relocation. It is absolutely safe. We can take this opportunity to have a good sleep. Who knows when we will have such a chance again? After a long day of toil, Lin Bei was indeed exhausted. After sending the message, he fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the chat channel erupted with activity. Help. A sea monster has appeared here, and it's attacking me. Brother, I'm lucky. The sea monster hasn't found me yet. I have no experience to offer. So you'll have to fend for yourself? The individual above should perhaps contact Lin Bei and capitulate to him. That might ensure their salvation. Lin Bei truly cannot remain idle for even a moment. Haha. It seems the person above is envious. Yet envy proves futile, for none possess his strength. What has become of the one above who was beset by the sea monster? Is it not obvious? They have surely perished. At this moment, a middle-aged, disheveled man in a certain maritime region struck his fist upon the raft, feeling not a twinge of pain. He pondered for a moment before opening his private messages, dispatching several identical missives. Now, do you believe what I have told you? We must eliminate Lin Bei to acquire his treasures. Soon, responses began to trickle in. There is but one treasure. If we kill him, how shall we divide it among ourselves? The middle-aged man replied, the matter of distribution can be deliberated later. What is paramount is to prevent his further advancement. We must urgently devise a means to ascertain his coordinates. The recipients of his message fell into silence. This expanse of ocean is vast, and locating a single individual is no simple task. The middle-aged man proposed that they exchange all their materials with him at a low price, enabling him to swiftly construct a device to locate coordinates. However, his suggestion was met with outright rejection by all the survivors. In a fit of rage, the middle-aged man hurled insults, calling them fools. He simmered in anger throughout the night, while Lin Bei enjoyed a restful slumber, ensuring that the survivors would be in a prime state to confront the challenges that lay ahead. In the cabin of the wooden boat, the beds possess a soothing quality, enabling users to enter a deep sleep mode merely by closing their eyes for 5 minutes. Should any unexpected situation arise, there is no cause for concern. Once alerted, the system will promptly issue commands to assist the user in swiftly exiting the deep sleep mode. Lin Bei enjoyed a restful night, only to be abruptly awakened by a series of notification sounds. Acquired canned goods 121, bandages 115, bottled water 137. A total of 2,357 experience points earned. Survivor Lin Bei has leveled up to level 5. Reward, 1 point of strength. Lin Bei awoke in a daze, bewildered by the situation. Had he really leveled up? He hurriedly accessed his personal attributes. Name, Lin Bei Home, wooden boat, repair, expansion, upgrade, level, 5 2,242.50. 000, skill, mastery of throwing knives, 1 style, strength, 18 health, 77 100 thirst, 82 100 hunger, 75 100. Lin Bei exclaimed in astonishment, wow, I really leveled up. However, upon closer inspection, his joy began to wane. Alas, the next level would require a staggering 50,000 experience points. Suddenly, a knock resonated through the cabin. Shortly thereafter, the melodious voice of Xixi, akin to a lark, floated in. Master, are you awake? Startled, Lin Bei quickly replied, yes. I'm awake. I'll be out shortly. Oh no, he had overslept from exhaustion. He had forgotten to message Xixi about Li Jun. Surely, they hadn't gotten into a fight. Lin Bei promptly rose from his bed, and upon opening the door, he was greeted by Xixi and Li Jun, who stood in perfect alignment on either side of the entrance. Li Jun was overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of his idol. Standing at a height of 1.90 meters, Lin Bei emerged from the room with an air of composure. The first thing Li Jun noticed was Lin Bei's strikingly handsome visage. Inwardly, Li Jun lauded his own discerning taste, thinking to himself that he had chosen an exceptionally exquisite leader, with a high-nose bridge, deep-set eyes, and a pair of piercing black orbs. Lin Bei radiated an aura of refined elegance as he approached. Brother Lin. Li Jun greeted Lin Bei with natural enthusiasm. Lin Bei, equally pleased to have a companion, stepped forward and embraced him warmly, saying, Li Jun, welcome aboard. Li Jun, brimming with excitement, reciprocated the embrace. Brother Lin, I will do my utmost to assist you in becoming the sovereign of these waters. Lin Bei tightened the embrace, affirming, let us strive together until the very end. Only by surviving can we earn the right to discuss anything further. At that moment, Xixi stepped forward, inquiring, Master, I have prepared grilled fish. Would you care to indulge? Yes. Lin Bei nodded in agreement, then patted Li Jun on the shoulder, beckoning, come, wash up and have breakfast. I will follow Brother Lin's lead, Li Jun replied with a cheerful affirmation, embodying a quintessential optimist. As Lin Bei led Li Jun back to the small cabin, Xixi had thoughtfully arranged the freshly grilled food and bottled water on a wooden table, set apart within the cozy confines of the cabin. Lin Bei called out to Li Jun, what are you dawdling for? Sit down and enjoy your meal. Li Jun gazed at the table laden with food and glanced at Xixi, exclaiming, Brother Lin, this bounty could sufficiently sustain us three for an entire day. One must acknowledge that food is currently scarce and incredibly precious. He had only just arrived and had not anticipated that Lin Bei would generously share such an abundance of provisions with him. Xixi, hearing this, obediently replied, this is merely our breakfast. As Li Jun sat down and reached for a freshly grilled base, he felt a jolt of surprise. He hadn't Apos. He realized that Lin Bei was so well endowed with food and water. Lin Bei, contentedly savoring the grilled fish, remarked, Xixi, from now on, the responsibility for our daily meals will rest upon you. At last, someone had reminded him to eat, alleviating his concern of forgetting nourishment amidst his busyness, only to later indulge in excessive feasting. Xixi readily agreed. Lin Bei further suggested that Xixi should also manage the construction of various buildings in their endeavors, which filled her with joy as she perceived this as a sign of her master's trust. She eagerly accepted the task and assured him that she would execute it well. In the world of the raft, each survivor could only construct one of each type of building. However, due to Li Jun's surrender, Lin Bei had acquired an additional raft, allowing him to build one more of each production facility. Consequently, Lin Bei's developmental pace surpassed that of others, more than doubling. After their meal, all health indicators of the group reached optimal levels. Li Jun followed Xixi to construct the raft he had brought, while Lin Bei excitedly gazed out at the shimmering sea. Chapter 19, terrifying as such at this very moment, not far from the bow of the boat. A great white shark glided ominously through the water. Lin Bei stood at the center of the wooden vessel, deftly wielding a throwing knife, his eyes alight with excitement as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching predator. A subtle smile graced his lips, exuding an intriguing allure. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, I wonder what rewards await for slaying a great white shark. No sooner had he spoken than a notification materialized before him. Fortunate survivor, a shark is approaching your wooden boat. Quickly seize your weapon and vanquish it. The great white shark continued its slow advance, and as it drew near the boat, it collided with a resounding thud, employing its timeless method of attack. Lin Bei, with a sly smile, remained rooted in place, gently tossing the throwing knife into the air while channeling his internal energy derived from his combat prowess, directing the knife toward the shark and Apos' head. The shark recoiled slightly in pain, but was far from intimidated enough to flee. Lin Bei chose not to approach. The shark, unable to perceive the presence of a human, did not unleash its ferocious jaws in a frenzy, but rather intensified its assault against the boat. Li Jun and Xixi, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly rushed to the scene. However, halfway there, Xixi suddenly veered towards the sunshade where she had stayed the previous night. Li Jun glanced at her retreating figure, but paid it little mind, reasoning that it was only natural for a woman to seek shelter in such a perilous situation. Subsequently, he hefted the grappling hook in his hand, his gaze resolute as he charged towards the great white shark, shouting, Lin, I and Apos, am coming to assist you. Lin Bei feared that his actions might provoke the great white shark into fleeing, rendering all his efforts futile. He hastily called out, come back, do not go over there. Although he was aware of Lin Bei and Apos' formidable strength, the reality of facing a 5-meter-long great white shark left Li Jun feeling uneasy. He cautiously approached the edge of the wooden boat, glancing furtively into the sea, only to be utterly astonished. What he witnessed was not a shark attack. Rather, it was Lin Bei playfully engaging with the great white shark. He skillfully manipulated his flying knives, meticulously carving the shark from head to tail. The great white shark seemed oblivious to any pain, persistently pursuing its unfinished mission of colliding with the boat. In no time, Lin Bei had intricately sculpted the shark and Apos' tail, and with a gentle exertion of his inner strength, he began to retract the flying knives. In the next moment, a horrifying scene unfolded. Li Jun watched in disbelief as, at the instant Lin Bei withdrew his knives, chunks of flesh from the great white shark cascaded into the sea, leaving behind nothing but a bare skeleton in a matter of moments. Simultaneously, the shark ceased its assault on the wooden vessel, Li Jun was left in a daze. Witnessing the astonishing sight, survivor Lin Bei successfully slayed the great white shark, earning 5,000 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei successfully slayed the great white shark, acquiring 120 pieces of shark meat. Survivor Lin Bei successfully slayed the great white shark, obtaining 26 of the sharpest and most formidable teeth. Survivor Lin Bei successfully slayed the great white shark, receiving a portion of shark skin. In light of the fact that you are the first survivor to successfully slay a shark in this vast ocean, you are rewarded with an increase of 1 point in combat strength, along with 100 pieces of processed cloth, 100 metal scraps, 100 metal ingots, 36 cans, 54 bottles of mineral water, and 30 bandages. Simultaneously, all survivors are presented with a notification. Congratulations to survivor Lin Bei for becoming the pioneering individual to successfully kill a shark in this entire ocean. You are rewarded with 1 point in combat strength, 100 pieces of processed cloth, 100 metal scraps, 100 metal ingots, 36 cans, 54 bottles of mineral water, and 30 bandages. Li Jun was astounded by Lin Bei's remarkable knife skills, feeling a deep envy within, speculating about the extraordinary encounter that could have bestowed such breathtaking abilities upon him. Indeed, it must be a unique skill. At the same time, he silently rejoiced in his decision to surrender to Lin Bei. The mere thought of potentially becoming Lin Bei and Appo's adversary sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, he had allied himself with Lin Bei. Such astonishing knife techniques would no longer be directed at him. Xixi, who had been running over while holding a zither, happened to witness this scene and gasped in surprise. Li Jun swiftly covered her mouth with his hand, as both of them looked at Lin Bei with expressions of shock. At that moment, gazing at the man's imposing figure, an inexplicable sense of fear and trepidation arose within them. Lin Bei cast a sidelong glance at the astonished pair, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he instructed Xixi, "This noon, try to see if you can grill shark meat and octopus using the barbecue grill." Xixi nodded silently in response. Such a terrifying act of killing a shark, yet the first thought that crossed the master's mind was to eat it. At that moment, Xixi felt that her master was not so fearful after all. Lin Bei was utterly indifferent to the chat channel. He was too preoccupied with his newfound fame and had no inkling of the resentment brewing among some in the nearby waters. He was solely focused on the octopus meat he had acquired last night and the shark meat he had just obtained, envisioning how splendid it would be to grill them on the barbecue. Once they were ready, he could release them onto the trading platform and reap substantial profits. At that moment, Li Jun stepped forward and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, your knife skills are truly exceptional. What kind of technique is this? I wonder when I will also acquire such a skill." Lin Bei could somewhat discern Li Jun's thoughts. "It's a flying knife technique. Don't rush. You will surely possess a weapon skill book in due time. By the way, how is the construction of your rafts coming along?" The construction of rafts is of utmost importance and should not be taken lightly. Speaking of construction, Li Jun couldn't help but marvel at Lin Bei's good fortune. "Brother Lin, where did you find this sister Xixi? Her skill can actually reduce construction costs by 20%, though it may seem like a mere 20%. When the number of buildings increases and material requirements escalate, you will realize how much you can save, especially during the later stages of upgrading buildings. The materials required for a single upgrade are no trivial amount." However, Lin Bei could no longer hear what Li Jun was saying, as he was completely captivated by the notification that appeared before him. Chapter 20. No benefits, no sightings for the fortunate survivor. If a sea monster attacks your wooden vessel, swiftly grasp your weapon and drive it away. Observing the notification, Lin Bei felt an immense shock within, yet his exterior remained as calm as still water, betraying no signs of perturbation. What is happening? Are sea monsters not known to emerge only at night? While Lin Bei was momentarily dazed, the sea monster had already leapt onto the wooden boat with a resounding thud. Indeed, it had jumped aboard. If not for the large turtle shell on his back, he would appear almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The commotion caused by the turtle man's leap was considerable. Even Li Jun, who had lost access to the notifications, caught sight of him and trembled, pointing a quivering finger at the turtle man. This is a sea monster. Witnessing for the first time a creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of an animal, Li Jun was so astonished that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Lin Bei glanced at him, recalling his own initial encounter with the sea monster, which had evoked a similar astonishment. To alleviate Li Jun's anxiety, he teasingly remarked, "You're frightened. If you're scared, retreat to the small house." Upon hearing this, Li Jun's heart sank. He couldn't allow Lin Gu to underestimate him. Driven by this thought, despite being terrified, he forced himself to maintain composure and replied, "I'm not afraid." Lin Bei observed Li Jun's shivering form, his unsteady legs, and chuckled, "If you're not afraid, then why are you trembling?" Li Jun hastily reached for the nearby structure to steady himself. insisting, "No, I'm not trembling." His lack of conviction was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Lin Bei directed his attention to the turtle man and inquired, "Can we communicate normally?" He had deliberately engaged in conversation with Li Jun, intentionally disregarding the sea turtle man, merely to observe his reaction. To his surprise, the latter maintained a continuous smile, confirming that he was not there to provoke trouble. The sea turtle man raised an eyebrow and smiled with an air of nonchalance, finding this human rather intriguing. As communication appeared effortless, Lin Bei boldly inquired, "What is the purpose of your presence on my wooden vessel?" The sea turtle man chuckled lightly and revealed his intention. "Shani, is she not of the merfolk?" Lin Bei pondered, then directly asked, "What is your relation to Shani?" "That is not necessary for you to know," the sea turtle man replied, shaking his head. He continued, "I am here to fulfill the request you made on behalf of Shani. Feel free to express any demands you may have." Although it was somewhat regrettable that Shani was not present herself, Lin Bei merely wished to ascertain a few matters from her. This triviality was not contingent on her presence. Any answer would suffice. Thus, he refrained from insisting on the absurd notion that he must wait for Shani's arrival, and straightforwardly stated, "My request is to have a few questions answered." The sea monster contemplated for a moment, then raised 3 fingers from his right hand, smiling. "Very well. I shall answer 3 of your questions." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent." The sea turtle gestured. "Please, proceed with your inquiries." With directness, Lin Bei asked, "What races inhabit this maritime region?" Upon hearing this, the sea turtle let out a deep sigh, pondering the multitude of races, and realized he was unprepared for such an extensive answer. "Since your kind intervened in this maritime realm, countless among us indigenous people have perished, and we remain uncertain about which of our races still endure. Well, I shall not press the matter. In time, we shall discover the truth upon our encounters. My second inquiry is, are you aware of the intentions behind the summoning of human survivors to this domain?" The sea turtle man fixed a grin upon Lin Bei, exclaiming, "Young lad, you've posed 2 questions. What a cunning human you are." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei displayed no signs of discomfort. Indeed, there lurked an underlying query within. Those lacking caution would fall into the trap. Yet the sea turtle man remained unperturbed, waving his hand and stating plainly, "Actually, the questions you ask, who are they? What is their purpose? Are also matters of intrigue for us indigenous folk." Lin Bei, skeptical, responded, "You do not know either?" The sea turtle man nodded affirmatively, generously revealing, "However, I can share with you some knowledge we possess regarding your fellow survivors." "What knowledge?" Li Jun perked up, eager to listen. Although he had chosen to surrender and relinquished much of his authority, the prospect of learning about the survivors still stirred within him a sense of excitement. The sea turtle man glanced at Lin Bei, noting his indifference and lack of intent to conceal, and continued directly, "What we know is that periodically, a batch of human survivors is released into this maritime expanse, remaining for no more than 3 months before being transported elsewhere. As for their destination, I cannot say." Lin Bei, astonished, inquired, "Periodically?" "Indeed." The turtle man, seemingly concerned that Lin Bei might doubt him, nodded vigorously. This repetition had persisted for several decades. Suddenly, Li Jun smacked his thigh, recalling that the last system notification indicated we were in the 5188 zone, implying we were the 5188th batch of human survivors deployed here. After speaking, he sought clarification from Lin Bei. "Brother Lin, is my understanding correct?" Lin Bei, with an air of nonchalance, replied affirmatively. In truth, Lin Bei had suspected as much when he learned they had been assigned to the 5188 zone. The transmission occurred in batches, each consisting of 10,000 individuals, of whom only 100 survived, all of whom were elite. What purpose did those behind this serve? Suddenly, the turtle man urged, "All right, pose your final question. My time is limited." Lin Bei glanced at the turtle man, puzzled by his sudden insistence, yet he proceeded. "My third question is, are the resources in the sea off limits to you natives?" The turtle man seemed to have struck a nerve. Upon hearing this, he became visibly angered, and his tone shifted. "If we could access those resources, would Shani come to you for bandages? The resources in the sea are sealed off. We natives cannot unlock or touch them. Now, I must take my leave. I wish you all good fortune." With that, the turtle man leapt off the boat and vanished. Li Jun rushed to the edge of the boat, but the turtle man had already disappeared from sight. What was that about? Why did he suddenly rush off as if someone were pursuing him? Lin Bei, contemplating, replied calmly, "There is no need for him to deceive us. If deception is at play, what purpose does it serve? Was it merely that the sea turtle man, in his haste, forgot to retrieve the items for Shani? Or did Shani fail to inform him?" Chapter 21. An unexpected encounter without giving Lin Bei much time to ponder. A resounding thud echoed as an uninvited guest boarded the wooden vessel. Li Jun finally comprehended why the sea turtle had hastily fled. The newcomer was an octopus monster. Exuding an intimidating presence, its visage marred with brutish features, unmistakably a creature of malice. Upon ascending the ship, it brazenly pointed a tentacle at Lin Bei, accusatorily exclaiming, "You wretched brat, you are the one who killed my third brother. If your third brother is indeed the octopus I vanquished last night, then that would be accurate." Lin Bei mused, his expression unperturbed. "What? Are you, like him, seeking a premature demise by coming to bestow me with experience points?" The animosity between foes was palpable, and Lin Bei's words were laced with provocation, inciting the octopus to fury. "Ah!" The octopus bellowed, thrashing its 8 tentacles in a fierce assault against Lin Bei. Despite the onslaught, Lin Bei remained unfazed. To him, this was merely an opportunity to acquire experience points effortlessly. With calm precision, he directed his flying daggers to pierce the octopus and Oppos, as tentacles. The sea creature, relentless in its pursuit of survival, would not relent until its adversary was vanquished. But Lin Bei felt no trepidation about its potential retreat, and thus saw no cause for mercy. With a swift strike, one of the octopus's tentacles was severed, eliciting a pained howl. "Ah, you insolent wretch, I shall take your life." The octopus snarled, its eyes ablaze with rage as it lunged at Lin Bei. Yet, Lin Bei had no intention of engaging in a prolonged contest. Channeling his inner strength, he maneuvered the flying dagger to threaten the octopus and Oppos' throat. Upon witnessing the imminent danger, the octopus recoiled in alarm, retreating in haste. The sea monster is indeed ferocious and difficult to slay, yet for Lin Bei, who has previously triumphed over an octopus beast, it poses little challenge. Furthermore, he has now acquired new skills and wields a formidable weapon. Having witnessed the once mighty sea creature succumb effortlessly to Lin Bei's prowess, Li Jun found himself wholly convinced of Lin Bei's capabilities. He resolved to adhere to Lin Bei's every command without question. Xixi, recognizing her master's formidable strength, felt the urgency to expedite the construction of her raft, determined not to hinder her master's progress. As she carefully placed her zither and emerged from the shade, Lin Bei had already dispatched the octopus with a swift stroke to its neck. Survivor Lin Bei successfully defeated the sea monster octopus, earning 5,000 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei successfully defeated the sea monster octopus, acquiring 80 pieces of octopus meat. Survivor Lin Bei successfully defeated the sea monster octopus, obtaining a single piece of octopus skin. As the notification concluded, Lin Bei couldn't help but furrow his brow. He mused to himself that the rewards for slaying the sea monster were rather meager. Li Jun, perplexed by Lin Bei's apparent dissatisfaction despite the victory, approached with flattering words. "Brother Lin, you are simply extraordinary. I feel utterly eclipsed." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "Patience. The sea monsters will surely seek us out again this evening." "Please, Brother Lin, I was mistaken," Li Jun exclaimed, his expression one of despair. She sure shook her head with a gentle smile, recognizing this as a classic case of flattery gone awry. "I was not jesting with you." Lin Bei, however, wore a serious expression. "At present, my strength is merely sufficient to contend with a sea monster or a shark. Recruiting Li Jun was merely a strategy to gain an ally. Brother Lin, I, Li Jun, am now your man, bound by life and death." Li Jun hastily pledged his loyalty. "Whatever you command, I shall follow unreservedly." Having been subdued as a survivor, he was now tethered to Lin Bei by the same rope. If Lin Bei were to perish, he too would meet a grim fate. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. This lad still had some hope. He patted Li Jun on the shoulder and said, "Xixi will be in charge of construction. From now on, follow me to slay monsters and level up." Even subdued survivors could enhance their strength by defeating monsters, aiding in the recruitment of fellow survivors. After all, who would willingly squander resources to recruit survivors weaker than themselves? "Excellent," Li Jun replied wholeheartedly. He had initially thought Lin Bei might fear his growth and prevent him from slaying monsters to level up. However, it seemed he was merely overthinking. Indeed, with Lin Bei's formidable power, how could he possibly fear a voluntarily surrendered, weak survivor? Thus, Xixi was assigned to oversee construction and manage the meals for the 3 of them, while Li Jun accompanied Lin Bei in hunting sharks. Lin Bei had slain 2 sharks in succession without receiving anything of worth. Suddenly inspired, he turned to Li Jun and declared, "Next time a shark comes, you shall take the lead and deliver the final blow." "Ah." Li Jun was perplexed and questioned, "Why?" Lin Bei had no intention of concealing the truth. He candidly replied, "In games, ISN and Oppos, it's either always someone who gets the first kill." Li Jun suddenly understood. "Brother Lin, your intellect is truly commendable." He decided to give it a try. Though he was uncertain of the outcome, Lin Bei also hesitated to guarantee success, as he had only acquired weapons and skill books during his encounters with sea monsters. Before long, a shark appeared. Lin Bei skillfully restrained it, preventing its escape, thus allowing Li Jun to approach with his flying daggers for an assault. Having had 2 prior experiences assisting Lin Bei in slaying sharks, Li Jun's courage had notably increased. He seized the flying daggers and positioned himself at the bow of the ship, launching a relentless barrage of stabs at the shark. The daggers sliced through the water with astonishing precision, and after several swift strikes, the shark lay lifeless. Li Jun was momentarily stunned. Lin Bei awaited his report. But after 5 minutes, Li Jun remained unresponsive. "What are you dazed about?" Lin Bei approached and gave him a light pat. Only then did Li Jun snap back to reality, mumbling, "Why can't I find the sword and sword technique from the earlier reward in my personal storage?" Indeed. The first kill had yielded weapons and skill books. Lin Bei and Amp. Appos. S face lit up with excitement, urging, "You need and Amp. Appos. T search thoroughly. These are valuable items. Undoubtedly resting in the first and second slots. Hurry, take a look." Upon hearing this, Li Jun rummaged through his personal storage once more, only to express his dismay. "They're not here. Not here." Lin Bei recalled that Li Jun had been downgraded as a survivor. A sudden realization struck him, prompting him to open his own personal storage. Sure enough, he discovered the weapons and skill book in the first and second slots. Limitless sword. Description: a lightweight, flexible sword that can be worn as a belt. With a swift motion akin to a whip, the weapon strikes with tremendous speed, enabling the wielder to pivot effortlessly into a new offensive should the initial attack fail. Its lethality is formidable, rendering any defense nearly futile. Durability: 1000, infinite sword technique. Description: a compilation of wisdom accumulated by our predecessors, easily learned upon perusal. At present, Lin Bei and Appos' flying daggers seem superior, effective for both ranged and close combat. This is a close-quarter weapon, Lin Bei remarked as he handed the sword along with the technique to Li Jun, allowing him to decide whether to utilize them. The proximity eliminates the need for a trading interface, permitting direct exchange. Li Jun received the sword and technique, incredulous as he gazed at Lin Bei, uncertainly inquiring, "Brother Lin, are you truly giving these to me? These are not mere items. Each could command an exorbitant price on the trading platform." Lin Bei nodded, stating, "The soft sword has its shortcomings. If you favor it, use it for now, and you may exchange it for a superior weapon later." "What? You intend to provide me with an even better weapon?" exclaimed Li Jun, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Brother Lin, you are too kind. I knew I chose the right person." Ecstatic, he rushed forward to embrace Lin Bei, leaning in for a kiss on the cheek. Lin Bei quickly sidestepped, saying, "Now that you possess a weapon, hand me the flying dagger." In high spirits after receiving the weapon and skill book, Li Jun beamed as he presented the flying dagger. Upon receiving it, he cast an irresistibly flirtatious glance and declared, "Brother Lin, love you." Before Lin Bei could react in indignation, Li Jun vanished at lightning speed. Subsequently, apart from dining, Li Jun diligently wielded the newly acquired weapon, the lightweight sword, accompanying Lin Bei to vanquish monsters and gain experience. Each shark yielded an impressive 5,000 experience points. And throughout the day, they had slain numerous foes. By nightfall, Li Jun had mastered the art of the infinite sword, effortlessly dispatching sharks on his own. His level had ascended to 5. Lin Bei also had a commendable day. Together with Li Jun, they ensured that the sharks met their demise without a trace. Furthermore, with the experience gained from scavenging resources and constructing buildings, he had elevated his level to 7. His skill in the flying dagger technique had reached proficiency in its second form. After satisfying their hunger, Lin Bei reclined on his bed and accessed his personal attributes. Name: Lin Bei Homestead. Wooden boat level: 7, 6, 791 100, 000. Skill: flying dagger technique. Second form: martial power. 21. Zone unlock countdown: 118 days, 20 hours, 47 minutes, 21 seconds. Splendid. In just a couple of days, the wooden boat will be ready for an upgrade. However, before Lin Bei could revel in his joy for too long, a prompt materialized before him. "You have received a private message from a friend. Would you like to view it?" View, do not view. Chapter 22. I cannot help you. Lin Bei's only friends were Li Jun and Sun Wan. Since Li Jun had just left to return to the shelter, it had to be Sun Wan who sought him out. What could possibly be the matter at such a late hour? With a calm expression, Lin Bei clicked to check, and as he anticipated, Sun Wan and Amp, Appos' voice, tinged with tears and resembling that of a young girl, immediately echoed in his ears, "Big brother, please save Grandma Dean. As long as Grandma Dean is alive, I can die without regrets." What has happened? Lin Bei felt a surge of confusion. "Big brother, a sea monster has come aboard the raft, attacking indiscriminately, relentless and merciless." Sun Wan's voice was fraught with urgency, filled with desperate pleading. "Grandma Dean and I barely managed to escape to another raft. Big brother, I implore you, save Grandma Dean. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei realized the dire situation. Two women, one frail and the other injured, would surely meet their demise at the hands of a sea monster. After a moment of silent contemplation, Lin Bei spoke with deep regret. I am sorry, but I have no means to save them. No, you do. You have a way. Sun Wan exclaimed, her emotions surging with fervor. You can persuade Grandma Dean to surrender. She was aware that Lin Bei currently had the capacity to convert two individuals. But unfortunately, one opportunity had already been claimed by Li Jun. Though only one opportunity remained, converting Grandma Dean would suffice. At her words, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It is true that the Dean's grandmother has done a favor for Sun Wan, but it does not extend to Lin Bei. He bears no obligation or responsibility to utilize his solitary opportunity for surrender to rescue someone with whom he shares no kinship and who is, in fact, a considerable burden. Bringing her back not only requires providing sustenance and water, but he might also incur her resentment for failing to rescue Sun Wan alongside her. I and Oppos, am sorry. I cannot assist you, Lin Bei said with a furrowed brow, his tone cold. The journey ahead is long, and our acquaintance is merely superficial. I have no duty or obligation to shoulder your burdens. You must strengthen yourself to protect those you wish to safeguard. In this harsh world of rafts, those who drown in sympathy do not endure for long. One must learn to be decisive and resolute. Upon hearing his words, Sun Wan fell silent. As an orphan, her experiences had instilled in her the understanding that Lin Bei was indeed correct. He had no ties to her or the Dean's grandmother, and thus held no duty to bear their burdens. In this cruel world of rafts, seeking refuge ultimately proves futile. Self-growth is essential. Only by amassing sufficient strength can one instill fear in sharks and sea monsters, thereby better protecting the Dean's grandmother. Having grasped this truth, Sun Wan felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Lin Bei, who had awakened her understanding. Thank you, big brother. I now know what I must do. At her words, Lin Bei irritably raked his fingers through his hair. After all, both were orphans, sharing a bond of mutual understanding and empathy. Upon entering this realm of wooden rafts, the two individuals found themselves intertwined, constituting something akin to half-friends. Witnessing imminent peril without intervening weighed heavily on Lin Bei's conscience. I possess a formidable weapon, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere mud, which may prove advantageous in vanquishing sharks and sea monsters. With a deep sigh, he feigned indifference and declared, You may choose to exchange all your resources for a night's borrowing, or you may opt to quietly await your demise. The weapon in question was one of the 8 flying daggers previously dropped by the octopus monster. At present, Lin Bei could only wield 2 of the daggers. Lending one to Sun Wan for a night would not pose any significant detriment. Should she prove herself and secure a personal first kill of a sea monster, she might acquire a weapon or skill, rendering her independent of further sanctuary. As for the possibility of her failing to return the borrowed dagger or perishing with it, he dismissed such concerns. He would simply reclaim it through force if necessary. Thank you, big brother. Sun Wan eagerly acquiesced. I will borrow it. I shall initiate the trade this very moment. Without hesitation, she proceeded to propose the transaction, placing all her resources, including food and water, from her inventory into the exchange. She was resolutely prepared to risk everything for this opportunity. Trade successful. Acquired with 341. Canned food 21. Mineral water 32. Bandages 9. Processed fabric 3. Metal sheets 5. Or 2. Metal ingots 2. Lin Bei observed the abundance of supplies with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Sun Wan possessed such extraordinary luck. The transaction was complete. Sun Wan opened her personal storage and discovered a short dagger, shimmering with a blue glow, quietly resting within. She quickly took it out and tested it on her fingertip. Indeed, the blade was as incredibly sharp as Lin Bei had claimed. Instantly filled with confidence, she returned the dagger to the storage, gently turned, and flashed a sweet smile at the director. Director, you can rest easy here. I shall return shortly. The director had been listening to Sun Wan's conversation with Lin Bei, sensing the emotional fluctuations that arose with each of Lin Bei's words. Realizing that Sun Wan was about to embark on a perilous endeavor, she quickly interjected, You must not go. This child had always been strong-willed. Yet, in recent days, she had humbled herself, seeking help for her sake. Ultimately, it seemed that Sun Wan had become a burden. How lamentable it was that since arriving in this world, she had lost her ability to move, reduced to mere speech. Even the thought of ending her own life was a struggle. Sun Wan softly reassured her, Director, do not worry. I have exchanged weapons with Lin Bei. I will be fine. With those words, Sun Wan stood up and swiftly made her way towards the raft inhabited by the sea monster. The 2 rafts were quite close, and she could not allow the creature to discover the director and Oppos' presence. Watching Sun Wan and Oppos' departing figure, The immobile director could only hide behind the purifier, shedding silent tears. Chapter 23. He is not so easily defeated. Just as Lin Bei completed his transaction, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Bei mused to himself. Such an insistent knocking surely signals an impending attack from formidable sea monsters. After all, with Li Jun wielding the infinite sword, a mere shark or a single sea creature would pose no threat. At that moment, Lin Bei felt an immense relief that he had not yet undressed for bed. He swiftly rolled out of bed and stood up. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Xixi, and without delay, he inquired, "How many sea monsters have arrived?" "As long as it is not a multitude, we can manage." Xixi appeared astonished, wondering how her master knew of the sea monster's arrival, and that there was more than one. However, the current situation was rather precarious, allowing no time for hesitation. She quickly responded, "Master, there are a total of 5 octopus monsters on the ship, and the leader looks particularly formidable." Lin Bei nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. Seeing Lin Bei emerge from the small room, Li Jun stepped forward, his face etched with urgency. "Brother Lin, the enemy is approaching with great ferocity. How shall we engage them?" Though he believed that he and Lin Bei could easily contend against 3 foes, the current predicament involved facing 5. And the leader seemed exceptionally strong. Li Jun was not afraid of death, but he would feel a sense of injustice if they were to fall so easily due to a vast disparity in strength. As he passed by Li Jun, Lin Bei offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder, speaking in a tone only they could hear. Instantly, Li Jun's restless heart was calmed. He knew that Brother Lin had a plan. Accompanied by Xixi, Lin Bei arrived at the center of the wooden boat, where 5 octopus creatures at the bow caught his eye. The 5 octopus creatures, in turn, noticed Lin Bei and Xixi. The ethereal beauty of Xixi, reminiscent of a moonlit night and a flower in bloom, dazzled the 5 octopus creatures, causing them to gaze at her with shimmering green eyes. The leading octopus, evidently formidable, stood frozen for a brief 10 seconds before regaining his composure. With wide eyes, he shouted at Lin Bei, "Are you the one who killed 2 of my sworn brothers?" This day marked a significant moment for him, as he had recently shed his tentacles and fully transitioned into adulthood. Initially, he intended to feign indifference, but upon seeing Xixi beside Lin Bei, he swiftly altered his plan. Such unparalleled beauty rightly belonged to him, the young lord of the octopus clan. His father had once said that beautiful women are drawn to heroes, and he was determined to showcase his heroic side to win her favor. By eliminating this human man, he could not only gain the admiration of the enchanting woman, but also avenge his 2 unfortunate sworn brothers, truly a case of killing 2 birds with one stone. The young octopus lord envisioned a glorious outcome, unaware that Lin Bei had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. Hearing this, Lin Bei rolled his eyes and thought. Another clutch opening line. Kin and amp, oppos. Did they come up with something more original? Little did he know that this gesture had provoked the young octopus lord and amp, oppos, ire. Despite the octopus clan's recent ascent to the power center in the underwater royal city, he was still the young lord of the octopus tribe. And who would dare to roll their eyes at him? Enraged, the young octopus lord pointed at Lin Bei, gritting his teeth. "Don't get too cocky." He had already cultivated demonic power, a mere human boy who he regarded with utter disdain. At this moment, he envisioned the lively scene of family reunion in the underwater royal city with his beloved upon the opening of the seal in the realm of longing. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. The leading octopus monster possessed a hair-trigger temper, which suited him perfectly. "I am truly exhilarated." Lin Bei deliberately provoked him, thinking, "What can you do against me, outnumbered as you are?" The young octopus lord thought to himself, "I cannot allow the beauty to underestimate me." Without turning around, he commanded his followers, "Do not move. Today, I shall teach this arrogant little brat a proper lesson." The 4 octopus subordinates he brought were captivated by the beauty of Xixi, their eyes glued to her, completely ignoring their master's orders. Lin Bei noticed the flash of blue sword light at the bow of the ship and allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips. Continuing with a dismissive tone, "Am I really to fear an octopus monster like you?" "Ah." The young octopus lord was incensed by this remark and shouted, channeling his demonic power as he violently lunged at Lin Bei with his 8 tentacles. Instantly, a formidable force, overwhelming and oppressive, surged towards Lin Bei. Sensing the imminent threat, Lin Bei did not dare to be careless. He quickly summoned his inner strength to control 2 flying daggers in response. The young octopus lord, caught off guard, was forced to retreat repeatedly by the 2 daggers, astonished. No wonder this boy dared to challenge him. It turned out he was a skilled practitioner. "Boy, I did not expect you to possess such abilities." Upon concluding his words, he immediately intensified the output of his innate demonic power, rendering his attacks sharper and more ferocious. In stark contrast, Lin Bei, having only arrived in the Raft world 2 days prior, possessed a significantly lower level, and his internal energy was evidently less potent than his opponent's demonic power. This placed him in a quintessential scenario of facing foes beyond his level, gradually leading to his disadvantage. With a cough, Lin Bei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He had underestimated the situation. Startled, she exclaimed, "Master." Lin Bei, forcing himself to swallow the blood that surged back to his throat, feigned composure and reassured, "I am fine." He was not so easily vanquished. Following Lin Bei and Appos' instructions, Li Jun had stealthily approached the bow of the ship from beneath the sea surface, effortlessly claiming the heads of two octopus-like monsters. As he prepared to secure the third, he caught sight of the unfolding scene, causing a pang of anxiety to grip his heart. This distraction rendered his movements less fluid and decisive than before, and in an instant, he was detected by the two remaining octopus sea monsters. Turning to witness their fallen comrades, shock and fear flickered across the faces of the two creatures. But it was swiftly replaced by a surge of rage. Locking eyes with one another, the two octopus monsters launched a coordinated assault against Li Jun. Chapter 24. Surrender the Demon Pearl. Though the two octopus sea monsters had yet to cultivate their demonic powers, Li Jun was merely at the 5th level himself. While he could manage to contend with one, facing two would leave him with no option but to endure their assaults. Suddenly, a melodious tune, akin to the gentle flow of water, emanated from beneath the awning. At the moment the captivating sound of the instrument resonated, the octopus youth momentarily froze, allowing Lin Bei to evade his strike. Swiftly maneuvering two flying daggers, Lin Bei pressed toward the two octopus minions assaulting Li Jun. By the time the octopus youth regained his composure, the tide of battle had irreversibly turned. All 4 of the octopus minions he had brought with him lay lifeless upon the deck. Enraged, the octopus youth bellowed, "You shall all perish." With that, he unleashed an even more ferocious assault, charging toward Lin Bei and Li Jun. However, the tables had dramatically turned. Now, it was Lin Bei and Li Jun against him alone, one attacking from a distance while the other engaged closely. No matter how profound his demonic power, he found himself at a disadvantage. From afar, Lin Bei expertly wielded the 2 flying daggers, effectively restraining the octopus youth within the range of Li Jun's attacks, leaving him no opportunity for escape. As the octopus youth closed in within half a meter, Li Jun skillfully swung the infinite sword, delivering strike after strike upon the octopus youth's entire form. Though the infinite sword had yet to reach the level of slicing through iron, its sharpness was unparalleled, and the damage dealt with each full-force blow was considerable. Soon, the octopus prince was left battered and bruised, collapsing onto the ground. Yet he remained undeterred, issuing a threat, "I am the heir of the octopus clan. If you kill me, you shall not escape unscathed." Lin Bei deftly manipulated 2 flying daggers, one poised at either side of the prince's neck, raising an eyebrow in disdain. "The heir of the octopus clan? Should I survive, I would not hesitate to slay even the most formidable of beings. What significance does an octopus prince hold?" The octopus prince, mistaking Lin Bei and Appos' boldness for fear of his lineage, continued to prattle on, "Release me while my father remains unaware of this incident, or else." At this, a knowing smile played upon Lin Bei and Appos' lips as he coolly replied, "Enough of your rambling." With that, he commanded one of the flying daggers to slice forcefully across the prince's throat, and a sickening sound echoed as the octopus prince's head tumbled to the edge of the wooden boat. Survivor Lin Bei successfully defeated the elite sea monster, the octopus prince, earning 10,000 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei successfully defeated the elite sea monster, the octopus prince, and acquired a demon core. Survivor Lin Bei successfully defeated the elite sea monster, the octopus prince, and obtained 100 pieces of octopus meat. Survivor Lin Bei successfully defeated the elite sea monster, the octopus prince, and received a piece of octopus skin. As the first survivor to vanquish an elite sea monster in the entire ocean, you were awarded 1 point of combat prowess, 10 pieces of fabric, 10 metal shards, 12 cans, 18 bottles of mineral water, and 10 bandages. Simultaneously, all survivors were presented with a notification. Congratulations to survivor Lin Bei for becoming the first pioneer to slay an elite sea monster in the entire oceanic expanse, earning a reward of 1 point of combat power, 10 pieces of fabric, 10 metal scraps, 12 cans, 18 bottles of mineral water, and 10 bandages. Meanwhile, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Slaying an elite sea monster? Who could possibly believe this is true? Those upstairs must be sorely disappointed. Here we are, reveling in our narrow escape from sea monsters, while Lin Bei has already taken on the elite ones. You fools. Thinking you can merely evade while others are claiming weapon skill books from slaying sea monsters. Obtaining those skill books requires us to be capable of fighting them. Isn't charging to our doom even more foolish? Lin Bei remained oblivious to the commotion in the chat channel. as the notification sound faded. He furrowed his brow. What on earth is a demon pill? This scene unfolded so abruptly that Li Jun was left dumbfounded, muttering, Lin Go. Lin Bei raised the throwing knife in his hand, perhaps indicating that he was not one to be trifled with. Li Jun, eyeing the knife just inches away, swallowed hard. Fear evident on his face as he stammered. No, nothing like that. Could you be any more obvious in your threat? Xixi, possessing some of Lin Bei's permissions, naturally heard the slaying notification as well. She set down her instrument and swiftly approached Lin Bei, sweetly calling out, Master. Lin Bei generously complimented her. You play that instrument quite well. Had it not been for the sudden sound of the piano, which diverted the attention of the young octopus lord, this round would have been exceedingly challenging to unravel. The master unexpectedly praised himself, leaving Xixi in a state of shock, followed by a deepened respect. It is Xixi's duty to ensure the master's satisfaction. Lin Bei inquired candidly about the significance of the piano music. Though he had his suspicions, he yearned to hear Xixi and Apos' explanation directly. Realizing that she was now devoted to the master, Xixi chose to be forthright and revealed, Master. The piece I just played is called Calmness. It is one of my 2 skills, capable of healing wounds and enhancing the movement speed of our allies. The master would inevitably discover this in due time. Excellent. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. This skill is indeed practical. He then probed further. Is there anything else you are concealing from me? Xixi quickly shook her head. No, nothing at all, Master. Li Jun, sensing a peculiar atmosphere between the two, hurriedly approached with a playful grin to lighten the mood. Lin Gu, do tell, what marvelous treasure has been obtained? That sea monster was boasting about being a young lord. Whatever it dropped must be exceptional. Lin Bei cast a deep glance at the pair. How many times had Li Jun stepped forward for Xixi? Could it be he had taken a liking to her? Nevertheless, Xixi's beauty made such admiration quite reasonable. It was not until Li Jun awkwardly shifted for the 3rd time that Lin Bei's calm voice broke the silence. A demon core. Without the intention to keep it a secret, Lin Bei then retrieved the shimmering demon core from his personal storage. Spirit Pearl. Description. A 50-year-old octopus spirit pearl. When consumed by a survivor, grants an increase of 500,000 experience points. Lin Bei chuckled, for this was indeed a remarkable treasure. Ever since he ascended to level 6, each subsequent level required a staggering 100,000 experience points. The daily quota for vanquishing sharks and sea monsters was limited, leaving him in dire need of experience. It seemed fortune smiled upon him as this precious item presented itself. He truly had to express gratitude for the octopus clan leader's fortunate progeny. Li Jun, equally exhilarated by the pearl's description, urged, Brother Lin, you must consume it at once. Doing so will elevate you to level 10 immediately. Just as Li Jun finished speaking, a chilling voice accompanied by an overwhelming force resounded. Hand over the spirit pearl. Chapter 25. The blade's swift descent. Lin Bei turned his gaze upon hearing a voice, only to behold a young man clad in ancient attire. With a fair complexion and exquisite features, standing at the bow of the boat. The youth appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, possessing an ethereal beauty. His long hair simply tied back. Dressed in garments as white as snow, he emanated a sickly allure, reminiscent of a celestial being descended from the heavens. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced Lin Bei's lips as he raised the demon core in his hand and softly inquired, Do you desire this? Indeed, the young man replied with a gentle nod. I am in dire need of it. If you relinquish it to me, I can offer you something in return. Lin Bei arched an eyebrow and smiled. What if I choose not to part with it? What then? At this, the young man's serene expression swiftly contorted, his gaze sharpening. His tone remained calm, yet his words dripped with menace. The sharks in this border region have gone quite some time without a meal. They would surely be pleased. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nonchalantly swallowed the demon core in his hand. The core dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, living up to its reputation as a coveted treasure. Survivor Lin Bei successfully consumed a 50-year demon core, gaining 500,000 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei's level has risen to level 8. Reward, 1 point of strength. Survivor Lin Bei and Apos' level has risen to level 9. Reward, 1 point of strength. Survivor Lin Bei and Apos' level has risen to level 10. Reward, 1 point of strength. As a result of consuming the 50-year demon core, Lin Bei experienced a significant transformation, ascending 3 levels and witnessing considerable changes in his attributes. Level 10, 36,791 50W. Combat power, 25. The man, feeling utterly disrespected by Lin Bei, was consumed by rage. Damn it, you dare to toy with me? The only solution now is to eliminate you and extract the demon core. Lin Bei mused inwardly, I shall indeed toy with you, you pitiful wretch. Do you think I fear you? However, he maintained an outward facade of calmness, speaking with an air of indifference. Whether I play with you or not is debatable. I merely wish to survive. Do not deceive me with your empty promises of sparing my life in exchange for the demon core. If my intuition serves me right, your intention to silence me began the moment you covertly assisted in the assassination of that octopus young master. Upon hearing these words, the man's heart jolted. Yet he managed to smile. I did not expect you to be so astute. It would indeed be a pity for you to perish. Lin Bei and Apos' prowess was something the man had observed closely, even in his newly transformed state, with his demon power still unstable. Eliminating a novice martial artist like Lin Bei would be as effortless as crushing an ant. At that moment, Lin Bei appeared to the man as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Bei, now perceived as a mere cadaver, replied coldly. Whether I live or die will be determined only through combat. In this regard, both he and the man shared the same sentiment. They had never intended to allow the other to leave alive. Lin Bei deliberately brandished the demon core to lure the man out, aware that his current strength was insufficient. If he were to provoke the Octopus clan into pursuing him relentlessly, his journey would become exceedingly arduous. Even though he possessed a system that would prevent his demise, it would nonetheless hinder his development. Thus, eliminating the man to silence him had become an imperative task. Upon hearing this, the man chuckled, extending his hand to manipulate his demonic power, drawing Lin Bei towards him with a nonchalant tone. Monk, there is a verity in your words. Your arrogance precedes you. Master, Brother Lin, Xixi and Li Jun exclaimed in alarm, their voices laced with apprehension as they surged forward in unison. Initially, Lin Bei remained passive, allowing the man to employ his demonic force to pull him closer. However, as the man reached out to seize his throat, Lin Bei swiftly retrieved a pair of throwing knives from his inventory. With his left hand, he brandished one of the knives, hacking vigorously at the man's outstretched arm. Simultaneously, his right hand wielded another knife, aiming a fierce strike at the man and Apos' heart. Taken aback, the man was surprised by Lin Bei and Apos' swift reaction, managing only to fling Lin Bei away with a wave of his hand. At that moment, Li Jun and Xixi reached the man and Apos' vicinity. Li Jun, wielding the immeasurable sword, lashed out fiercely at the man's neck. Meanwhile, Xixi, utilizing the authority granted by Lin Bei, brandished one of the throwing knives, plunging it forcefully into the man's abdomen. Observing Li Jun and Xixi's assault, the man involuntarily reminisced about the traitor monk, who, before his abandonment by the family, had similarly fought valiantly and loyally for him. Evading their attacks with a sidestep, he pivoted, seizing Li Jun and Apos' neck with his left hand and Xixi and Apos' neck with his right. Lifting them both, one in each hand, he declared with ruthless intent, you all deserve to perish. His existence had been marred by treachery, beginning with the collusion of his kin and acquaintances to expel him from the undersea kingdom, leading him to this desolate frontier. Now, even his once loyal subordinates had betrayed him, defecting to the Octopus clan. Within the aquatic dominion of the Octopus clan and Apos' royal city, they have perpetually languished at the nadir of the power structure. Acknowledging their existence was once beneath his contempt, yet Mong Ao has forsaken him to serve as someone's subordinate. Historically, those who betray him meet a grim fate. Once these humans are dealt with, eliminating the traitor Mong Ao will not be delayed. Propelled by the man and Apos' forceful gesture, Lin Bei staggered backward, regaining his footing only at the periphery of the wooden vessel. The sheer strength exhibited by the man astonished Lin Bei. Who exactly are you? Humans in this region do not possess such formidable power. The man sneered, my identity is beyond your comprehension. With that, the hands constricting Li Juanxi and Shi and Apos' necks tightened with increasing force. Witnessing this, Lin Bei swiftly channeled his inner energy, directing two throwing knives towards the man and Apos' hands. Despite the knives piercing his wrists, causing him to wince in agony, the man stubbornly refused to release his grip on Li Juanxi and Shi's necks, indicative of his habitual ruthlessness. Observing Li Juanxi and Shi's faces transition from flushed to ashen, Lin Bei seized a throwing knife, leaped into the air, and, with a swift motion, brought the blade down upon the man's neck. Chapter 26, If She Dies. I shall ensure your demise. Lin Bei and Apos' incisive assassination took the man by surprise. He hastily seized the nearest Li Jun and hurled him towards Lin Bei. However, Lin Bei was well prepared. As soon as the man released Li Jun, she deftly caught him, swiftly evading the man and Apos' attack range. Witnessing this scene, the man furiously tightened his grip around Xixi and Apos' neck, coldly threatening, what a clever tactic. Do you believe I would strangle her? By all means, give it a try. Lin Bei replied with a frigid tone. If she dies, I shall ensure your demise. He could only bully his own people. Even though she sure had informed Lin Bei through the system prior to the confrontation that she did not belong to this world, and that no one here could truly kill her, Lin Bei understood the stakes. Even in the event of an accidental death, she would not vanish entirely. She would merely lose her ability to act, forever confined within the system's space. As long as Lin Bei could gather the requisite 99 medicinal herbs, she could awaken her once more. This was why Lin Bei had reluctantly complied with Xixi request to target Li Jun. The outcome did not disappoint Lin Bei and Xixi. The man indeed threw Li Jun in an attempt to shield himself from the lethal flying knife. This, however, revealed his deep-seated desire for self-preservation. The man scoffed, "If you wish for my demise, you must possess the capability to do so. Only by testing one's abilities can one ascertain them." Lin Bei retorted with haughty confidence. Today, it would either be his death or hers. Cough, cough. Upon regaining his freedom, Li Jun greedily inhaled the air. Lin Bei gently patted his back, her concern evident. "How are you? Can you still fight?" Li Jun nodded eagerly. "Of course. What should we do? In this situation, we must fight." Lin Bei patted his shoulder, offering words of reassurance. "Do not worry. He is not as formidable as we envision." Upon hearing this, Li Jun lifted his head in astonishment. "Brother Lin, are you certain? He can incapacitate a group with a mere gesture, and you call that weak?" Lin Bei candidly pointed out the man's flaws. This man values his life too much. He is quite afraid of death. As long as one possesses weaknesses, invincibility is unattainable. Li Jun instantly grasped the implication. "I see. We must target his vital areas." "Exactly." Lin Bei interjected. "Let us act swiftly. I fear Xixi may not endure much longer." Xixi, hailing from the system, was not of this world, endowing her with greater vitality than them. However, remaining in the man's grasp meant that death was inevitable. Thus they needed to rescue Xixi without delay. Lin Bei and Li Jun devised a plan to attack the man's vital points, specifically his neck and heart. Only by doing so could they cause him to falter, compelling him to release Xixi in a desperate bid for survival. Lin Bei seized a flying dagger and leaped toward the man and Appo's heart, while simultaneously, Li Jun wielded the Wuliang sword, aiming for the man's neck. The two launched their assault in unison. The man was indeed taken aback, yet instead of releasing Xixi, he used her as a shield against their onslaught. Lin Bei and Li Jun were taken aback and quickly retreated, though they had not rescued Xixi. At the very least, the man no longer had his grip around her neck. Having at long last secured her liberty, Xixi inhaled the pristine air with unrestrained avidity. Observing that Xixi yet lived, both Lin Bei and Li Jun relinquished the anxiety that had been gnawing at their hearts. While there remains a breath of life, hope endures undiminished. So long as one survives, there invariably exists a means to vanquish this man. Lin Bei and Li Jun exchanged a glance, and with unspoken accord, they launched a simultaneous assault. After several exchanges, the man was reduced to a state of utter exhaustion, panting laboriously. "Never have I encountered individuals more contemptible," he rasped, assailing vital points at every opportunity. Li Jun, upon hearing this, responded with amusement. "My friend, do you jest? In this crucible of survival, you presume to lecture on nobility." The man, disinclined to engage in further verbal sparring, merely reflected that as long as the green hills remain, there is no fear of lacking firewood. With his demonic energy nearing depletion, he contemplated escape, yet Lin Bei, ever vigilant, thwarted his every avenue of retreat. Lin Bei was resolute in preventing his escape, for the man alive posed a latent menace. Finally, after several more clashes, the man and Appo's demonic energy was utterly exhausted, and he collapsed powerlessly upon the wooden vessel. Seizing the opportune moment, Xixi escaped the man and Appo's grasp, and Li Jun swiftly brandished the immeasurable sword, aiming a strike at the man and Appo's neck. Lin Bei followed closely behind, plunging a blade into the man's heart. These twin mortal wounds extinguished the man's life force in an instant. As Lin Bei delivered the final blow, the spoils naturally fell to him. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain the elite sea monster, Sea Serpent, and has been awarded 50,000 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain the elite sea monster, Sea Serpent, and has obtained one fragment of a treasure map. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain the elite sea monster, Sea Serpent, and has obtained one demon core. Survivor Lin Bei successfully vanquished the elite sea monster, the Sea Serpent, acquiring a bounty of 100 pieces of serpent meat. Furthermore, he obtained a single piece of serpent skin. As the notification resonated, Lin Bei was utterly astounded, his voice involuntarily rising in volume. This was indeed a serpent that had undergone cultivation into maturity. This world of rafts is truly extraordinary. "Serpent?" Li Jun exclaimed. "Isn't it human?" "It is a sea serpent," Lin Bei replied, then approached Xixi expressing concern. Are you all right? She sure smiled gently. I am much better now. Thank you for your concern, master. Lin Bei nodded, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he addressed Xixi and Li Jun. It's getting late, and we are all quite weary. You should return to rest. Of course, master. Xixi always displayed such obedience. Li Jun, however, found it impossible to sleep. The treasures dropped by the sea serpent were surely remarkable. With a broad grin, he leaned closer to Lin Bei, his eagerness unmistakable. Lin Bei cast a glance at him. Noting the absence of weapon skills dropped, Li Jun and Appos' smile faltered momentarily but quickly reverted to his usual playful demeanor. Linga, they haven and Appos, to even asked yet. As Lin Bei stepped towards the small dwelling, he left a remark. That was my mistake. You clearly have no desire for a more suitable weapon or skill book. Linga, no, that's not it. I do want them. Li Jun hurriedly pursued him. However, he was met with the resounding thud of a door closing. Li Jun rubbed his nose, which had been painfully bumped. Chapter 27. Am I that terrifying? Upon returning to the cabin, Lin Bei finally surrendered to exhaustion. Collapsing onto his bed and murmuring to himself, goodness, this day has been utterly exhausting. The two sea monsters he encountered that evening were exceptionally formidable. Had it not been for a fierce desire to survive, he might have succumbed long ago. After resting for approximately 10 minutes, feeling somewhat revitalized, Lin Bei began to assess the fruits of his labor from the night. He retrieved a demon essence from his personal warehouse. Demon essence. Description: a 500-year-old demon essence. When consumed by a survivor, grants an increase of 5 million experience points. Note: can only be consumed at level 20. To his dismay, he discovered it required level 20 for consumption. The reward he painstakingly earned through the night was rendered unusable, leaving Lin Bei feeling more disheartened than if he had endured a beating. Next, he pulled out a fragment of a treasure map. Treasure map fragment. Description: a broken map. When combined with other pieces, it reveals the location of the sea serpent tribe's long-buried treasure. Lin Bei was astounded, pondering, a treasure map? What treasures could lie within the sea serpent tribe's vault? Surely, the allure of treasure hunting would captivate anyone. However, the two items he had obtained were currently of no use, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, the night was not entirely devoid of reward. Thanks to consuming the 50-year-old demon essence from the Octopus Lord, Lin Bei had now ascended to level 10. Subsequently, not only could the initial rudimentary structures built on the wooden ship be upgraded, but additional constructions could also be erected. Lin Bei felt a surge of joy at this realization. It was truly splendid. Fatigued and weary, he resolved to retire for the night, knowing that only after a restful slumber could he muster the energy to engage in building. Throughout the day, Lin Bei had vanquished numerous sharks, and during the night, he had even defeated 2 formidable sea monsters, leaving his body utterly exhausted. He turned over, finding a comfortable position, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he succumbed to sleep. At the stroke of midnight, 001. Ding. Sign-in successful. Current sign-in days, 3 days. Reward obtained, Fangtian Huaji. Unfortunately, Lin Bei was in such a deep slumber that he remained oblivious to it all. The system was remarkably powerful, autonomously managing sign-ins and dispensing rewards. Fortunately, no sea monsters appeared that night, allowing Lin Bei to enjoy a peaceful sleep until he was awakened by a series of notification sounds in the morning. Gained 1125 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei has leveled up to level 11. Reward: 1 point of martial prowess and an increase of 1 point in health, thirst, and hunger limits. Lin Bei opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and murmured, how wonderful it is to have such a system. Even in sleep, one can level up. He gleefully accessed his personal attributes. Name: Lin Bei. Home: wooden boat. Repair, expansion, upgrade, level 11, 190-150W. Skills: flying knife mastery, second form, combat power, 26. Regional unsealing countdown, 118 days, 10 hours, 51 minutes, 41 seconds. Lin Bei gazed in astonishment at the experience points required for leveling up, exclaiming, it now demands an astounding 500,000 experience points to advance a single level. In the world of rafts, one can only encounter 20 sharks during the day, each yielding a mere 5,000 experience points, totaling just 100,000 points. Ordinary sea monsters also grant 5,000 experience points each, with a similar limit of 20. However, sea monsters differ from sharks. They are hybrid beings, part human and part demon, possessing a fragment of human intellect. Their decision to attack survivors hinges entirely on their fluctuating moods. If no sea monsters manifest at night, the daily experience gain caps at a meager 100,000 points. As for construction, One cannot expect to garner significant experience there either. Moreover, the location of the Divine Hook warehouse is limited. Failure to harvest promptly results in substantial losses of resources and experience points. Calculating carefully, it becomes evident that accumulating 500,000 experience points to level up requires at least 3 days. With 9 levels still needed to reach level 20, the fastest trajectory would extend beyond 20 days. This pace is intolerably slow. He must devise a strategy. Lost in thought, Lin Bei was suddenly startled by a series of firm knocks at the door. They've arrived. After tidying up, Lin Bei opened the door. Xixi stood respectfully at the door, and upon seeing Lin Bei emerge, she offered a gentle smile, saying, "Master, breakfast is ready." "Understood." Lin Bei nodded in response, returning the smile. "Xixi, you have worked hard these past few days." Indeed. Xixi had been of immense assistance to him, allowing him to conserve both time and energy, even during the perilous moments of last night. Her thoughts revolved around sacrificing herself to ensure his safety. The kindness shown by Xixi left Lin Bei, who had grown increasingly withdrawn and taciturn in the orphanage, feeling somewhat bewildered. It felt different from the sympathy he received from Sun Wan, who was also an orphan. "Master, Xixi does not find it burdensome. This is what I ought to do." Xixi was taken aback, witnessing her usually stern master smile at her, causing her heart to flutter with a mix of anxiety and gratitude. In truth, Lin Bei and Imp Apos' willingness to take her in was the greatest kindness he could bestow upon her. As Lin Bei strode past Xixi, he left her with a thought. "I hope that after witnessing the vicissitudes of life and the fading of human sincerity, you can remain true to your original intentions. Never forget that the world of the wooden raft is far more ruthless than reality." Having taken only a few steps, Lin Bei noticed that the wooden raft beneath his feet had become more spacious and orderly than the day before. Beside him, the raft brought by Li Jun had also been upgraded to a wooden boat. However, it appeared particularly cramped, filled to the brim with an array of tightly packed structures. Lin Bei found himself pausing to observe closely. Meanwhile, Xixi, originally following Lin Bei to serve the dishes, was eager for her master to finish his morning routine so they could dine together. Yet, she was incessantly pondering the meaning behind her master and Imp Apos' final words. Lost in thought, she inadvertently collided with an immovable wall of humanity. Ouch! Xixi quickly regained her balance and stood upright, then instinctively pressed her hand against her nose, which was bleeding profusely and had turned a vivid shade of red. With concern, she inquired, "Master, are you all right?" Lin Bei turned his body. Hearing Xixi's anxious words and noticing her crimson nose, he instinctively furrowed his brow, but it soon relaxed. "You've got a nosebleed. Allow me to assist you in addressing it." Having recently leveled up, his physique had become considerably sturdier, rendering Xixi's gentle bump merely a tickle painless for him, but unfortunate for her nose. Lin Bei was all too familiar with the pain of a wounded nose from previous fights, understanding that while such an injury was not life-threatening, it was still quite painful. Moreover, his current robust body rendered his delicate nose as resilient as iron and steel. Seeing Lin Bei extend his hands towards her, Xixi hurriedly sidestepped, trembling as she declined. "No, there's no need to trouble yourself, master. I can handle it myself." With that, she dashed away, observing her retreat. Lin Bei ran a hand through his hair in frustration, murmuring, "Am I truly that terrifying?" Chapter 28. A morning full of surprises at that moment. Li Jun emerged from the shelter and noticed Lin Bei's unusual demeanor, mistaking his expression for displeasure over the ship's altered layout. He intended to discreetly slip away from the other side. However, Lin Bei turned just in time, and their eyes met. Li Jun, feeling compelled, mustered the courage to greet him. "Good morning, Brother Lin." "Good morning," Lin Bei replied, casting a glance at the grinning Li Jun before looking up at the sky. Lacking a watch, he was unable to ascertain the precise time, which was quite inconvenient. Li Jun, sensing the scrutiny, felt a shiver run down his spine and cautiously remarked, "Brother Lin, Xixi is called for breakfast. I'll go wash my face first." He thought it wise not to mention the ship's rearrangement, as Xixi would inform Lin Bei personally. Employing the strategy of retreat seemed the best course of action. "All right," Lin Bei nodded. "Go ahead." Through their shared experience of combat the previous night, Lin Bei gained a renewed appreciation for Li Jun. He recognized him as a man of loyalty and courage, not one to shy away from challenges. Lin Bei looked forward to witnessing Li Jun's growth into a formidable individual. Upon entering the small room, Lin Bei found Xixi had already tended to her nose. She and Li Jun were engaged in light conversation at the wooden table, waiting for him to join them for breakfast. Lin Bei beckoned them over, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Xixi and Imp Apos' bandaged nose. Xixi served each of them a bowl of soup, presenting Lin Bei with a bowl and smiling gently. "Master, please have a sip of this sea snake soup. It is highly nutritious. Upon hearing this, Li Jun promptly raised his thumb and added, Brother Lin, this soup is truly delightful. Sister Xixi and Appos, as culinary skills are remarkable. Lin Bei accepted the bowl and took a sip. The flavor was exquisite and indeed very palatable. Did you upgrade the basic barbecue grill? The basic grill lacks the functionality for soup preparation. At this, Xixi instinctively exchanged a glance with Li Jun, who offered her a reassuring smile. A sense of unease swelled within Xixi. She was uncertain whether the master would be displeased. After all, she had not only exhausted all the materials in the warehouse, but had also privately exchanged a substantial quantity of food for materials on the trading platform. Bowing her head, she cautiously replied, Yes, master. The subtle expressions and gestures of the two did not escape Lin Bei's observant eyes, considering the changes aboard the wooden boat. He had nearly deduced the situation. In a calm tone, he stated, Let us first have breakfast. The three of them finished their meal in silence. As soon as Li Jun finished eating, he dashed out to upgrade the shark. The battle from the previous night had ignited a fervent desire for advancement within him. Meanwhile, Xixi remained to discuss matters regarding the wooden boat with Lin Bei. Master, I have also upgraded the raft that Li Jun brought into a wooden boat this morning, and I have reorganized the layout of both vessels. Since both boats belong to you, I possess the authority to rearrange the structures on board. In order to ensure a more convenient and comfortable living arrangement for the three of us, I have relocated most of the structures from the main boat, where you reside, to the auxiliary boat brought by Li Jun. On the main vessel, only the sanctuary where Li Jun resides remains, accompanied by the sunshade constructed by Lin Bei, which is now repurposed for Xixi's rest. After listening to Xixi's explanations, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction and affirmed, You have done exceptionally well. With Xixi and Appos, as meticulous organization, the originally cramped wooden ship transformed into a much more spacious abode, and Lin Bei felt a refreshing sense of comfort wash over him. Through her accounts, Lin Bei learned that Xixi not only upgraded all the basic structures to intermediate ones, but also crafted batteries. With a sense of pride, she presented 5 batteries to Lin Bei, exclaiming, Master, look what I have. Lin Bei's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Xixi, exclaiming, You actually created batteries. I thought it would take several more days to achieve this. I never expected to awaken to such delightful surprises from you. In truth, Xixi had spent the entire night tirelessly upgrading and reorganizing the structures. The formidable sea monsters encountered the previous night instilled in her a profound sense of urgency, as she felt that the ordeal was far from over. Chapter 29. The discovery of the sunken ship. Lin Bei recalled that the radar station required precisely 5 batteries to activate. Elated, he clutched the batteries and hurried towards the radar station. Upon connecting the power source, as soon as he inserted the batteries, the radar display prompted him that it was ready to scan the surrounding waters. Conditions met. Would you like to search the nearby sea area? Yes, no, without hesitation. Lin Bei pressed yes and commenced the search of the nearby waters. Thanks to Xixi, he was finally liberated from that confined space. A true relief. As Xixi hurriedly arrived, breathless, the radar station's search results were already displayed. A small island has been detected 1 kilometer away. Would you like to proceed? Yes, no, Lin Bei instructed Xixi to rest while he swiftly sent a private message to Li Jun. The radar and Appos, as first search had proven remarkably fruitful, revealing the existence of a small island, a notion Lin Bei had never entertained amidst the dense fog of the ocean. Upon Li Jun's arrival, Lin Bei candidly articulated his intentions to both him and Xixi. The radar has just discovered a small island 1 kilometer away. I intend to sail there. What are your thoughts? Would you accompany me? Adrift at sea, Lin Bei felt a persistent sense of security standing on solid ground. Yet he was curious about Xixi and Li Jun's perspectives, hence his inquiry. Xixi, however, was indifferent, expressing that she would follow her master wherever he went. Li Jun, too, declared his surrender to Lin Bei, affirming that he would naturally comply with Lin Bei's arrangements. Seeing that both individuals had no objections, Lin Bei promptly pressed the affirmative button. A soft chime resonated, and the 2 wooden boats began to glide forward, one after the other, at a leisurely pace. The upgraded intermediate vessels, having consumed all available materials, not only boasted enhanced functionality, but also offered a more user-friendly experience. Yet, their level remained insufficient, resulting in a movement speed hardly surpassing that of a leisurely stroll. This fortuitous situation allowed Lin Bei and Li Jun to engage in the slaughter of sharks along their journey, thereby accruing valuable experience points. As noon approached, Xixi emerged with the meal, beckoning the 2 to partake. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air as the wooden boat was struck with considerable force. Xixi, thrown off balance, let out a startled cry, her food precariously launching from her grasp. In a swift motion, Lin Bei leapt forward to catch her, preventing a fall that could lead to injury. Meanwhile, Li Jun, recognizing the importance of the food as a vital resource not to be squandered, aware that many still struggled with hunger, performed a series of agile spins to deftly catch all the scattered provisions. After a series of jarring impacts, the forward momentum of the wooden boat came to a gradual halt. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared astonishment. What formidable entity could have so abruptly halted their vessel? While ordinary sea monsters posed little challenge to Lin Bei and Li Jun, who could easily dispatch them, the emergence of elite sea monsters imbued with demonic powers would present a more formidable task, albeit one they could ultimately overcome with some effort. The trio unanimously dismissed the notion of a shark being responsible, as they had traversed this route without encountering any shark capable of halting their wooden vessel. Lin Bei steadied Xixi while making his way to Li Jun, casually snatching a piece of roasted meat from the food Li Jun had just caught. After a morning spent hunting sharks, the tantalizing aroma of the food was irresistible, and he was indeed famished. He first offered Li Jun and Xixi a reassuring glance. Then, with a mouthful of roasted meat, boldly approached the bow of the ship. Upon reaching the bow, Lin Bei focused his gaze and was astonished to discover a sunken ship. He recalled that Sandy and Apos, as friend, the sea turtle, had mentioned that periodically a multitude of survivors were cast into this maritime expanse. It seemed that the sunken vessel must have been left behind by those who had previously been dispatched here. The wreck appeared to be of a superior quality, far surpassing the two wooden ships currently at his disposal, remarkably preserved despite the passage of years. It was evident that this was no ordinary ship, and the survivor who once possessed it was certainly not a weakling. It could be surmised that any adversary capable of damaging him would be formidable as well. In the clash of the strong, one could only speculate whether the sunken ship still harbored any rare resources. Lin Bei was eager to investigate further, yet the surrounding waters teemed with sharks, and an ominous force emanated from within the ship. Given the present circumstances, he could not move forward, and thus, he felt no anxiety that it might escape his grasp. Li Jun, unable to suppress his curiosity, approached to take a look. He saw Lin Bei lost in thought, gazing at the sunken ship, and gently patted his shoulder, inquiring, "Lin, are you considering venturing inside the vessel for a closer inspection?" Lin Bei nodded in affirmation, then turned and began to walk back, beckoning Xixi and Li Jun to follow. "First, let us have a meal. After we finish dining, Xixi, you shall remain aboard the ship to observe the surroundings, while Li Jun accompanies me to explore this sunken vessel." Chapter 30. The mysterious voice. As Lin Bei spoke, an ancient and distant sigh suddenly echoed in his ears. "Why are you not coming quickly?" The voice was faint, seemingly emanating from a far-off place, leaving him unable to decipher it clearly. A sudden jolt coursed through Lin Bei and Apos' heart, and he turned in astonishment to look at Li Jun and Xixi behind him. "Did you hear any sound?" It felt as though someone was speaking. The previous voice had been so soft that he was uncertain. "A sound? No one is speaking." Li Jun and Xixi exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion. "I didn't hear anything." "Xixi, did you hear anything?" Upon hearing this, Xixi also appeared perplexed. After a moment of quiet contemplation, she shook her head. "No, I didn't hear anything at all." Lin Bei was filled with doubt. Could it be that he had misheard? Perhaps he was simply exhausted from the past few days, leading to hallucinations. Acknowledging this possibility, he decided not to dwell on it, and continued his stride towards the small house. At that moment, the ancient and distant voice resonated in Lin Bei and Apos' ears once more. "I have waited for so long. Why are you not in the least bit anxious?" This time, the voice was clearer than before, leaving Lin Bei no room to feign ignorance. He halted in his tracks, maintaining an air of calm composure. "Who are you? Since you have come, why not reveal yourself?" This time, Lin Bei was certain he had not misheard, for the voice was undeniably clear, as if the speaker were whispering directly in his ear. Lin Bei's unusual behavior prompted Li Jun to instinctively glance around the quiet surroundings, yet he found no trace of a fourth person or a sea monster. Hesitantly, he inquired, "Lin Ge, what is the matter? Is there someone else on this ship? Could it be that someone so powerful has gone unnoticed by us?" The mere thought that even Lin Bei had failed to detect the presence of an intruder led him to speculate that it must be a formidable entity. While it was true that defeating such powerful sea monsters would yield greater rewards, the endeavor was undeniably exhausting and perilous. Indeed, risk and opportunity often coexist, however. It was regretful that Li Jun and Apos' current strength was still insufficient. At this moment, he felt a profound inner conflict, yearning to slay a formidable sea creature for superior weapons and skill tomes, yet fearing the prospect of confronting a boss far beyond his capabilities. His face reflected a tumult of anxiety, leaving his limbs uncertain of where to rest. Xixi shared in his concern, not out of fear for her own life, but primarily for Lin Bei's safety. Should her master perish, she would be forced to return to that cold, desolate place. Had death ensured his complete absence from this world, she would not have spent a sleepless night anxiously seeking ways to bolster Lin Bei's strength, hastily upgrading the structures aboard the wooden vessel. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, unleashing a torrential downpour within mere seconds, catching everyone unprepared. Lin Bei shouted urgently, "Quickly, let us get inside. We can talk once we're sheltered." Now they possess only bandages, and while they remain uncertain of the bandage's efficacy against the common cold, they must avoid the rain at all costs. The downpour is relentless. Within a mere 10 steps, the three of them are thoroughly drenched. Strangely enough, the moment they step inside, the rain ceases inexplicably. This torrential rain lasted barely a minute. Wearing wet clothing makes one susceptible to illness, and upon noticing this, Xixi hurriedly retrieved 2 sets of newly crafted men's attire from the storeroom, handing one set to Lin Bei and the other to Li Jun. "These clothes were just made this morning. You two ought to change in the inner room without delay." The modest room where Lin Bei resided was partitioned in the middle by wooden planks, effectively transforming it into 2 separate spaces, conveniently facilitating their need to change. "Since you are a lady, you should change in the inner area," Lin Bei declared. "Li Jun and I can change here." In this era, Lin Bei, being a man, felt no embarrassment, and without hesitation, he removed his shirt and began to change. Having lived in the conservative ancient times prior to arriving at this cold place, she sure felt her cheeks flush as she witnessed a man disrobing before her, prompting her to quickly retreat to the inner room, disregarding any notions of their master-servant relationship. Li Jun, naturally unreserved, followed suit upon seeing Lin Bei undressing, taking his own clothes and changing as he exclaimed, "Just moments ago, the sun was shining brightly, and in an instant, we are met with this torrential downpour. The weather at sea truly is capricious, changing in the blink of an eye." However, he had distinctly observed the weather based on the wisdom imparted by the elders and his family yesterday afternoon, concluding that there would be no rainfall in this maritime area within the next 3 days, reflecting on how swiftly this downpour had arrived and would soon depart. Coupled with Lin Bei's earlier unusual behavior, the ever-imaginative Li Jun immediately sensed that this rain was anything but ordinary. He hastily unbuttoned his shirt and leaned closer to Lin Bei, inquiring nervously, "Brother Lin, could the sound you heard earlier be the stirrings of a ghost attempting to convey a message?" At this, Lin Bei paused in his task of fastening his belt, and with the hand he had intended to secure his waist, he gently patted Li Jun on the shoulder, chuckling, "Don't frighten yourself. How could there possibly be such supernatural beings in this world? How could there be no such beings? Have you forgotten the sea monster we vanquished last night? That serpent was indeed a creature that had evolved from the depths of the ocean." Li Jun fervently continued, "The sound you heard and the rain we are experiencing must surely be the manifestation of the ghost of the shipwrecked captain." The more he spoke, the more convinced he became. Perhaps that captain had been wronged by someone, and after decades, if not centuries, was finally presented with an opportunity to seek vengeance through them. Or perhaps he wished for their assistance in clearing his name. Lin Bei hesitated for a moment before straightforwardly dispelling Li Jun and Apos as conjecture. "You are mistaken. The sound I just heard is not the result of what you refer to as the ghost of the shipwreck." Li Jun clearly remained unconvinced. If it is not a ghost, could it possibly be a sea monster that is transformed into a human? Apart from ghosts, the only entity he could contemplate was a sea monster. Whether it is indeed a sea monster remains uncertain, however. It is unequivocally linked to the island we are about to visit. Lin Bei had no intention of concealing this and candidly stated, "The voice we just heard claimed that we would discover its identity upon reaching the island." The actions of the 3 of them seemed to please the master of that voice, for Lin Bei distinctly sensed a hint of amusement in its tone. He surmised that this individual could clearly observe their every move. Chapter 31. Enigma abounds. It is likely that the individual noticed me anchoring the vessel here and was eager to explore the wreck, which compelled them to speak out impulsively. However, to expect Lin Bei to refrain from delving into the mysteries of this sunken ship is akin to asking a treasure seeker to pass by a mountain of riches without indulging. It is simply beyond his capacity. After all, the enigmatic aura emanating from within the wreck, the sharks patrolling its perimeter, and the remarkably preserved state of the ship, all these signs indicate that this sunken vessel is anything but ordinary. Even if the eventual outcome is to leave the treasure trove empty-handed, at least he would have taken action and ventured forth, ensuring that he would not look back with regret in the future. Li Jun, his face a canvas of confusion, interjected, "Ah, Brother Lin, our 2 wooden boats are moving so slowly. We should still be quite distant from that small island. How could the sound you heard possibly originate from there? Surely, you're just trying to alleviate my fears with a fabricated tale." "Indeed, this must be the case. It is entirely my fault for perpetually leaving Brother Lin with the impression of being timid. Upon observing Li Jun's expression, Lin Bei discerned his disbelief. It is entirely reasonable for one to harbor skepticism towards the unfamiliar. Had these recent events not transpired in his own experience, Lin Bei himself would have found it hard to accept the existence of sea monsters capable of transformation into human forms. In light of this, notions of telepathic communication or distant sound transmission seem far less extraordinary. In the end, Lin Bei refrained from offering further explanations, for once they reached the island, all that was meant to be known would inevitably come to light. The two donned their garments, and Xixi emerged from the small room, having changed as well. Earlier, she had overheard Lin Bei and Li Jun engaged in hushed conversation outside, and instinctively inquired, "Master, what were you discussing just now?" Lin Bei, unwilling to prolong the trivial topic, merely shook his head at Xixi, replying, "We spoke of nothing significant." With that, he promptly beckoned her and Li Jun to join him for a meal. "Hurry up and eat. The food will lose its appeal if it gets cold." Once they finished dining, it would be time to explore the sunken ship. They needed to make the most of their time exploring to continue their journey to the island. Lin Bei was brimming with curiosity about the unknown island they were about to visit and the entity that produced that voice. Li Jun, observing Lin Bei's earnest expression, speculated that what Lin Bei had shared might indeed hold truth. If that voice truly emanated from the island, could its source be the guardian spirit of the island? Suddenly recalling that even sea monsters in this world could cultivate into forms of human, Li Jun felt that the notion of an island having a guardian spirit was not so far-fetched after all. The very idea of a guardian spirit sounded formidable. A chill ran down Li Jun and Appo's spine as he pondered, fearing he might have inadvertently offended this guardian spirit by saying something inappropriate. It would be most unfortunate to be consumed by the guardian spirit for such a transgression. Although Li Jun believed that Lin Bei would find a way to rescue him, he silently cautioned himself to be prudent in his words and actions, speaking less and doing more. Xixi, unaware of the conversation between the two, observed Li Jun and Appo's animated expressions and gestures, sensing that the situation was undoubtedly more complex than what her master had described. The trio quickly finished their lunch, instructing Xixi to remain vigilant and attentive to their surroundings on the boat. Lin Bei led Li Jun to the bow, where the sunken ship was surrounded by a throng of sharks that could not be driven away. They realized that unless they eliminated these predators, descending to the wreck would be impossible. Exchanging a glance filled with mutual determination, Lin Bei and Li Jun united their efforts, systematically dispatching all the sharks encircling the sunken vessel. In an instant, the surface of the sea was strewn with the carcasses of sharks and splattered blood. Previously, after defeating sharks, the rewards would be promptly cleansed, leaving no trace behind. However, this time, not only did they not receive any rewards, but the bodies and blood of the sharks also remained unwashed. Li Jun, perplexed, asked, "Brother Lin, it's one thing not to receive rewards, but why hasn't anything been cleared away?" Lin Bei, equally bewildered by the current circumstances, understood one thing: they needed to act swiftly to explore the wreck before the presence of the shark corpses and blood attracted hordes of monstrous sea creatures, as that would complicate matters significantly. If only a few sharks were involved, he and Li Jun felt confident that their combined strength would suffice to handle those that merely collided in the water. Conversely, the sea monsters, possessing a modicum of human intellect, undoubtedly comprehend the adage that unity is strength. The challenge of confronting just two ordinary sea monsters is formidable enough. Should a group or several elite sea monsters endowed with demon cores emerge, the prospect of retreating unscathed would become exceedingly grim. Lin Bei succinctly shared his conjecture with Li Junxi and Xixi, then urged, "Let us hasten. We must descend into the sunken ship without delay. This vessel, shrouded in mystery, beckoned exploration, for should they depart without unraveling its secrets, regret would surely follow." Li Jun nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed." His loyalty to Lin Bei was unwavering. Whether it was due to the newfound inner strength acquired from his recent upgrade or the inherent peculiarity of the sunken ship, both Lin Bei and Li Jun experienced no sensation of asphyxiation or difficulty breathing as they submerged. It felt akin to being on the surface of the sea. This remarkable circumstance facilitated their movements. Xixi, recognizing the gravity of the situation, remained vigilant, closely monitoring the surface for any signs of disturbance, ready to alert Lin Bei at the slightest indication of trouble. Chapter 32. Prosperity. Upon boarding the vessel, Lin Bei was struck by the remarkable preservation of this sunken ship. Both the exterior hull and the deck facilities appeared as pristine as if they had been newly constructed. After a meticulous examination, Lin Bei realized that this sunken ship was, in fact, an early protected cruiser, measuring approximately 100 meters in length and about 15 meters in width. Lin Bei's ability to identify the ship as a protected cruiser stemmed from an earlier part-time job he had undertaken before arriving in this world of wooden rafts. Having grown up as an orphan, he experienced hunger in his youth, which later blossomed into a passion for gastronomy as he opened a private dining establishment. Through his persistent efforts, he had the privilege of apprenticing under the head chef of a five-star hotel. Over time, the bond between Lin Bei and his mentor deepened, leading to numerous introductions to clientele, one of whom happened to be a ship captain. It was during a visit to the captain's home to assist with the preparation of a dinner banquet that Lin Bei had encountered photographs of early protected cruisers. This prior knowledge enabled him to instantly recognize the vessel before him as an early protected cruiser. In a state of astonishment, Lin Bei shared his discovery with Li Jun. Initially taken aback, Li Jun quickly regained his composure and, with palpable excitement, exclaimed, "What? Brother Lin, are you saying this is a cruiser? If we were to claim it as our own, wouldn't we be set for life? Who in this wooden raft world would dare oppose us?" Lin Bei found himself in complete agreement with this sentiment. We hastened into the cockpit to investigate if we could indeed claim this vessel as our own. Our chances of survival would significantly increase. It is essential to recognize the vast leap from a wooden ship to a cruiser, a journey that encompasses countless tiers. To possess a cruiser directly, albeit an early protective model, would save Lin Bei considerable time, effort, and resources. This protective cruiser features a double hull. And upon descending to the first level, Li Jun was astounded by the scene before him, his face alight with excitement. "Brother Lin, I can't believe my eyes. This entire level is filled with supply warehouses." Indeed, it was entirely as he described. Lin Bei too was incredulous at the sight laid out before them. Within the expansive cabin of over 1,000 square meters, numerous warehouses brimming with premium materials and high-quality foodstuffs were neatly arranged. Lin Bei and Li Jun casually opened one of the warehouses, revealing it to be overflowing with supplies, many of which were previously unavailable to them. Among these were fruits, vegetables, whole grains, staple foods like rice, and even more sophisticated construction materials. Remarkably, despite being stored for many years, the food remained unspoiled, free of any unpleasant odors. The materials were equally well preserved, ready for immediate use. Li Jun, his face a mask of astonishment, exclaimed, "Brother Lin, just imagine the sheer volume of supplies contained within all these warehouses. We have truly struck it rich." He remained lost in the euphoria of newfound wealth. However, Lin Bei found himself utterly devoid of the inclination to gather or admire material possessions at present. Just moments ago, she sure conveyed the alarming news that a considerable number of survivors were rowing towards them from afar. The situation upon the sea had shifted, and time was of the essence. They needed to locate the control room without delay. With urgency in his voice, Lin Bei seized Li Jun and made a beeline for the source of that mysterious force. His intuition urged him that the control room was where the enigmatic power resided, and he was convinced that treasures of far greater worth than the entire vessel were hidden within. Yet, as they approached the entrance to the second level, they were intercepted. Lin Bei was hardly taken aback by this obstruction. He had never entertained the notion that this journey would unfold without obstacles. Chapter 33, The Transformation of Reality. Lin Bei extended his hand, yearning to touch the transparent barrier before him, when an astonishing occurrence transpired. To his astonishment, the barrier beneath his palm instantly transformed into a stream of energy that surged into his hand. Simultaneously, a notification sound resonated. The survivor Lin Bei discovered that he had successfully absorbed a tangible manifestation created from inner strength, thereby gaining 5 points in physical prowess. Lin Bei exchanged a glance with Li Jun, both astonished at the revelation. This phenomenon was utterly remarkable. It could actually penetrate a person's body. Li Jun, with a note of concern, inquired, "Brother Lin, do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei took a moment to introspect. He soon realized that his body was enveloped in a warm flow of inner strength, radiating warmth throughout, with no other sensations of discomfort. "Fear not, I am perfectly fine." Lin Bei reassured Li Jun with a pat on his shoulder, offering comfort not only to his friend but also to himself, as if swallowing a soothing pill of reassurance. This transparent barrier that obstructed our path was formed from the inner strength left behind by the vessel's owner, and it has now been absorbed by my body. Inner strength? Li Jun gasped in disbelief. It can actually manifest into a physical form. The level of this esteemed survivor must be extraordinarily high to possess such an ability. Lin Bei, equally astonished, reflected on the incredibility of the situation. Indeed, I too was unaware that inner strength could materialize in such a manner. With that, Lin Bei accessed his personal attributes to take stock of the situation. Name, Lin Bei. Home, wooden boat. Repair, expansion, upgrade level, 11, 87,531 W. Skill, knife mastery. Second style, combat power, 31 health, 100 thirst, 99 100 hunger, 95 100. Countdown for area unsealing, 118 days, 5 hours, 21 minutes, and 19 seconds. Indeed, there was a noticeable change in the combat power section, which had increased from 26 to 31, granting him an additional 5 points. Such combat power is not easily attained, aside from the minor increments with each level up. One can only occasionally receive a reward in combat power for achieving the first rank in a region. This recent surge of absorption had directly added 5 points, truly an exceptional gain. Lin Gu. As Lin Bei was about to step inside, Li Jun called out to him, expressing concern with the question, "Do you not feel any rejection or discomfort from absorbing inner strength that does not belong to you?" Lin Bei pondered for a moment and replied, "Currently, I have not experienced any of those reactions you mentioned. This transparent barrier was conjured from the inner strength of a seasoned survivor. Just now, when I placed my hand upon it, this inner strength was drawn into me by the inner energy within my body, and it transformed into my own inner strength. It even indicated that I unexpectedly gained 5 points in combat power, which have already been added to my existing value. I believe there should be no further issues." Li Ju nodded in agreement. "Lin, I find your perspective quite reasonable. Let us hasten forward." With that, Lin Bei strode ahead with purpose. "All right." Li Jun followed closely in his footsteps. As they ventured deeper, both Lin Bei and Li Jun sensed that this level was darker and more humid than the previous one. Suddenly, amidst the once tranquil atmosphere, a faint dripping sound echoed. Concurrently, a chill from the entrance swept towards them, and the enveloping darkness provoked an unsettling sensation. "Lin, do you not feel that this level is rather eerie?" Li Jun whispered as he cautiously drew nearer to Lin Bei, his voice laced with trepidation. Could it be that the soul of that predecessor survivor still lingers here? With that thought, Li Jun instinctively wrapped his arms around himself. The cold was indeed palpable. A sentiment Lin Bei shared. However, as the leader, he knew he must remain composed. Enough of such nonsense. "There are no ghosts in this world," Lin Bei asserted firmly. "It is likely that this sunken ship has been stranded on the ocean floor for far too long, devoid of inhabitants and thus lacking in vitality. Coupled with the naturally dark and damp conditions of the seabed, it is only natural for us to feel a chill upon our arrival." No sooner had Lin Bei spoken than a chilling voice resonated through the air. "Are you truly certain that there are no ghosts in this world?" "Oh my! Ghosts! There are ghosts!" As Lin Bei was about to affirm his certainty, Li Jun suddenly grasped his arm and let out a scream. It was then that he realized the ominous voice had not originated from Li Jun. Chapter 34. "Are you sure you wish to know my name?" In the previously pitch-black cabin, Li Jun's shrill scream prompted the lights along the ship's walls to illuminate one by one, casting a warm glow throughout the space. Before them appeared a slender figure, adorned in a flowing red garment, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. As the light shone upon her, a shadow, elongated and spectral, was cast upon the floor. Without considering the shadow below, one could indeed perceive a ghostly aura from such a distance. When had she materialized in this place? Lin Bei furrowed his brow, gripping Li Jun's shoulders, urging him to raise his gaze towards the apparition. "Stop screaming. Open your eyes and truly observe. She is a living being, not a specter. Is that truly the case?" Upon hearing this, Li Jun ceased his shrieks, yet he appeared paralyzed by a fear of phantoms, utterly unwilling to open his eyes. Meanwhile, the figure, reveling in the moment, emitted a series of eerie cackles intended to further terrify Li Jun. Lin Bei had just received a message from Xixi, indicating that the group of survivors was less than 100 meters from the sunken vessel. Reluctantly, he felt compelled to dismantle the ruse. "Ghosts do not cast shadows. Your shadow stretches long beneath you. Enough of this charade. I know you are human." As soon as Lin Bei uttered these words, the figure before him reverted to her normal demeanor, wearing an expression of displeasure. "How dull. I've been confined here for decades. What harm is there in a bit of play?" Indeed, she had been trapped in this place for many years, and just as her seal was broken, this man rushed in with impatience. She had not taken the time to properly groom herself, and surely she no longer looked as beautiful as in her youth. Any man would be indifferent to her now. Upon hearing the woman and Appo's normal voice, Li Jun finally opened his eyes. Before him sat a young woman with fair skin and delicate features, now returned to her seat. Her expressions were incredibly vivid. She first made a silly face at Lin Bei and Li Jun, then pouted in anger, her lips protruding so high they could easily hold a soy sauce bottle. Witnessing this scene, Li Jun couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle, his previous fear dissipating in an instant. He stepped forward, thumping his chest, and declared, "Miss, what you are doing is inappropriate. Scaring someone can indeed lead to dire consequences." The woman coldly retorted, "Then did you die?" It was said that those with a clear conscience need not fear ghostly knocks at midnight. Such a cowardly man must have committed some misdeed. She had no intention of showing kindness to a wrongdoer. Li Jun, feeling affronted, exclaimed, "How can you be so rude?" He was about to charge at her to teach her a lesson. Strangely, it seemed he feared nothing but ghosts and sea monsters, and now he exhibited an unusual boldness. They had no time to waste with this woman. Quiet down and stop causing a ruckus. Lin Bei pulled Li Jun back and then turned to the woman, asking, "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" The entrance had been sealed with a barrier created by internal energy, so how had this woman gained entry? They had not noticed anyone following them when they arrived. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled. "Your question is rather amusing. I am the owner of this vessel. If I am not here, where do you think I should be?" At this point, the woman suddenly shifted from her earlier playful demeanor. Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Bei, imbued with a serious gravity. "As for my name, are you certain you wish to know? This man possesses a certain charm that aligns with my aesthetic preferences." Li Jun was utterly astonished. "What did you say? You are the owner of the ship?" This woman, appearing to be in her 20s with her quirky spirit, could not possibly be the proprietor of this sunken vessel. This ship, they had initially estimated, was left behind by the previous group of survivors. According to the regulations of this world, the last batch of survivors, even if they had not perished, should have progressed to the next realm populated by formidable individuals. How could they possibly still remain here? Upon hearing this, she merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Jun, showing no inclination to respond. Lin Bei, however, found her words credible. It was the only explanation for her presence in this cabin at this moment. The woman assumed that all men were inherently flawed, that if she withheld information, they would incessantly pursue it. Unfortunately for her, Lin Bei did not share such flaws. A knowing smile graced his lips as he regarded her with calm politeness, saying, "Your name is quite unique. I find myself suddenly disinterested in knowing it. My apologies for the interruption. My friend and I shall take our leave now." With that, he gently placed his right hand on Li Jun's shoulder. "Let us depart." Although Li Jun did not comprehend the purpose behind Lin Bei and Appo's actions, he astutely refrained from questioning and merely followed in Lin Bei and Appo's footsteps as they ventured outside. As the distance between the two men increased, the woman, infuriated, shouted, "Come back." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei and Appo's smile widened, yet he continued to advance without pausing. Chapter 35. When others invade my stronghold, can I, the master, not step forth to greet them? As Lin Bei emerged from the depths of the sea alongside Li Jun, the group of survivors had already been at a stalemate with Xixi for some time. Upon spotting Lin Bei's ascent, Xixi exhaled in relief. "Master." These individuals approach with great ferocity. Exercise caution. Her concern did not stem from doubt in Lin Bei's capabilities. After all, he had vanquished formidable sea monsters. Rather, the survivors were genuinely weak, with the highest among them barely reaching level 4, their numbers totaling around 30. It was precisely this numerical advantage that troubled Xixi. It is widely known that sharks are particularly drawn to blood. Should Lin Bei strike, the crimson waters would likely attract a horde of sharks, thereby delaying their arrival on the island. "Thank you for your efforts," Lin Bei reassured as he patted Xixi and Appo's shoulder. "Do not fret. I know my limits." With that, Lin Bei retrieved the formidable halberd he had acquired during his previous night's signing in and strode towards the group. This halberd was indeed a divine artifact, weighing approximately 50 to 60 pounds. Once wielded, the user would instinctively master its techniques, becoming an invincible force. Truly, it was a divine weapon, far surpassing the utility of throwing knives. Speaking of which, Lin Bei had only just discovered while inspecting the warehouse that Sun Wan had returned the throwing knives he had lent her during his slumber the previous night. He had been in a deep sleep, and she sure had accepted the transaction on his behalf, yet she had forgotten to inform him. The swift return of the throwing knives was accompanied by a blueprint as a token of gratitude, undoubtedly a reward for her first kill of a sea monster, granting her superior weaponry and skill books. Arriving at the ship's prow, Lin Bei found himself confronted by a throng of survivors, their numbers effectively blockading the fore of the vessel. They gazed upon him, a figure of formidable presence wielding what appeared to be a divine artifact, their astonishment palpable. A silent conjecture rippled through their minds. Could they possibly overcome one of such evident power? At the forefront stood the middle-aged man, consumed by malice, who had harbored intentions of ending Lin Bei's existence. This man resented how Lin Bei consistently managed to accomplish tasks mere moments before him, thereby seizing several first-place rewards. The first to level up across the entire region, the first to erect a structure, and later, even competing with him on the trading platform. To ensure his survival, he had made the agonizing decision to eliminate 2 disabled relatives, only to find himself constantly outpaced by Lin Bei. His animosity toward Lin Bei was, understandably, intense. With eyes blazing crimson, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Bei, uttering, Do not presume that merely brandishing a weapon will instill fear in us. Surrender the treasures you plundered from the ruins, or face the consequences of our numerical superiority. Despite Lin Bei's strength, he was but a solitary figure, whereas they numbered 32 survivors, enough to overwhelm him with sheer force. Moreover, reinforcements were steadily arriving. Li Jun and Xixi were of no consequence in his eyes. Those who chose to capitulate to others could hardly possess significant strength. Ruins? What ruins? Lin Bei inquired, his countenance reflecting bewilderment. Could it be that some event had transpired without his awareness? Abruptly, a woman's voice, laced with exasperation, cut through the air. I had thought you possessed some semblance of intelligence, yet it seems my judgment was sorely mistaken. Suddenly, beside Lin Bei, there materialized an enchanting woman with cascading long hair, adorned in a striking red garment. This woman was Yang Lan, the mistress of the sunken ship beneath the sea. Moments prior, as Lin Bei was about to step through the entrance, Yang Lan, akin to a deflated balloon, helplessly revealed her name. It turned out she was among the previous batch of survivors, whose leading contender remained ensnared in an unknown realm until the seal was lifted, resulting in their entire group being deprived of the opportunity to advance to the next area. They were all confined within this space, awaiting the arrival of a new wave of survivors to unveil their presence and activate their release. Their names served as tokens of surrender. One might say they were keys to unlocking their capitulation. By disclosing their names to the new cohort of survivors, they effectively initiated a request for surrender. Should the fresh survivors decline their capitulation, they would remain shackled to their prison. Thus, when Yang Lan observed Lin Bei's determination to depart, her urgency was palpable. She was unwilling to face further confinement. Yet, Yang Lan considered herself somewhat fortunate, for she was imprisoned within her own ship, a vessel of considerable size that would not easily go unnoticed. Lin Bei furrowed his brow and inquired, "How did you manage to come out?" Yang Lan cast a flirtatious glance at him, replying, "Is it not fitting for the mistress to greet guests who dare to intrude upon my domain?" Chapter 36. The charismatic man Lin Bei, a remarkably astute individual, instantly grasped Yang Lan's implication. Could it be that your sunken vessel is, in fact, a relic? Indeed. Everyone regards the remnants of predecessors as artifacts. As a member of the previous cohort of survivors, Yang Lan could certainly be considered a forebear. However, her sunken ship appeared as pristine as if it had just been constructed, which explains why Lin Bei did not associate it with a relic. Yang Lan tilted her head, gazing at Lin Bei with a playful pout, saying, "What? Do you think my protective cruiser bears no resemblance to a relic?" Although she feigned irritation, her tone suggested that should Lin Bei dare to express any dissent, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Upon hearing the mention of relics, Lin Bei had not contemplated Yang Lan's sunken ship at all. Firstly, her quirky personality made her seem even more youthful than her actual age, and secondly, the vessel was undeniably in immaculate condition both inside and out. These two aspects made it difficult to connect with the concept of a relic. Thus, Lin Bei overlooked Yang Lan's provocative question, retorting instead, "Why have I not received any notifications regarding a relic?" He had already accepted Yang Lan's surrender, and according to the rules, her sunken ship should now belong to him. It struck Lin Bei as peculiar that, despite the arrival of the person who had surrendered, he received no notifications as the rightful owner. He sensed something was amiss, yet he could not articulate precisely what was wrong. When Yang Lan entered this world at the tender age of 19, coming from a well-off family and having just commenced her university education without having faced the harsh realities of life, it was all too easy for her to be led astray by Lin Bei. "Did you not receive the notification? How is that possible?" Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, realizing that you had indeed received the message regarding the relics. "Yes, I just received it as well," Yang Lan nodded, continuing. "The notification states that a large number of survivors are rushing to attack our protective cruiser, and it also advises me to prepare for battle." She had now surrendered to Lin Bei. According to the rules, as a surrendering party, she received the attack notification, making it illogical for Lin Bei, as the one who had coaxed her to surrender, not to have received it. As the two were pondering this, an irate voice from a middle-aged man interrupted them. "Have you two finished your little chat?" He was clearly offended that they were so nonchalantly flirting in front of so many people. Standing behind Lin Bei, she sure had been watching the woman converse merrily with her master since Yang Lan and Appo's arrival, her expression tense. Without needing an introduction from her master, she could surmise that this woman was the owner of the sunken ship beneath the sea. Yet, for reasons unknown, witnessing the intimacy between this woman and her master made her feel quite uncomfortable. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, Xixi and Appo's favorability rating plummeted to 90. On the other hand, upon hearing the middle-aged man's remark, Yang Lan burst into laughter. "After spending so many years in this Raft world, it's my first time witnessing someone so eager to court death." Li Jun, upon hearing this, found it equally amusing. Don't these people check the rankings? Although several individuals gradually arrived behind them, Lin Bei was at level 11, while this group predominantly comprised individuals at levels 2 and 3, with the highest being a lecherous middle-aged man at merely level 4. How could they possibly contend with Lin Go? If they were facing an ordinary person, they might have had the advantage in numbers, but with Lin Bei wielding a divine artifact, could he be considered an ordinary individual? At this moment, Li Jun silently mourned for these people in his heart. Oh, I say, that lecherous uncle, you cannot possibly defeat my Lin Go. As he spoke, Li Jun stepped forward, pointing triumphantly at the group across the bow of the ship and declared, none of you can match my Lin Go. However, the middle-aged lecherous man chuckled heartily. Indeed. At my level, I am no match for Lin Bei, but there are others who can contend with him. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei and Appo's mind sparked with realization, and he instinctively exchanged a glance with Yang Lan, not surprised to see shock reflected in her eyes. It seemed they had reached the same conclusion. At that moment, the middle-aged lecherous man summoned a handsome young man, around 20 years of age. As this man appeared, the crowd immediately felt his formidable aura, recognizing his exceptional qualities and astonishing prowess. In an instant, the individuals behind the middle-aged man seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, for they believed that this extraordinary newcomer could assist them in vanquishing Lin Bei. At this moment, they began to fantasize about how they would distribute the treasures within the ruins. Chapter 37. Perception and profound contemplation. Upon catching sight of the man aboard the wooden vessel across from her, Yang Lan and Appo's expression instantly morphed into one of terror. As though she had encountered a demon, she muttered under her breath, Wu Tian, how could it be him? Her tone was laden with astonishment and dread, yet she quickly regained her composure, feigning indifference as she glanced away. Lin Bei, taken aback, inquired, do you know him? Has he wronged you? He surmised that this man might be one of the survivors alongside Yang Lan, yet he had not anticipated that there was animosity between them. In this realm of wooden rafts, being covertly harmed by another was hardly a source of shame. Yang Lan nodded, candidly affirming, yes. Lin Bei pondered for a moment before delicately asking, are you truly afraid of him? Is he particularly formidable among your group of survivors? At his words, a profound fear flickered in Yang Lan's eyes as she gritted her teeth and declared, he is not even human. How could this monster have been unleashed? Among her cohort of survivors, it was common knowledge that Wu Tian was a ruthless individual. He would not shy away from any act, no matter how heinous, as long as it ensured his survival. It was said that on the very first day he arrived in this world of wooden rafts, he callously murdered his pregnant wife. While it is often said that rumors are unreliable, Yang Lan had initially dismissed such tales. However, when she bore witness to Wu Tian personally slaying several of his lovers and listened to his chilling recounting of past experiences, she could no longer deny the veracity of the rumors. One cannot help but acknowledge that a beautiful woman radiates brilliance wherever she goes. The moment Wu Tian appeared, he immediately noticed Yang Lan and Appo's presence. Yang Lan, it has been quite some time since we last met. As he spoke, Wu Tian subconsciously licked his lips, then abruptly shifted his tone. Decades have passed, yet you remain unchanged, as stunning and alluring as ever. Last time, it was my oversight that allowed you to slip away. This time, haha, I have the patience to play with you at my leisure. In his mind, Wu Tian envisioned a scenario where Yang Lan begged for mercy beneath him, and the more he imagined, the more exhilarated he became. Eventually, he found himself idly stroking his chin, his eager demeanor shattering any semblance of his earlier dignified image. Upon hearing his words, Yang Lan recalled the harrowing incident when she nearly fell victim to Wu Tian's advances, transforming into a furious lioness in an instant. Just as she prepared to retaliate in indignation, Lin Bei restrained her, signaling her to remain calm, indicating that an entertaining spectacle was about to unfold. Indeed, the lecherous middle-aged man opposite them seized the moment and shouted at Wu Tian, what the hell do you think you're doing? Do not forget that our target is Lin Bei. If we eliminate him, those two women behind him will be ours as well. Wu Tian may appear formidable, but he lacks discernment. His sheer strength is of no use if he doesn't focus. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's fury surged, and he glared at the middle-aged man with intense indignation. What am I doing? Since when do I have to heed your orders? Yang Lan, witnessing this exchange, could not help but cast a few more glances at the middle-aged man. Disregarding Wu Tian's notorious reputation, his combat prowess undeniably ranks among the top 10. When has anyone dared to address him in such a manner? Yang Lan finally comprehended why Lin Bei had intervened earlier. Indeed, with Wu Tian's ruthless nature, it was inconceivable for him to be subservient and manipulated by others. Lin Bei's wisdom and foresight were commendable. Let us observe this conflict unfold between the two. In truth, Yang Lan had overthought the situation, Lin Bei was entirely unaware that the rules governing their respective groups of survivors differed. Those in Lin Bei's cohort, upon choosing to surrender, were bound by loyalty and could not betray their captors. Nonetheless, it was clear that Wu Tian had long harbored disdain for this middle-aged man. Had he not been the closest individual at that moment, he would never have chosen to surrender to such a loathsome character. Now, the time had come to resolve this predicament. With determination, Wu Tian and Appo's eyes blazed with fury as he unsheathed his weapon and approached the middle-aged man menacingly. The latter, upon witnessing Wu Tian and Appo's fearsome demeanor and advancing with a weapon, gulped nervously and stammered, "Wu Tian, what are you planning to do? Do not forget that I was the one who released your seal, allowing you to escape your confinement." Wu Tian, upon hearing this, sneered malevolently without halting his advance. The middle-aged man, sensing the peril, hastily attempted to retreat behind the crowd, all the while issuing shaky threats. "You better not go too far, Wu Tian. If I was able to unseal you, I certainly possess the means to seal you again." This man had been remarkably earnest when he implored for the unsealing. Wu Tian halted his steps, an expression of impatience washing over his face as he disdainfully flicked his neck. His features were marked by a fierce intensity, and with a voice laced with contempt, he spat out each word with venomous clarity. "I had intended to grant you a peaceful and joyous demise. But since you insist on flitting about and disregarding my words, do not blame me for introducing a touch of excitement to your end." Chapter 38. Different rules according to Lin Bei and Appo's understanding of the Raft world, at least in this region. Survivors who choose to surrender cannot betray or harm those who have taken them in. Lin Bei was astonished to hear Wu Tian express intentions to kill a surrendered survivor. Wasn't and Appo's this a violation of the rules? With a perplexed expression, Lin Bei turned to Yang Lan for clarification. Unbeknownst to him, the Raft world was inherently a brutal realm. Although it appeared to have rules, it was in fact the most lawless of places. As long as one and Appo's ultimate goal was survival, any actions taken were deemed permissible, even those involving the betrayal of family members in the pursuit of that goal. In response to Lin Bei's inquiry, Yang Lan could only relay what she knew. She took a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking. "I can only tell you that we are not part of the same batch of survivors. The rules governing our two distinct groups must differ. Although our batch of survivors lost the opportunity to advance to the next stronghold and has been sealed within this region, should your batch manage to unseal us, it would signify that we are now unified as one group. Consequently, we could collectively vie for the 100 slots available for your batch to enter the next stronghold. The primary distinction between our group of survivors and yours lies in the fact that we voluntarily surrendered and became your subdued slaves under compulsion. Thus, our cohort of survivors possesses the capacity to betray and eliminate the very survivors who coaxed us into surrender. Moreover, after committing such acts, we would not only evade punishment but would also retain our eligibility to compete for one of the 100 coveted positions in the next realm of the strong. Do you comprehend my declaration?" After Yang Lan spoke, her gaze fixated intently on Lin Bei. "What you imply is that your group of survivors, having chosen to surrender, may betray and slay those who brought about your capitulation." Lin Bei reiterated his understanding to Yang Lan. Wu Tian's subsequent actions would not be deemed as violations. Indeed, Yang Lan nodded, a smile gracing her lips, affirming, "That is precisely the point." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, inquiring about her current level. It appeared he had inadvertently invited a potential adversary. Upon hearing this, Yang Lan chuckled, asking, "Are you worried I might betray and kill you? Even without your words, I could surmise it. I can assure you, I am certainly not beyond level 21. Lin Bei shrugged nonchalantly, continuing with an air of indifference. "As for whether you can take my life, we shall ascertain that through combat." Given that Yang Lan's group of survivors can freely betray and slay those who chose to surrender, it stands to reason that releasing their seals would undoubtedly come with level restrictions. If they do not restrict their levels, it would leave this batch of newly transported survivors without a path to survival. Yang Lan chuckled and shook her head, saying, "Even if you are correct, my level is merely 3 ranks higher than yours. Furthermore, the specific levels we attain after unsealing the restrictions lack a standardized conversion rule." Lin Bei candidly expressed his conjecture. Could it be that this level varies from person to person, and not all survivors have their levels added based on the recruiter's level? Yang Lan affirmed Lin Bei's suspicion, replying, "Indeed. The increments or decrements of levels post-unsealing depend on the recruiter's willingness when they recruit us, involving numerous factors that cannot be generalized. The only certainty is that the difference will not exceed 10 levels, and those exceeding 5 levels are certainly rare." Lin Bei gestured towards Wu Tian, who was pursuing the middle-aged lecher, and inquired, "How many levels do you think Wu Tian surpasses the lecher who recruited him?" Wu Tian appeared confident, assured that his level post-unsealing would certainly not be low. Yang Lan pondered momentarily before shaking her head and replied, "It is difficult to specify the exact level, but it will undoubtedly not be lower than that of the middle-aged lecher." As Wu Tian approached, weapon in hand, the lecher appeared terrified. Suddenly, Lin Bei leaped onto the adjacent wooden boat, exclaiming loudly, "You cannot kill this man. His head is mine." Just as Wu Tian was about to strike down the lecher and secure the qualifications for this batch of survivors, Lin Bei and Apos, as proclamation ignited Wu Tian and Apos, as fury. He halted his steps, turned his head with a swift flick of his neck to glare at the one who had spoken, his eyes glinting with menace. "What do you think you are, daring to interfere in my affairs? If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige." Although currently constrained at level 14, he remained superior to this group of survivors who had only been introduced to the game for less than 3 days. As long as he did not encounter survivors of his own level, Wu Tian was oblivious to the very concept of fear. Chapter 39. A single move to defeat the enemy. Lin Bei, disinterested in idle chatter, initiated the confrontation without hesitation. Grasping the divine artifact, the Fangtian Huaji, he executed each move with fluidity and precision, leaving Wu Tian utterly unprepared as he staggered backward. Stunned by his swift defeat, Wu Tian inquired, "Who are you?" Having only arrived in this Raft world less than 3 days ago with the latest group of survivors, he could hardly fathom the existence of someone so formidable. Unaware of Lin Bei's name, Wu Tian, astounded by his prowess, assumed Lin Bei belonged to the same cohort of survivors. With the Fangtian Huaji aimed directly at Wu Tian's throat, Lin Bei thrust powerfully, piercing his windpipe. "A defeated foe is unworthy of knowing my name." At that moment, a melodious notification chimed in Lin Bei's ears. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain an aberrant survivor, earning 1,500,000 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain an aberrant survivor, receiving a fragment of a treasure map. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain an aberrant survivor, acquiring a demon-slaying sword. Survivor Lin Bei has reached level 12, receiving an additional point of combat power. Survivor Lin Bei has reached level 13, receiving an additional point of combat power. Survivor Lin Bei has reached level 14, receiving an additional point of combat power. As you are the first survivor in this entire sea region to slay an aberrant survivor, you are awarded 5 points of combat power. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before all survivors. Congratulations to Survivor Lin Bei for becoming the pioneer in this entire sea region by slaying an aberrant survivor. You are awarded 5 points of combat power. Upon seeing this notification, the survivors flocked to the chat channel. An aberrant survivor? Who on earth can tell me what this is? I have no idea. Could it be that besides us, there are other survivors in this world? Brothers, an aberrant survivor. Just hearing that name sounds formidable, yet Lin Bei managed to eliminate it. How terrifying must Lin Bei be? The above is merely Lin Da's standard operation. Indeed. Just get accustomed to it. Earlier, there was a notification about the discovery of a certain relic, asking if we wished to proceed. I didn't and Apos, dare go due to my low level. Those who ventured, please share whether that aberrant survivor emerged from the relic. I also received that notification. It even marked the coordinates. By clicking on those coordinates, one could teleport there instantly, but I too refrained from going due to my low level. It seems that those of us who did not go are all deterred by our low levels and fear of death. Living in these ordinary times is already so challenging. Who would willingly seek their demise? Yet, there are indeed those who have chosen to end their lives, and quite a number at that, close to several hundred survivors. These hundreds of survivors merely watched in astonishment as Lin Bei effortlessly dispatched Wu Tian with a single strike. Some quick-witted ones screamed and scattered in panic, while many timid souls opted to return to their homes. Upon witnessing Lin Bei eliminate what they perceived to be a formidable character with a single move, many of the astute survivors from the group, led by the middle-aged lecher, chose to retreat to their respective homes. In a fleeting moment, those retreating dwindled to fewer than 10 individuals within a minute. The remaining souls were preoccupied with their own schemes, harboring a sense of relief, pondering the treasures concealed within the ruins. Lin Bei felt a surge of delight at the prospect of them fishing in troubled waters to seize some advantage. However, disappointment awaited them, for Lin Bei had always preferred to obliterate valuable items rather than allow them to fall into the hands of adversaries. Aiding one's enemy only hastened one's own demise. While engaged in combat with Wu Tian, Lin Bei had kept a vigilant eye on the movements of the middle-aged, lecherous man. At that moment, noticing the man's intent to escape unnoticed, Lin Bei leapt into action, positioning himself directly above the middle-aged lecher. Chapter 40. No chance for mercy. The middle-aged lecherous man barely had time to plead for mercy. Lin Bei raised his Fangtian Huaji halberd and executed a swift horizontal strike. Instantly, blood gushed forth from the middle-aged man, and within a mere 10 seconds, he breathed his last. This man, who had relentlessly provoked trouble, was evidently the leader of the group, and his demise was of no consequence. Soon after, a notification echoed in the air. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain a fellow survivor and earned 10,000 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain a fellow survivor and acquired a wooden boat as loot. Lin Bei and Amp, Oppo's ruthless actions instilled terror in the remaining survivors. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the fear and trepidation that had taken hold. No longer did they entertain any notions of luck or schemes. In a mere second, they simultaneously pressed the return button. However, despite their attempts to flee, the vast expanse of the ruins necessitated that they manually paddle their rafts until they exited the area, at which point they could instantly return to their homeland. These survivors, displaying a modicum of cleverness, scattered in an effort to escape, hoping to make it difficult for Lin Bei to pursue them. Their calculations seemed sound, yet Lin Bei had no intention of hunting them down. The intimidation he had instilled today would ensure that even the most reckless of these survivors would remain subdued for some time. What left him dissatisfied, however, was the meager reward of only 10,000 experience points for slaying the middle-aged lecher, especially when defeating Wu Tian had granted him a staggering 1.5 million experience points. As for Wu Tian, Yang Lan here has yet to recover from the shock of his demise. Wu Tian, a formidable figure renowned as the god of killers among their cohort of survivors, was unexpectedly struck fatally by Lin Bei with a single blow. For Yang Lan, this is nothing short of surreal. Yet, the surrealism is of little consequence. The undeniable truth remains that Wu Tian met his end at the hands of Lin Bei. After Lin Bei collected his spoils, the long-awaited notification finally arrived. Survivor Lin Bei discovered an ancient relic and successfully claimed it, earning 5 points of combat prowess. Survivor Lin Bei uncovered an ancient relic and successfully seized it, receiving a blueprint for a protective cruiser. Given that you are the first survivor in the entire maritime expanse to discover and claim this relic, an additional reward of 2 points of combat prowess is granted. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before all survivors. Congratulations to Survivor Lin Bei for becoming the first pioneer in the entire maritime expanse to discover and successfully claim an ancient relic. Rewarded with 2 points of combat prowess. The chat channel erupted in excitement. What is happening? I suddenly feel fortunate for not teleporting to the relic. To those above, you are not the only one feeling this way. Count me in for the relief. Do you all recall the aberrant survivor that Lin Bei defeated earlier? To those above, what are you trying to imply? I sense that this aberrant survivor is likely a product of the relic. Don and Amp, Oppo's, just sense it and Amp, Oppo's, evident otherwise. How could Lin Bei have claimed the relic immediately after vanquishing the aberrant survivor? Lin Bei is truly magnificent. The formidable Lin, filled with excitement, opened his personal attributes. Name, Lin Bei, home, wooden raft, repair, expand, upgrade, level, 14, 97,53150W, skills, flying knife mastery, second style, combat power, 46, health, 100, thirst, 100, hunger, 100, area unlock countdown, 118 days, 2 hours, 21 minutes, 19 seconds. Upon witnessing his combat power rise to 46, an indescribable joy surged within Lin Bei. Ultimately, in this world of wooden rafts, strength reigns supreme. Surviving without it seems nothing short of a jest. Lacking power, one could be crushed by other survivors as easily as one might squash an ant. However, should your combat power soar to a level that overpowers all, navigating this wooden raft world with audacity becomes entirely justified. Lin Bei was reveling in his triumph when, unexpectedly, Yang Lan's anxious voice broke through. Lin Bei, quickly look. What is happening? Following the sound, Lin Bei beheld the sunken ship, once resting on the ocean floor, gradually vanishing before his eyes. Lin Bei thought to himself that he was equally perplexed. Yet, just as he was about to speak, a flash of inspiration struck him. He instantly recalled the blueprints for the protective cruiser. Could it be? Chapter 41. Affection values like a roller coaster. Lin Bei retrieved the blueprint for the protective cruiser from his personal repository. Protective cruiser blueprint. Description. This is a detailed blueprint for a protective cruiser, as long as the required materials are procured. Any type of vessel can be transformed into a protective cruiser immediately. Upon examining the intricate array of materials depicted in the blueprint, Lin Bei noted that many of the advanced materials were entirely unfamiliar to him. It seemed that the successful construction of a protective cruiser was not a trivial endeavor. Not only was the quantity of materials substantial, but they were also of a superior grade. Collecting all the necessary components would undoubtedly require a significant amount of time. Ultimately, regarding the matter of Yang Lan's protective cruiser, Lin Bei retained his conjecture and offered Yang Lan a flawless, all-encompassing response. I don't know. Upon hearing this, Yang Lan did not press further, yet she chose not to depart. Thus, Lin Bei invited her to accompany him back to his flagship. It is worth noting that although Yang Lan had broken free from the seal that confined her, she simultaneously lost the protective cruiser she had relied upon, along with the resources stored within it. Presently, Yang Lan was akin to a level 14 commander devoid of any significant assets. She possessed neither a home raft nor even a grappling hook. In contrast, after Li Jun's surrender, he at least retained the ability to construct, access his personal warehouse, and engage in conversations with friends. Although this communication was limited to Lin Bei, who had facilitated his surrender, Li Jun still had the opportunity to upgrade and enhance his strength, thereby assisting Lin Bei in his quest for dominance over the seas, rendering his situation not entirely devoid of merit. However, after the group of survivors led by Yang Lan surrendered, even defeating a monster would only yield 1/5 of the experience points, with the remaining 4/5 awarded to the survivors who had surrendered them. If this situation persisted, they would inevitably become useless, and if they encountered those with malevolent intentions, they might even face death or abandonment. It is no wonder that the rules permit them to betray and kill their captors. Having obtained a wooden boat after defeating a middle-aged, lecherous man, Lin Bei now possessed a total of 3 boats. At this moment, Li Jun approached, having long coveted Lin Bei and Appos' divine weapon. "Brother Lin, please show me your weapon." The halberd was not light, and Lin Bei hesitated to simply throw it to Li Jun. Instead, he carefully presented it to him, gently advising, "This halberd weighs around 50 to 60 pounds, so be cautious not to injure yourself." "Rest assured, Brother Lin," Li Jun exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the halberd, inspecting it eagerly. "I know my limits, I won't break it." His delight was reminiscent of a child who had just received a treasured toy. Seeing that Li Jun would not harm himself, Lin Bei allowed him to examine the divine weapon while he led Yang Lan to Xixi. "Xixi, this is Yang Lan. Please make arrangements for her." As Lin Bei spoke, he glanced up at the number floating above Xixi's head, and a jolt of surprise coursed through him. He paused for a moment, mouth agape, before finishing his sentence, "A place to stay." Who could explain how Xixi's affinity score, once at 95 points, had suddenly dropped to 90? Lin Bei anxiously raked his fingers through his hair, perplexed by the situation. Had he truly done anything to warrant this? Perhaps his ruthless defeat of the middle-aged lecher and Wu Tian had frightened the young girl? But that couldn't be the case. She sure had witnessed him slay sharks and sea monsters. How could such minor tactics instill fear and diminish her fondness for him? Moreover, the system had previously assured him that as long as he conquered the seas, Xixi and Appos' affection would flourish. Therefore, her declining fondness could not possibly stem from his actions against the middle-aged man or Wu Tian. What, then, was the cause of this decline in Xixi's sentiment? Lin Bei found himself at a loss, deciding it was best to ponder this matter later. He could always find a way to restore her affection. However, his earlier lapse in composure had led to a few words escaping his lips with a tone markedly different from before. In the meantime, Yang Lan, upon spotting the beautiful girl, did not wait for Lin Bei to introduce her but boldly approached Xixi. "Sister Xixi, you are so beautiful." "Thank you." Xixi replied with a gentle smile before turning her gaze back to Lin Bei. "Very well, master." She continued respectfully, "Rest assured, I shall ensure that Yang Lan is provided with a comfortable room." Xixi remained as obedient and courteous as ever. Yet, upon hearing the change in Lin Bei and Appos' tone with those final 4 words, she mistakenly believed that he had begun to distrust her now that Yang Lan was present. Consequently, the affection meter above her head dropped by 5 points as she spoke, settling at 85. Lin Bei gazed at the 85 points of affection hovering above Xixi's head, utterly bewildered. What was amiss with her? Without any hint, Lin Bei pondered for a moment and inquired with concern, "Xixi, are you feeling unwell? If you are ill, you must tell me." It seemed imperative to expedite the construction of a facility capable of producing medicine. Otherwise, if everyone fell ill, there would be no means of treatment, and the gravely afflicted would have to await their demise. Lin Bei was rather oblivious to the intricacies of a girl and Appos' heart. Nonetheless, his genuine concern inadvertently endeared him to Xixi, who, upon hearing his caring words, thought to herself that her master indeed cared for her, leading to an increase of 5 points in her favorability, ultimately resting at 90. "Master, I am fine," Xixi respectfully replied. "I will take Yang Lan to see the place where he will reside." Lin Bei observed Xixi's favorability score rising from 85 to 90, a sensation akin to a roller coaster ride. He quickly waved at Xixi, affirming, "All right." After ensuring Yang Lan was settled, Lin Bei resumed his journey on the wooden boat, steering towards the small island identified by the radar. Chapter 42. A rare night of joy as the wooden boat traversed the waters, the dense fog would dissipate in its wake. Finally, as dusk descended, they arrived at the small island detected by the radar station. Lin Bei and his companions worked together to secure 3 wooden boats firmly along the island shore. This small island, after all, remained an uncharted territory for them. The perils of nighttime exploration were undoubtedly greater than those faced in daylight. Thus, after a thorough discussion, they unanimously decided to rest aboard the wooden boats for the night, intending to set foot on the island at dawn. Subsequently, at Li Jun and Apos' suggestion, they moved the wooden table from Lin Bei's cabin onto the deck of the boat to enjoy their dinner. Lin Bei did not object, believing that a good night's rest would provide them with the vigor needed to confront the unknown challenges awaiting them. Seated on the deck, with the sea breeze caressing their faces, they relished the exquisite dishes meticulously prepared by the 2 enchanting women, Xixi and Yang Lan. The experience was truly sublime. Although Yang Lan had once commanded a protective cruiser and had access to a wealth of resources, the culinary delights she had experienced far surpassed the modest meal of the evening. Yet tonight, even with humble fare, she radiated joy. With a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "After being sealed and confined for 10 long years, and yearning for freedom all that time, I am finally liberated today. I am overjoyed." This treacherous world of makeshift rafts had punished their bold cohort of survivors, waiting a decade before introducing a new batch of adventurers to rescue them. The whimsical Yang Lan playfully stuck out her tongue and then joyfully hummed a little tune. Indeed, her voice was as gentle and delicate as a babbling brook. Perhaps due to her 10 years of confinement, there was an ethereal quality to her singing that transported those listening into a realm beyond the mundane, allowing them to forget the world's clamor, enveloped solely by her heavenly melody. As Yang Lan's spirits lifted, she continued to sing one delightful song after another, her voice enchanting and melodious, earning her abundant praise. Though Yang Lan appeared to revel in her joy, and each song she sang was cheerful and lighthearted, Lin Bei and his companions could discern a subtle undertone of melancholy within her enchanting melodies. Li Jun, sensing the unspoken sorrow in Yang Lan's voice, reflected on his own bewildering awakening in this wooden raft world. Unable to resist the allure of the moment, he chimed in, "Yang Lan, singing alone is far less enjoyable. Let me join you." With that, he unleashed his voice in a spirited song. Whether intentional or not, he frequently strayed off-key, much to Yang Lan and Apos' playful dismay. With a hearty laugh, Li Jun turned away from the beautiful woman who had playfully shoved him, his eyes lighting up as he took a few joyful steps forward. He insisted that the quiet listener, Xixi, join them in the water. "Xixi, don't you play the piano? Hurry, accompany Yang Lan and me with some music." Xixi, who had always cherished playing the piano, singing, and dancing, had endured the frigid isolation of her past, finding solace in her music throughout those long years. Before Li Jun had the chance to extend an invitation, Xixi and Apos' heart was already aflame with excitement, eager to take action. Nevertheless, she turned to Lin Bei with utmost respect and declared, "I shall heed my master's wishes, as long as her affection level remained above 70. Xixi would consistently remember to obey her master's commands. She was uncertain whether her master would permit her to play the piano. Her words inadvertently placed Lin Bei in a rather awkward position, as he found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of 3 individuals, each with 2 discerning eyes. Yet, without a hint of embarrassment, he spoke candidly to Xixi, "In the future, such trivial matters need not require my approval. Follow your own heart's desire." Upon hearing this, Xixi nodded obediently, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Understood, master." With that, she joyfully rose to fetch the piano. As soon as Xixi departed, Li Jun and Yang Lan swiftly approached. Li Jun playfully slung an arm around Lin Bei's neck, his eyes gleaming mischievously as he leaned in and whispered, "Brother Lin, where on earth did you find this delightful girl? Such a docile and obedient companion is truly a rarity." Yang Lan, however, exhibited a far more boisterous demeanor, delivering a hefty slap on Lin Bei's shoulder and accusingly questioning, "Have you done something untoward to her?" Observing the antics of Li Jun and Yang Lan, who were undeniably behaving like rascals, Lin Bei suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Instead, he retaliated by delivering a playful thump to each of their heads, relishing the simultaneous yelps of protest that echoed in his ears. With a satisfied grin, he blew lightly on his knuckles. Savor this rare and joyous evening to the fullest, for who knows if such an opportunity will arise again after tomorrow. At this moment, Xixi cradled the zither in her arms, feeling an overwhelming sense of appreciation for her master, who had not stifled her passions. Her affection for him surged by 5 points. When she returned, still holding the zither, Lin Bei noticed that her affection level inexplicably soared back to 95. It could be said that this dinner was the most satisfying meal Lin Bei had experienced since entering this raft-dwelling world. If only it weren't for the incessant disturbances from sharks and sea monsters, the evening would have been utterly delightful. Alas, if only were but wishes. At that moment, a sea serpent leapt onto the deck of the raft, starkly reminding Lin Bei that while imagination may be bountiful, reality is often harsh. She sure surveyed the various sea creatures surrounding the raft, led by the serpent, and silently stowed the wooden table and zither away in the storage. The wooden table was essential for her master's meals. This particular sea serpent, named Meng Ao, had recently been preoccupied with recruiting soldiers for his master, even risking his master's misunderstanding of his loyalty and his quest for glory. However, upon returning to the cave with a host of recruits, he discovered that his master had vanished without a trace. Consequently, he expended considerable effort, resources, and time to investigate. The result was infuriating. His master had been slain by a human survivor named Lin Bei. Upon learning this grim truth, Meng Ao was consumed by self-loathing. He despises himself not only for failing to provide proper care for the young master after his severe injury, but also for provoking him during his convalescence, which exacerbated his wounds. Yet, Meng Ao harbors an even deeper animosity towards the human survivor, Lin Bei. It is this very human survivor who cruelly took the life of the young master while he was still recovering from his injuries. Young master, wait for me. Once I have avenged you and exacted retribution upon those who have wronged you, I shall join you without hesitation. Chapter 43, Grandson. Your grandfather is here. Meng Ao, increasingly incensed, bellowed at the few individuals on the deck, demanding that Lin Bei step forward to meet his demise. It is worth noting that their sea serpent clan had once commanded great respect in the underwater kingdom, and they were not to be trifled with. Lin Bei and Apos' audacity in harming their young master warranted a readiness for him to become a lifeless corpse. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei remained unmoved, merely raising an eyebrow and casting a languid glance at the nearby sea serpent creature. In a calm tone, he declared, "Grandson, your grandfather is here." It was true that Lin Bei harbored a fear of death. However, he would never consent to live in humiliation for the sake of survival. Initially, the sea serpent creature had summoned a multitude of sea monsters to encircle Lin Bei's wooden vessel, and with such audacity, it was evident that they sought trouble. It would be unreasonable for Lin Bei to endure such provocation. As the atmosphere thickened with impending conflict, Li Jun seized the moment to inquire, "Brother Lin, how shall we confront so many sea monsters?" Yang Lan, overhearing this, scoffed, "You're already frightened before the battle has even begun. How disheartening." It was perplexing how this timid individual had managed to survive in the brutal world of wooden rafts. Li Jun, displeased by Yang Lan and Apos' remark, retorted, "What do you know? But this is not the time for quarrels." Having collaborated with Li Jun on numerous occasions, Lin Bei was well aware of his character. Although Li Jun might appear timid and apprehensive in ordinary circumstances, he proved to be dependable when it truly mattered. Without uttering another word, Lin Bei abruptly interrupted Li Jun's forthcoming remarks and quietly briefed the trio on the forthcoming arrangements. Upon completion, Lin Bei fixed his gaze upon Xixi, Li Jun, and Yang Lan, earnestly inquiring, "Do you have any questions?" The three exchanged glances before responding in unison, "No issues." Satisfied by their reply, Lin Bei turned to Yang Lan and asked, "Do you possess any weaponry?" Yang Lan had never engaged in combat and was uncertain of her current capabilities. However, having survived among the previous group of survivors, it was reasonable to presume her strength was not lacking. Yes, time was of the essence, and without further ado, Yang Lan produced her trusted weapon for Lin Bei to inspect. Although it lacked the formidable prowess of Lin Bei's Fangtian Huaji, it was nonetheless a divine artifact that had become an extension of her being. Despite being hampered by her limited level, its inherent power remained far superior to that of any weapon of equivalent rank. Upon observing Yang Lan's weapon, Lin Bei nodded in approval and solemnly addressed the trio. "To survive, let us strive together." Lin Bei's earlier remark, referring to him as grandson, unexpectedly quelled Meng Ao and Apos' boundless fury. With a grin, he replied, "Kid, I see you and Apos re quite audacious. I hope you can maintain that bravado for a while longer. Once revenge for the young master is exacted, and the seals in this border region are lifted, I shall promptly lead my men to the undersea royal city to exact vengeance upon those who have wronged him." Today, in a bid to establish his authority, he has brought along all the subordinates he recently recruited, nearly 100 sea monsters. It is not that he underestimates Lin Bei and his companions, rather, he is acutely aware that this group of survivors has only been in this raft world for less than 3 days. Moreover, they arrived with nothing from the outset. So merely managing to survive these 3 days is already a commendable achievement. The notion of enhancing their combat prowess within such a short span is utterly implausible. Meng Ao has calculated that Lin Bei and his companions lack the capability to resist, which is precisely why he has brought these somewhat unruly sea monster subordinates along, intending to use Lin Bei and his group to effectively intimidate these disobedient minions. Chapter 44. Is it overconfidence or a hidden strength? Lin Bei harbored a profound fear of death, yet he was unafraid of challenges. Upon hearing Meng Ao and Amp Oppo's declaration, he responded with a mocking laugh. Rest assured, my dear grandson, I shall be the one laughing in the end. If you don't believe me, let us settle this one-on-one. In a group battle, the opposing forces vastly outnumbered Lin Bei's side by several dozen times. The stark disparity in numbers posed a significant disadvantage, even if they managed to secure a victory. The losses would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Therefore, in order to minimize casualties, the wisest course of action was to confront the formidable leader of the sea serpent monster in a duel, aiming to eliminate this chief first. It is often said that to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. Once the leader of the sea serpent was vanquished, his followers would lose their momentum and become easy prey for Lin Bei and Oppo's side. Little did he know, Lin Bei's intentions perfectly aligned with Meng Ao's desire to establish his authority. Very well, I shall heed your words. Let us engage in single combat. Meng Ao readily agreed, turning to his assembled subordinates and proclaiming loudly, you all bear witness to this. Those who dare to disobey and offend our sea serpent clan shall meet a dire fate. With unwavering confidence, Meng Ao stood his ground, gesturing for Lin Bei to strike first. Come forth. I have lived a century longer than you. I shall grant you 3 moves, lest you claim I cheated if you lose. Meng Ao was entirely oblivious to the danger, viewing Lin Bei's previous victory over his young master as nothing more than mere luck. To put it plainly, it was merely due to the serious injuries sustained by the young master of his family, compounded by the collaborative ambush executed by Lin Bei and his companions, that they achieved their success. It is scarcely worthy of mention. At this moment, Meng Ao was fantasizing about the scene when Lin Bei would soon be thoroughly defeated and left on the ground, subjected to his humiliation and authority. Although he felt a profound satisfaction in achieving his goal of one-on-one combat, Lin Bei outwardly displayed a countenance of displeasure, angrily shouting, my grandfather does not require your concession. To this, the sea serpent monster audaciously retorted, I say let it be, so let it be. You, boy, come at me. How formidable could a mere human survivor truly be? 3 strikes upon him would feel no more than a mere tickle. However, what Meng Ao failed to realize was that the Lin Bei he belittled held him in equal disdain. Currently, Meng Ao was merely at a half-human, half-demon stage, having not yet cultivated to the level of full transformation into a human form. Lin Bei held no faith in the prowess of this half-human, half-demon appearance. Even if Meng Ao were to cultivate a demon core like the previous octopus young master, Lin Bei would still not regard him as a formidable adversary. Ultimately, the disparity in strength between the half-human, half-demon state and the full transformation into a human form was substantial. In Lin Bei and Oppo's eyes, Meng Ao's current strength was comparable to that of the octopus young master he had previously defeated. After all, the disparity in strength between these 2 individuals within the same realm is not as vast as one might assume. It is essential to recognize that, within a singular realm, significant differences in strength are rare unless one possesses extraordinary weapons or artifacts that confer protective powers. Generally, their abilities are quite comparable, with only slight variations arising from their distinct techniques and skills, though these discrepancies are seldom substantial. Moreover, considering the prowess of the octopus young master, when Lin Bei had yet to reach level 10 or acquire the famed Fangtian Huaji, he was indeed weak in solitary combat, unable to contend with such an opponent. However, the situation has markedly changed. Lin Bei has now ascended to level 14, boasting a formidable combat power of 46 points, complemented by the divine artifact, Fangtian Huaji. Under these circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lin Bei not to emerge victorious. Initially, Lin Bei planned that, should a team battle be unavoidable, he would adhere to the strategy of capturing the leader first. Thus, he intended to confront the commanding sea serpent creature alone, while Li Jun and Yang Lan would engage its minions, ensuring the protection of Xixi. Meanwhile, Xixi would remain at the side, playing her lute, as her musical abilities would significantly aid the team in battle. Lin Bei anticipated a fierce confrontation, yet he was taken aback by the leader of the sea serpent, who appeared to underestimate the situation, insisting that Lin Bei take 3 moves. Lin Bei was left pondering whether the opponent was genuinely overconfident or possessed some hidden advantage. Chapter 45. A sudden bold idea. Lin Bei, weary of further contemplation, decided to let the other party have their way. He drew forth his divine weapon, the Fangtian Huaji, ready to engage in direct combat. However, upon witnessing the kaleidoscopic glow emanating from Lin Bei's weapon, Meng Ao felt a wave of regret wash over him. Having accompanied his young master in the opulent depths of the underwater royal city, Meng Ao had frequented many high-end venues and had acquired a certain level of discernment. He understood that the myriad colors on a weapon signified its corresponding rank. Clearly, the weapon in Lin Bei and Amp, Apos, S possession was a divine artifact, for only such a weapon would radiate a spectrum of colors. The notion of such a divine artifact appearing in the hands of a mere human survivor who had only just arrived in this raft-bound world struck Meng Ao as exceedingly peculiar. The fact that a human survivor could possess a divine artifact was beyond his wildest imaginings. Although he himself wielded a high-level protective talisman, it paled in comparison to the divine artifact, rendering it utterly insignificant. At that moment, Meng Ao was consumed by regret. I will heed your words. No more than 3 moves. Let us engage fairly, striking simultaneously. His astonishment rendered his speech faltering. In response, a knowing smile graced Lin Bei and Amp, Apos, S lips as he replied nonchalantly. As you wish. With that, he swiftly summoned his inner power, sprinting 100 meters to stand before Meng Ao. Then, with a powerful leap, he raised the Fangtian Huaji and brought it down in a sweeping strike aimed directly at Meng Ao and Apos' head. A terrifying force surged forth, leaving Meng Ao in a state of disbelief. How could this mere survivor of humanity have acquired such formidable power in such a brief span of time? Regrettably, Lin Bei offered him no opportunity to ponder this enigma, swiftly sending him to his demise. Before the divine artifact, Meng Ao was rendered incapable of defending himself, managing only to utter a desperate cry of no, as his life force extinguished. Subsequently, a notification resonated in Lin Bei's ears. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain the sea monster, the sea serpent, earning 100,000 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain the sea monster, the sea serpent, acquiring a golden silk garment. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain the sea monster, the sea serpent, obtaining a piece of sea serpent skin. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain the sea monster, the sea serpent, securing 120 pieces of sea serpent meat. Golden silk garment. Description: a high-level defensive artifact, rumored to have once been worn by an immortal, offering exceptional protection capable of deflecting a lethal strike from an ordinary warrior. Lin Bei gazed at the attributes of the golden silk garment. Its impressive defense could indeed withstand a fatal blow from a typical martial artist. It was no wonder Meng Ao had the audacity to challenge him to a duel, relying on his protective treasure. Little did Meng Ao realize that his possession of the divine weapon, the Fangtian Huaji, could easily surpass the defenses of the golden silk garment. Moreover, with a martial prowess of 46, could he even be considered an ordinary warrior? Lin Bei affixed the golden silk garment to himself, noting that it fit him well. However, given his extraordinary martial strength, he found no need for such protection. Indeed, she sure lacks the protection of martial prowess. I shall have her try on this defensive artifact shortly, hoping it fits her well. Li Jun, Shi Shi, and Yang Lan were utterly astonished that Meng Ao had fallen so easily. Not even a single counterattack. Previously, he had boasted so fervently, and they had imagined he could at least withstand a few exchanges against Lin Bei. Yet the outcome was profoundly disappointing. The thoughts of Li Jun and the others mirrored those of Lin Bei. In a team battle, the opponent's numbers were overwhelming, making it indeed challenging for their mere quartet. However, in one-on-one combat, they excelled. The multitude of sea monsters present on the surface was equally rendered speechless by Lin Bei and Apos' audacity. They had forgotten to flee, their eyes wide with shock, rooted to the spot in disbelief. Lin Bei gazed at these sea creatures and was suddenly struck by a bold idea. Listen closely, he declared, raising the divine artifact high above him. Your leader could not withstand even a single strike from me before collapsing lifelessly. Now, I present you with 2 choices. Choice 1. Henceforth, follow me, Lin Bei, and indulge in a life of luxury and abundance. There are but 2 conditions: total obedience and an unwavering loyalty. Remember, transgressing either of these tenets will lead to your demise. Choice 2. Step forward now to meet your end, and I shall grant you a swift and painless death. As Lin Bei's words lingered in the air, a sea monster in the vessel regained its senses, attempting to stealthily slip away. Unfortunately for it, this desperate act did not escape the keen gaze of Lin Bei. A knowing smile crept across Lin Bei and Amp, Apos' lips as he instinctively began to harness the energy within him. As the sea monster turned, Lin Bei skillfully channeled his inner strength and gently hurled the divine weapon, the Fangtian Huaji, towards the creature and Apos' back. With a soft thud, the weapon embedded itself into the monster and Apos' flesh. Under the watchful eyes of the terrified sea creatures, Lin Bei waved his hand and shouted, "Return." Instantly, the Fangtian Huaji flew back into his grasp, still impaled with the carcass of a large crab monster. In that swift motion, the crab monster, which had intended to flee, breathed its last. Immediately, a notification chimed in Lin Bei's ears. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain the sea monster crab. Experience gained 10,000 points. Survivor Lin Bei has successfully slain the sea monster crab. Reward, 50 pieces of crab meat. Though the rewards were modest, the psychological impact was profound. And Lin Bei felt indebted to the reckless crab monster. Do not even think about escaping. Do you recognize the weapon in my hand? This is the divine Fangtian Huaji, Lin Bei proclaimed, raising the weapon aloft so that all the sea monsters could see the impaled crab carcass. With resolute conviction, he declared, "No one can escape before my divine weapon." With that, he summoned his inner strength and cleaved the crab monster in two, proclaiming, "Doubt it? This crab monster is your fate." Lin Bei's chilling voice echoed deep within the minds of the surrounding sea creatures. Chapter 46. A revelation. Under the formidable intimidation exerted by Lin Bei, the multitude of sea monsters had little choice but to align themselves with him. To follow Lin Bei meant indulging in a life of luxury. To choose otherwise would be akin to courting death, a decision even the dimmest among them would avoid. Despite their seemingly foolish demeanor, 9 out of 10 fools are voracious eaters. The sea monsters clasped their hands in unison, proclaiming, "We vow to follow our lord unto death, to obey commands, and to never betray." Lin Bei's ruthless tactics had thoroughly instilled fear in the hearts of the more than 100 sea monsters. Meng Ao had intended to assert dominance through Lin Bei, only to inadvertently elevate him instead. One could only speculate about the shadows of doubt now haunting his mind. In response to the sea monsters and Appo's allegiance, Lin Bei nodded with satisfaction. "Since you have recognized me, Lin Bei, as your master, I shall not neglect you. I am aware that your previous existence beneath the sea was fraught with hardship. However, fortunate is it that you have chosen to follow me. Henceforth, I declare that your better days are upon you. From this moment forward, as long as you obey orders and never betray, I assure you that your lives will only improve." With that, Lin Bei retrieved several hundred pieces of shark meat from his storeroom, acquired from recent hunts, and laid them upon the deck of the wooden ship. "Select a consul among you to distribute this shark meat. Enjoy your meals tonight, and rest well. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a grand endeavor together. From now on, you shall no longer worry about your sustenance." Upon witnessing such an abundance of meat, the myriad sea monsters could hardly contain their excitement, nearly moved to tears. Their allegiance to Meng Ao stemmed from their desperate circumstances. They had been deprived of the ability to hunt for themselves and were left to scavenge the meager offerings of human survivors, engaging in fierce battles for sustenance. Only those fortunate enough to survive could partake in the meager provisions. This existence was one they yearned to escape. As long as Lin Bei could provide them with a life free from hunger, they would gladly follow him. In unison, the sea monsters clasped their hands in a gesture of loyalty and declared, "We vow to follow our esteemed lord unto death, to obey all commands, and to never betray." Subsequently, an octopus-like creature ascended to the deck, approaching Lin Bei with reverence, hands clasped and bowing. "I am Zhang Yu, at your service, esteemed lord." This sea creature bore an honest visage, mature and capable, and Lin Bei felt satisfied with his choice of consul. The very selection of him for this position indicated his exceptional qualities, and Lin Bei believed he would fulfill his duties without disappointing him. In response, Zhang Yu humbly assured, "I shall not fail to meet your expectations, esteemed lord." Lin Bei nodded in approval. "Now, go and distribute the food among your brethren, ensuring they are well fed to rest soundly tonight. Tomorrow we have significant matters to attend to. Rest assured, esteemed lord, I will fulfill my duty and ensure all my brothers are well taken care of." With that, Zhang Yu set off to carry out his responsibilities. Lin Bei observed him, recognizing that Zhang Yu was indeed a figure capable of great deeds. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Lin Bei's ears. Survivor Lin Bei successfully subdued 175 sea monsters, earning 1.75 million experience points. Survivor Lin Bei's level ascended to 15, granting an additional point of strength. Survivor Lin Bei's level then rose to 16, rewarded with another point of strength. Subsequently, Survivor Lin Bei reached level 17, receiving yet another point of strength. As you are the first survivor in this entire sea region to tame sea monsters, a reward of 5 points of strength has been granted. Meanwhile, all survivors were presented with a notification. Congratulations to Survivor Lin Bei for becoming the pioneering tamer of sea monsters in this entire sea region, rewarded with 5 points of strength. Although it was already evening, many survivors noticed this notification and promptly opened the chat channel. "Wow, sea monsters can actually be tamed. This is truly eye-opening," exclaimed one. "Haha," Lin Bei remarked, "there are always things you cannot fathom, yet nothing is beyond my reach." Indeed, taming a sea monster is merely the beginning. Just wait and see, there will surely be more astonishing surprises tomorrow. To those upstairs, do you really think you know more? When has Lin Bei ever not been in the spotlight? I love speaking my mind. What is it to you? Enough of the bickering. No amount of noise will rival Lin Bei's prowess. Exactly. Arguing is futile. Sleep is far more beneficial. Everyone hurriedly decided to rest while the sea monsters were absent, seizing the moment to sleep. After all, when the sea monsters arrived, they wouldn't know how they met their demise due to sheer exhaustion. The notification has concluded. Lin Bei was utterly dumbfounded. He never anticipated that subduing sea monsters would yield experience points. Moreover, it amounted to a staggering 10,000 experience points each, resulting in a total of 175 million, allowing him to ascend 3 levels in one go. What an exhilarating experience. Overwhelmed with joy, Lin Bei hastily opened his personal attributes, feeling an odd sense of unreality. Name: Lin Bei Homestead. Wooden boat. Repair. Expand. Upgrade. Level 17. 221,531 Skills: Mastery of throwing knives. Second form. Combat power. 54 health. 100 thirst. 100 hunger. 100. Area unsealing countdown. 117 days. 23 hours. 5 minutes. 19 seconds. To his astonishment, it was indeed real. Lin Bei stroked his chin, contemplating that if subduing sea monsters granted experience points, perhaps he could exploit this to rapidly elevate his level. Suddenly, Li Jun approached Lin Bei, draping an arm over his shoulder and giving him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, you truly are remarkable. Little brother admires you greatly." In an instant, not only had he resolved the crisis, but he had also gathered a multitude of followers. Brother Lin was indeed formidable. While the mutual flattery was expected, Li Jun and Appo's interruption compelled Lin Bei to set aside his calculations. He earnestly remarked, "However, capturing over 100 sea monsters will significantly aid our future development. We must train them well, as team battles will become our strong suit." Upon hearing this, Li Jun's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but agree. The sea monsters are formidable. If we can train them to fight 10 or even 100 at once, not only would we not fear team battles, but even one-on-one confrontations would be within our grasp. In that case, who in these waters would dare to defy them? As Li Jun indulged in visions of a promising future, Yang Lan furrowed her brow with concern. "Have you all considered how to manage these sea monsters? Not only are they massive in size, but their appetites are equally vast. Accommodating their needs for food and shelter will pose a significant challenge." She could not comprehend Lin Bei's line of thinking. If he was in need of allies, he could easily recruit human survivors instead. It seemed unprecedented for anyone to attempt to tame sea monsters. Hearing this, Li Jun cast a nervous glance at Lin Bei. "Indeed, Brother Lin. We must address the issue of feeding these sea monsters. As for shelter, they could remain in the ocean for now." Lin Bei smiled and pointed to the small island across from them, asking, "Do you think this island could accommodate over 100 sea monsters?" Yang Lan gazed at the island, suddenly realizing the obvious concern. If she could think of it, surely Lin Bei had as well. She murmured to herself, "It and Appo's is sufficient. Utterly sufficient." The island appeared quite sizable, and once they claimed it as their base, as long as the soil was fertile, it would be more than enough to sustain the 100 or so sea monsters. As for the seeds, well, Lin Bei would undoubtedly find a way to procure them. With the issue resolved, Lin Bei glanced up at the sky, noting that it was getting late, and urged Li Jun, Xixi, and Yang Lan to return and rest well. After all, they must explore the island tomorrow, and they cannot afford to be weary. Once Li Jun, Xixi, and Yang Lan returned to their quarters, Lin Bei summoned Zhang Yu into his modest dwelling. Chapter 47. The undersea royal city. In this modest chamber, Lin Bei truly comprehended the colossal size of these sea creatures. Zhang Yu and Appo's 8 tentacles nearly rendered the space insufficient for his presence. Meeting the esteemed master alone, Zhang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. "My lord, do you have any instructions for me? Please, do not hesitate. I assure you, I shall fulfill your wishes." The master had generously distributed an abundance of meat, and the gratitude from all was palpable. Prior to receiving the summons to meet the master, several close companions had urged him to convey their profound appreciation. Observing Zhang Yu's unease, Lin Bei offered a reassuring smile. "There is no need for you to be anxious. I did not summon you to undertake any tasks on my behalf." Not anxious, Zhang Yu replied, bewildered. Could it be that the master simply desired a casual conversation? The simplicity of these sea creatures often led their thoughts to be plainly displayed upon their countenances. Lin Bei mused to himself that, indeed, he had summoned Zhang Yu for a chat. With a gentle smile, Lin Bei began. "I called you here to gain insight into the circumstances of this maritime region." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu and Appo's tension dissipated, replaced by an exuberance akin to that induced by an invigorating tonic. "My lord, you have chosen wisely to seek my counsel. There is nothing within this sea domain that I do not know. Well, perhaps a few things. Zhang Yu, brimming with excitement, nearly danced with glee. Yet his fervor led to a rapid speech that almost left him breathless from his own exuberance. He had to pause for a moment to collect himself. And once his emotions had calmed somewhat, he continued, "My lord, please feel free to inquire about anything you wish. I assure you, I shall speak without reservation or concealment. It brings me immense joy to alleviate your burdens. Here, have a sip of water." Lin Bei quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the storage and handed it to him, urging him to take his time. "I am in no hurry. Speak at your leisure." Zhang Yu looked at the pristine bottle of mineral water with disbelief. This was a precious resource, one of the most sought-after and scarce commodities among human survivors. It was astonishing that the Lord would generously offer an entire bottle. How noble of him. No wonder he boldly proclaimed that those who followed him would never suffer from hunger or deprivation. Noticing Zhang Yu's stunned expression as he hesitated to accept the water, Lin Bei assumed he was merely shy and pressed the bottle into his hands. "Take it. Thank you for your generosity, my lord," Zhang Yu stammered, gripping the bottle with trembling hands, overwhelmed with excitement. Though their kind, the sea monsters, did not consume fresh water, he could not bring himself to refuse the Lord's kindness. He could choose to preserve it, passing it down through generations, so that his descendants would recognize the Lord's magnificence and benevolence. After a while, Lin Bei noticed that Zhang Yu was still holding the bottle, gazing at him with fervent intensity without opening it to drink. It then dawned on him that, as creatures of the ocean, the sea monsters had no need for fresh water in the first place. The sea monster has no need for fresh water. So offering Zhang Yu this bottle of mineral water seems nothing short of a waste. Lin Bei recalled that in the original world, it was often said that wastefulness is a disgrace, and one must resolutely resist such behavior. Considering that even in the resource-abundant original world, people constantly advocated against waste, it stands to reason that in the resource-scarce world of rafts, waste should be even more firmly resisted. With this thought, Lin Bei awkwardly scratched his head, then snatched the mineral water bottle from Zhang Yu's hands, forcing a calm smile as he said, "Oh, Zhang Yu, I just remembered that you do not drink fresh water." Zhang Yu was left dumbfounded by Lin Bei and Appo's sudden action, watching in disbelief as his lord took away the mineral water bottle he had intended to keep as a family heirloom. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Yu finally regained his composure, stammering, my lord, we can actually drink fresh water too. Is that so?" Lin Bei replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he raised the mineral water bottle in his hand and asked, "Then, what about this bottle of mineral water?" Before Lin Bei could finish, Zhang Yu eagerly interjected, I'll drink it. I'll drink it." He then stepped forward, snatching the bottle from Lin Bei's grasp, and twisted off the cap, taking a large gulp as if fearing Lin Bei would change his mind and take it back. Lin Bei stood there, wide-eyed and frozen in place, thinking to himself, "I'm not trying to take it back. It's as if he thinks I'm about to snatch it from him." Zhang Yu swallowed the fresh water in his mouth, smacked his lips twice, and murmured softly to himself, "Indeed, this fresh water is distinctly different from the seawater we usually drink." Having said that, Zhang Yu carefully twisted the cap back on the bottle, gripping it tightly this time. He then glanced at the master seated across from him, and feeling a tinge of anxiety, he cautiously concealed the bottle of mineral water behind him. Zhang Yu and Appo's expression and actions left Lin Bei puzzled as to his intentions. Clearing his throat, Lin Bei broke the awkward silence. "So, Zhang Yu, do you have any idea how vast the sea area is?" "Master, I am aware," Zhang Yu replied, his demeanor instantly lightening with the knowledge he possessed. "This sea is boundless. For years, we have drifted along the ocean floor without ever encountering its limits." Lin Bei then posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. "Do you know how many indigenous inhabitants like yourself reside beneath the waves, and where they make their homes?" Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, Zhang Yu responded, "Master, there are few indigenous people still alive at the seabed. For the sake of everyone and Appo's safety, most have banded together in their designated areas, with only a few outliers remaining solitary." After a brief pause, he continued, "Elders have mentioned that apart from the underwater royal city, the numbers of indigenous people in other regions are quite sparse." "The underwater royal city?" Lin Bei mused, intrigued by this mention for the first time. He was both astonished and intrigued, hastily inquiring about the location of the undersea kingdom from Zhang Yu. Could it be that beneath this expanse of ocean lay a royal city? If there exists a royal city, surely there must be a king, a queen, princes, and princesses as well. The undersea kingdom is a realm where formidable beings converge. As Zhang Yu spoke, he furrowed his brow with concern, expressing, "My lord, you must not venture to that place. The undersea kingdom is notorious for devouring those who enter without mercy." His caution was not a reflection of any doubt in his lord and Appo's strength, but rather a lamentation for the many who had ventured into the undersea kingdom, never to return. He, being a person of such virtue, did not wish for him to meet a grim fate. Zhang Yu's worries were evident upon his countenance, and Lin Bei understood that he was concerned for his safety, recognizing his intentions were born of genuine care. Thus, Lin Bei reassuringly patted his shoulder and said, "Do not worry, I shall not go there now. As for whether I might visit in the future, that remains uncertain." Chapter 48. Women should not be indulged not going now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu realized that the master still intended to proceed. What could he do but return to urge his comrades to diligently enhance their strength, hoping they could assist their master in times of need? These sea monsters were not the heartless and ungrateful sort. Their vow to follow until death was a genuine commitment, and their obedience was not mere rhetoric. Moreover, Zhang Yu was a creature of deep loyalty and affection. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen from among the 174 sea monsters to serve as their envoy. After Lin Bei finished speaking, he attentively observed Zhang Yu's facial expressions. He noted that, though Zhang had grasped the underlying message, there was no trace of fear or retreat. Instead, he appeared ready to stand up and fight fiercely for Lin Bei. Lin Bei was taken aback. He had merely offered them a morsel of shark meat. Yet it had inspired such unwavering loyalty. This seemed extraordinary. At that moment, Lin Bei overlooked the fact that the world of rafts was primarily one where might was esteemed, and resources were scarce. Initially, he had subdued them through force, and then he had rewarded them with several hundred pieces of shark meat, promising a future free from hunger. A life without want was a dream they had long cherished. Now that someone was willing to lead them towards that reality, how could they possibly falter in the face of impending challenges? Nevertheless, Lin Bei was genuinely pleased with Zhang Yu and Apos' loyalty. At this moment, Lin Bei resolved to diligently cultivate Zhang Yu, aiding him in his quest to attain the realm of transformation into human form. Once Zhang Yu assumes a human shape, he will be better equipped to assist Lin Bei in dominating these waters. However, before facilitating Zhang Yu and Apos' training, he needed to assist Lin Bei with a pressing matter. "Zhang Yu, are you aware of how many indigenous inhabitants like yourself reside in this area?" Lin Bei finally posed the pivotal question that had summoned Zhang Yu to the small dwelling. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu replied, "Not many. Including both adults and children, there are no more than 20,000. The scarcity of food has diminished their reproductive capabilities. If this continues, the indigenous population will inevitably face extinction." Fortunately, the arrival of their esteemed leader has instilled hope, as he eagerly anticipates the promised future devoid of hunger. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei silently calculated in his mind. With a straightforward arithmetic approach, 20,000 indigenous inhabitants equate to 200 million experience points. Given the 100 experience points per individual, currently, it requires 500,000 experience points to advance a level, yet, judging by the trend of progression, the experience required to level up from 20 to 30 will certainly escalate to 1 million points, and so forth. Nevertheless, even with this increase, 200 million experience points would suffice to elevate him at several levels. However, the time to extensively recruit the indigenous population has not yet arrived. First, he must address the food and shelter needs of the 175 indigenous individuals he has already reclaimed. "Zhang Yu, I have no further matters at hand. You may return and rest well." Having reached a conclusion, Lin Bei gestured for Zhang Yu to take his leave, recognizing that the exploration of the island remains paramount at this juncture. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu clasped his fists and respectfully stated, "My lord, I shall take my leave now. Please summon me whenever you require my assistance." Lin Bei nodded in acknowledgement. After Zhang Yu exited, he thoughtfully closed the door to the small chamber behind him. Once alone, Lin Bei reclined on his bed and opened his personal repository to review the schematics that Sun Quan had traded alongside the flying daggers. The previous night, he had vanquished several formidable sea monsters, leaving him utterly exhausted and in a deep slumber, unaware of the messages Sun Quan had sent. Fortunately, she sure had facilitated the transaction, ensuring that there were no delays. However, she sure had neglected to inform him that, had it not been for the sudden notification of Yanglan's surrender, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that Sun Quan not only returned the flying daggers, but also included an additional schematic. Moreover, the sign-in system had activated during the night while he was asleep, rewarding him with unknown benefits. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated. "The host is not accustomed to the automated sign-in. You may adjust the scheduled sign-in time according to your personal routine. Once the designated time arrives, the sign-in system will promptly notify the host." Lin Bei, taken aback, exclaimed, "If I could sign in this way, why did you not inform me sooner?" The mechanical voice replied, "But host, you did not inquire." Lin Bei, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that everything seemed to require his own questioning. Nevertheless, The mechanical voice did not address his inner discontent, but instead formally inquired, at what time would the host prefer to reschedule the sign-in? Pondering while stroking his chin, Lin Bei considered that he should indeed prioritize a good rest in the evenings. Let it be set for 8 o'clock every morning. By that hour, he should surely be awake. Very well, host. The check-in time has been adjusted to 8:00 and amp, oppos, clock each morning. The longer the host survives in this Raft world, the more bountiful the rewards shall be. Lin Bei scoffed. Rest assured, I shall outlive you. With that, Lin Bei took out the blueprint. Upon inspection, he was instantly unsettled. Sun Quan truly was blessed by fortune. Beginner farm blueprint. Description: the user may drop a single drop of blood onto the blueprint to acquire a small, 1 square meter upgradable farm, capable of cultivating any plant. Each plant has a different harvest cycle, with the quickest being 1 week and the slowest not exceeding half a year. In this world of scarce resources, the value of such a farm is almost self-evident. That Sun Quan would not keep such a precious item for herself, but instead gift it to him left Lin Bei perplexed. Unable to fathom her intentions, he decided to send Sun Quan a private message. Sun Quan, if you are not busy, I would like to have a proper conversation with you. Sun Quan quickly replied. Didn't I already return the flying knife? What more do you wish to discuss? Lin Bei was taken aback. After the intense struggle of the previous night, her voice had significantly changed. No longer did she address him as big brother, and her tone was noticeably more mature and composed. Lin Bei found himself momentarily disoriented. He cleared his throat and inquired, how are you and your esteemed headmistress doing? At his words, Sun Quan couldn't help but purse her lips and let out a soft huff in response. We are well, and death eludes us. Last night, after she vanquished the sea monster, she eagerly anticipated sharing the good news with him. To her dismay, the response came from a woman. No wonder he had claimed he could not assist her last night. It appears he has not only conscripted the man, Li Jun, but also a woman. It is only now that he remembers to inquire about her and the dean and oppos' well-being. Today, he has spent the entire day with that woman. He must be quite content. Oh well, as long as all is well. Lin Bei furrowed his brow. What has gotten into Sun Quan tonight? She is so confrontational. Just as Lin Bei pondered his confusion, Sun Quan and amp, oppos' frigid voice pierced through again. Do you have any business? If not, I shall exit the private chat. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei and oppos' anger flared, and he retorted vehemently, I sought you out to inquire about the farm blueprint you traded with me last night. If you have no desire to discuss it, then so be it. Damn it, this woman cannot be indulged. Chapter 49. The enchanting functionality. Lin Bei was on the verge of exploding with frustration, just as he was about to exit the private message. Sun Quan and oppos' calm voice cut in. The blueprint I gave you is a dowry. When we meet, you must marry me. What did she mean? Lin Bei felt certain he must have misheard her. They were discussing a farm blueprint, and suddenly it veered into matrimony. Sun Quan shyly clarified, I mean it literally. It was somewhat embarrassing for a girl to utter such a statement about marriage. If that is the case, you might as well take the farm blueprint back. Lin Bei expressed that he was not opposed, merely taken aback by the abruptness of it all. They had never even met, and she was already proposing marriage. What if Sun Quan turned out to be a dragon in disguise? Sun Quan, upon hearing this, grew incensed and retorted, What do you mean? I'm a stunning beauty, with no need for a car or a house. I'm offering you a dowry, and you still refuse. Are you even a man? Lin Bei candidly replied, I am not willing. You say she is beautiful, but I have never seen her. I was just joking. Sun Wan's spirits deflated instantly. In her heart, she vowed that when they finally met, she would make Lin Bei kneel down, pleading and weeping to marry her. After calming her emotions, she continued with a composed demeanor. Since I've entrusted you with the farm blueprint, you should utilize it. You are well aware of my capabilities. I cannot protect this farm. Even if you return the blueprint to me now, I would still not dare to use it, thus wasting such a precious resource. Upon reflecting quietly in his heart, Lin Bei arrived at a conclusion that indeed aligned with Sun Wan's assertions. Given Sun Wan's current capabilities, she would undeniably be unable to safeguard this farm. From the experiences Lin Bei had gathered over the past few days, it was evident that once Sun Wan utilized her blood to activate the farm blueprint, an announcement would undoubtedly be disseminated across the entire region. At that moment, every survivor within their vicinity would become aware of the farm's existence. Who could resist the allure of a farm with a brief harvest cycle that could cultivate any plant? Consequently, Sun Wan would transform into the coveted target for all survivors in the area, eager to seize and eliminate her. If her coordinates were discovered by the survivors, her fate would be unequivocally sealed, death. Ultimately, within this realm, the only individual daring enough to openly flaunt his possessions without fearing theft was Lin Bei. Only he, as the top-ranked survivor, could wield the farm blueprint to deter others from plotting murder and plunder. Setting aside Lin Bei and Amp, Apos' personal prowess, even his subordinate, the indigenous number 175, was a force that would compel other survivors to reconsider their own strength. Upon realizing this, Lin Bei felt an immediate sense of relief. As long as he was not compelled to marry her, that sufficed. Very well. Once the first batch of plants is harvested, I shall grant you a tenth of it to sample. The initial harvest shall be complimentary. Thereafter, any further provisions would require a trade of materials. After all, he too had exerted effort to reap these rewards, and they were not merely handed to him. Soon one was completely oblivious to Lin Bei and Apos' implied meaning and readily replied, "All right, let's proceed this way. We can contact each other if anything arises." After Lin Bei finished speaking, he promptly exited the private message. He was quite eager to utilize that farm blueprint. Regarding the farm, Lin Bei expressed great anticipation. He wondered if the farm would align with his imagination. With excitement, Lin Bei retrieved a flying knife from the warehouse and lightly grazed it across his index finger. Despite his gentle touch, the knife, being extraordinarily sharp, resulted in a significant wound. As he withdrew the knife, he observed a steady stream of blood flowing from the injury on his finger. He then put the flying knife away, leaving a drop of blood on the farm blueprint, which instantly transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Just as Lin Bei placed his finger in his mouth, a series of notification sounds echoed in his ears. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Bei, for using the basic farm blueprint and acquiring a small farm space of 1 square meter. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Bei, for activating the farm space and earning 300,000 experience points. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Bei, for leveling up to level 18. Given that you are the first survivor in the entire sea region to activate a farm space, you are awarded 5 points of combat strength and 4 cabbage seeds. Simultaneously, as Lin Bei had surmised, all survivors were presented with a notification. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Bei, for becoming the pioneer of farm space activation in the entire sea region, awarded 5 points of combat strength and 4 cabbage seeds. In this realm of rafts, no matter how late it may be, the silhouettes of survivors busily toil away. At this moment, they collectively abandon their tasks and synchronously activate the chat channel. Farm space? Could someone elucidate what this phenomenon entails? Indeed, Lin Bei never ceases to amaze. No need to wait for dawn. He can conjure up a delightful surprise in the dead of night. Speaking of this farm space, it surely cannot be as I conjectured. The previous speaker seems to be referring to that popular farming game we often indulge in. A farming game, you say? If this is indeed the case, Lin Bei shall have no worries regarding sustenance in the future. However, your assertion suggests that Lin Bei has ever been troubled by the lack of food. Let me enlighten you, my friend. You are merely overthinking. Do not forget, he is a prominent figure. How could a person of his stature be preoccupied with daily food shortages like us? You are not Lin Bei. How can you presume to know his circumstances? I know full well, so what? Are you challenging me? If you dare, come and bite me. Here we go again. One who cannot even afford a can of food fretting over another's sumptuous meals. Indeed, how ludicrous. The survivors observing the heated exchange could not help but express their disdain before exiting the chat channel. Unbeknownst to Lin Bei, he was deeply engrossed in exploring the miniature farm he had just acquired within the farm space. This farm space resembled the spatial farms he had encountered in novels, accessible solely through one and Amp, Apos' thoughts. Upon entering the agricultural realm through the power of thought, Lin Bei and Amp, Apos' corporeal form vanished entirely from the confines of the wooden cabin. Li Jun, Xixi, and Yang Lan, alerted by a notification, hurried to the cabin in succession, scouring every nook and cranny, yet finding no trace of Lin Bei. In truth, their concern for him was non-existent at that moment. A simple reflection revealed that Lin Bei was undoubtedly within the sanctuary of the farm, and it was inconceivable that anything could befall him in his own domain. Exchanging knowing glances, the trio silently retreated to their respective abodes. Li Jun and Yang Lan, carefree as ever, returned to their beds and swiftly succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Xixi, mindful of Lin Bei, decided to send him a private message, inquiring, "Master, do you require assistance at this moment?" At the precise moment Xixi sent this message, Lin Bei was diligently tilling the soil with a hoe. Only just realizing that Xixi had fabricated several hoes and other agricultural implements. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow instinctively, he replied, "Not at the moment. I will summon you if needed." "Understood, Master." Xixi responded before exiting the private chat and quietly closing her eyes to sleep. This diminutive agricultural space, scarcely measuring 1 square meter, could hardly yield a substantial harvest, which explained the meager reward of merely 4 cabbage seeds. With only 4 seeds at his disposal, Lin Bei soon completed the planting, indeed rendering Xixi assistance unnecessary. Just as Lin Bei prepared to withdraw from the agricultural realm through thought, he stumbled upon a wondrous auxiliary function within this farm space. Chapter 50. How to choose this auxiliary function, in essence, allows the user to delegate a portion of their permissions to another individual, enabling them to assist in the cultivation and harvesting of plants. This feature greatly pleases Lin Bei, as it alleviates the burden of managing the farm space, allowing him to continue pursuing his passions without hindering the cultivation activities. Without hesitation, Lin Bei added Xixi's name. Recognizing her meticulous nature and the advantage of having someone provided by the system to help manage the farm space, Lin Bei found it somewhat perplexing that, despite having Li Jun, Yang Lan, and the indigenous resident number 175 as his aides, his first thought was of Xixi. Perhaps it was because she was the only one aware of his possession of the system. As Lin Bei executed the operation, Xixi promptly materialized within the farm space, gazing in astonishment at her surroundings and exclaiming, "Where am I? Am I dreaming?" Lin Bei was equally surprised that by merely adding a name, he had summoned Xixi. He quickly approached her to explain, "This is the farm space I just acquired. You are not dreaming." Upon seeing Lin Bei, Xixi felt reassured and began to survey the so-called farm space. Candidly, she remarked, "So this is the farm space that was just mentioned. It truly is quite small. No wonder the owner does not require assistance." Ahem. Lin Bei coughed awkwardly at her observation, acknowledging, "It is indeed a bit small." Having spoken, Lin Bei retrieved the golden silk garment from the warehouse and presented it to Xixi, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness and redirect the conversation. "This is a remarkable defensive artifact. You should wear it," he suggested. He had previously struggled to find an opportunity to offer it to her. Upon seeing the shimmering golden silk, Xixi's attention was indeed diverted, and she exclaimed, "A defensive artifact? This is truly a treasure." Lin Bei nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed. Wearing it will shield you from harm, and I will feel more at ease when you face adversaries." However, Xixi shook her head in refusal, asserting, "Such a valuable item should rightfully be donned by its master. It would provide greater assurance in battle." Despite her insistence, Lin Bei, with no alternative, stepped closer and clumsily draped the golden silk over her form. Miraculously, once the garment enveloped Xixi, a flash of white light rendered her completely invisible. No one could discern that she wore a magical artifact. Lin Bei scrutinized her closely, his concern evident. "Do you feel any discomfort?" he inquired. Xixi, blushing, shook her head. Satisfied, Lin Bei remarked, "That end oppos, es good. It end oppos, es getting late. You should return to rest." With that, he exited the farm space. Back in his modest dwelling, Lin Bei lay on the wooden bed, exhaustion overcoming him, and he promptly fell into a deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, with her cheeks flushed, Xixi was elated, her spirits soared, and her fondness for Lin Bei surged to an impressive 100 points. The master trusts her, cares for her, and treats her well. What more could she possibly desire? Finally, Lin Bei managed to elevate Xixi's favorability to a perfect score of 100. However, he was abruptly awakened, rubbing his aching back as he surveyed the bewildering surroundings. What transpired? Had he not fallen asleep on the grand bed in the wooden cabin aboard the ship? How could he find himself in such a disorienting place upon waking? At that moment, Lin Bei was ensconced in a dense forest, surrounded by trees of various sizes, stretching endlessly in all directions. To make matters worse, after a night's slumber, he was now ravenously hungry. Yet, his personal warehouse, chat channels, trading platforms, friends list, and private messages were all rendered unusable. Even the system and Xixi could not be summoned. Lin Bei found himself inexplicably stripped of all resources. Whose cruel prank was this? Lin Bei shouted in frustration. He was seething with anger, vowing that if he ever caught the perpetrator of this mischief, they would not escape unscathed. Deep down, Lin Bei understood that only someone with considerable skill could orchestrate such a situation. Surely, it was not the work of ordinary survivors. His rage intensified, fueled by the utter lack of warning or opportunity to prepare. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in the depths of Lin Bei's mind. "I advise you to conserve your strength and contemplate how to survive." The distinctive tone brought to mind the ancient and distant voice he had heard the previous day on the wooden boat. Lin Bei exclaimed in astonishment, "It is you, the one who communicated with me in secret yesterday." He never anticipated that this individual possessed such remarkable abilities, capable of utilizing the art of secret communication even in this place. However, after a prolonged silence, the voice did not re-emerge. Observing his surroundings, a sudden epiphany struck Lin Bei. Could this location be the very island he intended to explore? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something was amiss. Given his current predicament, could this voice be responsible? As he reflected further, the possibility seemed increasingly plausible. After all, The urgency in the voice from yesterday suggested a fervent desire for him to explore this island. What on earth does this voice intend? Lin Bei thought, exasperated. He had already planned to explore the island today, yet this voice had orchestrated such a bizarre turn of events. Frustrated, he shouted into the void. Did you bring me to this island? What do you truly desire? After an extended wait, the voice remained silent, refusing to answer his inquiries. Once more, Lin Bei called into the air. Are you aware that I was already coming to explore this island today? Your meddling has completely disrupted my plans. Finally, the voice responded. Laced with mockery, your plans? Were they not simply to bring your subjugated followers along to the island? Does that truly qualify as a plan? Lin Bei pressed further. What do you mean by that? The voice replied calmly, let me elucidate it for you. It was not I who brought you to this small island. I merely interfered with your radar search, enabling you to swiftly discover my location. Moreover, until you unlock this island, your captors and subordinates cannot set foot on it. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei appeared perplexed and bewildered. He never anticipated such a rule existed. Yet now, deprived of any authority, how could he possibly unlock this island? This predicament seemed exceedingly unfair, lacking even a hint of guidance. Quickly, the voice provided an answer. Come to me, find me alive, and I can assist you in unlocking the island. What? You claim you will help me unlock this island? Lin Bei questioned, perplexed. We are not acquainted. What compels you to assist me? In that moment, the image of Yang Lan flashed through Lin Bei and Apos' mind, and he instantly comprehended. In such circumstances, there was no room for concealment or suspicion. He boldly articulated his conjecture. If I am not mistaken, you must be one of the previous batch of survivors. The hints you provide are not solely for my benefit, but rather for your own. You need my assistance to break the seal and release you. If his deduction was correct, this individual was likely the proprietor of the island. In response, the voice chuckled, you are quite astute. Indeed. I am one of the last surviving seekers. The guidance I just offered is not merely beneficial to me. Thus, Lin Bei was vindicated in his assumption. Now, he faced a formidable decision. If, guided by the prompt of this voice, one were to locate the place that confines him and release him from his seal, Lin Bei would be compelled to become his subjugator. However, it is evident from the discourse of this voice that it belongs to a formidable individual unwilling to remain subservient. Therefore, upon unsealing and liberating him, Lin Bei will inevitably face a fierce battle. In this confrontation, it shall either be Lin Bei and Apos' demise or his adversary and Apos' Chapter 51. Discovery of irregularities. However, if Lin Bei were to disregard the guidance of this voice, he might find himself trapped on this island for an extended period, perhaps even indefinitely. Regardless of the eventual outcome, Lin Bei's immediate priority is to seek sustenance in water to satiate his empty stomach, which has long been devoid of nourishment. At present, the only resource at his disposal is the personal attributes panel. Name, Lin Bei Homestead. Wooden boat. Repair, expand, upgrade, level, 18, 21, 549 500. 000. Skills, flying knife mastery, second form, combat power, 60 health, 9100, slight cold, thirst level, 75 100 hunger level, 61 100. Area unsealing countdown, 117 days. 13 hours, 59 minutes, 19 seconds. Gazing at the combat power of 60 displayed on the attributes panel, Lin Bei attempted to summon the inner strength within him. Fortunately, his inner energy remains accessible, providing adequate means of self-defense. As he calmed himself, he noticed that the various physical attributes displayed on the panel were beginning to decline. Should these attributes fall to 20, and he still be unable to find food and water, his fate would be grim, starvation, and dehydration await. In any environment, the jungle harbors numerous unknown dangers. With dawn barely breaking, Lin Bei estimated it to be around 5 or 6 in the morning. As he navigated through the dense foliage in search of nourishment, he remained utterly vigilant. Suddenly, just 3 meters ahead, the ground was adorned with a multitude of vibrant, colorful dots scattered across the terrain. As Lin Bei approached, he found himself amused. To his astonishment, a plethora of fungi flourished before him, including many edible mushrooms. Indeed, this jungle was abundant with various types of fungi, vibrant and diverse in color. Lin Bei skillfully avoided the toxic varieties, carefully selecting only those mushrooms he recognized as safe for consumption. Discovering food brought him a sense of relief, and he gathered mushrooms with a beaming smile, collecting them as he walked. Before long, his hands were overflowing with the edible treasures. Hastily, he placed the mushrooms on the ground and swiftly removed his outer garment, fashioning it into a makeshift net. With one hand grasping the improvised bag, he used the other to retrieve the mushrooms from the ground, placing them into his newly crafted container. He continued his journey, foraging for more edible fungi. However, Lin Bei was aware that even edible mushrooms could pose a danger if not properly cleaned. as consuming them raw could lead to poisoning and death. Thus, he sought a water source to cleanse his gathered bounty. Throughout his foraging, he was fortunate to encounter no immediate threats. As he tossed the collected mushrooms into his makeshift bag, he chuckled. It seems the jungle isn't as perilous as one might imagine. Yet, it could be said that Lin Bei and Appos, as joy was somewhat premature. The jungle, after all, is rarely devoid of danger. As he continued on his path, a sudden sound of rushing water reached his ears, subtle yet distinct, a sound that would easily go unnoticed by the untrained ear. Lin Bei gazed around, finding no trace of any water source. It seemed that his enhanced physical prowess, resulting from an increase in combat strength, had elevated his bodily functions, particularly his hearing, which had reached its zenith. This acute sense allowed him to discern the sound of flowing water in the distance. Following the sound, Lin Bei continued his trek, diligently foraging for edible, non-toxic mushrooms along the way. After nearly half an hour of searching, he spotted a small hill, approximately 2 to 3 meters high. Just 5 meters ahead, beneath the hill lay a small pond with flowing water. Water. Abundant water. Lin Bei exclaimed as he set down the mushrooms in his hands and hurried to the pond's edge, his thirst becoming unbearable. Without hesitation, he washed his hands briefly and scooped the water to his lips. Having encountered no dangers along his journey, Lin Bei had let down his guard. At that moment, consumed by thirst, he drank deeply from the pond, oblivious to the massive tiger lurking in the shadows, quietly drinking from the corner of the pond. His arrival startled the beast, which paused its drinking to scrutinize this unexpected human presence. After assessing the situation, the tiger seemed to conclude that Lin Bei posed no threat, as he once again cupped water in his hands to quench his thirst. In an instant, with a fierce roar, the tiger turned and lunged powerfully towards Lin Bei. Due to the interdiction of Lin Bei's personal repository, he is unable to access the divine artifacts and throwing knives stored within. Consequently, Lin Bei is compelled to engage the tiger in hand-to-hand combat, relying solely on his internal energy. The tiger, seizing the initiative, launched an attack with astonishing alacrity, leaving Lin Bei with insufficient time to evade, resulting in a grievous wound as a portion of flesh was torn from his right arm. The pain is excruciating, Lin Bei exclaimed, his voice filled with agony as he recoiled from the injury, swiftly maneuvering to evade the tiger's subsequent assault. With remarkable agility, Lin Bei reacted promptly, while the tiger, loath to relinquish its prize, paused its attack to devour the morsel of flesh it held in its jaws. The exquisite flavor of human flesh ignited within the tiger an unprecedented hunger, while the pervasive sin of blood further stimulated its voracious appetite and latent predatory instincts. Following their initial encounter, as the tiger gazed upon the delectable Lin Bei surreptitiously assessed the imposing stature of his adversary. Curiously, their thoughts converged in a remarkable parallel, as both man and beast exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with a shared anticipation of sustenance. Emboldened by his mastery of internal energy, Lin Bei executed a nimble leap, landing upon the tiger and Appos' back. With hands imbued with potent inner force, he firmly clasped the tiger's head, affording it no opportunity to retaliate, and forcefully twisted it in a clockwise direction. A resounding crack echoed through the air as the colossal tiger collapsed lifelessly to the ground, not a single drop of blood escaping its body. In that instant, an auditory notification reverberated within Lin Bei's mind. Congratulations to the survivor Lin Bei for successfully slaying the tiger, earning a remarkable 10,000 experience points. Although Lin Bei was unarmed, his impressive strength of 60 points was not to be underestimated. In the context of ancient martial arts, such prowess would classify him as a novice warrior, rendering an ordinary tiger inconsequential in his eyes, merely a matter of a punch. After a momentary scare, Lin Bei effortlessly dispatched the formidable creature. Now he had access to both water and food. However, it was peculiar that the corpse of the tiger, which lay on the ground, had yet to be refreshed, and he received no rewards in the form of tiger meat or skin. Could it be that he needed to personally carve the meat and skin from the tiger? Reluctantly, Lin Bei resolved to craft a tool or knife to facilitate the task at hand. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a small hill rising 2 to 3 meters before him, and he recalled the stone knives he had encountered in the warehouse the previous night. Created by Xixi, an idea sparked in his mind. He swiftly harnessed his inner strength to fashion a reasonably sharp stone knife. Armed with this tool, Lin Bei approached the tiger and Appos' carcass, grasped its neck, and flipped it onto its back to facilitate his cutting. Yet, as he struck down with the knife, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Chapter 52. I hope this woman will not regret it. To his astonishment, Lin Bei discovered that he was dealing with a pregnant tigress. Nearing the time of her delivery, with utmost caution, he made an incision in the tigress's abdomen and extracted 3 tiny cubs. These cubs, having not yet reached the stage of birth, were brought forth prematurely by Lin Bei, rendering them still unable to open their eyes. The only indication of their vitality was the faint sound of their breaths emanating from their little noses. Lin Bei gently placed them on a nearby mound of grass, covering them with leaves, before returning to the task of butchering the tiger. Once he had tidied up the area, he gathered dry twigs and began to kindle a fire, preparing to roast the tiger meat. His hunger level, which represented his physical state, had plummeted to 30. If he failed to procure sustenance soon, he would inevitably lose the ability to move. Should that happen, death would be the only fate awaiting him. With the fire ablaze, Lin Bei positioned the tiger meat upon a makeshift stone grill he had fashioned using his inner strength, ensuring that the space beneath was filled with kindling. As the flames roared higher, the temperature of the stone grill escalated. Before long, the meat began to sizzle, releasing delicious juices. Amidst the enticing sounds, Lin Bei instinctively approached the edge of the grass, lifting the leaves to glance at the 3 cubs. To his dismay, they showed no signs of opening their eyes, nor did they move a muscle. Unsure of how to handle the 3 cubs, Lin Bei was suddenly interrupted by the mechanical voice of the system. The scheduled sign-in time has arrived. Would the host like to sign in now? Lin Bei promptly replied with a single word, yes. As soon as the words left his lips, a mechanical voice resonated in Lin Bei's ears. Host sign-in successful. Current sign-in days, 4. Reward, one of the 4 great beauties. Jiao Chan. Shortly thereafter, Lin Bei beheld an enchanting woman in ancient attire gracefully descending from the heavens while wielding a sword. Her skin was as fair as snow, her delicate features adorned with a touch of rouge, her visage reminiscent of a blossoming peach, and her figure was strikingly elegant as she danced with her sword. She resembled the gentle sway of willows in the breeze. Upon landing, the woman approached him. Lin Bei's eyes widened in astonishment as he fervently called out to the system. System, what does this mean? I just received a beauty named Xixi as a reward, and now another beauty, Jiao Chan, appears. The system and Appo's mechanical voice responded. Xixi and Jiao Chan possess distinct qualities. Jiao Chan is skilled in combat and can assist the host in conquering the seas. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, the conquest of the seas is a man and Appo's endeavor. I, Lin Bei, have no need to rely on a woman for such pursuits. The system chuckled. Jiao Chan can aid the host by reducing the time required for various building productions. Are you certain you do not wish to have her? The tone of the system startled Lin Bei. Could it be exchanged? No. The system replied calmly. At this, Lin Bei rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering, what else is there to discuss? By this time, Jiao Chan had reached Lin Bei's side. This Jiao Chan possessed a figure and beauty that could overshadow even the most celebrated stars, and like Xixi upon her arrival, she bore the number 85 above her head. Lin Bei instinctively understood the significance of that number. Jiao Chan sheathed her sword and, with a graceful bow, greeted Lin Bei with a gentle smile. Master. Lin Bei gestured towards the nearly cooked tiger meat, remarking, this meat is almost ready. Your timing is impeccable. Feel free to eat if you and Appo's hungry. Don't hold back. He refrained from mentioning the meat's true origin, fearing that this exquisite beauty might be too timid to partake, which would complicate matters if he had to find her something else to eat. In response, Jiao Chan, with a bold spirit, thanked Lin Bei. Thank you, master. Without hesitation, she picked up a piece of the tiger meat and began to savor it, chewing heartily as she mumbled between bites. Delicious, delicious. It has been ages since I last enjoyed a meal. Lin Bei realized that his assumptions were misplaced. Jiao Chan was far from the typical woman. Timidity could never be attributed to her. Indeed, she and Xixi were markedly different, as the system had suggested. While Xixi embodied tranquility and grace, excelling in both the domestic sphere and social gatherings, Jiao Chan and Appo's martial background and swordsmanship endowed her with a bold demeanor and generous comportment. The contrast between the two was a vivid representation of both literary and martial excellence. Lin Bei felt compelled to remind her, be careful, it and Appo's hot. There is plenty of meat. Take your time. He remained skeptical about how delicious the tiger meat could be, devoid of salt or seasoning. Yet, Jiao Chan had no reason to deceive him. With a mix of doubt and curiosity, Lin Bei took a piece of the tiger meat and brought it to his mouth. As he bit down, he was astounded. Indeed, the tiger meat was remarkably delectable. Upon hearing this, the enchanting Jiao Chan, who was savoring the delectable meat, eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, master, this meat is truly exquisite. Unconsciously, she overlooked the mention of tiger in Lin Bei's words. Initially, upon hearing Jiao Chan extol the virtues of tiger meat, Lin Bei assumed that her prolonged confinement had rendered her so starved for meat that even the unseasoned roasted tiger was delightful to her palate. He had harbored a tinge of sympathy for her, only to realize he had misjudged the situation. It was, however, peculiar that the roasted meat, devoid of any seasoning, even salt, could taste so sublime. In truth, Lin Bei had unwittingly stumbled upon the essence of culinary brilliance. The absence of seasoning allowed the tiger meat to retain its authentic flavor. The two of them feasted until they had consumed a third of the tiger meat. Feeling satiated and content, after indulging, Diao Chan quenched her thirst with several refreshing sips from the pond before returning to sit beside the fire. In Lin Bei's presence, she displayed none of the coyness one might expect from a woman encountering a stranger. Instead, she radiated confidence and engaged in lively conversation while eating, displaying no signs of restraint. The sudden appearance of the sign-in system had momentarily distracted Lin Bei, causing him to forget about covering the thicket where 3 small tigers lay hidden with leaves. Now, having satisfied her hunger, Diao Chan casually glanced around and soon discovered the trio of small tigers nestled in the grass. She rushed over, joyfully gathering them into her embrace. Gently stroking them as she exclaimed, "Master, look, there are 3 little puppies here. They are so adorable. May I keep them?" It appears that women, regardless of the era, have an affinity for these furry creatures. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and readily replied, "If you wish to raise them, then by all means." He could only hope that this woman would not come to regret her decision to adopt these 3 little tigers today, unaware of the underlying truth. Diao Chan was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Thank you, my master." Chapter 53, prepared due to Lin Bei and Amp, Apos, S agreement to allow Diao Chan to care for the 3 little creatures. Her fondness for him surged to an impressive 90. Observing this, Lin Bei began to grasp the pattern of the affection value. Each increase or decrease was precisely 5 points. Furthermore, it appeared that boosting this affection was rather effortless. Fulfilling her request would result in an immediate rise in her fondness. As for the mechanisms of decline, Lin Bei had yet to decipher them, but he was disinclined to pursue such inquiries. It sufficed for him to understand the principles and methods of elevating the affection value. As long as it did not drop below 70, it should be quite manageable to restore. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through Lin Bei and Apos' mind, Diao Chan, terrified and screaming at the sight of the 3 large tigers. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, suppressing the urge to laugh heartily, and suggested, "Perhaps we should name these 3 little ones, as it would be easier to call them by name." Diao Chan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my master has thought this through." In truth, Lin Bei's thoughts were far from thorough. He merely sought to extricate himself safely from the situation. He had never acknowledged to Diao Chan that these 3 little tigers were connected to him, nor had he ever claimed they were merely playful puppies. When the time came for Diao Chan to uncover the truth that these were ferocious tigers and not the adorable, obedient dogs she believed them to be, she could hardly place the blame on him. Unbeknownst to her, Diao Chan was entirely absorbed in her master and Amp, Apos' suggestion. Earnestly sitting in place and pondering names for the creatures, she had contemplated several names, yet none seemed to satisfy her. Adhering to his principle of being a good person to the end, Lin Bei spoke up, "Stop pondering. I suggest we name them Yuanbao, Yuan, and Tongqian." Upon hearing this, Diao Chan fixed her gaze on Lin Bei without blinking, inquiring, "Master, are you certain you are serious?" All 3 names pertain to wealth, resembling the moniker of a nouveau riche. "Are you not jesting?" Lin Bei affirmed, "Your master has always been resolute and never trifles with matters of such significance. Thus, it is settled. These 3 little puppies shall henceforth be known as Yuanbao, Inyuan, and Tongqian." He nearly let slip a word, but fortunately, he reacted swiftly and amended his speech. "Do not dwell on this any longer. Hasten to prepare, for we must be on our way." He needed to expedite finding a means to unlock the island. Although Diao Chan was with him now, remaining trapped on this island was untenable. Moreover, while the countdown for the region's unsealing had slowed, it had not ceased. Lin Bei was certain that if he did not discover a way to unlock the island before the unsealing period concluded, death would be his only fate. As for why the previous batch of survivors in this region did not perish immediately when the unsealing time elapsed, but instead were sealed and confined to their current location, this predicament arose because, at the conclusion of the de-escalation period in their region, the top survivor on the leaderboard had yet to emerge from the uncharted territory, while Lin Bei had not yet secured the top position among his cohort of survivors. If he were to remain trapped on this desolate island, devoid of any opportunities for leveling up, it would be utterly improbable for Lin Bei to maintain his rank as the foremost survivor. Should he fall beyond the top 100, only death would await him. The names of the 3 little dogs, being the master's decision, were beyond Diao Chan and Apos' capacity to question or refute. Yet, having only just joined Lin Bei, she was entirely unaware of the reasons for his presence in this jungle. Nor did she grasp his forthcoming intentions. A heart full of confusion compelled Diao Chan to muster her courage and inquire, "Master, Where are we headed? Just as Lin Bei was about to respond, the sky abruptly darkened with ominous clouds, followed by a cacophony of thunder and lightning. Within mere seconds, a torrential downpour ensued. In such deluge, traversing the jungle with 3 little tigers and a woman became exceedingly challenging. Lin Bei was left with no choice but to harness his internal energy to create a protective shield, a mere square meter in size, to stave off the relentless rain until it ceased. Currently, his combat prowess permitted him to conjure only this modest barrier, which could effectively repel the drenching rain and howling winds, yet it was powerless against the deafening claps of thunder. At this moment, nestled in the embrace of Diao Chan, the 3 little tigers trembled in response to the thunderous roar that startled them. Despite Diao Chan's immediate efforts to provide them with soothing touches, the explosive claps of thunder greatly unsettled the cubs. Slowly, the 3 little tigers opened their eyes, their tiny heads turning about aimlessly as they weakly mewled, seeking refuge in Diao Chan and Appo's arms. Observing their plight, Diao Chan surmised that they must be hungry. Stealing a glance at Lin Bei, she cautiously inquired, "Master, may I offer them some mushroom fish soup?" Earlier, during the roasting of meat, Lin Bei had effortlessly crafted several stone bowls, spoons, and a stone pot using his internal energy. Presently, the pot still contained a considerable amount of the mushroom fish soup they had previously consumed. The fish had been caught by Lin Bei using a wooden spear fashioned from branches, yielding a fortunate total of 5 crucian carbs from a nearby pond. Lin Bei glanced at the 3 little creatures in Diao Chan's embrace and nodded, saying, "For such trivial matters in the future, feel free to decide for yourself." Upon hearing this, Diao Chan and Appo's heart swelled with joy. "Understood. Thank you, master," she replied, before taking up the stone spoon and bowl nearby. She carefully ladled a small portion of mushroom fish soup, cooling it slightly before offering it to the 3 little ones nestled in her arms. Having just been born, the cubs, like blank slates, instinctively regarded Diao Chan as their mother upon opening their eyes to her gentle presence. Naturally, they could not refuse the nourishment from their maternal figure. A small bowl of mushroom fish soup was swiftly consumed by the 3 little creatures, who even licked the stone bowl clean. Observing this, Diao Chan, fearing that the trio might not be satiated, was about to refill the bowl with more soup. Lin Bei hastily intervened, cautioning her against overfeeding these infants, who were evidently still very young. Too much nourishment could prove fatal. The adage that a doting mother often spoils her offspring rang true in this instance. Diao Chan glanced at the 3 in her arms, her heart heavy with compassion. Yet she heeded Lin Bei's advice and refrained from adding more soup to the bowl. The 3 little ones, perhaps unsettled by the thunder and lightning they had encountered upon their arrival in this world, nestled back into Diao Chan and Appo's embrace and fell asleep after having their fill. Unlike the previous day, the rain today lingered for over an hour before finally ceasing. With the rain subsided, Lin Bei knew he could not delay any longer as the countdown for the area's reopening had begun. During the downpour, he had taken the opportunity to roast all the tiger meat, wrapping it in leaves and placing it in a makeshift pouch fashioned from his coat to serve as sustenance for the journey. Additionally, without finding bamboo, he had resorted to using his internal energy to cleave a large tree. Then, with great care and utilizing Diao Chan's sword, he crafted 3 wooden water vessels. After filling these vessels with water, he placed them alongside the roasted meat in the pouch made from his coat. Now, with the storm abated, Lin Bei was fully prepared for what lay ahead. With provisions of food and water in hand, Lin Bei set forth on the arduous journey to unlock the small island. Accompanied by Diao Chan, who cradled 3 little treasures, a gold ingot, a silver dollar, and a handful of copper coins. Chapter 54. Seizing the opportune moment as Lin Bei traversed the path, he meticulously marked his way. Diao Chan, ever perceptive, refrained from asking questions, carrying 3 little ones securely in her arms, striving to avoid hindering her master. Grasping Diao Chan and Appo's accompanying sword, Lin Bei forged ahead, occasionally glancing back to ensure she was keeping pace. Should he notice her lagging too far behind, he would temper his stride and wait for her. Fortunately, the journey unfolded with tranquility, with only a few snakes, insects, and vermin encountered along the way, all effortlessly dealt with by Lin Bei. At last, before darkness enveloped the sky, Lin Bei and Diao Chan stealthily arrived at the heart of the small island, standing before a magnificent ancient castle. Exchanging a glance with Diao Chan, they came to a halt. Rather than recklessly advancing, they discreetly retreated to a secure location. From the net bag fashioned from their outer garments, Lin Bei procured sustenance and water, allocating a portion to Diao Chan while reserving the remainder for himself to replenish his strength. Though Lin Bei appeared calm as he consumed his provisions, his mind was rife with uncertainty. The day had dragged on, and the ancient voice's owner, one of the peculiar survivors from the previous group, had not reappeared despite his calls. Was it due to some constraint, or had misfortune befallen him. Yet, deep within Lin Bei and Appo's heart, he could not bring himself to believe that the voice's owner had met an untimely end. He suspected instead that his arrival had triggered some form of limitation, severing that individual's ability to connect with him freely. Currently, Lin Bei is unable to establish contact with the master of the voice, leaving him to rely solely on his own exploration. As he gazes upon the majestic castle before him, an intense premonition stirs within. He is convinced that within this grand fortress lies the key to unlocking the secrets of this island. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Bei resolves to venture alone into the castle, instructing Diao Chan to remain behind and await his return. However, Diao Chan clings desperately to his hand, pleading, "Master, please take me with you. I possess some martial skills and could offer you assistance." Her mission is to aid her master in conquering these waters, not merely to hide behind him. With no other option, Lin Bei gently places the three small tigers nestled in Diao Chan and Appo's arms into a net pouch crafted from his coat, securing it to himself as he brings her along. The moment Lin Bei sets foot on the stone steps leading to the castle, it is as if some hidden mechanism has been triggered. An array of weapon-wielding tiger monsters suddenly materializes along the path to the castle and Appo's entrance. These densely packed creatures, resembling a grotesque blend of human and tiger, embody a half-human, half-demon form. Lin Bei raises an eyebrow and imparts a cautionary instruction to Diao Chan. "Stay behind me and be careful." This time, Diao Chan responds with understanding, nodding earnestly. "Master, rest assured. I am aware of my limited strength and will not burden you. I will position myself behind you and use my sword to assist in vanquishing these half-human, half-demon tiger monsters." Upon hearing her words, a satisfied smile graces Lin Bei's lips. Excellent. They triggered the mechanism, and escaping was evidently impossible, although Lin Bei had no intention of fleeing. He was uncertain about the strength of these half-human, half-demon tiger monsters. The ability user had deliberately interfered with Lin Bei and Appo's radar search to compel him to reach the island sooner. Ultimately, his goal was merely to enlist Lin Bei's aid in breaking the seals and confinement. This could only be achieved if Lin Bei remained alive, which led him to confidently conclude that these half-human, half-demon tiger monsters could not be overly formidable. After all, if he were to perish, it would offer no advantage to the ability user. It goes without saying that the powerful ability to disrupt radar searches must have its limitations, having been utilized this time. One could only speculate when it would be available again. Thus, the ability user would certainly refrain from recklessly acting and squandering an opportunity. With this in mind, Lin Bei felt little fear. He leaped forward, his fist imbued with inner strength, striking fiercely at the tiger monster before him. However, the tiger monsters reacted in a manner entirely contrary to Lin Bei and Appo's expectations. No matter how hard he struck, they seemed impervious to pain, silently enduring while relentlessly continuing their assault on him. Remarkably, after being knocked to the ground, they rose again in under 10 seconds, resuming their new wave of attacks against Lin Bei. Faced with a relentless horde of seemingly indestructible, pain-ignorant tiger monsters, Lin Bei found himself at a loss. Nonetheless, after engaging in 2 rounds of combat, he began to discern the distinctions between these tiger monsters and the sea creatures. Though the sea monsters are also beings of both human and demon origins, their life force is limited. Once they are slain, they perish completely. In stark contrast, these tiger monsters possess an inexhaustible vitality, rendering them akin to the unyielding cockroaches of folklore. Helplessly, Lin Bei ceased his assault on the tiger monsters, simultaneously shielding Diao Chan from their relentless onslaught while meticulously scrutinizing their vulnerabilities. At last, he discerned that each tiger monster bore a gem, pulsating with a verdant glow, embedded in its chest. Lin Bei was uncertain of the nature of this emerald gem, yet he was convinced it was intrinsically linked to the tiger monsters and Appo's seemingly endless life force. Previously, he had struck their chest without observable effect. They continued to draw in vitality even after sustaining fatal blows. It appeared that as long as the green gem remained affixed to the tiger monster's chest, even lethal strikes would prove utterly ineffective, as their life essence would persist unabated. Having identified this anomaly, Lin Bei resolved to test it, regardless of whether it was a true vulnerability. He discreetly signaled Diao Chan with a glance, communicating in hushed tones meant solely for their ears. Upon hearing his words, Diao Chan promptly nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him, "I understand, Master, do take care." She vowed to execute his instructions flawlessly, determined not to disappoint him. As Lin Bei protected Diao Chan from yet another assault by the tiger monsters, he cautioned her gently. "Be vigilant, my dear." Chapter 55, Are You Truly a Man? Upon uttering these words, Lin Bei's eyes blazed with intensity as he seized the moment, channeling his inner strength through his hands to grasp at the tiger monster. One hand deftly blocked the weapon swung by the beast, while the other lunged towards the emerald gem embedded in its chest, forcibly prying it loose with sheer might. Diao-chan followed closely behind, plunging her sword into the monster's vital spot. The creature barely had time to let out a mournful cry before it succumbed to the void of death. Seeing this, Lin Bei's heart leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Well done, Diao-chan." Her face brightened at his praise, her heart swelling with happiness, primarily because her master had devised a brilliant strategy. The duo continued their onslaught with the same tactics, slaying their way to the entrance of the ancient castle, during which Lin Bei amassed a considerable collection of emeralds. Bathed in moonlight, the castle emanated an aura of mystique. Lin Bei stepped forward and pushed open the grand doors, intricately adorned with ancient patterns that exuded a sense of solemnity and sanctity. With his arrival, the once tranquil castle seemed to awaken from its slumber. Gazing upon the opulent chandeliers, flickering candle flames, and the inviting warmth of the fireplace, Lin Bei felt as though he had been transported to a grand palace of antiquity. Suddenly, a wondrous spectacle unfolded. The emeralds he had gathered in his net surged forth, converging towards a painting at the center of the castle's hall until the final gem was seamlessly placed. At that moment, a radiant light erupted from the painting, and in an instant, Lin Bei vanished from his original spot. As he succumbed to unconsciousness, a series of notifications echoed in his ears. Congratulations to the survivor Lin Bei for discovering the Dream Island and successfully unlocking it, earning 1 Dream Island. Congratulations to the survivor Lin Bei for discovering the Dream Island and successfully unlocking it, earning 5 points of combat power. Congratulations to the survivor Lin Bei for discovering the Dream Island and successfully unlocking it, earning 300,000 experience points. Given that you are the first survivor in the entire sea to discover and successfully unlock the island, an additional reward of 2 points of combat power is granted. Meanwhile, an announcement appeared before all survivors. Congratulations to the survivor Lin Bei for becoming the first pioneer in the entire sea to discover and successfully unlock the island. Rewarded with 2 points of combat power. Instantly, the chat channel erupted. What on earth? How long has it been since last night's farming session? Lin Bei is causing a stir again. In the realm of the elite, 2 words suffice. We are bewildered. Could someone elucidate the significance of this island? An island is a small piece of land surrounded by water. To the individual above, you are quite amusing. Who asked you for the literal definition? Don't think too much of it. Even if you discover the island, you lack the capability to unlock it. Therefore, its meaning is of no concern to you. To the person above, do not be so pessimistic. Who knows? One day luck might favor you, and you could stumble upon an island for free. I believe he could find an island for free, but whether he can hold on to it is another matter. It's rare for a brother to strike it lucky, only to risk his life in the process. We cannot ascertain if it is worth it. In the bustling chat room, each participant chimed in with fervor. Meanwhile, she sure heard a notification sound and felt perplexed. Wasn't and Amp, Oppos, T her master supposed to be asleep? Why had he unlocked some enchanting island? In a flurry, she sure rushed to knock on Lin Bei's door, encountering Yang Lan and Li Jun as they exited the shelter, barely managing to exchange greetings. Upon witnessing her urgency, Yang Lan and Li Jun exchanged bewildered glances, then simultaneously looked up at the sky. Wasn't it Oppos, T it just the sun that had risen? What was the rush about? Li Jun spoke first, inquiring about Xixi haste. Yang Lan shook her head, admitting her ignorance. Li Jun suggested, shall we follow her and see what's happening? Yang Lan nodded in agreement. The two then stealthily approached the small abode where Lin Bei resided. They observed Xixi in her impatience, pounding on the door with such force that the noise resonated from afar. Yang Lan mused that even if Lin Bei were in a deep slumber, he should be roused by such a commotion, let alone a living soul. However, none could have anticipated that several others were also resting within Lin Bei's quarters. The first to awaken was Diao-chan, who opened her eyes to find herself not only audaciously sharing a bed with her master but also nestled in his embrace, prompting her to scream in shock. Hearing the commotion, Xixi and Oppos' heart raced, and she flung the door open, ready to storm in, but at the last moment, she restrained herself. Standing at the threshold, she anxiously called out, Master, are you all right? Who is this woman daring enough to climb into your bed? Li Jun and Yang Lan exchanged glances, both startled by the piercing scream of the woman. At that moment, their thoughts aligned remarkably. They couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T help but marvel at Lin Bei and Amp, Oppos' prowess. After a day of relentless busyness, staying up late the previous night did not deter him from his romantic pursuits. Yang Lan nudged Li Jun's arm, exclaiming, Hey, haven't you noticed how anxious Miss Xixi is about her master? To her, the beautiful young lady was undoubtedly infatuated with her master, though whether she was aware of her own feelings remained uncertain. Yesterday, After merely returning with Lin Bei, Miss Xixi seemed to suffer all day long. Now that the woman had climbed into bed, a spectacle was certainly in store. Li Jun tilted his head, momentarily perplexed. Encountered, isn't it quite normal for Miss Xixi to be concerned about my brother Lin, given that she attends to his daily needs? Frustrated, Yang Lan sharply tapped Li Jun and Appo's forehead. Are you even a man? With that, she intended to stride forward, eager to witness the unfolding drama in Lin Bei and Appo's small room. However, upon hearing her words, Li Jun became displeased and rushed to block her path. Yang Lan, clarify what you just meant. Seeing his reaction, Yang Lan chuckled. What could it possibly mean? Nothing at all. I merely complimented your innocence and kindness. A grown man in his 20s. Still oblivious to matters of the heart, wasn't Amp, Appo's tea that just innocent and kind? Li Jun clearly did not buy it, muttering, I'd be a fool to believe you. Yang Lan swatted his hand away. Believe it or not, it's entirely up to you. However, as Yang Lan stepped into Lin Bei and Appo's room, the scene before her was far removed from the tumultuous love and hate she had envisioned. Observing the two individuals embracing each other in sorrowful tears, Yang Lan was utterly bewildered. Who could enlighten her on what was truly unfolding? Chapter 56, Could everything that happened be a dream? Before him, Xixi was embracing a strange woman, both of them weeping profusely, their words indistinct. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stood beside them, utterly bewildered. Yang Lan approached and nudged Lin Bei with her elbow. When he turned to look at her, she immediately began to make exaggerated facial expressions, questioning the bizarre situation. However, Lin Bei was equally perplexed. He raised his hands in surrender and remarked, I have no idea. He distinctly recalled exploring an ancient castle with Diao Chan, where an odd painting adorned the walls of the grand hall. All the emeralds he had painstakingly collected had inexplicably been drawn into that very painting. Shortly thereafter, a blinding light enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. When he regained his senses, he was met with Diao Chan's piercing scream, followed by her inexplicably kicking him out of bed. Yet, he had done nothing to warrant such treatment. At that moment, Xixi's voice resonated from outside the partition, prompting Diao Chan to dash out of the room in a flurry. Lin Bei was startled, fearing a confrontation was imminent between the two women. Dismissing his own disarray, he quickly rose to pursue them. However, upon exiting, he was met with the sight of the two women in a fervent embrace, weeping together, a stark contrast to his expectations. Yang Lan, understanding that questioning would yield no answers, decided to stand alongside Lin Bei, patiently awaiting the emotional resolution of the two women. Just then, Li Jun entered the room, greeted by this peculiar scene. Yang Lan and Lin Bei stood aside, observing with cold indifference as Xixi was mercilessly bullied by an unfamiliar woman, her cries echoing in a heart-wrenching display of despair. Li Jun, instantly consumed by anger, began to rant. While it was somewhat understandable for Yang Lan to remain aloof, given her unfamiliarity with Xixi, Lin Bei, and Appo's apathy was baffling. How can you stand idly by while your new flame torments Xixi? Li Jun exclaimed. She not only tends to our daily needs, but also joins us in our battles against monsters. She deserves recognition for her efforts. As Li Jun spoke, he attempted to push Lin Bei forward, urging him to rescue Xixi. Yet, despite Li Jun's persistent nudging, Lin Bei remained resolute and unmoving. Yang Lan regarded Li Jun with a look of disbelief, puzzled as to how he perceived Xixi to be the victim. The two women, who had been weeping in each other's embrace, finally ceased their tears, interrupted by Li Jun's outburst. Xixi, realizing Li Jun had misjudged Lin Bei, quickly clarified, Li Jun, you are mistaken, it is not as you think. This is my sister, Diao Chan. Indeed, Diao Chan chimed in, I am not some new love interest. Like my sister Xixi, I am here to assist our master in conquering this realm. Strangely, upon hearing Li Jun refer to her as a new flame, a secret delight blossomed within her heart. Lin Bei, taken aback, thought to himself, your sisters? Yang Lan and Li Jun shared in the astonishment, with Li Jun and Appo's jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Are you truly sisters? Why is it that I only ever see you, Xixi? Xixi nodded and, smiling at Diao Chan, remarked, we are sworn sisters, not biological ones. Diao Chan, feeling the gaze of her sister Xixi upon her, returned the smile and began to share the specifics of their sisterly bond with everyone. What sister said is true, we are not biological siblings, and we usually reside in different places, only meeting once a year. The two sisters are often confined to separate locations, with only a single opportunity for reunion each year. Lin Bei nodded in understanding, realizing the situation. So that is how it is. He thought to himself, considering how Xixi and Diao Chan could not possibly know each other, as they belonged to different eras. It was evidently the system's machinations that had allowed them to interact prior to his acquisition of the system. Suddenly, Li Jun turned to Xixi, pointing at Diao Chan with his index finger and exclaimed, "Xixi, what did you just call her?" Xixi blinked innocently and replied, "Diao Chan. My sister Diao Chan. Why?" Diao Chan also fixed her large eyes on Li Jun, inquiring, "Is there something wrong with my name?" Lin Bei, catching on to Li Jun and Apos' implication, worried that he might discern his secret advantage, quickly clapped a hand on Li Jun and Apos' shoulder and, with a feigned smile, said, "In this world, there are many who share similarities. Is it so surprising that a name could be common?" Upon hearing this, Li Jun nodded thoughtfully and conceded, "You're right, Lin. Throughout history, indeed, many have shared the same name." Yang Lan gazed at Lin Bei, pondering silently. Is it truly so? Suddenly, one of the three little creatures stumbled out from the inner room. Diao Chan, with her keen eyes, rushed forward and scooped it up. "Yin Yuan, why did you come out? Are you hungry? Sister will prepare something for you shortly." The three little tigers, siblings born from the same litter, all bore identical fur colors, leaving one to wonder how Diao Chan distinguished between them. Upon seeing Yin Yuan nestled in Diao Chan and Apos' arms, Yang Lan felt her spirit whisked away in an instant. Forgetting her earlier doubts, she joyfully rushed over, exclaiming, "What an adorable puppy." As she spoke, she reached out to pet it. Diao Chan, delighted to encounter a sister who shared her love for dogs, exclaimed, "Sister, do you also adore Yin Yuan?" "Indeed. So, it is named Yin Yuan. And how fittingly cute it is." Yang Lan suddenly laughed with unbridled joy. "Diao Chan, look, is it not being affectionate with me?" Li Jun scoffed. "How can it be considered cute? It and Apos' so small, just a bundle of bones, hardly enough meat to satisfy a couple of bites." No sooner had Li Jun uttered these words than the three women, along with Yin Yuan, fixed their gaze upon him with 8 eyes glaring in unison, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart should he dare to utter another word. Li Jun, oblivious to the palpable tension, still sought to defend himself, despite sensing the atmosphere was amiss. "Diao Chan," Lin Bei swiftly interjected, seizing the conversation, "Arin and Apos. There's still 2 little ones left? Why have they not emerged? Could they have been lost?" Upon hearing this, Diao Chan felt a surge of anxiety and rushed into the inner room with the silver dollar clutched tightly. Yang Lan, upon hearing the news, felt a thrill of joy. There were still 2 left. Could she not also nurture one? With this thought, she hurried after Diao Chan into the inner room in search of the adorable puppies. Naturally, Xixi followed suit to lend assistance. She could not allow these 2 to leave their master's room in disarray. Once the 3 women departed, Li Jun discreetly exhaled in relief and patted Lin Bei on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lin Bei chuckled. "We are brothers. There's no need for such formalities." After their laughter subsided, Lin Bei suddenly inquired with a serious tone, "I went missing for a day yesterday. Nothing untoward happened on the ship, did it?" Li Jun's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Lin, what are you talking about? Were you not with us yesterday?" If Brother Lin had been missing for a day, then who had vanquished the survivor, slain the sea monster leader, and subdued the creature? Lin Bei was now perplexed. Could it be that everything he experienced on that small island was merely a figment of his imagination? Yet, if it were a dream, how could Diao Chan's presence be explained? Chapter 57. Is there a problem? Not only with Diao Chan, but also with the series of notifications he heard before losing consciousness. What do they signify? Moreover, what of the numerous rewards mentioned within those notifications? Oh, the rewards. How could he have forgotten about them? With thoughts of the rewards in mind, Lin Bei hastened to examine his personal attributes. Name, Lin Bei Home, wooden boat, repair, expand, upgrade, level, 18, 451, 531 500. 000, skills, flying knife mastery, second style, combat power, 67 health, 87 100 thirst, 92 100 hunger, 89 100. Region unlock countdown, 117 days 12 hours 37 minutes 19 seconds. Upon inspecting his attributes, Lin Bei discerned an anomaly. Indeed, his combat power had increased, there was no doubt. It appeared that his exploration of the island with Diao Chan was a genuine experience. Yet, how could the countdown for the region unlock have progressed by less than an hour and a half since his last check? He had clearly spent an entire day on the island. Could it be that the passage of time within that island differed from that of the outside world? Subsequently, Lin Bei reviewed his historical reward records. Upon discovering that he had acquired a dreamlike island, he was utterly astonished. The dreamlike island was indeed fantastical. The day he spent there equated to a mere hour and a half in reality, confirming that the flow of time on that dreamlike island was indeed dissimilar to the temporal reality he knew. A preliminary estimation suggests that 3 hours spent outside the dream island equates to a full day within it. However, the veracity of this claim can only be confirmed through Lin Bei's testing on the island. Without hesitation, Lin Bei instructed Xixi to prepare breakfast with Diao Qian and Yang Lan, while he took Li Jun to the edge of the Dream Island to gauge the precise flow of time. After conducting approximately 10 tests, the consistent outcome revealed a disparity in the flow of time between the interior and exterior of the Dream Island. Indeed, 8 minutes inside the island correspond to 1 minute outside, establishing a ratio of 8 to 1. This revelation filled Lin Bei with exhilaration. He quickly called everyone to breakfast, eager to embark on the island adventure post-meal. Given Xixi's responsibility for harvesting and constructing the wooden boats, Lin Bei entrusted her with 10 indigenous individuals to guard the vessels. He then ventured onto the island with Diao Qian, Li Jun, Yang Lan, Zhang Yu, and the remaining 164 natives. However, just before their departure, Lin Bei pulled Li Jun aside, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and solemnly expressed his concerns. I must confess, I am not entirely at ease with Xixi remaining alone on the boat. Li Jun glanced at the 10 indigenous individuals left behind and, after a moment's contemplation, grasped Lin Bei's apprehension. Each of these natives possessed combat capabilities, and even a less formidable figure among them would pose a significant threat to Xixi, who lacked any martial prowess. Should they conspire or collaborate, the supplies aboard the 3 vessels would be utterly imperiled. Although Li Jun yearned to accompany Lin Beishang in exploring the enchanting island, he deemed it more prudent to endure personal sacrifice rather than risk losing a significant portion of their supplies. He suggested to Lin Bei, "Brother Lin, how about I stay behind with the lovely Xixi to guard the wooden ship?" Lin Bei, having the same intention, readily agreed. "My good brother, I appreciate your efforts," he exclaimed, adding with concern, "If anything arises, message me immediately." Li Jun understood the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly, assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Lin. I will ensure that both Xixi and the supplies remain safe upon your return." "Good brother," Lin Bei reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, before turning to embark on their adventure with Diao Qian, Yang Lan, Zhang Yu, and the native Hao, setting forth towards the mystical island. Upon noticing that Li Jun had not followed, Xixi hastily approached him and whispered, "Did the master instruct you to stay behind?" Li Jun nodded, responding honestly, "Yes. Brother Lin is concerned about you." Upon hearing that her master was worried for her, Xixi felt a surge of joy. However, it was quickly overshadowed by the realization that her lack of combat skills had caused her master to be apprehensive. Though she knew her master would never disdain her, a twinge of sadness crept into her heart, and she could not help but sigh. "I lack martial prowess. I am, after all, a burden to my master." With that, her gaze dimmed. Unlike Diao Qian and Yang Lan, who possessed combat abilities and could accompany their master wherever he ventured, it was disingenuous for Xixi to claim she felt no envy. Li Jun quickly shook his head and said, "Xixi, do not think too much. Brother Lin has never considered you a burden." At that moment, Li Jun felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand himself for speaking out of turn. Xixi chose to ignore Li Jun, silently making her way to the wooden boat that Lin Bei had acquired after defeating a survivor the previous day. She needed to upgrade all the structures on this boat to the highest level permitted before the master returned. Meanwhile, Lin Bei had just arrived on the island when he received an upgrade notification. "Congratulations, Lin Bei, you have reached level 19. You are awarded 1 point of combat prowess." Lin Bei was surprised by how quickly he had leveled up again. With such a capable and diligent beauty assisting him, he felt invigorated. As the enchanting island was now firmly under Lin Bei's control, he had no reservations. Leading everyone to the entrance of the ancient castle, Lin Bei halted his steps. Diao Qian, Yang Lan, Zhang Yu, along with 164 indigenous people, followed suit. Lin Bei ascended the stone steps and turned to face the crowd. "Please, remain silent and listen to what I have to say. You are currently standing on an island known as Dream Island, and I, Lin Bei, am its rightful owner. Since you have chosen to follow me, I grant you permission to settle and establish your homes here. Throughout our journey, you have all witnessed the land's remarkable fertility on this Dream Island. I permit you to cultivate and plant crops, and when the harvest arrives, you will fulfill the promise I made yesterday of ensuring you will not go hungry." Beneath the stone steps, a total of 165 indigenous people, including Zhang Yu, gazed at Lin Bei with tear-filled eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude. "We are eternally thankful for your benevolence, my lord. You are indeed the rebirth of our people," they proclaimed, vowing to dedicate their lives to serving him faithfully. As memories of their past struggles over meager food supplies flooded their minds, sorrow enveloped them, and they began to weep inconsolably. Lin Bei raised his hand, and instantly, silence fell upon the crowd. They stood at attention, their postures uniform and impeccable, not a single individual lagging behind. Pleased with their discipline, Lin Bei nodded approvingly before continuing, "However, you have yet to attain the realm of transformation into humanity. It is understandable that you may feel some discomfort as you begin your life on this enchanting island. He paused deliberately, observing the expressions of the indigenous people. Noticing no signs of discontent or reluctance among them, he resumed, "But fret not, for in due time you shall acclimate. Moreover, I bring good news. The passage of time on this dreamlike island flows at a different rate than that of the outside world. A single day here equates to merely 3 hours beyond the island and Apos, as shores. Thus, residing in this realm will greatly benefit your cultivation." As Lin Bei finished speaking, the crowd erupted in jubilant excitement. In this world of rafts where might is revered, both the indigenous inhabitants and the newly arrived survivors exhibit an ardent enthusiasm for cultivation. For the natives, the pursuit of martial prowess not only enhances their strength for survival and the acquisition of sustenance, but also offers the tantalizing prospect of immortality upon reaching certain levels of mastery. Who among them would not wish to cultivate, and who could remain unmoved upon hearing of its benefits, though their hearts and faces are alight with excitement? These natives maintain a uniform and orderly demeanor, exhibiting no signs of chaos. It is often said that a grain of rice can inspire gratitude or resentment. And while Lin Bei grows increasingly pleased with their conduct, he nonetheless asserts, "Naturally, as you dwell on this enchanted island, I must impose a tax. As for the amount and the method of collection, I shall have Zhang Yu post a notice once we finalize the details tomorrow. Is there any objection?" Chapter 58. A hidden door. The indigenous people responded in unison. No problem. Their lord had treated them exceedingly well, providing not only for their sustenance and shelter, but also securing a location conducive to their cultivation. Paying taxes was only right, even without their lord and Apos, as prompting. They were bound to contribute resources. It must be said that Lin Bei possessed remarkable fortune. Among this group of natives, there was not a single idler or greedy soul, but rather a collection of high-quality individuals eager to hone their skills. Their initial allegiance to Meng Ao had been born from desperation, and it was precisely their elevated character that made them disdain Meng Ao's nefarious deeds, refusing to associate with him. Otherwise, Meng Ao would not have attempted to use them to intimidate Lin Bei, ultimately benefiting Lin Bei instead. Seeing that these natives voiced no objections, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction and articulated his plans. "Excellent. I want 100 of you to venture forth to fell trees and construct your future abodes, while the remaining 64 shall hunt for sustenance. Take heed. The homes you build are for your own habitation, so do not skimp on materials. Construct them to your utmost comfort. The resources on this enchanting island are indeed plentiful." With that, he waved them off to their tasks. At last, they were on the brink of establishing a permanent settlement free from the worry of scarcity, filling the indigenous people with immense joy. Among them, 2 audacious individuals approached Lin Bei to express their gratitude directly. "I, Little Crab Huang, am deeply thankful for your lordship and Apos' generosity. I, Little Shrimp Wren, extend my heartfelt thanks for your lordship and Apos' blessings." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nearly burst into laughter. The names of these 2 individuals were rather amusing. He assigned Xia Huang the responsibility of constructing the dwellings, while Xia Ren was tasked with foraging for sustenance, reminding them to report any issues to Zhang Yu, their direct consul. Subsequently, the 162 indigenous people, seeing that Xia Huang and Xia Ren had garnered the favor of the master, lined up to express their gratitude to Lin Bei. To each one who approached to thank him, Lin Bei offered a word of encouragement. Once he had organized these indigenous individuals, Lin Bei set forth with Diao Chan, Yang Lan, and Zhang Yu, ascending the stone steps leading to the ancient castle and Apos' entrance. Before pushing the door open, Lin Bei advised the group, "I am uncertain of the specific circumstances within. You must act according to the situation as it unfolds." Yang Lan, perplexed, inquired, "But you just assigned those indigenous people to tasks?" After Lin Bei's previous actions, she assumed that the castle was already under his control. Wasn't Apos' it better to have more people for exploration? Diao Chan defended Lin Bei, stating, "The master has his own plans. We shall follow his lead." Zhang Yu echoed her support, asserting, "Whatever the master decides, Zhang Yu shall follow." Yang Lan thought to herself, "Fine. I and Apos' consider that my mistake." At that moment, she wished to slap herself for speaking out of turn, realizing that her words had left her caught between 2 worlds. Lin Bei regarded Yang Lan with a bemused expression. Although he said nothing, the smile on his face conveyed everything. Yang Lan, feeling irate, thought, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't and Apos' help but chuckle. "Why Don and Apos? Do you inquire of Zhang Yu who he finds more aesthetically pleasing, you or Jiao Chan?" Yang Lan was indeed beautiful, with alluring curves, yet she could hardly compare to the legendary 4 beauties like Diao Chan, aware of her own shortcomings. It would be foolish for Yang Lan to seek out unnecessary humiliation, Her earlier outburst was merely a result of her anger. Humph, Yang Lan scoffed, turning her back on Lin Bei. However, Zhang Yu had no intention of letting her off lightly. My friends and I all agree that Miss Diao Chan is the more exquisite one. Lin Bei nearly burst into laughter at this remark. Though he understood that moderation was key, he ultimately restrained himself out of respect for Yang Lan, though his trembling shoulders betrayed his amusement. Just as Yang Lan was about to erupt in fury again, Lin Bei reached out and pushed open the grand doors of the castle, stepping inside first. Diao Chan and Zhang Yu followed closely behind, with Yang Lan bringing up the rear. Upon entering the castle and Appo's grand hall, Lin Bei made his way toward an unusual painting adorning the wall. The artwork measured approximately 6 meters in length and 3 meters in height. Prominently displayed at the front of the hall, it depicted the fearsome tiger monster that Lin Bei had encountered on the stone steps of the castle. With each beast portrayed bearing a green gem upon its chest, Lin Bei speculated that this painting might be a magical artifact meant to protect the castle. While his assumptions were not entirely accurate, they were close to the truth. The painting was indeed an artifact, one that had developed a spirit over the centuries. This spirit, however, had a master, though that master had perished over a millennium ago. After the master's demise, it remained here, vigilantly guarding the enchanting island that its master had painstakingly established. Henceforth, its duties were twofold: to safeguard the safety of the dreamlike isle and to select a new master for it. As Lin Bei approached the scroll, a prompt appeared before him. Would you like to mark this location as a fast travel point? Yes, no, Lin Bei understood the significance of a fast travel point. It meant he could arrive here with a mere press of a button, instantaneously. Such a fortunate opportunity was evident to Lin Bei, who was not foolish. And he promptly selected yes. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Bei, you have discovered and successfully marked a fast travel point. Suddenly, Zhang Yu pointed towards the back of the fireplace and exclaimed, My lord, there is a hidden door here. Chapter 59, To Act or Not to Act. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei approached and discovered a concealed door hidden behind the fireplace. This magnificent fireplace, which adorned an entire wall, was intricately carved with elaborate patterns, making it nearly impossible to detect the secrets it concealed without a keen eye. Lin Bei patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, praising, Well done. Had it not been for your meticulous nature, we might have overlooked this hidden passage. It was rare for Zhang Yu to be recognized for his attentiveness in front of others, and feeling somewhat bashful, he offered a modest smile and clasped his fists, replying, It is but my duty to alleviate the concerns of my esteemed master. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, affirming, If you continue to perform well, you shall be duly rewarded. With that, Lin Bei gestured for everyone to step back, as he was the leading survivor among them and must take the forefront. However, Diao Chan discerned his intentions and, regardless of Lin Bei and Appo's persuasion, resolutely insisted on accompanying him, declaring that she would share in whatever fate awaited them. Seeing his master prepared to face danger, Zhang Yu was vehemently opposed. With unwavering determination, he declared, As long as I am here, there is no way I will allow my master to take such risks. Lin Bei glanced at Zhang Yu's antennae and conceded, Very well, let us all step back. Zhang Yu, you shall use your antennae to reveal the hidden door. It was essential for them to experience it firsthand before they could truly believe that only he possessed the ability to unlock this secret passage. I shall obey the arrangements of my esteemed master, Zhang Yu responded with unwavering resolve. Lin Bei stood quietly beside Diao Chan and Yang Lan, awaiting developments. However, despite Zhang Yu's relentless tugging, the concealed door remained obstinately locked. After numerous attempts, Zhang Yu remained undeterred, ready to explore alternative methods. Yet Lin Bei resolutely refused to allow him to squander any more time. From the moment Lin Bei first encountered this enigmatic door, he discerned its peculiar nature. This was not an ordinary concealed door. It bore a striking resemblance to the transparent barrier that had once sealed Yang Lan. The surface of this door was similarly enveloped in a sealing energy, a force that could only be absorbed by Lin Bei and his cohort of survivors, or by those exceptional beings who had usurped their qualifications for survival. Without first dispelling the sealing energy from the door, no amount of effort from Zhang Yu would succeed in unlocking it. With this realization, Lin Bei stepped forward to prevent Zhang Yu from futilely continuing his efforts. Seeing Lin Bei approach, Diao Chan grew concerned for his safety and opened her mouth to protest. At that moment, Yang Lan interjected, looking at Lin Bei with curiosity. What secrets does this concealed door hold? Have you known of its nature all along? Zhang Yu's attempts had naturally raised Yang Lan's suspicions. However, she had not witnessed the external conditions that had once entrapped their cohort of extraordinary survivors and was unaware of the specifics of the seal. Thus, Yang Lan could not ascertain whether her suspicions were correct, that this place also contained a survivor from her own group. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei cast a surprised glance at Yang Lan, having momentarily forgotten her identity as an extraordinary survivor. Yang Lan had once desperately sought to escape the confines that had imprisoned her, although she had expressed her willingness to surrender to Lin Bei, and he had reciprocated by accepting her offer. He had yet to receive any notification confirming her successful submission or his triumph in persuading her. This indicated that Yang Lan had not fully capitulated to Lin Bei. She still retained the freedom to betray him. Under such circumstances, Yang Lan could potentially launch an attack against Lin Bei at any moment, and the possibility of her usurping him was not to be dismissed. Lin Bei speculated that the reason Yang Lan had refrained from assaulting him and seizing his position might be attributed to the rapid escalation of his combat prowess. While it could be argued that the disparity in their strengths played a role, after all, Lin Bei's capabilities had undergone a remarkable transformation since Yang Lan and Apos' release. Advancing from level 11 to level 19 in a mere day, Yang Lan remained at level 14, where a typical combat value would not exceed 15 points. One must ponder how a survivor with only a combat value of 15 could possibly contend with another boasting 68 points. Lin Bei and Apos' thoughts were entirely reasonable, after all. The world of rafts ultimately revolved around brute strength. As for whether Yang Lan's hesitance to betray him stemmed from the overwhelming difference in their combat abilities, Lin Bei was utterly indifferent. Lin Bei subconsciously forgot about Yang Lan and Apos' identity as an aberrant survivor, precisely because he recognized that she was not his rival. It could be said that Lin Bei, possessing a formidable strength 2 or 3 times greater than that of his peers, regarded the comparatively weaker Yang Lan with indifference. Thus, at this critical juncture, Lin Bei had no intention of concealing Yang Lan, for even should another aberrant survivor be unsealed, their combined efforts might still fall short against him. Gazing at Yang Lan, he candidly remarked, "If my conjecture holds true, there is likely an aberrant survivor of your kind sealed behind this dark door." Upon realizing that Lin Bei was aware of the sealed aberrant survivor of her cohort, yet still dared to approach and release it, Yang Lan was taken aback. "Aren't and Apos, you afraid that an aberrant survivor might emerge and fight you?" Yang Lan was well acquainted with the nature of her fellow survivors. Their group had reached a point where survival eclipsed all moral considerations. They were willing to go to any lengths for food and resources. Even those with whom they shared close bonds, partners, family, friends, could be sacrificed if they posed a threat to their survival. Yang Lan refrained from immediately betraying and killing Lin Bei upon her release because she had never favored the brutal survival tactics of the raft world since her arrival. Now, with the opportunity to hide behind another, avoiding the direct confrontation of merciless slaughter, she had every reason to embrace this newfound circumstance with gratitude. At the outset, Yang Lan may have simply found Lin Bei's handsome appearance appealing. However, as their interactions unfolded, she gradually discerned the distinction between Lin Bei and the other survivors in their cohort. The most significant difference was perhaps that Lin Bei was not a survivor willing to forsake his conscience merely to stay alive. Although Lin Bei did eliminate fellow survivors, those he targeted were indeed deserving of such fate. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei smiled, declaring, "In my life, there is only action or inaction." He feared death. Yet could he afford to sit idly by simply because of that fear? Clearly not, for until one possesses absolute strength to ensure their own safety, no matter how many times one attempts to evade danger, death will inevitably await. Chapter 60. Uncertainty of good or bad. Lin Bei's attitude was resolute, leaving Jiao Chan with no choice but to refrain from further obstruction. Moreover, Zhang Yu had already attempted to open the concealed door numerous times, and it had indeed proven to be devoid of danger. Though Jiao Chan ceased her opposition, she remained steadfastly close behind Lin Bei. Upon noticing her presence, Lin Bei merely smiled and welcomed her company, confident that this hidden door posed no threat. As Lin Bei approached, placing his palm against the door, a notification echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, Survivor Lin Bei, for discovering the seal of internal power and successfully absorbing it, earning 5 points of martial prowess." Lin Bei mused to himself, "Indeed, another 5 points of martial prowess." His earlier conjecture proved accurate. Having leveled up on his journey here and adding the recently acquired 5 points, Lin Bei and Apos' martial prowess now soared to an impressive 73 points. At this moment, he harbored no fear of the aberrant survivor imprisoned behind this hidden door. Even if that peculiar survivor were to be released, their maximum level would only reach 29, yielding a martial prowess that was less than half of Lin Bei's. What reason did Lin Bei have to fear him? Subsequently, Lin Bei exerted a gentle but firm push against the concealed door, effortlessly opening what had previously resisted Zhang Yu's every attempt. In an instant, a flight of stone steps leading down into the depths revealed itself before the onlookers. "Jiao Chan, the master is indeed the master." Her concerns were entirely unwarranted. Yang Lan, is it true? Lin Bei truly fears nothing? Zhang Yu, how terrifying must the prowess of His Excellency be to effortlessly push open the secret door that had previously resisted all efforts to budge? Diao Chan, Yang Lan, and Zhang Yu exchanged silent glances, each reflecting astonishment in their eyes. At this moment, a profound admiration for Lin Bei blossomed within their hearts. As the secret door swung open, Lin Bei boldly stepped forward, prompting Diao Chan to hastily follow suit. Although she recognized her concerns were unwarranted, she could not bear the thought of her master venturing into danger alone. Even if her master chose to take risks, she felt a sense of security accompanying him. Yang Lan and Zhang Yu, regaining their senses, promptly ascended the stone steps in pursuit. After descending for approximately 10 minutes, they found themselves before a brightly lit corridor. They navigated the winding passages for another 7 or 8 minutes, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a hidden chamber. To their astonishment, the grand door of the chamber stood ajar, revealing an interior brimming with exquisite materials. Lin Bei surmised that this concealed space was likely a vast repository for high-quality resources. He scanned the surroundings, finding no signs of anomaly. Resolute, he decided to proceed, yet Diao Chan grasped his arm, halting him. Reluctantly, Lin Bei paused. Offering a comforting pat on her shoulder, and with a gentle smile, he reassured, "Do not worry. Trust me, everything will be fine." His voice carried a tenderness he himself had not fully realized. Upon hearing this, Yang Lan could not help but steal a glance at Lin Bei and Diao Chan. And in accordance with Lin Bei's sentiment, she remarked, "Sister Diao Chan, we have come this far. Turning back is no longer an option. Do not dwell on trivial thoughts. Simply follow Lin Bei." Zhang Yu said nothing, yet in his heart, he resolved that regardless of the dangers that might arise, he would stand resolutely in front of his esteemed master to ensure the safety of both his master and Miss Diao Chan. As for Yang Lan, Zhang Yu did not believe she required protection. Throughout their time together, Yang Lan had given Zhang Yu the impression of being unreliable. In moments of peril, she would undoubtedly flee faster than anyone else. It is little wonder that Zhang Yu harbored such thoughts about Yang Lan, especially given that on their journey, she had frequently engaged in banter with Lin Bei. Although she had borne the brunt of the exchanges, Zhang Yu had come to regard Yang Lan as an unpredictable variable. Lin Bei, upon hearing her words, instinctively glanced at Yang Lan, first nodding in gratitude, and then turned to Zhang Yu, admonishing, "Stay close to me. Do not wander off." Yang Lan retorted, "Wander off? Do you take us for 3-year-olds?" Zhang Yu shot a glare at Yang Lan, asserting, "Whatever our esteemed master commands, we shall obey. There is no need for such frivolous banter." Yang Lan countered, "He is your esteemed master, not mine." Zhang Yu exclaimed, "You. This woman truly tests one's patience." However, following Yang Lan's outburst, the atmosphere was instantly infused with a lighter spirit, dispelling the earlier tension. Even Diao Chan, who was deeply concerned about her master's safety, couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Seizing the moment of levity, Lin Bei urged the others to proceed. "Let us move on." Upon hearing this, Diao Chan, Yang Lan, and Zhang Yu immediately heightened their vigilance, following Lin Bei's lead towards the secret chamber. Unfortunately, as Lin Bei stepped into the chamber, he collided head-on with a man. Bang! Ouch! With a strength value of 73, Lin Bei's physical resilience was remarkable. Additionally, he instinctively summoned his inner strength to erect a defensive barrier at the moment of impact. With this shield in place, Lin Bei emerged unscathed. However, the man who collided with him was not so fortunate. This man was the one who had been communicating with Lin Bei telepathically. He was part of the previous group of survivors, now referred to as the aberrant survivors. Following the conclusion of the countdown in their region, 6 hours later, when they were deemed unqualified to enter the next area for the strong, the top 100 surviving individuals on the leaderboard had their strength forcibly suppressed, rendering them powerless in their current environment. Those who ranked beyond the top 100, whether they had a master or not, were immediately annihilated without exception. Thus, it can be said that the current top 100 anomalous survivors, while not having successfully found their masters, possess no formidable strength whatsoever. This explains why, over the years, not a single anomalous survivor has managed to escape from their confinement. The man, devoid of any protective prowess, was struck rather severely, writhing on the ground in pain. It is difficult to fathom how such a frail individual, who appears so fragile that even a gentle collision could prove fatal, once ranked among the top 10 survivors of their cohort. Lin Bei gazed at the man rolling on the ground, furrowing his brow in dismay, silently thinking, how pitifully weak. However, Lin Bei remained unaware that, regardless of such weakness, he was still incapable of inflicting a fatal blow upon the man. This serves as a form of protection for these anomalous survivors, even when gravely injured. They cannot meet their demise until they have successfully found a master. At most, They endure merely superficial pain. Suddenly, Yang Lan, who had been trailing behind, squeezed forward, peering down with curiosity. At that moment, the man happened to roll over, revealing his face. Yang Lan recognized him instantly and exclaimed, "Qin Tian." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow at her exclamation, thinking, great, yet another acquaintance of Yang Lan's. I wonder whether this anomalous survivor is perceived as good or ill in her eyes. Chapter 61. Are you really not going to tell me about your relationship? Before anyone could fully comprehend Yang Lan and Apos' exclamation, she abruptly pushed Lin Bei aside and rushed towards the man on the ground. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Bei had not retracted the protective shield he had instinctively conjured in a moment of urgency. As Yang Lan charged forward, her head collided forcefully with the barrier. Although endowed with a martial prowess of 14 points, the inherent fragility of a girl rendered her vulnerable. The impact caused her to grimace in pain. Seeing this, Diao Chan, taken aback yet concerned, hurried to support Yang Lan, her face etched with worry and compassion. Yang Lan, how could you be so careless? Did it hurt? At those words, the fury that had been boiling within Yang Lan found an outlet. She pressed her palm against her forehead, spun around, and shouted at Lin Bei through gritted teeth. Lin Bei, what on earth are you doing? You saw me charging in and didn't even think to lower the shield. What? What did I do? Lin Bei replied, raising his hands in feigned innocence. You were the one who charged at me. How is that my fault? Lin Bei, appearing genuinely bewildered, argued that he could not possibly foresee Yang Lan and Apos' sudden advance. Lin Bei, you, Yang Lan exclaimed, pointing at her forehead as she confronted him angrily. Please, take a good look at my forehead and still claim you did nothing. Undeterred, Lin Bei stepped closer to examine the mark on Yang Lan's forehead. It and Apos' just a small bruise. Don't worry, you won and Apos' be disfigured. Lin Bei spoke in a calm tone, his emotions unwavering, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Yang Lan was utterly infuriated. What do you mean it's just a small bruise? It hurts a lot, you know? It really hurts. With that, tears streamed down her cheeks. Since childhood, she had harbored a profound fear of pain. Even the slightest bump would send her family into a flurry of concern. Especially her father. The thought of her father struck her. What should she do? Suddenly, she longed for her family. Overwhelmed by the thought, Yang Lan disregarded her surroundings and sat on the ground, sobbing inconsolably. This left Lin Bei feeling quite awkward. To him, Yang Lan had always been a quirky and cheerful girl. This was the first time he had witnessed her in such deep sorrow. Was it truly so painful from just a bump on the forehead? Lin Bei began to question his understanding of life. Diao Chan, observing the scene, first offered Lin Bei a soothing smile. It's all right. Girls are often afraid of pain. Let me comfort her, she said, before crouching down beside Yang Lan. However, no matter how gently Diao Chan urged her, Yang Lan would not heed her words. She cried heart-wrenchingly, tears flowing freely, while simultaneously directing her accusations at Lin Bei. Zhang Yu, unable to bear the sight of his admired master being unjustly blamed, initially intended to overlook Yang Lan's outburst due to her being a girl. Yet, upon hearing her baseless accusations, he could no longer contain his frustration and stepped forward to reason with Yang Lan. Yang Lan, you can't just charge in here without warning. Your Excellency has shown remarkable magnanimity by not holding your reckless actions against you. Yet you dare to reproach him in return. He has not taken offense, and now you weep pitifully. What purpose does this serve? As a woman, Diao Chan naturally leans towards supporting her own kind, for it is human nature to feel compassion for the weaker. Although she cannot fathom why Yang Lan has suddenly burst into tears, her distress escalating uncontrollably, upon witnessing Zhang Yu's fierce demeanor, Diao Chan, as a fellow woman, hastened to mediate the situation. Enough of your words. Let us not forget that Yang Lan is still injured. Zhang Yu, incensed by Diao Chan and Apos' continued defense of Yang Lan, retorted instinctively, "Humph. One does not rush towards an old flame with such fervor. She behaves as if she has not seen a man in centuries." Lin Bei, upon hearing this, regarded Yang Lan with newfound contemplation. Could it be that the peculiar survivor within the protective barrier truly is her boyfriend? Husband is certainly out of the question, as, judging by her demeanor in the interactions of the past few days, Yang Lan appears to be no more than a girl not yet 20. The moment Yang Lan caught wind of Zhang Yu and Apos' sarcastic remarks, her fury ignited. With a swift wipe of her tears, she sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with indignation, and with her right index finger pointed menacingly at Zhang Yu, she exclaimed, "Zhang Yu, if you possess any courage, repeat those words to me once more." Zhang Yu, a man of formidable spirit, stretched his neck defiantly and retorted, "Speak freely. Do you think I, standing nearly 3 meters tall, would fear someone who is merely 1.5 meters? At that moment, Lin Bei seized the opportunity to interject. Directing his gaze at Yang Lan with an accusatory tone, Who is that anomalous survivor within the protective shield to you? Yang Lan was taken aback, questioning the implication of his words. In response, Lin Bei revealed a cryptic smile, raising an eyebrow. It and amp, oppos, nothing of consequence. I merely felt an impulsive urge. He continued in a nonchalant manner. The last time I eliminated an anomalous survivor, it granted me a staggering 5 million experience points, allowing me to ascend 3 levels in one fell swoop. A rather exhilarating experience. As he spoke, Lin Bei abruptly turned to Yang Lan, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Do you think if I were to eliminate that anomalous survivor inside, I would also receive 5 million experience points and rise 3 levels? Since childhood, he had harbored a deep disdain for deceit and cunning manipulations directed at him. If there were matters to discuss, he preferred transparency. Knowing that he would decide on a course of action when the time came, perhaps his mind could be swayed. However, if someone chose to deceive him or engage in psychological games, he would go to great lengths to ensure that individual regretted their existence. Lin Bei's unexpected inquiry caught Yang Lan off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Once she regained her composure, she hastily shook her head, murmuring, I do not know. It should be possible, I suppose. In response, Lin Bei fixed his unwavering gaze upon her, demanding, Are you certain you will not divulge the nature of your relationship with that anomalous survivor within the protective shield? At this moment, Lin Bei has come to understand the motives behind Yang Lan and Appo's series of actions. Her previous cries and protests were merely a means to buy time for the extraordinary survivor within the protective barrier, simultaneously serving as an indirect reminder for that survivor to find a way to escape swiftly. It is evident that Yang Lan does not wish for the extraordinary survivor inside the barrier to be subdued and utilized by Lin Bei. Alternatively, she possesses a profound understanding of that survivor, recognizing that upon surrendering, he would undoubtedly choose betrayal. She cannot bear the thought of witnessing the extraordinary survivor being slain by Lin Bei. If one were to claim that there is no connection between the two, Lin Bei would find it utterly implausible. Chapter 62. To accept or not, Lin Bei gazed quietly at Yang Lan. At that moment, the otherworldly survivor within the protective shield, known as Qin Tian, finally ceased his howling and writhing in agony. Dragging his injured body, he slowly crawled to the front of the barrier, extending his hands weakly to pound against it, exclaiming, Sister, hurry. Save your sister-in-law. Just moments ago, upon hearing Yang Lan's call, he had recognized her presence. However, the collision with the protective shield caused by his earlier encounter with Lin Bei had exacerbated his already severe injuries. Although he had noticed Yang Lan from the outset, the pain in his internal organs rendered him speechless, and he lacked the strength to rise. Consequently, he was unable to call for Yang Lan and Appo's assistance the instant he recognized her. Upon hearing his plea, Yang Lan could no longer contain her anxiety and rushed to the front of the barrier, urgently inquiring, Qin Tian, what are you saying? What has happened to my sister-in-law? Indeed, this otherworldly survivor named Qin Tian was Yang Lan and Appo's half-brother. Understanding his character and knowing that he was accustomed to holding a position of power, she realized he would never concede to Lin Bei. Yet, Yang Lan was acutely aware of Lin Bei's current strength. Her half-brother stood no chance against him. Thus, her display of distress was as Lin Bei had surmised. While assisting Qin Tian in buying time, she also conveyed a signal only the three of them, Qin Tian, Yang Lan, and Li Yu, could comprehend. Unbeknownst to her, her formidable elder brother possesses a vulnerability, his sister-in-law, Li Yu. Moreover, she is unaware that both Qin Tian and Li Yu are severely injured, with Li Yu trapped beneath a stone gate. Qin Tian, summoning every ounce of his strength, implored, Your sister-in-law is pinned beneath the stone gate on the lower level. You must hasten to rescue her. The initial confinement had transpired so abruptly that he and his wife, Li Yu, had merely reached the stone gate when they were ensnared. Naturally, during their captivity, the stone gate ceased its operation, sparing them from harm. However, moments ago, Lin Bei had released the outer seal, simultaneously liberating Qin Tian and Li Yu from their bonds. At that moment, the stone gate began to function once more. And with quick reflexes, Li Yu forcefully pushed Qin Tian out. Tragically, she remained trapped beneath the stone gate, yet fortunate enough to be shielded from certain death by a protective mechanism. Nevertheless, being crushed beneath the stone gate was excruciating. At this juncture, one could surmise that any individual would prefer death over being confined beneath that stone structure. Qin Tian, having exhausted all means to rescue Li Yu, resolved to seek assistance from the survivor who had lifted the seal. Hearing this, Yang Lan turned to Lin Bei, pleading, Lin Bei, I implore you to retract the protective barrier and join me in rescuing my sister-in-law. Initially, she had arrived in this wooden raft realm alongside her brother and sister-in-law following a tragic accident involving the three of them. Upon their arrival, Both she and her sister-in-law were incapacitated, relying solely on her brother to procure sustenance for their survival. At that moment, she had contemplated death, yet found herself devoid of the ability to act. Her body was paralyzed, leaving only her eyes and mouth capable of movement. In her quest for a final resolution, contemplating complete demise, she could have refused her elder brother's offerings. However, her brother, Qin Tian, always devised means to ensure she complied and consumed the food. Eventually, it was Qin Tian who procured all the rare medicinal herbs to restore her and her sister-in-law, Li Yu's mobility, encouraging them to gradually ascend to the ranks of the top 100. In this world of rafts, Qin Tian and Li Yu became the family. Lan was determined to protect at all costs. Seeing that Lin Bei remained unperturbed, Lan knelt beside him, clutching his leg in desperation and pleading, "I implore you, save my sister-in-law. I will do anything you ask if you can rescue her." Had Lan been forthright with Lin Bei from the outset, there would have been no need for such supplication. He would have immediately descended to rescue her. Yet, she chose deception, attempting to engage in games of manipulation, which ultimately failed, leading her to seek his aid. If he were to yield so easily, would he still be Lin Bei? Compassionate and lenient, how could he instill fear in those fellow survivors and non-humans, or command the respect of his subordinates? Contemplating this, Lin Bei gazed down at Lan, a cold smile spreading across his face as he remarked, "Would you agree if I demanded your life?" Lan recoiled at his words. She had never perceived Lin Bei as a soulless survivor who regarded human life as inconsequential, mercilessly taking lives for his own survival. She was taken aback that such a ruthless phrase could emerge from his lips. Diao Chan was somewhat taken aback by Lin Bei's drastic change in attitude towards Lan. However, if she were to choose between Lan and Lin Bei, Diao Chan would undoubtedly stand by Lin Bei without hesitation. In her eyes, the typically gentle master must have had a compelling reason for suddenly treating Lan in such a manner. Although Zhang Yu did not idolize Lin Bei as blindly as Diao Chan did, he believed that the master should have addressed Lan in this way long ago. The presence of Lan, a woman, by the master's side was a source of instability. One could never tell when she might explode, and ultimately, it would be the master who would suffer. It would be far better to resolve this nuisance sooner rather than later. Qin Tian gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. What was happening? Were these individuals not his younger sister and Appos as companions? Lin Bei, observing the dazed Lan, raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "What is the matter? Did you not say you would be willing to do anything for me? Now, I merely ask for your life, and you refuse to comply." Women often speak in contradictions. While they may desire something in their hearts, they tend to feign indifference when questioned, insisting that one guess their true feelings, only to become irate if one fails to do so. To Lin Bei, their bodies seemed to be the only honest aspect. At this, Lan offered a sorrowful smile and declared, "No, I am willing." Qin Tian exclaimed in shock, "Little sister, what are you saying?" At that moment, Qin Tian began to grasp the situation. Initially, he had thought these individuals were there to rescue him and his wife, Li Yu, but it was becoming increasingly clear that the reality was far from his assumptions. Moreover, the voice of the man his little sister was pleading with sounded eerily familiar to him. Previously, Qin Tian was anxious to rescue his beloved wife. His attention fixated on Lan, who gave him hope. It was not until this moment that he raised his gaze to the man who threatened Lan's life. Upon seeing him, Qin Tian was taken aback. Was this not the man he had seen on the screen? When had he become involved with his sister, Lan? Despite having watched the screen 3 times prior, he had failed to notice her presence. In disbelief, Qin Tian inquired, "How could it be you?" He had only 3 opportunities to view the screen, and the last time he had seen this man, he was ensnared in the jungle. The speed with which Lin Bei had extricated himself was entirely unexpected for Qin Tian. Now, witnessing Lin Bei and Appos' arrival here, it dawned on Qin Tian that he had likely gained the recognition of the treasure on this island, becoming the owner of the Dream Island. This man was indeed the formidable figure Qin Tian had chosen as a potential ally, equally powerful. Lin Bei merely cast a fleeting glance at Qin Tian and paid him no further heed. However, Qin Tian was resolute in not letting Lin Bei slip away. He recognized that among these individuals, only Lin Bei possessed the strength to rescue his cherished wife. Thus, he fixed his gaze upon Lin Bei, earnestly imploring, "I, Qin Tian, beseech you to help me save my wife." By revealing his name, Qin Tian willingly expressed his allegiance to Lin Bei, awaiting his response. Chapter 63, A secret unknown to all survivors at that moment. A notification appeared before Lin Bei. Fortunate survivor Lin Bei. The anomalous survivor Qin Tian has expressed a willingness to surrender. Do you accept? Yes. No, Lin Bei did not immediately select and Appos. No, and Appos. Nor did he choose and Appos. Yes, and Appos. He merely set the notification aside, gazing at Qin Tian with a cold smile, and remarked, I, Lin Bei, have loathed the manipulation of others since childhood. You, Qin Tian, think that by merely presenting a willingness to surrender, you can save your sister and your wife? Your calculations are rather astute. The willingness of an anomalous survivor to surrender does not signify a genuine capitulation, even if Lin Bei were to accept. Qin Tian could easily turn against him and eliminate him in a bid for supremacy. Young Lan was taken aback. Her prideful and invincible older brother was actually willing to humble himself and surrender for her and her sister-in-law, while others may not understand him. She had keen insight into her half-brother-esque character. When he spoke of surrender, he meant it sincerely. A gentleman's word is a bond that cannot be broken. Yang Lan had always been intolerant of any doubts cast upon Qin Tian, and Lin Bei and Appo's scornful jibes were utterly unacceptable. With that thought, she released her grip on Lin Bei's leg and shouted at him, Lin Bei, do not go too far. Go too far? Lin Bei responded, glancing down at Yang Lan with a smile. Did you ever consider how excessive your actions were when you deceived us all and played your own games? Ask yourself honestly. Have I ever held your actions against you? You do not truly wish to surrender to me. I, Lin Bei, treated you, Yang Lan, as a friend. Yet what did I ultimately receive in return? Upon hearing this, Diao Qian quietly stepped forward and embraced Lin Bei's arm. Fully aware that Yang Lan and Appo's deceit and betrayal had caused her master great sorrow, she longed to offer him comfort, yet she was uncertain of how to provide solace. Resorting to the clumsy act of holding his arm, hoping to impart a modicum of warmth to alleviate his distress, Lin Bei glanced down at the hand encircling his arm and met Diao Qian and Appo's smile, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart as he gently ruffled her hair. He then turned his gaze back to Yang Lan, determined to finish the words he had left unspoken. The distinction between outright surrender and the mere willingness to capitulate is vast. Yang Lan, do not pretend you are oblivious to this. Nonetheless, this time, Lin Bei and Appo's tone was noticeably softer than before. Yang Lan opened her mouth to respond but fell silent, acutely aware of her own shortcomings and unable to refute his claims. Yet, in that moment, she did not believe that Lin Bei would truly abandon the notion of persuading Qin Tian to surrender. The obstinate Qin Tian would only feign capitulation. Should Lin Bei accept Qin Tian's pretense of surrender, it would empower Qin Tian with military strength. Undoubtedly, he would promptly retaliate against Lin Bei. Though Yang Lan could not fully discern the extent of Lin Bei's prowess, she could surmise its considerable magnitude. It was evident that the freshly empowered Qin Tian was no match for Lin Bei. Defeating Qin Tian would be as effortless as crushing an ant. She did not wish for Qin Tian and Appo's demise. The only solution she could conceive was to relay information to him, urging him to find a way to conceal himself from Lin Bei's detection. It was unfortunate that she remained oblivious to the true nature of the relationship between Qin Tian and Li Yu. From Lin Bei and Appo's words, Qin Tian had managed to grasp the entirety of the situation. With Yang Lan and Appo's previous experience as a cautionary tale, Qin Tian could surmise Lin Bei and Appo's apprehensions. However, driven by the desperation to save his wife, he hesitated not, swiftly altering his intention to one of outright surrender. Immediately thereafter, a series of notifications resonated in Lin Bei's ears. Fortunate survivor Lin Bei, you have successfully recruited your first anomalous survivor, Qin Tian, earning 5 million experience points. Congratulations. Survivor Lin Bei, on successfully recruiting an anomalous survivor, awarding you 5 points of combat strength. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Bei, your level has ascended to 20. Granting you 1 additional point of combat strength. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Bei, your level has risen to 21, bestowing upon you 2 additional points of combat strength. As you are the first survivor in this entire sea region to successfully recruit an anomalous survivor, you receive an extra 5 points of combat strength. Additionally, as the first survivor to achieve level 20 in the sea region, you are awarded an extra 2 points of combat strength. As the notification ceased, the information before Lin Bei underwent a significant transformation. Survivor Lin Bei, since your level has reached 20, you now have the option to conceal all future achievements from fellow survivors. Would you like to proceed with this concealment? Without hesitation, Lin Bei clicked yes, realizing that only a fool would choose to reveal his true capabilities when he could conceal them. In the past, he had no choice but to expose his strength. But now, given the opportunity, Lin Bei naturally opted for discretion. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that a formidable figure like Qin Tian would so readily surrender to another for the sake of love. This act of capitulation bestowed upon Lin Bei an additional 15 points of combat power, elevating his original score of 73 to a remarkable 88. Consequently, Lin Bei and Appo's level surged to 21. Level 21. 197,811 1,000,000 combat power, 88 simultaneously, in a gesture of sincerity. Qin Tian intended to disclose a secret unknown to any of their fellow survivors. Lin Bei, he began. Do you believe that as long as you ascend into the top 100 of the leaderboard, you can safely transition into the next realm of power once the countdown for regional unsealing concludes? Before Lin Bei could revel in his recent advancement and the rewards it entailed, he found himself confronted with this perplexing query from Qin Tian. Aware that someone of Qin Tian's stature would not speak frivolously, Lin Bei quickly steadied his mind and engaged with the question. Was it not so? The rules clearly stated that once the countdown for regional unsealing concluded, all survivors ranked within the top 100 would be permitted to enter the next realm of power and continue their existence. Only those survivors ranked beyond the top 100, who have not surrendered to seek refuge, will be utterly erased. Yang Lan, as one of the previous batch of anomalous survivors, instantly comprehended Qin Tian's implication upon hearing this. However, she chose to remain silent. Diao Chan and Zhang Yu were both hearing about matters related to survivors for the first time. Nevertheless, they had no intention of voicing their opinions. They believed their sole responsibility was to assist Lin Bei in swiftly dominating this maritime domain. Anything else, provided it did not pose a threat to Lin Bei, would be disregarded as if unheard. Qin Tian shook his head. In the past, survivors cast into the Raft world merely needed to ascend to the top 100 on the leaderboard or surrender to a survivor ranked within the top 50 to survive and advance to the next realm of the strong. However, now, due to our batch's top-ranked survivor discovering an unknown map and becoming trapped within, the rules governing our two batches of survivors have transformed. Chapter 64. A new understanding of the woman. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei felt a flicker of suspicion within his heart, yet he could not ascertain the truth. He candidly expressed his doubts to Qin Tian, questioning, why was there no mention of the rule changes when we were introduced and the rules were announced? Not even a single word. Qin Tian, fully aware of Lin Bei's skepticism, recognized that although Lin Bei had not yet completely placed his trust in him, there were inklings of curiosity. Seizing the moment, he gazed intently at Lin Bei and resolutely stated, do you know what task we, the current group of survivors, have been fervently engaged in during the 6 hours following the countdown to the region's unsealing? Lin Bei furrowed his brow in contemplation, then hesitated before suggesting, is it to seek out the top-ranked survivor among your group? Qin Tian sensed that Lin Bei was beginning to trust him, yet to solidify this belief, he decided to invoke Yang Lan as a witness. You may inquire with my sister, Yang Lan, to verify. However, Lin Bei did not even glance at Yang Lan, noting that such a significant matter had yet to be mentioned by her. How could Lin Bei possibly trust her under these circumstances? Turning back to Qin Tian, Lin Bei articulated his conjecture. Are you suggesting that we, as part of this group of survivors, must also wait until the countdown to the region and Oppo's unsealing concludes before we are assigned a searching task similar to yours? If after 6 hours we have yet to locate the top survivor on your leaderboard, we shall meet the same fate as the other survivors, all sealed and confined within this region. No, it is not a matter of searching, but of rescue. Qin Tian shook his head, adamantly refuting. Moreover, it is not all of them. Only the top 100 survivors on the leaderboard are eligible to remain alive, sealed within this current area. Lin Bei, perplexed, inquired. What about the survivors ranked beyond the top 100? Qin Tian made a gesture across his throat. Lin Bei was taken aback, thinking of Li Jun. He couldn't help but ask another question. If only the top 100 survivors can survive, what will happen to those who have already surrendered? A grim smile crossed Qin Tian and Oppo's lips, and though he said nothing, Lin Bei understood his implication. Lin Bei now contemplated the fate of Li Jun, a surrendered survivor, and realized that he too would face annihilation. The rewards bestowed upon him by the sign-in system, Xixi and Diao Chan, would hardly qualify them as survivors, leading to even graver outcomes for them. Once Lin Bei fully processed this disheartening revelation, Qin Tian earnestly implored him, I beseech you to help me rescue my wife. Li Yu. If Qin Tian and Oppo's words held any truth, Lin Bei could surmise what plans Qin Tian would pursue following the rescue of his wife. Thus, he hesitated not and promptly retracted the protective barrier before Qin Tian. The truth of the secret Qin Tian spoke of would be revealed by rescuing his wife. Lin Bei withdrew his protective shield and, with Diao Chan in tow, descended to the lower level of the secret chamber. Qin Tian had utterly surrendered to Lin Bei. At least within this domain, he could not betray Lin Bei and had lost the opportunity to eliminate him and take his place. Since Qin Tian was now aligned with Lin Bei, assisting him in rescuing his wife was entirely justifiable. As Lin Bei advanced, Zhang Yu promptly followed. determined to safeguard his master. Yang Lan hastily rose to her feet, aiding Qin Tian and expressing concern. Are you all right? Upon successfully surrendering to Lin Bei, Qin Tian had immediately attained level 29, along with an equivalent increase in his martial prowess. Remarkably, all his grievous injuries had healed in that instant. Hearing Yang Lan and Appo's caring words, Qin Tian forced a smile and replied, I'm fine, you need not worry. He understood that her inquiry extended beyond his physical wounds. But what could he say? I'm fine was all he could muster. This world of rafts was fundamentally one that revered strength. The era belonging to Qin Tian had long since passed, and he had no reason to cling to past glories. Presently, he had more pressing matters to attend to. When Qin Tian led Yang Lan to the lower level of the secret chamber, they arrived just in time to witness Liu launching an assault against Lin Bei. Alarmed, Qin Tian swiftly leapt forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Bei. However, Liu and Appo's fierce attack was too forceful, and upon seeing Qin Tian, she could not retract her momentum. With a sudden thud, just as Liu was about to strike Qin Tian, Lin Bei raised a protective shield that saved him. Although Lin Bei knew that Qin Tian would rather suffer himself than see Liu harmed, he chose to save Qin Tian first. He could have easily allowed Liu to crash against the shield, indifferent to her fate. However, upon witnessing Qin Tian's selfless stance, Lin Bei experienced a change of heart and decided to rescue the ungrateful Liu, preventing her demise upon the protective barrier. Seeing this, Qin Tian let out a silent sigh of relief. He helped Liu to her feet and, taking Yang Lan by the hand, brought both women before Lin Bei, where they knelt in reverence. The three exchanged glances, and Qin Tian spoke first, sincerity etched upon his face. I am truly grateful for your magnanimity, for putting aside past grievances and choosing to save both me and Liu in such dire circumstances. I, Qin Tian, vow from this day forth to follow you. Lin Bei, steadfastly, obeying your commands and never betraying you. Lin Bei and Appo's generosity exceeded Qin Tian and Appo's expectations. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely that anyone would choose to save both him and Liu. Such a person was worthy of his loyalty. Liu cast a deep glance at her husband, Qin Tian, and then mirrored his sincerity as she turned to Lin Bei, stating, I, Liu, likewise pledge that as long as you do not compel me to harm my husband, Qin Tian, I will follow him in unwavering loyalty by your side, obeying your commands and never betraying you. Lin Bei, upon hearing her words, smiled, gaining a newfound understanding of the woman before him. Yang Lan cast a glance at her elder brother and sister-in-law, remaining silent as she directly initiated the screen command to surrender to Lin Bei. In the next moment, a notification echoed in Lin Bei's ear. Fortunate survivor Lin Bei, you have successfully recruited an atypical survivor, Yang Lan, earning 1.5 million experience points. Congratulations, survivor Lin Bei, on successfully recruiting an atypical survivor, gaining 5 points of combat strength. Congratulations, survivor Lin Bei, on ascending to level 22, earning an additional 2 points of combat strength. As the notification concluded, Lin Bei gazed at Yang Lan in astonishment. Yang Lan, do you truly believe that I, Lin Bei, still covet your surrender at this moment? Chapter 65. Could it be that woman has emptied everything? Upon witnessing Lin Bei's fury, Jiao Chan, concerned for his well-being, hurriedly approached to offer her comfort. Master, please do not be angry. If Yang Lan is troublesome, we shall simply ignore her. At that moment, Jiao Chan silently rejoiced that she had not succumbed to her emotions and given the silver dollars to Yang Lan. Initially, she had perceived Yang Lan as rather innocent and lively, believing her to possess a kind and simple nature. However, it soon became evident that her true colors had emerged. She had resorted to deceit and manipulation against them and their master. Truly, one can know a person's appearance, but not their heart. Lin Bei, such a good person, would never harm Yang Lan had she openly acknowledged that the individual named Qin Tian was her elder brother. Her blatant distrust in their master and Appo's character was disheartening, especially since he had provided for her sustenance and allowed her to take the silver dollars. Upon hearing Jiao Chan and Appo's words, Lin Bei turned to her and offered a reassuring glance. I am fine. While it could be said that Lin Bei was indeed angered by Yang Lan, his true frustration lay in her inflated sense of self-importance. How could she presume that after committing such a grievous act, a mere gesture of surrender would compel Lin Bei to graciously accept her and forgive her transgressions without further inquiry? Yang Lan was aware that Lin Bei was upset with her, yet she had not anticipated the magnitude of his ire. Though her actions were misguided, she felt justified in her decision, believing it was natural to avert the grim fate of witnessing her half-brother and Appo's demise before her very eyes. From Yang Lan and Appo's perspective. While she may have wronged Lin Bei, her motives were rooted in human sentiment, and, therefore, understandable. Lin Bei and Appo's relentless pursuit of justice seemed, at this moment, excessively harsh. Upon contemplating this, young Lan suddenly sprang to her feet, exclaiming in ire, "Lin Bei, I shall no longer entertain you." Qin Tian, perceiving young Lan and Appo's impending temper tantrum, swiftly grasped her arm as she attempted to exit. He earnestly implored, "Sister, you must acknowledge that your actions were indeed misguided. Heed your elder brother's counsel. When we err, an apology must be rendered appropriately. A true gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain." Young Lan, however, had no inclination to heed Qin Tian and Appo's lofty principles. She forcefully extricated herself from his grasp and, with a wounded expression, retorted, "I merely wish to avert my gaze from witnessing the tragic demise of my half-brother before my very eyes. Everything I did was to save you, Qin Tian. My sole focus was your rescue, yet now you seek to placate Lin Bei by casting blame upon me. Pray tell, as a gentleman, where exactly did I err in my efforts to save you, Mr. Qin Tian?" Qin Tian opened his mouth to respond, but fell silent, contemplating for a moment before he exhaled a weary sigh and, with a countenance of resignation, replied, "Your intention to save me was not flawed. However, the method you employed was misguided." Young Lan retorted indignantly, "Then enlighten me. What method should I have employed? In the brief span of merely 2 days, I chose to prioritize family over mere acquaintances. What error lies therein?" Qin Tian, filled with exasperation, admonished, "Young Lan, I have long since conveyed to you that we exist in a world where strength reigns supreme. In this realm of wooden rafts, neither the Qin family nor the Yang family can offer you support. You are now in your 20s, no longer a mere child. It is time for you to exhibit some maturity. One must possess a clear and discerning sense of right and wrong regarding what actions to undertake and which to avoid. There exists an abundance of methods, yet why does one perpetually dwell on?" Yang Lan's irritation grew with each passing moment. The elder brother she was striving to rescue showed no inclination to understand her perspective or utter a word in her defense. Overwhelmed by feelings of frustration and discomfort, young Lan seized the opportunity to cut Qin Tian off, leaping onto the stone steps and fleeing. Seeing her departure, Qin Tian attempted to intervene, but it was futile. All he could do was call out in exasperation, "Young Lan, remember that evasion is not a solution. When one errs, one must bravely confront the consequences." However, by then, Young Lan had already dashed out of the secret chamber, rendering Qin Tian and Appo's words inaudible. Liu grasped Qin Tian and Appo's arm and urged, "Do not fret. I shall go after her at once. As women, she is likely to heed my counsel." Having been married to Qin Tian for over a decade, she understood her husband's intentions well. It was far preferable for her to address young Lan than to risk provoking Lin Bei's wrath. One must acknowledge the formidable prowess of Lin Bei. Should he take action, it would be doubtful that young Lan would remain unscathed. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian responded urgently, "Then hurry. That girl has been spoiled by her father. She possesses a fiery temper and tends to vanish without a trace when enraged, making her impossible to locate." Liu nodded affirmatively, "Yes, I shall go at once." With that, she turned her gaze towards Lin Bei, just as he gestured for her to proceed. "Go ahead." He had come to realize that young Lan was merely a child, indulged by her family. Always self-centered, she invariably thinks of herself first. Liu smiled gratefully at Lin Bei and softly said, "Thank you for your understanding, master." As soon as Liu finished speaking, she sprang up and hurried towards the hidden chamber above. Meanwhile, a series of notification sounds echoed in Lin Bei's ears. "Fortunate survivor Lin Bei. You have successfully subdued an anomalous survivor, Liu, and gained 5 million experience points. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Bei, on your successful subjugation of an anomalous survivor, earning 5 points of combat power. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Bei, your level has risen to 23, gaining 2 points of combat power. Congratulations, Survivor Lin Bei. Your level has risen to 24, gaining 2 points of combat power." Hearing the notifications, Lin Bei cast a glance at Liu's departing figure. Was this woman trading her surrender for the safety of his man? After Liu left, Lin Bei reached out to help Qin Tian to his feet. "Qin Tian, remember what you just said. To follow me unto death, never to betray. Should you betray me, I, Lin Bei, will not hesitate to make you experience a fate worse than death. After all, you have quite a few vulnerabilities, a wife, a sister." Qin Tian was astonished by these words. Could it be that he had misinterpreted the situation? Lin Bei had no intention of harming young Lan at all. Lin Bei noticed Qin Tian and Appo's discomfort and chuckled. "Qin Tian, remember, in my heart, young Lan is young Lan, and Qin Tian is Qin Tian. I will not conflate the two of you. With his remarkable prowess, Qin Tian single-handedly propelled both his wife and Yang Lan into the top 100 rankings. Lin Bei surmised that Qin Tian must have been an accomplished managerial leader in his former world. Such a talent was ideally suited to assist him in managing and organizing the indigenous people he had subdued on the Enchanting Islands. Naturally, Lin Bei was keen to employ capable individuals. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian was taken aback, and his admiration for Lin Bei grew immensely, prompting him to shower praises upon him. Your magnanimity, master, leaves me in awe. Having chosen to submit, Qin Tian shed any remnants of pride and promptly referred to Lin Bei as his master, alongside Diao flattering words are universally appreciated. Lin Bei, upon hearing this, could not help but smile. Qin Tian, I can surmise your capabilities. I have recently subdued a group of indigenous people on this dreamlike island, and I would like you to oversee their arrangement for me. Indigenous people? Aren't they akin to sea monsters? Qin Tian glanced at Zhang Yu behind Lin Bei and, after a moment of contemplation, grasped Lin Bei's intent. He was astonished by Lin Bei's formidable abilities, which even allowed him to subjugate the indigenous people. Having realized this, Qin Tian respectfully acquiesced. Very well, master. I will draft a set of regulations for your review, and once you find them satisfactory, I shall proceed accordingly. He hoped that Lin Bei would forgive Yang Lan, considering his efforts in arranging the indigenous people. Qin Tian and Li Yu had been at their wit and oppose end with her. It was indeed time for someone to manage her. If he could follow Lin Bei in the future, it would not be an unworthy destiny. Qin Tian was quite pleased with Lin Bei and Appo's abilities, character, and approach to matters. Once the agreement was finalized, they prepared to ascend. Upon reaching the upper chamber, Zhang Yu gazed at the now empty space and exclaimed, Alas, my lord, when we arrived earlier, this chamber was filled with high-quality materials. How could they have vanished in such a short span of time? As he spoke, his eyes shifted towards Qin Tian, silently pondering whether the woman, Yang Lan, had taken them away. Chapter 66. Whose path is blocked? Lin Bei could somewhat surmise the situation, yet he refrained from elucidating it to Zhang Yu. He was curious to observe how Qin Tian intended to handle the matter. When Qin Tian met Zhang Yu's skeptical gaze, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly inwardly. It appeared that his sister had not changed much and still attracted her fair share of animosity. He worried that Lin Bei might share the same sentiments, but since Lin Bei remained silent, Qin Tian chose not to elaborate further. He turned to Zhang Yu with a smile and inquired, May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? This fellow, with his 8 tentacles, unmistakably resembled a monstrous octopus. However, given that he could accompany Lin Bei, Qin Tian naturally did not regard him as an ordinary sea creature, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face. Although Zhang Yu felt displeased internally, he maintained a courteous demeanor and replied, I am Zhang Yu, and I have only recently begun to accompany the esteemed master, awaiting his orders. In an instant, Qin Tian comprehended that this was one of the indigenous individuals Lin Bei had recently subdued. However, to be in Lin Bei's company, Zhang Yu must hold some level of authority among this group of natives. With the realization that he too had surrendered to Lin Bei, Qin Tian recognized that he was now allied with Zhang Yu under a common master. Since they were now collaborators, and for the sake of future endeavors, Qin Tian, being the astute individual he was, decided to coexist amicably with Zhang Yu. Thus, in a fleeting moment, he made a choice that favored him, saying with a smile, Zhang Yu, my young brother, you are not a survivor. It is only natural that you are unaware of the underlying reasons. Allow me to clarify. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu could not help but snort coldly, thinking to himself, while it is true that I, Zhang Yu, am not a survivor, it is questionable whether someone who has surrendered under the banner of our esteemed master can still be deemed a survivor. Nevertheless, out of respect for our master, Zhang Yu chose not to hold a grudge against Qin Tian for referring to himself as a younger brother. Speak, I am listening. Qin Tian chuckled softly, gathered his thoughts, and then began to speak. The supplies that were originally placed in this secret chamber were stored here by my wife, my sister Yang Lan, and myself before we were imprisoned. These provisions were also confined here during the previous batch of survivors' captivity. However, they belong to that earlier group of survivors and do not belong to those of this current period. Thus, upon our surrender to your esteemed master, Brother Lin Bei, my wife Li Yu, my sister Yang Lan, and I have essentially acquired new identities, and consequently, the supplies belonging to the previous survivors would naturally vanish. At this point, Qin Tian paused deliberately, looking at Zhang Yu as he inquired, Brother Zhang Yu, do you understand what I'm trying to convey? This served as an opportunity for Qin Tian to clarify the situation while indirectly proving the innocence of his group to Lin Bei. In truth, the supplies within this secret chamber were never intended for Yang Lan. Qin Tian deliberately brought her along in the hope that Lin Bei would recall the slight advantage Yang Lan's surrender had afforded him, thereby alleviating any lingering resentment he harbored towards her. Qin Tian's actions, albeit convoluted, were indeed motivated by a genuine concern for Yang Lan. Yet, it remains uncertain whether she will appreciate his intentions and not squander his efforts. Upon hearing Qin Tian's explanation, Zhang Yu realized he had misjudged Yang Lan. A sense of discomfort washed over him, though he maintained a facade of composure, stating, "I understand." While he felt remorse for having wronged Yang Lan, he remained steadfast in his opinion. This unstable woman was truly ill-suited to reside beside their esteemed leader. Those who should accompany him ought to be virtuous women like Xixi and Diao Chan, who genuinely prioritize his well-being. Suddenly, Lin Bei, standing nearby, interjected. If these supplies do not belong to our current batch of survivors, why did they not vanish immediately upon the seal's release, instead waiting until the aberrant survivors claimed ownership? Is it to confound us, the explorers of this realm? Qin Tian, quick to respond, affirmed, "As far as I know, your speculation is indeed correct." Lin Bei, perplexed, inquired, "What purpose does this serve?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian conjectured, "I suspect it is intended to prevent our group of aberrant survivors from being detected prematurely." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instantly grasped the situation. It must be as he suspected. At the outset, when the rules were announced, there was no mention of your kind, the aberrant survivors. The intention was undoubtedly to prevent our group of survivors from being forewarned about your existence. It seems that someone does not wish for us to survive and enter the next realm of the powerful. Qin Tian is not a fool, with Lin Bei's bluntness. There is little left for him to misunderstand. Clearly, our survival into the next arena poses an obstacle for someone, and they intend to utilize the final rescue mission to trap all of us, the subsequent batch of survivors, within this area. Yet, despite their meticulous calculations, they did not anticipate the emergence of your master. However, Qin Tian is not entirely mistaken. If it were someone else, they would surely prioritize seizing those advanced supplies, which could very well have been tampered with. One cannot be certain of retaining their life in such a scenario. Lin Bei found himself quite exasperated by Qin Tian and Appo's incessant self-aggrandizing remarks. Nonetheless, given the shift in circumstances, he chose not to dwell on it. What matters now is to swiftly locate the survivor who has ventured into the unknown territory before the countdown to the area's unsealing concludes. As for whether to rescue them in advance, that decision can wait until they are found. Chapter 67. My lord, something awful has happened, Qin Tian. I hope you can arrange everything on the island within 3 days, for in 3 days, you must embark on a journey with Liu and Yang Lan to seek that unknown region. Lin Bei instructed Qin Tian and then proceeded towards the castle's grand hall. Qin Tian hurriedly followed, affirming, "Understood, my lord. I will expedite all matters concerning the indigenous people." Upon exiting the secret chamber, Qin Tian took Zhang Yu to prepare the rooms within the castle and organize affairs related to the island's inhabitants. Seeing that there were no others around, Yachan inquired of Lin Bei, "My lord, have you truly forgiven Yang Lan?" A cold smile played upon Lin Bei's lips as he replied, "Whether I forgive Yang Lan is of little consequence now. Do you truly believe that the unknown region is so easily found? If they manage to survive and enter the next realm of power, it would undoubtedly hinder someone's interests. For the sake of those interests, those individuals will certainly not allow Qin Tian, Liu, and Yang Lan to discover that unknown territory. These 3 are merely bait I have cast into the waters. Let us not forget that this is a world of survival on a raft. If one harbors kindness in such a realm, only death awaits him, Lin Bei. However, should Qin Tian and the others withstand the trial I impose upon them, I would not object to guiding them to the next realm of power." Diachan, upon hearing this, refrained from speaking further and simply went to prepare lunch for everyone. Lin Bei then took the opportunity to explore the castle thoroughly, finding nothing particularly unusual. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary ancient castle. Yet, Lin Bei felt an inexplicable sense of unease, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Eventually, he arrived at the study within the castle. With nothing else to occupy his mind, he decided to check his personal attributes, seeking to ascertain his level and combat prowess. Upon inspection, Lin Bei discovered that he was merely at level 24, yet his combat strength had astonishingly reached 104 points. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not astonished. After all, a combat value of 104 typically required other survivors to attain at least level 100. The fact that he had achieved such a remarkable level of power at just level 24 filled him with delight. His current strength was more than sufficient to dominate all other survivors in this region. However, he pondered the capabilities of survivors in the next formidable zone. Lost in thought, Lin Bei inadvertently triggered a hidden mechanism with his foot. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the bookshelf on the wall to his right began to shift slowly. After approximately 20 seconds, a concealed door materialized on the wall. Lin Bei approached and cautiously opened the hidden entrance. Instantly, he was greeted by a small alcove, its interior reminiscent of the serene settings often depicted in fantasy novels where cultivators meditate. Frowning in contemplation, Lin Bei hesitated for a moment, but his curiosity compelled him to sit down slowly. In that instant, he became aware of the alcove and Appo's remarkable qualities as a prompt echoed in his ear. Survivor Lin Bei, at level 1 of meditation, gains 1 experience point for every second spent in contemplation. Overjoyed, Lin Bei revels in the fact that even sitting can yield experience points. Although a mere point, it exemplifies the adage that little by little accumulates to a significant whole. Furthermore, the auditory cue implies a hierarchy within meditation levels. As he enhances his skills, each second of meditation could potentially yield a substantial increase in experience points. In that instant, Lin Bei resolves to reside here indefinitely. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decides to take action. Mimicking the descriptions found in novels, he crosses his legs and begins to engage in rhythmic breathing exercises. After 10 minutes, Lin Bei attempts to cast aside distracting thoughts, gradually entering a state of tranquility. Despite the incessant chimes echoing in his ears, he remains undisturbed. Succumbing to a deep slumber, moments pass, and Lin Bei shows no inclination to awaken. Shortly thereafter, Jiao Chan comes to summon Lin Bei for a meal. Upon entering the study, she is met with the sight of Lin Bei sprawled awkwardly, devoid of any decorum. Jiao Chan gasps in shock, initially fearing something amiss, and hurriedly kneels beside him. After a brief examination, she realizes he is merely asleep. Amused yet exasperated, Jiao Chan shakes Lin Bei's arm, calling out, "Master, wake up. The ground is cold. You must awaken." Gradually roused by her gentle prodding, Lin Bei blinks open his eyes, and upon seeing Jiao Chan, murmurs, "Is it time to eat?" Jiao Chan nods with a smile, affirming, "Yes." As she speaks, she reaches out to assist Lin Bei. However, Lin Bei declined Jiao Chan's offer to assist him in standing up. He jested that remaining seated in this cubicle allowed him to accumulate experience points. Only a fool would abandon such an opportunity for a mere meal. Just moments ago, he had heard the notification sound indicating his meditation had leveled up. The survivor Lin Bei and Appo's meditation level had risen to 2, granting him an impressive 10 experience points per second. Jiao Chan, perplexed, inquired, "Master, do you not intend to dine in the hall? Or shall I bring your meal to the study?" Lin Bei wiped his face, attempting to shake off the remnants of fatigue, and then looked up to ask, "What of Zhang Yu and Qin Tian?" Jiao Chan replied candidly. Zhang Yu and Qin Tian mentioned they wished to dine with the locals. As for Li Yu and Yang Lan, they have yet to return. It seems Li Yu has not yet located Yang Lan, although Jiao Chan would not proactively speak well of Yang Lan in front of her master. She also refrained from disparaging her. Should any matters arise concerning Yang Lan in the future, she would report them to her master truthfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei contemplated for a moment. Since it would just be the two of them dining, he decided against going to the restaurant. "Just bring me something to eat and drink here in the study," he instructed. Jiao Chan, not finding anything amiss, replied, "Master, do you truly not require assistance in leaving this cubicle?" Lin Bei shook his head. "No, I will remain here meditating while I await your return." The prospect of earning 10 experience points per second, which totaled to 600 points per minute, 36,000 points per hour, and an astonishing 864,000 points by the end of the day, was too enticing to resist. Currently, ascending to the next level requires a staggering 1 million experience points. If he remains seated in meditation, Lin Bei will surely reach level 30 within a mere 8 days. Notably, while 8 days pass within the confines of the Dream Island, only a single day elapses outside. Thus, with the prospect of effortless advancement, why would he choose to leave? Jiao Chan, realizing her attempts to persuade Lin Bei were in vain, decided to let him remain in his secluded space. She swiftly returned with a delectable meal and shared a delightful lunch with him in that small chamber. After they had eaten to their heart's content and she tidied up, Lin Bei invited Jiao Chan to join him in meditation once more. His primary curiosity was whether this secluded environment would also be beneficial for her. However, Jiao Chan appeared either shy or lost in thought. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. When Lin Bei inquired about her feelings, she could only respond with hesitant utterances. Her voice, already imbued with an alluring charm, now resonated like a delicate orchid in a tranquil valley, enchanting and affectionate. Lin Bei, captivated by her presence, felt a stirring within. As their faces inched closer, the door to the study was suddenly thrust open from the outside. Startled, Lin Bei and Jiao Chan quickly straightened up, sitting upright as though caught in an act of mischief. Just as they composed themselves, Zhang Yu entered and announced, "My lord, a message has just arrived from our brethren." Two wooden ships have been spotted approaching Dream Island from the south. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and commanded, "Let us go at once and investigate." Chapter 68. Upgrade and Fusion. Lin Bei followed Zhang Yu to the edge of the island, where he found Yang Lan engaged in a fierce confrontation with an elderly survivor and a younger one. Initially, Lin Bei paid little attention, but as he drew closer and discerned the elder's features, a surge of anger coursed through him. Instantly, he summoned his strength to conjure a protective barrier, ensuring the safety of both the elder and the youth. He then retrieved a flying dagger from his personal repository and hurled it towards Yang Lan's armed arm. Simultaneously, Lin Bei bellowed, "Yang Lan, are you courting death? Can you not remain still for even a moment?" In an instant, the dagger found its mark, embedding itself firmly in Yang Lan and Appo's arm. A pained grunt escaped her lips as blood gushed forth from the wound, interrupting her assault on the elder and the youth. With a heavy thud, she crashed against the protective barrier before being violently rebounded to the ground. Having emerged from the confined space, Yang Lan sought refuge at the island's edge to vent her frustrations. However, the elderly duo approached her with inquiries about Lin Bei's whereabouts, further igniting her ire. Already in a foul mood, the mere mention of Lin Bei and Appo's name provoked her to draw her weapon, ready to teach the pair a lesson. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Bei's timely arrival thwarted her intentions, resulting in her grievous injury. The elderly and youthful survivors, though startled, managed to evade the peril, secretly relieved by their narrow escape. Meanwhile, Yang Lan lay on the ground, blood pouring from her wounds incessantly. However, Lin Bei remained silent, and Zhang Yu dared not assist Yang Lan, while the other indigenous sea creatures were even more hesitant. Meanwhile, Yang Lan relied on Liu, who was still searching for her, while Qin Tian busied himself with the arrangements for the natives. Thus, despite Yang Lan lying on the ground, bleeding profusely, no one paid her any heed. Indeed, her injuries were quite severe. Yet, the wound inflicted by Lin Bei upon her arm was not grave. It was merely that in her fury, she had unleashed her full strength against the elderly pair. When Lin Bei abruptly interrupted her attack, she not only faced the backlash of her own power, but also the impact and rebound from Lin Bei's suddenly erected shield. Consequently, subjected to this trifecta of assaults, compounded by the self-inflicted damage, Yang Lan's internal organs were thoroughly shattered. This was a case of her reaping the consequences of her own actions. Had she not exerted herself so fiercely to eliminate the elderly duo, she would not have sustained such grievous injuries even if Lin Bei had interrupted her attack. After Yang Lan collapsed, Lin Bei did not spare her a glance and instead forcefully retrieved the flying knife lodged in her arm. Subsequently, he deactivated the shield and approached the elderly survivor before him, his face etched with concern as he inquired, "Aunt Xiao, are you injured?" It turned out that this survivor, appearing to be in her 60s, was none other than Aunt Xiao, the kind-hearted landlady who had once assisted Lin Bei when Lin Bei first entered society, penniless and having moved from a small town to the bustling city. It was Aunt Xiao's generosity in renting him her home that had spared him from sleeping on the streets. On numerous occasions, Lin Bei found himself in a precarious financial situation, unable to pay his rent. Unexpectedly, Aunt Xiao not only refrained from pressing him for the rent, but also kindly encouraged him to join her for meals. Eventually, Lin Bei managed to establish a private little shop, earning enough to purchase a home. Nevertheless, he would often make time to visit Aunt Xiao. When the elderly lady saw Lin Bei, she was taken aback, leaning in to examine him closely several times before confirming that the handsome young man before her was indeed Lin Bei. Overcome with excitement, she exclaimed, "It's really you." "Xiaolin, earlier, Liu mentioned your circumstances, and I was somewhat skeptical. I never imagined you would arrive in this Raft world." Lin Bei, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. "Liu?" He recalled that Aunt Xiao's husband had passed away long ago, and her only son had emigrated overseas, having not returned for over a decade. Aside from this, he had never heard Aunt Xiao mention any other relatives. As Lin Bei pondered this, a sweet-faced woman with an alluring figure approached, Zhao Luya. She extended her hand, introducing herself. "Hi, Lin Bei. I am Luya," as Aunt Xiao mentioned. The woman, who claimed to be Luya, bore no resemblance to Aunt Xiao, indicating a lack of familial connection. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. "What is your relationship with Aunt Xiao?" He felt an unsettling impression from her. Observing Aunt Xiao's previously weary visage, an ominous premonition washed over him. In response to his inquiry, Zhao Liu winked at him. "Are you asking about the original world or the Raft world?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Bei furrowed his brow. "Don and Appo's, tell me that in this world, you are Aunt Xiao and Appo's lieutenant, which explains why you two are so close in this survival realm. And you took the opportunity to become Aunt Xiao's recruiter." As he spoke, Lin Bei clenched his fists, glaring at Zhao Liu. In response, Zhao Liyan raised her hands in a gesture of innocence. As expected of a formidable figure, your speculation is indeed accurate. However, before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Liyan noticed Lin Bei drawing a weapon to strike at her. Quick on her feet, she retreated a step and hid behind Aunt Xiao. Don't be agitated. Let me finish my words. Aunt Xiao swiftly stepped forward, but rather than shielding Zhao Liyan from Lin Bei's attack, she maneuvered swiftly to stand behind him. It was then that Zhao Liyan realized she had fallen for Aunt Xiao and Amp, Appos, S. ruse. You cunning old woman, after all the careful attention I and Amp, Appos, V. given you these past few days. I appreciate your so-called care. Aunt Xiao scoffed. When you killed me, had I not mentioned that I knew Lin Bei from the announcement, would you have changed your intent from killing to recruiting? In the original world, I was not unkind to you. I thought of you as a young girl struggling alone, offering you free accommodation, yet you show no gratitude. That heart of yours is truly ruthless. You showed such concern for the durability of the grappling hook, that you bound a woman in her 50s like me and cast me into the sea, forcing me to toil day and night for your supplies, all while justifying it as a means to keep me from idleness and to strengthen my health. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liyan erupted into laughter, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Indeed, you have been generous to me, allowing me to reside in your home without charge. However, if I were to cease bringing you meals thrice a day, accompanying you on leisurely strolls to alleviate your boredom, and engaging in mundane conversations to pass the time, would you still so readily offer me your hospitality? At that moment, old lady Qiao experienced a moment of clarity, her heart heavy with sorrow. It dawned on her that Zhao's acts of kindness were not without ulterior motives. Zhao Liyan, aware that her escape routes had dwindled, felt no need to conceal the truth any longer. Or did you truly believe I regarded you as my grandmother? As she uttered these words, she could not help but burst into laughter. In truth, the grandmother who raised me since childhood is a mere fabrication, a lie I spun for your sake. Upon hearing this, old lady Qiao clenched her teeth, her face etched with despair. Confronted by a girl so cunning, who calculated her every move, she found herself at a loss for words. Lin Bei, increasingly incensed, was driven to strike the girl named Zhao Liyan twice across the face. Despite his usual restraint towards women, Zhao Liyan, recognizing the futility of resistance against Lin Bei, chose not to fight back. Her strength was no match for his. Observing Zhao Liyan and Appos' relative submission and recalling her previous companionship with Aunt Xiao, Lin Bei granted her a swift end. Survivor Lin Bei eliminated a fellow survivor, earning 10,000 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei eliminated a fellow survivor, acquiring 2 wooden boats as spoils. The survivor Lin Bei has slain a fellow survivor, thereby acquiring the surrendered survivor. Qiao Bijou. Given that you currently possess 5 wooden boats, have attained level 20, and have sufficient materials to meet the requirements for upgrading and merging the boats, do you wish to upgrade and merge the 5 wooden boats? Yes. No. Chapter 69. A resolve to become the supreme sovereign with the requisite materials in ample supply and the criteria for upgrading the vessel met. Lin Bei promptly clicked yes without hesitation. Truth be told, he was rather curious. He wondered what the upgraded ship would resemble. Gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Surely it wouldn't be an iron vessel. Fortunately, Lin Bei did not have to wait long. After a flash of white light, a notification chimed. 5 wooden ships have successfully merged. Congratulations to Survivor Lin Bei for acquiring a metal sailboat. Survivor Lin Bei, as the first to upgrade the wooden ship, you are granted an additional reward of 5 points in combat strength. Following the luminous glow, Lin Bei beheld a sailboat crafted of metal docked where the 2 wooden ships had previously rested. The vessel measured approximately 50 to 60 meters in length and around 10 meters in width. The structures from the original wooden ships had been meticulously arranged on the new sailboat. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Lin Bei leapt onto the sailboat with several bounds. Elder Qiao, Zhangyu, and the indigenous sea monsters looked on in astonishment. Just moments before, Lin Bei had been admonishing the oblivious survivors Yang Lan and Zhao Liyan. Now, he had transformed the wooden ship into something magnificent. Zhangyu remarked, such miraculous feats can only be accomplished by our esteemed master. Elder Qiao added, the child's abilities are truly astounding. She can finally rest easy. The indigenous sea monsters exchanged glances, each reflecting shock and admiration in their eyes. Since their arrival on this enchanting island, although they had long placed their faith in Lin Bei and Appos' abilities to provide them with a life free from the worries of sustenance, he now presented them with a different kind of awe-inspiring power. In this moment, the native sea creatures resolutely reaffirmed their determination to follow Lin Bei. He leapt onto the metallic sailboat, and both Shi and Li Jun gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, Master, Brother Lin. Having experienced the transformation of the wooden boat himself, Lin Bei understood that the upgrade would not adversely affect Xixi and Li Jun. Yet, observing Xixi's face filled with wonder and delight, he could not help but inquire, "Are you both all right on the boat?" Li Jun, having remained on the wooden vessel, had witnessed its changes firsthand. Faced with Lin Bei's sudden concern, he felt somewhat flattered. He had anticipated that Lin Bei would first inquire about the boat's transformation. For in a world of survival, one's own strength was of paramount importance. However, since Lin Bei had asked, Li Jun replied, "Brother Lin, you need not worry. Both Xixi and I are doing well." After speaking, Li Jun gazed at Lin Bei in astonishment and curiously asked, "Brother Lin, have you encountered yet another extraordinary adventure?" "I'm glad to hear that you are well," Lin Bei responded, shaking his head as he addressed Li Jun's question. "No. I merely dispatched a fellow survivor who deserved it and acquired 2 wooden boats in the process." "Li Jun, you acquired 2 wooden boats? And that is all? Is that even a sensible remark?" It is evident that many survivors are still struggling to gather materials to upgrade their rafts. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jun suddenly recalled the crucial question he wanted to ask. It is one thing to acquire a wooden boat, but how does one facilitate its upgrade? The current vessel is evidently more spacious and resilient than its predecessor, better equipped to withstand the assaults of sharks and sea monsters. Lin Bei chuckled at this and remarked that the wooden boat had just triggered an upgrade. Before Lin Bei could finish his sentence, Zhang Yu shouted urgently, "My lord, you must come and see, Lady Qiao has fainted." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei turned to see the indigenous sea creatures in a state of chaos. He leaped gracefully to Qiao Buju's side, where he found her pallid face, darkened and unconscious on the ground. "Everyone, stand back and do not crowd around her," Lin Bei commanded, dispersing the crowd of sea creatures to ensure a breathable environment. Li Jun and Xixi quickly followed suit. Observing the situation, Xixi rushed forward to assist, applying pressure to Qiao Buju's acupoint. In a short while, Qiao Buju began to stir. Yet it was clear that she was utterly exhausted, on the brink of collapse. At over 50, her health had already been fragile. And the relentless 3-day ordeal of being bound by Zhao Liyan and submerged in the sea had taken a severe toll on her. Had it not been for the intense hatred she harbored towards Zhao Liyan, which propelled her to endure until she saw Lin Bei, she might have succumbed long before. Now, with Zhao Liyan deceased and Qiao Biju's hatred extinguished, the young man she once favored, Lin Bei, has grown strong enough to protect himself. As for her son who immigrated abroad, Qiao Biju had long since given up hope for him. In her final moments, being able to see Lin Bei brought her a sense of peace. She grasped his hand and uttered, "Child, you must live well." With those words, Qiao Biju departed this world serenely. Although Lin Bei and Qiao Biju were not bound by blood, over the years, their mutual support forged a bond that transcended family ties. Lin Bei was certain that Yang Lan had not harmed Aunt Xiao, thanks to his timely intervention. The death of Aunt Xiao was undoubtedly the result of that woman, Zhao Liyan. Had it not been for the refreshing of Zhao Liyan's corpse, Lin Bei would have relished the opportunity to vent his fury upon it. He could only wonder what that woman had inflicted upon Aunt Xiao to cause such suffering in her twilight years. He had never heard Aunt Xiao mention any significant health issues before. Soon, Aunt Xiao and Appo's body was also refreshed. Survivor Lin Bei. The survivor you recruited, Qiao Biju, has passed away. Survivor Lin Bei, you have granted the survivor, Qiao Biju, liberation, earning 5 points of combat value. At that moment, the screen before Lin Bei displayed all the scenes of Qiao Biju and Appo's experiences in this raft survival world. Witnessing all that Aunt Xiao had endured, Lin Bei's hatred for Zhao Liyan deepened, strengthening his resolve to become the unparalleled sovereign of this raft survival realm. Chapter 70. The Sister and Amp, Appo's change of heart after regaining his composure. Lin Bei instructed Zhang Yu to assist the native sea creatures in transporting all the supplies from the ship to the hidden chamber within the ancient castle. He anticipated that he would reside on this enchanting island for an extended period. Once he had organized everything, Lin Bei raised his gaze to survey his surroundings, only to find that Yang Lan was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that this woman had stealthily slipped away while they were preoccupied. If she wished to leave, so be it. Given the severity of her injuries, it was inevitable that her time was limited. Just as this thought crossed Lin Bei's mind, a notification echoed in his ears. Survivor Lin Bei, the aberrant survivor you recruited, Yang Lan, has met her demise. Survivor Lin Bei, you have caused the aberrant survivor, Yang Lan, to die with unfulfilled desires, earning you 5 points of combat power. As he absorbed the content of the notification, a cold smirk crept across Lin Bei and Appo's lips. Unfulfilled desires? How intriguing. In the face of death, who was ever truly willing? However, Lin Bei found himself perplexed. He had previously eliminated 3 other survivors, yet only the death of Yang Lan had granted him a reward in combat power. Was it the peculiar nature of her demise that warranted such a distinction? Yet, he chose not to dwell on it further. At present, his combat power had reached a commendable 119 points, a fact that brought him satisfaction. Observing Li Jun bustling about behind Zhang Yu, he recalled Li Jun's complaints about lacking a suitable weapon. Summoning him over, Lin Bei retrieved the demon-subduing sword from his personal storage and handed it to him. The demon-slaying sword, forged from mysterious iron, boasts an exceptionally sharp blade, and when wielded with the demon-slaying technique, its lethality is unparalleled. Before me lies the imposing sword, radiating a faint chill, with a dragon motif intricately carved into the hilt. Li Jun felt an insatiable urge to grasp it, but restrained his excitement, refraining from immediately taking the sword from Lin Bei's hands. This is undoubtedly an exquisite weapon. Are you certain you do not wish to keep it, Brother Lin? Lin Bei glanced at the sword in his grasp and remarked, Indeed, it is a remarkable sword, but have I not already acquired the divine Fangtian Huaji yet? He continued. If you find no value in this demon-slaying sword, I shall be compelled to sell it at the auction house for a pittance. After reaching level 20, Lin Bei had indeed unlocked the auction feature. Although this service catered to all survivors above level 20 in the world of Raft survival, communication among these survivors was non-existent. Upon hearing the word pittance, Li Jun's urgency surged, and he swiftly snatched the demon-slaying sword. I want it. I want it. Such a fine sword should not be sold for a mere fraction of its worth. While Lin Bei's previous offering of a soft sword was commendable, Li Jun's heart yearned for a sturdy weapon. Observing Li Jun's jubilant expression as he clutched the demon-slaying sword, Lin Bei couldn't help but smile. It is a pity there is no accompanying demon-slaying technique. However, Li Jun remained unfazed, declaring, Brother, simply possessing the demon-slaying sword brings me immense satisfaction. Whether or not the technique accompanies it is of little concern. It is noteworthy that among the survivors, those who possess even a decent weapon can be counted on one hand. Yet, it is hardly surprising that Lin Bei is so discerning. Since his arrival in this world of survival on a raft, he has always remained aloof, untouched by the sufferings of the mortal realm. Having never witnessed the hardships of ordinary life, he is blissfully unaware of the meager existence that other survivors endure in their quest to stay alive. Observing Li Jun and Imp Appo's ease of contentment, Lin Bei could only shake his head in resignation, thinking, as long as you are happy. At that moment, a native sea creature hurriedly approached, breathless and agitated. My lord, he exclaimed, the brother responsible for foraging has discovered a cave. Please come and see. Lin Bei, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement and instinctively retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his supplies, offering it to the creature to quench his thirst. However, the native, overwhelmed with excitement, accepted the water but did not drink it. Instead, he tucked the bottle into his garment and, with a foolish grin, asked Lin Bei, Shall I lead you there now, my lord? Seeing this, Lin Bei offered a brief smile and replied, Let us go. A cave. To claim that Lin Bei was not eager would be a falsehood. It is well understood that such caves are likely to harbor an abundance of mineral resources. These materials are essential for constructing formidable defensive cruisers. Under the guidance of the native sea creature, Lin Bei soon arrived at the mouth of a natural cave. Such natural caves typically contain a wealth of resources within. At the entrance of the cavern, Lin Bei discovered an abundance of coal. However, while the resources within the mine were plentiful, the perils it harbored were equally formidable, with the constant threat of bizarre creatures and flowing magma lurking within. These latent dangers might instill fear in other survivors, deterring them from venturing into the depths of the mine. Yet, for Lin Bei, a survivor endowed with a commendable strength of 119, such hazards only ignited a thrill within him. He was convinced that within this treacherous natural mine, he would unearth treasures of greater worth than diamonds. Despite his exhilaration, Lin Bei retained his composure, opting not to plunge into exploration immediately. Given that the entire mystical island was under his command, he felt no apprehension that other survivors might preemptively strip the mine of its riches. Thus, he resolved to return first, planning to gather all his subordinates the following day, ensuring they were well prepared before embarking on their expedition. A well-staffed team would facilitate a swifter and more efficient extraction of resources from the mine. Ultimately, Lin Bei left 2 native sea monsters to guard the mine's entrance, while instructing the others to commence their search for sustenance. Concurrently, he assigned them a new task, to remain vigilant for the existence of additional mines. Heeding Lin Bei and Appo's command, the sea monsters hastened into action. Meanwhile, the 2 guardians stationed at the mine entrance busied themselves, wielding their weapons diligently as they began to excavate coal in service of their master. Lin Bei returned to the ancient castle accompanied by Xixi, Li Jun, and Zhang Yu. By the time they arrived, night had already fallen. Diao Chan had prepared a sumptuous meal in anticipation of Lin Bei and Appo's return. The ancient castle boasted a dedicated kitchen, allowing Jiao Chan to remain industrious throughout the afternoon, foraging a plethora of wild fruits and vegetables from the nearby islands. Due to Lin Bei and Apos, as possession of a farming space, he was aware that fresh produce would eventually grace his table, and he remained composed while savoring the exquisite dishes Jiao Chan had meticulously arranged. Upon seeing the fresh wild vegetables and fruits on the dining table, Li Jun could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, my goodness, you truly dine like royalty in this castle. Fresh wild greens and fruits abound. I initially thought we had feasted well aboard the ship, but in comparison to the fare here, those roasted dishes that Xixi and I consumed were nothing short of culinary detritus. Such is human nature when faced with a lack of sustenance. Even a morsel of roasted meat suffices to bring satisfaction. Yet, once juxtaposed with superior options, what was once deemed delectable swiftly transforms into mere refuse." Xixi, overhearing his words, cast a mischievous smile at Li Jun. "Li Jun, does your comment imply that you no longer wish to partake in the meals I prepare?" Chapter 71. Curiosity kills the cat. Li Jun hastily pleaded for mercy. "Sister Xixi, I was wrong. You cannot neglect my sustenance." As he spoke, Li Jun playfully slapped his own face. Following the previous guidance from Yang Lan, Li Jun finally proved himself worthy of his stature. He discerned Xixi and Apos' affection for Lin Bei. Considering he had benefited from the meals prepared by Xixi, he thought to assist her. It would also serve to enlighten Lin Gu, for it would indeed be a pity to overlook someone as virtuous and capable as Xixi. Upon hearing this, Xixi and Apos' cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Afterward, she discreetly cast a glance at her master, Lin Bei. Noticing that he did not refute Li Jun's words, Xixi felt a peculiar sense of delight in her heart. Li Jun glanced between Lin Bei and Xixi, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He mused silently, these two might have something brewing. However, at that moment, Lin Bei was preoccupied with his meal, meticulously discussing the arrangements for the following day with Zhang Yu. His entire focus was on the natural mineral cave, completely oblivious to the playful banter between Li Jun and Xixi. When Li Jun suddenly turned to him with a foolish grin, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow in confusion, then resumed his conversation with Zhang Yu. "Yes, let us proceed with this for now. We shall decide tomorrow whether to increase the number of porters." "Understood, my lord." Among the group, only Jiao Chan appeared genuinely engrossed in her meal. To avoid returning to that dull, tedious place, she had long resolved to devote her life to serving her master, even if it meant assisting her elder sister Xixi in attending to him. Thus, a few individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, gathered around the same table to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Suddenly, as everyone was nearing satiation, Qin Tian summoned a native of the sea monster tribe to deliver a message. "My lord," the native reported, "Consul Qin Tian has indicated that the celestial signs predict rain tomorrow. We must expedite the construction of housing for the natives tonight, and he will not return to the castle." Accompanying him was Li Yu, who had just returned after a day of searching for talent. Upon hearing the sea monster and Apos' words, she calmly approached Lin Bei and said, "Master, given the urgency of constructing homes for the natives, I would like to request permission to assist in the endeavor." Lin Bei observed her unwavering demeanor and refrained from mentioning the search for Yang Lan, clearly aware of her demise. In such circumstances, her ability to conceal her smoldering fury was commendable, a testament to her role as Qin Tian and Apos' exemplary partner. Lin Bei merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Yu, refraining from uttering a word, before turning his attention to the native and instructing, "Return to Qin Tian and inform him that there is no need to proceed with the housing construction for now. Allow everyone to rest tonight. I have other matters to arrange for them tomorrow." He intended to lead the sea monster natives in exploring and excavating the newly discovered natural cavern. As for the impending rain, residing within the cavern would pose no issue. Thus, there was no urgency in constructing the houses. They could wait until the minerals were extracted before beginning the building process. The sea monster native did not inquire further about the significant matter at hand, simply acknowledging the command and returning to inform Qin Tian. In the hearts of these sea monster natives, Lin Bei was akin to a deity, naturally. Whatever he decreed was to be followed without question. They merely need to follow orders. After the departure of the sea monster's indigenous people, Lin Bei turned to Li Yu and said, "There is no need to build houses now. You have worked hard today. Please sit down and enjoy a meal." While Lin Bei was instructing the natives, Jiao Chan thoughtfully fetched bowls and chopsticks for Li Yu. Li Yu thanked Lin Bei and sat down to eat with great enthusiasm, displaying no signs of anxiety, discomfort, pain, or sorrow. Observing Li Yu in such a manner, Lin Bei understood that she had devised a strategy in consultation with Qin Tian. The fact that Li Yu could return and agreed to share a meal indicated that she and Qin Tian were not yet prepared to sever ties with Lin Bei entirely. Qin Tian's suggestion to expedite the construction was, in essence, a subtle notification to Lin Bei that he intended to depart from the Dream Island ahead of schedule. It appeared that after their discussion, Qin Tian and Liu had decided to temporarily abandon their quest for vengeance on Yang Lan, which was reasonable. Given that Yang Lan was deceased, clinging to that grudge held little significance. After all, both Qin Tian and Liu wished to survive and advance to the next realm of powerful beings. Being astute, Qin Tian naturally recognized the most advantageous choices for them. However, unbeknownst to Qin Tian and Liu, Lin Bei was also eagerly anticipating their early departure from the island to lure out those lurking minions in this region. Only by vanquishing these hidden adversaries could Lin Bei develop and strengthen himself without reservations. After finishing his meal, Lin Bei took Xixi back to the study, as he still needed to meditate in the adjoining room to accumulate experience points, simultaneously testing whether meditating in the compartment is beneficial for Xixi. This afternoon, Jiao Chan has spent considerable time in the ancient castle, thus acquiring a certain understanding of its intricacies. Her decision to remain and allocate rooms for everyone is most fitting. Observing the palpable tension in the atmosphere, Li Jun, displaying commendable wisdom, refrains from speaking excessively and patiently awaits Jiao Chan's room assignments. Once the allocations are complete and Jiao Chan departs, Li Jun approaches Zhang Yu's room. Zhang Yu, who was that woman who just entered? It seems my brother Lin does not hold her in high regard. Li Jun, not particularly familiar with Zhang Yu, is aware only that he has followed their master longer and appears to be loyal. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu chooses not to conceal the truth, replying candidly. Her name is Liu, a new survivor whom our master has just accepted today. Ah, how interesting. We share the same surname, Li Jun exclaims in surprise. If she has already been accepted, then why does Lin still seem to disregard her? Li Jun suspects there must be some undisclosed gossip surrounding the situation. Zhang Yu glances at Li Jun, who remains in his room, and urges, shouldn't you return to your own room to rest? There are many matters to attend to tomorrow. Li Jun shakes his head. I still have questions. By the way, what about Sister Yang Lan? I haven't seen her all afternoon, nor during dinner. He recalls that it was Yang Lan who first noticed Xixi and Apos' secret affection for Brother Lin. In the dimly lit corridor, a thought crossed the mind. Could it be that Lin Gu and Apos' conquest of the woman, Liu, led to unforeseen complications? Yang Lan, in her defense of Sister Shi, might have provoked Lin Gu and Apos' ire, resulting in her expulsion. Yet, that seemed implausible. Liu is nearly 30, even if Lin Gu had a penchant for such women. Her allure was waning with age. Lin Gu and Apos' infatuation would surely be fleeting, merely a passing fancy. Li Jun gazed at Zhang Yu with the wide-eyed curiosity of a child, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. However, Zhang Yu had no intention of indulging him, persistently ushering him out. Just before shutting the door, he offered a rare piece of advice. Remember, in this world of survival on a raft, those with insatiable curiosity often meet an untimely end. Having pledged our allegiance to the Lord, we exist as his subjects in life and as his spirits in death. We must adhere to his commands without harboring peculiar personal thoughts. With that, Zhang Yu firmly closed the door, ignoring Li Jun's persistent knocking and pleas. Left with no choice, Li Jun grumbled to himself as he retreated to his own room. Chapter 72. Meditating to earn experience points in the study. After finally arranging the bedding in accordance with Lin Bei and Apos' instructions, Xixi, blushing, inquired, Master, should I return to the ship now? After all, those structures are still aboard and cannot be moved. Moreover, night has fallen. Lin Bei shook his head firmly. No need. The flow of time on this dream island differs significantly from that of the outside world. 8 hours spent here equates to merely 1 hour beyond these shores. You have not had a proper rest in quite some time. Tonight, take the opportunity to relax in the compartment and set aside your concerns about the buildings for now. The tests have yet to be conducted, and it is not permissible for anyone to leave. At that moment, Jiao Chan entered the room and joined in the persuasion. Indeed, sister, look at your pallor. You must heed the master and Apos' advice and rest well tonight without worrying about the structures. Turning her gaze to Lin Bei, she continued, Master, perhaps you could grant me the building privileges so that I may oversee things for my sister on the ship? Lin Bei glanced at Jiao Chan and shook his head once more. It is not that I distrust you, nor do I wish to withhold privileges. It is simply that such building permissions cannot be bestowed upon you. He had the utmost trust in both Xixi and Jiao Chan, as they were both rewards from the system. Jiao Chan, puzzled, asked why is that? From her understanding, the building privileges granted to her sister had come from the master. Both she and Xixi were aware of Lin Bei and Apos' connection to the system, so there was little for him to conceal. It is a stipulation set forth by the system. Do not dwell on constructing anything tonight. Instead, conserve your energy and enjoy a restful slumber. For tomorrow we shall have the vigor to excavate that natural cavern." Upon hearing this, Diao Chan could only nod in agreement. With the elder sister present to accompany the master, "I shall take my leave to my quarters," she said, about to turn and exit. However, Lin Bei seized her arm. "Where are you going? Tonight we shall sleep in the partition. Why return to your room when you could lie in the partition and gain experience points?" "What?" Diao Chan exclaimed, astonished. "I shall be with the elder sister?" She exchanged a glance with Xixi, both reflecting mutual surprise in their eyes. Is the master truly so formidable? Lin Bei had already seated himself in the partition and was beckoning to the two women. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry and come in." Lin Bei was determined not to waste a single second, for each moment represented 10 experience points. His thoughts were consumed with meditating to accrue experience. Yet he refrained from stating this overtly, as he had during the day. Upon witnessing Lin Bei and Appo's demeanor, Xixi and Diao Chan completely misinterpreted his intent. They exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat bashful about serving their master together. Fortunately, Diao Chan had acquired a bit of experience during the day, when urged by the master. She blushed and obediently removed her shoes, crawling into the partition and claiming the innermost position. Xixi, unwilling to be outdone, swiftly followed suit, shedding her shoes and joining them inside. The two women nestled Lin Bei in between them like a filling in a sandwich. Seeing both Xixi and Diao Chan comfortably lying in the partition, Lin Bei too reclined with satisfaction. The partition was barely spacious enough for one person to lie flat, and with 3 individuals now occupying it, it was indeed a bit cramped. Lin Bei was nearly unable to squeeze in. Fortunately, Xixi and Diao Chan, both understanding souls, left a little space for him in the middle. Finally lying down, Lin Bei secretly let out a sigh of relief. Yet, his mind was occupied with thoughts on how to transform this compartment into a more spacious and comfortable haven without compromising the benefits of his meditation. Just as Lin Bei was closing his eyes, preoccupied with the comfort of his surroundings, a delicate, jade-white hand stealthily crept up to his front. Chapter 73. "You said you wouldn't, and Appos." Fight Lin Bei jolted awake, his eyes snapping open as he gazed at his locomotive. Just as he was about to search for the instigator, a thunderous voice erupted. "Shameless wretch! How dare you engage in such despicable acts within the sanctified realm meticulously crafted by my master?" In an instant, Lin Bei was whisked away from his compartment, then from the study, and finally brought directly to the grand hall. Steadying himself, he beheld a man before him, exuding an ethereal aura akin to that of a celestial being, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Who are you?" This man was evidently no ordinary person. If Lin Bei's assumptions were correct, the voice that had just berated him belonged to this very individual. The man smirked with disdain. "You pale in comparison to my master." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. "Your master? You mean the true sovereign of this dreamlike island?" For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Bei was certain that the man was not referring to Qin Tian. Upon seeing the man nod, a cold smile crept across Lin Bei and Appos' lips as he candidly remarked, "Currently, I, Lin Bei, may be weak, but at least I am still alive. No matter how powerful your master once was, he has become a relic of the past." The implication in Lin Bei and Appos' words was not lost on the man, who merely scoffed. "You are celebrating too soon. You shall perish shortly." With that, the man launched an assault against Lin Bei. His moves were fierce and unyielding, clearly intent on leaving Lin Bei no avenue for escape. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Bei refused to back down, retrieving the divine artifact, the Fangtian Huaji, to confront his adversary. With a martial prowess rating of 119, bolstered by the artifact's power, Lin Bei prepared to face the impending challenge. After several exchanges, the man gradually found himself at a disadvantage. This man was none other than the spirit of the painting adorning the wall. Though he possessed some abilities, they were merely beneficial for the defense of the dreamlike island. He was truly incapable of inflicting harm. At this moment, his perception of Lin Bei underwent a subtle transformation. He realized that Lin Bei's strength had significantly increased since their last encounter. Even if Lin Bei had arrived at this point by sheer luck, his current prowess was enough to command respect. Just as Lin Bei leaped into the air, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the man, the latter's figure suddenly vanished without a trace. Lin Bei cast a glance at the painting on the wall, which flickered with a faint white light, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that this painting was, in fact, a treasure. Indeed, this ancient castle was not as ordinary as it appeared. At that moment, Xixi and Diao Chan, supporting each other, entered the grand hall, both rushing towards Lin Bei with concern. "Master, are you all right? Master, are you unharmed?" "You need not worry," Lin Bei replied, shaking his head. "I am fine." He gestured towards the painting on the wall. You two arrived just in time. Help me burn this painting. Xixi and Diao Chan had never questioned Lin Bei's words. Upon receiving his command, they promptly set about retrieving the painting. The spirit, realizing the urgency of the situation, trembled in fear and crawled out from the painting, exclaiming, "Don't burn me! Don't burn me!" Xixi and Diao Chan, taken aback by this unexpected spectacle, shivered in fright and dropped the painting, retreating behind Lin Bei for safety. Lin Bei's gaze remained fixated on the scroll. Upon witnessing the man emerge, he swiftly approached, raising his Fangtian Huaji halberd to deliver a horizontal strike towards the man's neck. The artifact's spirit exhibited a strong instinct for self-preservation. Sensing the imminent danger, it hastily sidestepped while murmuring, "Could you possibly sheath your divine weapon so we may converse peacefully?" Lin Bei arched an eyebrow, retorting, "Were you not the one eager to engage in combat?" The man raised both hands in surrender, exclaiming, "No more fighting, no more fighting." Lin Bei, with his artifact poised, pointed it directly at the man and amp, Apos, S throat, asserting, "You claim to cease hostilities, yet here we are." Chapter 74. There is only one conclusion: do not push your luck. The spirit of the artifact suddenly declared with a haughty demeanor, "I am the guardian of this enchanted island, and I possess the authority to expel you from it." Although Lin Bei had previously earned his recognition and become the owner of the Dream Island, the spirit still held the power to banish an outsider seeking survival. Lin Bei scoffed, "I wooed and Apos. T-mind shattering you into countless pieces first." As he spoke, the gleaming halberd in Lin Bei and Apos' hand inched closer to the spirit and Apos' neck. In the face of such brazen defiance, there was only ever one inevitable outcome. The blade's proximity instilled an inexplicable sense of suffocation in the spirit, causing him to relent. "As long as you spare my life, I will do whatever you ask." "That and Apos, that's more like it." Lin Bei chuckled, having discerned that this entity was even more fearful of death than he was. "My demands are quite simple. Recognize me, Lin Bei, as your master, obey my commands, and never betray me." Without a moment's hesitation, the spirit rejected his proposition. "To acknowledge you as my master is out of the question. My very existence is devoted to awaiting the return of my true master. How could I possibly serve another?" "Then there is nothing more to discuss," Lin Bei declared, gripping the halberd tightly as he lunged forward. He sensed that allowing this man to live would only lead to future calamity. The spirit, aware of his inferiority, dodged while exclaiming, "Why must it come to a life or death struggle? We could easily collaborate." Had it not been for the fact that he had expended 4/5 of his cultivation to facilitate the successful reincarnation of his deceased master, it would have been impossible for him to be pursued and assaulted by this newly introduced human survivor, despite his lack of proficiency in offense. Once his master returns and his powers are restored, he shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for today as humiliation. However, Lin Bei, convinced that he poses a significant threat, would not allow him to continue living and causing trouble. With a thunderous shout, Lin Bei summoned his primordial strength, leaping from behind to block the path of the spirit, followed by a swift horizontal strike. The spirit, resembling a celestial being, was instantly drenched in blood. Survivor Lin Bei successfully vanquished the scroll spirit, earning 1.5 million experience points. Survivor Lin Bei's defeat of the scroll spirit activated the Dream Island defense system. Survivor Lin Bei received 3 blueprints for the farm space. Survivor Lin Bei's level ascended to 25, rewarded with 2 points of combat prowess. How splendid! Not only did he level up, but he also acquired a defensive system. Lin Bei accessed the interface to explore the Dream Island defense system. Dream Island basic defense system, upgradable. Description: once a month, there is an opportunity to conceal the Dream Island beneath the ocean, rendering it undetectable to all survivors. The concealment lasts for 8 days inside the Dream Island and 1 day outside. Although its current utility seems limited, it will undoubtedly prove invaluable when war is waged in the future. Lin Bei glanced at the requirements for upgrading to the next level, which were not particularly demanding, merely a collection of low-level materials, albeit in larger quantities. Upgrade requirements: wood 1,000, straw 1,000, scrap materials 1,000, fabric 1,000, clay 1,000. Conditions met. Upgrade. Do not upgrade. Lin Bei was not lacking in materials, so he opted for the upgrade, curious to see if any additional effects might manifest. With a single click, the defense system was swiftly upgraded. Intermediate defense system of Dream Island, upgradable. Description: once a month, there is an opportunity to conceal Dream Island beneath the ocean, rendering it undetectable to all survivors. The concealment lasts for 24 days within Dream Island and 3 days outside. Additionally, the intermediate defense system can withstand considerable damage during enemy attacks. This upgrade proved to be quite beneficial, adding a function to mitigate damage. Further upgrades seemed unnecessary. Lin Bei glanced at the 3 farm space blueprints in his personal storage, which were precisely enough for a level upgrade, and decided to proceed with upgrading the farm. Farm space upgrade requirements. Farm blueprints 3. Conditions met. Upgrade. Do not upgrade. Chapter 75. You make a scene. I am amused without a moment's hesitation. Lin Bei clicked to upgrade. Congratulations to the survivor Lin Bei for successfully expanding the farm space to 10 square meters. Congratulations to survivor Lin Bei for successfully upgrading the farm space and gaining 2 points of combat power. As the one possessing auxiliary permissions for the farm space, Xixi naturally received the news of Lin Bei and Appo's successful upgrade. Master, you are truly remarkable. You and Appo's managed to expand the farm space to 10 square meters so swiftly. Indeed, Lin Bei was a man worthy of Xixi and Appo's lifelong loyalty and service. Diao, taken aback, exclaimed, "What farm space? How come I was not informed?" She wondered how many secrets her elder sister was keeping from her regarding their master. Lin Bei had no intention of concealing anything from Diao and promptly brought her and Xixi into the farm space. By fortunate coincidence, with the farm space upgrade, an additional auxiliary slot had opened up, and without a second thought, Lin Bei added Diao name. Now, Diao could freely enter and exit the farm space. As a martial artist, Diao possessed a greater sense of composure than Xixi. Upon entering the farm space, she felt nothing but wonder and joy. Never a trace of worry or fear. This confidence stemmed from her trust in Lin Bei. She knew her master would never harm her. Moreover, she had resolved to regard her master as her man from this day forward, questioning what there could be to worry about regarding her own partner. Gazing at the farm space, Diao couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This little realm is truly extraordinary, capable of cultivating every conceivable plant. At this moment, Diao, having arrived at the farm, resembled those children who, for the first time, are sent by their parents to their grandparents and Appo's countryside home, crouching down to play curiously with the mud. After finally tiring of the mud, Diao joyfully rushed over to tug at one of the 4 heads of cabbage, one of which was yet to fully mature. Xixi, observing this, furrowed her brow tightly, opening her mouth to intervene, but it was already too late. This was the cabbage personally planted by the master, and there were only 4 heads in total. She had originally intended to save them for seed. Ever since this younger sister departed from her enclosed surroundings, her heart had grown increasingly bold and wild. Of course, this transformation was not without the indulgence of Lin Bei. He believed that Diao and Appo's innocent and uninhibited demeanor posed no issue, oblivious to the calamity she had inadvertently caused. Diao held up the cabbage and cheerfully called out to Lin Bei, "Master, how about I make you cabbage dumplings tomorrow morning?" Cabbage dumplings were indeed her specialty. Lin Bei, who had been lost in thought, looked up upon hearing her words and saw the half-grown cabbage she held aloft. With the cabbage already uprooted, he could hardly refuse. Reluctantly, he nodded and replied, "As long as you are happy." Diao, upon hearing this, smiled and tilted her head in inquiry, "But we have at least 6 people for dinner. Do you think this cabbage will be enough?" If Xixi also returned for breakfast, that would indeed make 6 people. Glancing again at the cabbage in her hands, it seemed that perhaps it truly was a bit insufficient. As Xixi observed her master, Lin Bei, reluctantly turning away while rolling his eyes and sighing at the unreasonable demands of his younger sister, she felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. "Younger sister, we currently lack essential ingredients such as flour. Once we acquire the necessary supplies, you can prepare the cabbage dumplings for the master. Tomorrow morning, we can simply stir-fry the cabbage and whip up a few other dishes. That should suffice." Diao blinked in surprise and asked, "Is that truly enough?" "Indeed," Xixi quickly affirmed. "Too much cabbage would spoil the taste." Suddenly, Lin Bei interrupted the conversation between the 2 ladies, inquiring, "Having inspected the farm space, shouldn't we be heading out?" Approaching Lin Bei, Diao asked, "Master, what were you contemplating just now?" Casting a glance at her, Lin Bei candidly replied, "The farm space has indeed expanded, yet we currently lack seeds for planting. I was considering that at dawn, you 2 should split tasks. Xixi, you will construct the harvesting equipment on the boat, and Diao, you can take 2 locals to search nearby for any seeds suitable for sowing. This way, you can also keep an eye on each other." Naturally, both Diao and Xixi readily agreed. Xixi declared, "I shall heed the master and Appo's wishes." Diao added, "Master, I shall follow your instructions to the letter." Chapter 76. The layout begins as the 3 emerged from the farm space. They encountered Xixi, who had just stepped into the hall. Their eyes met unexpectedly. Startled by the sudden appearance of the trio, Xixi exclaimed, "Master, are you planning to go out?" It seemed that Lin Bei was a person of unfathomable depth. Xixi's resolve to leave had only intensified. Lin Bei, instead of answering directly, countered with the question, "Have you just returned?" Reflecting on the guidelines Qin Tian had entrusted to him regarding the resettlement of the indigenous people, Lin Bei acknowledged the managerial skills of Qin Tian. Indeed, he had not misjudged him. It was a pity, however, that with a sister like Yang Lan, Qin Tian and Amp, Apos, fate was destined to be less than favorable. Qin Tian respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Lin Bei gave Qin Tian's shoulder a reassuring pat. "The resettlement of the indigenous people is on hold, as you are aware, correct? Tomorrow, I will take them to another location for work. For the foreseeable future, they may not return to reside here. The natural caves are vast, and the resources therein are abundant. Extracting and transporting everything back to the castle would be exceedingly time-consuming. It would be far more convenient for the indigenous people to reside in the caves. They provide shelter from the elements and eliminate concerns about exposure to wind and sun, while also being in close proximity for work." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian was taken aback. He had not intended to accompany them to another location. "I heard about this from the indigenous people who came back to deliver messages. The reason for my late return was to wrap up the matter of pausing the resettlement of the indigenous people and ensure a proper handover with the two managers." Shrimp and crab. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow at the mention of a handover. Qin Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, master. I have successfully transferred the subsequent arrangements to shrimp and crab. In the future, any operational tasks may be executed according to the guidelines I have established." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Well done. It seems it is now time for you to take your leave." Just as Lin Bei had surmised, Qin Tian respectfully replied, "This is merely my duty, master. I have returned to bid you farewell. With the arrangements on hold, my presence on this island serves no purpose. I intend to depart at dawn with my wife, Liu, to seek out the unknown territories. I hope for your understanding." A cold smile flickered across Lin Bei's lips. "So eager to leave? Beyond the dream island, there lies only the vast ocean. Have you considered how you will travel?" Qin Tian candidly responded, "There is no need for concern, master. Before my return, I constructed a wooden raft." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. "And how will you manage sustenance during your journey?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian replied, "Liu and I possess considerable strength and can sustain ourselves by hunting sharks in the ocean. As for water, we shall rely on your provision, master. We will surrender all that we gather, aside from our basic needs." "Quite thoughtful of you," Lin Bei sneered. "And you intend to leave just like that, without searching for Yang Lan?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tian thought to himself that the individual had already been killed by him, so what was the point of searching? He made a concerted effort to suppress his inner fury and, with an expression reflecting a mix of disappointment and frustration, remarked, "There's no need to search any longer. If she were sensible and wished to see me, her sister-in-law would naturally make an appearance. After all, this is not the first time she has run away from home." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, realizing that she was indeed a habitual offender. "Rest assured, Yang Lan will no longer be a source of concern for you. Moreover, you will have no opportunity to worry about her." With a sigh of exasperation, Qin Tian lamented, "My sister truly has caused us endless worry. Do you still recall the place where you first encountered her?" Lin Bei inquired. Nodding, he reminisced about his first meeting with Yang Lan, where she was alone. However, he had no desire to delve further into discussions about the deceased Yang Lan. He understood Qin Tian and Apos' intentions behind constantly bringing her up. Thus, Lin Bei chose not to follow along with Qin Tian and Apos' train of thought and instead delivered a decisive message. "I will ensure that bottled water is prepared for you each day. While you are out, please prioritize your safety with Liu. Additionally, I am not fond of a farewell atmosphere. I hope that by the time I descend in the morning, you and Liu will have already departed from the castle. I sincerely wish for you and Liu to return with good news soon." With that, Lin Bei patted Qin Tian on the shoulder and ascended the stairs with Xixi and Diao Chan. Qin Tian gazed at the retreating figures of Lin Bei and the others, clenched his fists, and, stifling his seething anger, declared, "Rest assured, master. I will undoubtedly find that unknown territory at the earliest opportunity. At the same time, I, Qin Tian, shall not forget to avenge my sister, Yang Lan." Chapter 77. How could he have a fever? Upon returning to the study, Diao Chan promptly locked the door with great urgency. She hastened to catch up with Lin Bei and grasped his arm, inquiring earnestly, "Master, do you truly intend to allow Qin Tian and the others to leave Dream Island unscathed?" Lin Bei maintained his composure, responding with a smile, "Why not let them go? They are rushing towards their own demise. What reason do I have to hinder them?" Diao Chan, visibly anxious, retorted, "Master, Qin Tian and Apos' demeanor tonight clearly indicates that he has already concluded you are the one responsible for his sister and Apos' death. If you permit him to depart, once he grows stronger, He will undoubtedly return with allies to seek revenge against you. It was a matter of concern that she could perceive, yet her master remained oblivious. This truly vexed her. Lin Bei gently patted Diao Chan's head, reassuring her with a smile, "Do not fret. What I anticipate is precisely his return with heads in tow." In this brutal world of survival, the swiftest and most efficient method of advancement is to eliminate formidable survivors and powerful sea monsters. He mused to himself about what Qin Tian could accomplish outside. With just a flick of his finger, he could envision numerous possibilities. As long as it facilitated his rapid ascension in strength, he would not mind allowing Qin Tian to frolic about for a few more days. Xixi, standing nearby, listened in a state of confusion, only partially grasping the situation. Seizing a moment, she could not help but ask, "Master, who is this Qin Tian? And what is the story with his sister?" Having remained on the ship to assist her master in gathering resources, she was astonished to realize she was oblivious to such significant events. The thought of it filled her with self-reproach. Her concern for the master was somewhat lacking, fortunately. The second sister was always by his side, caring for and attending to him. Upon hearing this, Diao Chan cast a glance at the eldest sister before turning her gaze back to the master. Yang Lan had perished, and her body was nowhere to be found. It was likely that she had been refreshed. The nature of the relationship between the eldest sister and Yang Lan remained unclear to her, as she had arrived late and had not interacted much with them. She believed that the master would not allow the eldest sister to feel sorrow. So it was ultimately up to him to decide whether to reveal the truth to her. Lin Bei considered that Xixi had only appeared after Yang Lan's disappearance, making it reasonable for her not to grasp the entire sequence of events. Lin Bei, oblivious to the complexities of women, regarded Xixi as an ally, viewing Yang Lan merely as an outsider. Thus, at this moment, he thought only of a man's duty to face the consequences of his actions. Moreover, he had no intention of concealing anything from Xixi. He simply spoke the truth. "The man you encountered in the hall earlier is Qin Tian, who also happens to be Yang Lan and Appo's elder brother. As for Yang Lan, she met her demise at my hands this afternoon, prior to our meeting." Diao Chan quickly interjected, "Master, Yang Lan's death was of her own making. It has nothing to do with you. We must not emulate those pedantic sages who attribute all blame to themselves. From the beginning to the end, you merely threw a dagger at Yang Lan's arm. Such a minor injury could not have possibly led to her death. The adage, 'those who do not seek death will not die,' certainly applies here, and Yang Lan's demise cannot justly be blamed on Lin Bei." Lin Bei remained indifferent. "Is it truly significant whether I have taken a life? Let us not forget that we reside in a brutal world of survival, where the demise of one or two survivors is hardly noteworthy. Furthermore, given his current combat prowess of 123 points, even if he were to boldly confront Qin Tian and declare, 'I have slain your sister Yang Lan,' Qin Tian would not dare retaliate against Lin Bei. Moreover, Yang Lan was the one who initially tormented Lin Bei's benefactor. She deserved her fate." Upon hearing this, Diao Chan pondered quietly and realized that this was indeed the case. After all, in a survival world, who could escape death? Xixi, unfamiliar with the entirety of Yang Lan's demise, refrained from commenting, especially since she held little regard for anyone outside her master. Besides, her master was correct. A world of survival inevitably entails slaughter and mortality. Thus, Xixi resolved never to broach the subject of Yang Lan again. Regaining her composure, Xixi gestured towards the partition and inquired, "Master, should we not take a moment to rest?" Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instinctively followed the delicate motion of Xixi's slender hand towards the partition, and his mind was flooded with earlier, heart-stirring visions. He could not help but silently speculate about the identities of these two sisters, who possessed the audacity to set their sights on him. Xixi was poised, elegant, and virtuous. Not only was she wise and discerning, but she had also never exhibited feelings towards him that transcended the bounds of their master-servant relationship. In contrast, Diao Chan was innocent and spirited, vivacious and carefree, frequently displaying her affection towards him without the slightest hint of restraint. Lin Bei was deep in thought when suddenly a hand appeared before him, interrupting his train of thought. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed Diao Chan waving at him, her face etched with concern. "Master, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Bei quickly cast aside the peculiar images and thoughts swirling in his mind, adopting a serious expression. "I am fine, truly." However, Diao Chan was not inclined to let it go. "Are you really all right? Master, why is your face so flushed?" As she spoke, she pressed her palm against Lin Bei and Appo's forehead, then placed her other hand on her own brow. Comparing the two, Diao Chan reached a conclusion. "Master, you have a fever. How strange. You didn't get caught in the rain, so how could you suddenly fall ill?" Chapter 78. A confession of affection observing from the periphery, she sure couldn't help but feel a pang of envy as her younger sister effortlessly engaged with their master. She felt utterly excluded from the dynamic between the two. Silently, she sure withdrew from the study, unaware that her affections for Lin Bei were beginning to wane as a consequence of his actions. Meanwhile, Lin Bei remained oblivious, lost in the intoxicating atmosphere cultivated by Diao Chan. A distinct click at the study's entrance jolted Lin Bei back to reality. He abruptly brushed aside Diao Chan's hand, which had been resting on his forehead. I am not feverish. Return to your quarters immediately and rest. Diao Chan, taken aback by the sudden rebuff, meekly replied, Yes, master. Satisfied with her compliance, Lin Bei turned his attention to seeking out Xixi. He surmised that she had likely misinterpreted his interaction with Diao Chan, leading her to discreetly exit the study. However, did he truly harbor any untoward intentions? Of course not. He was merely momentarily captivated by the preceding scene, and Diao Chan's proximity had contributed to a fleeting lapse in judgment. Indeed, that was the extent of it. He felt compelled to clarify the situation with Xixi, lest she perceive him as an impetuous individual. As for the rationale behind his need to explain himself, Lin Bei reasoned that he couldn't and oppose to allow Xixi to harbor any resentment towards him or mistake him for a rogue. The primary concern was that such a misunderstanding could lead to a decline in her affinity, potentially complicating their future interactions and collaborations. Upon opening the chamber door, Lin Bei discovered Xixi, her affinity registering a score of 97, crouched in the corridor adjacent to the study, silently shedding tears. Behold, it was as he suspected. Xixi had misunderstood. She must have surmised that he, as her master, harbored intentions towards her sister, against which she was powerless to defend. Hence, Xixi's distress and the consequent diminution of her affinity score. Fortunately, the reduction was minimal, salvageable even. Lin Bei hastened forward, kneeling to explicate. Xixi, you misunderstand. I had no intention of. Hearing Lin Bei's voice, Xixi initially questioned her senses, but upon looking up, she beheld her master, Lin Bei, kneeling before her. Xixi promptly inquired, Master, do you not favor second sister? Why did you emerge so swiftly? Lin Bei. Before Lin Bei could complete his explanation, Xixi interjected. He stood agape, hearing Xixi question his affection for Diao Chan. Without hesitation, Lin Bei responded, I do favor her. I favor both you and Diao Chan. Favor, however, is distinct from love. Xixi and Diao Chan, irrespective of countenance and figure, possess a loyalty and competence that would endear them to anyone. His affection for both was undeniable, a truth Lin Bei never intended to conceal. Upon hearing this, Xixi's eyes widened as she gazed at Lin Bei, tentatively asking, Master, do you truly favor me? Her tone was cautious, as if dreading a negative response. Hearing this, Lin Bei nodded emphatically, I do favor you, of course. As he spoke, Lin Bei began enumerating Xixi's virtues. Xixi, look at you, with your meticulous nature, virtuous demeanor, remarkable capabilities, industrious spirit, and culinary prowess. Coupled with your high efficiency in managing tasks, it's no wonder you possess such an abundance of virtues that I can hardly enumerate them all. How could I possibly not hold you in high regard? Just remember this. I, Lin Bei, place my utmost trust and confidence in you. Observe how I entrust nearly every matter to your capable hands, prioritizing you above all others with the privileges I possess. If I did not cherish you, would I act this way? At last, Xixi let out a soft chuckle. Master, I also hold affection for you. With that, she took Lin Bei by the hand and began to walk back. Come, let us return to our quarters and rest. Lin Bei glanced at the number 100 hovering above Xixi's head, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Being a master truly is a challenging endeavor. P.S. Happy Holidays. Chapter 79. A tangled situation. Not long after Lin Bei had fallen into a deep slumber, a notification sound echoed through the air. The survivor Lin Bei's meditation level ascended to level 3, granting him an experience gain of 30 points per second. At that moment, he was soundly asleep. And when the notification chimed, he was kicked gently, yet he remained oblivious, sinking back into his dreams. Soon after, the survivor Lin Bei's meditation level elevated to level 4, with an experience gain now of 50 points per second. As he drifted between dreams and consciousness, he heard another notification, turned over, and continued to slumber. The survivor Lin Bei's level increased to 26, bestowing him with a strength enhancement of 2 points. By this time, dawn was approaching, and both Xixi and Diao Chan had begun to stir. However, Lin Bei showed no signs of waking. The survivor Lin Bei's meditation level rose to level 5, allowing him to acquire 100 experience points each second. Throughout the night, Lin Bei enjoyed a restful sleep, and as he heard the notification, he gradually awakened. The compartment was indeed quite small. Although the three of them shared the space, it felt a bit cramped. Yet, Lin Bei found his morning vigor to be superior to when he had slept alone in a larger bed on the wooden boat. As he opened his eyes, he noticed that Xixi and Jiao Chan had already departed, likely to prepare breakfast for everyone. In just a night and amp, Oppos, time, his meditation level had reached level 5, and the experience points gained had increased to 100 per second. Lin Bei pondered the few hours he had spent in the compartment and contemplated whether he had leveled up. He decided to check his personal attributes, which he had not examined in quite some time. Name, Lin Bei Home, Metal Sailboat, Repair, Expansion, Upgrade, Level, 26, 987, 0711. 000, Skill, Knife Mastery, Second Form, Combat Power, 125 Health, 100 Thirst, 100 Hunger, 100 Area Unsealing Countdown, 117 days, 11 hours, 31 minutes, and 49 seconds. Upon glancing, Lin Bei realized he had indeed leveled up. Moreover, he was now less than 20,000 experience points away from his next ascension. Lin Bei resolved to remain in meditation until someone summoned him for a meal. In truth, he had hoped to enjoy his meal in solitude within his compartment. However, he had to visit the natural cave later, making lingering in bed, or rather, continuing his meditation, seem impractical. With nothing else to occupy his time in the compartment, Lin Bei decided to peruse the chat channel. To his surprise, the ongoing discussion was about him. My Lin Ge has been around for ages. I miss him. Goodness. It's only been 3 hours since he last checked in. Suddenly, a melodious female voice resonated through the chat. Does anyone know the coordinates of Lin Bei's island? What? Is someone planning a long-distance delivery? A long-distance delivery? That must mean they possess quite the appealing appearance. What a pity we can't initiate video here. The person above is truly a man of valor. The female voice began to entice. Seriously, he has acquired such a vast island. The resources there must surely be more abundant than those in the sea, and the land is far safer. Aren't you curious to explore? If you wish to perish, then go ahead. We shall not hinder you. Indeed, if you desire to meet your demise, do so on your own. It's quite amusing that you wish to drag us down with you. The female voice continued to tempt. But isn't it said that strength lies in numbers? Wood and Amp, Oppos, it be better for all of us to prosper together? From above, a voice interjected. Prosperity is a myth. Death is the only certainty. Lin Bei wielded a powerful artifact, effortlessly sweeping away the opposition. You speak of wealth? Spare me the jest. Upon reading this, Lin Bei responded with a smile. If you seek the coordinates of the island, simply message me privately. He added, why trouble the survivors in this chat? They cannot possibly know the precise coordinates. As soon as Lin Bei's messages were sent, the chat channel erupted with excitement. Goodness, the big shot has finally appeared. Well, the big shot is truly remarkable. When confronted by petty provocations, he boldly retaliates. If I were cowardly, I would not be your lord. Lin Bei's intentions were unmistakably clear. The precious artifact was polished and ready. We can commence our assault whenever you choose. Where did that individual seeking the coordinates go? Now that the big shot has spoken, why are they no longer inquiring? The big shot's weapon is already prepped. There is no need to ask, attempting to stir trouble. They inadvertently fell into the big shot and Amp, Oppos, trap, and now they must surely wish to vanish into thin air. My esteemed companion, where have you been? We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. As long as you are not weary, I am prepared to engage in a contest for 3 consecutive days and nights. Whatever position you suggest, I am fully capable of accommodating it. Lin Ge, please choose between delving deeply or skimming the surface. Lin Bei gazed at the perplexing message, clearly distorted from its original intent, and silently closed the chat channel. He had not realized that he was so well-liked in this virtual space. The survivor, Lin Bei, had reached an impressive level of 27, earning himself an increase of 2 points in martial prowess. At last, he had leveled up. How delightful. Just then, a knock resonated from the door of his study. Chapter 80. Follow me. Upon hearing the knock at the door, Lin Bei understood that it was neither Xixi nor Jiao Chan. With his recent elevation in rank, he stood up, tidied himself slightly, and proceeded to open the door. To his surprise, it was Zhang Yu, who immediately stepped aside respectfully upon seeing Lin Bei and announced, My lord, breakfast is ready. Lin Bei nodded in acknowledgement and replied with a smile, let us go. Once the arrangements for the natural cave were settled, he resolved to surprise Zhang Yu. This natural cave would serve as a test of Zhang Yu and Oppos' abilities. If he succeeded, a fitting reward would undoubtedly follow. At the dining table, Li Jun was astonished to see the new dish of stir-fried cabbage. In the previous world, cabbage was the most mundane of vegetables, yet here, amidst the struggle for survival in the ocean, could it still be considered ordinary? In this maritime realm, cabbage was not merely common. It was an existence more elusive than Lin Bei and Oppos' magical artifacts. While it might not be overly difficult to salvage soil on the ship for planting vegetables, the true challenge lay in acquiring seeds. The notion of retrieving seeds was even more improbable. How could seeds possibly drift in the ocean? Even if, by some miracle, seeds were found, the likelihood of them germinating after being soaked in seawater for an extended period was highly questionable. You might wonder about the islands. But the thick fog surrounding them made locating an island without the aid of radar a formidable task. Even if one were to discover an island, the chances of scouring its entirety and finding these vegetables or vegetable seeds, even just a single one, were exceedingly slim. Even if vegetable seeds are found, they cannot be planted immediately. Li Jun picked up a small piece of cabbage with chopsticks and tasted it. My goodness, it is absolutely delicious. On the wooden boat, the daily fare consisted solely of roasted meats, which had become rather tiresome. However, being on this island with Brother Lin is a delight, as I can enjoy a plethora of fresh and delectable vegetables every day. At this moment, Qin Tian and Li Yu had long since departed from the Dream Island. Everyone relished the breakfast, filled with joy. After the meal, Lin Bei took Li Jun, Zhang Yu, and all the native sea monsters towards the entrance of the natural cave. After they left, Xixi and Diao Chan headed towards the wooden boat. Once Xixi was safely aboard, Diao Chan would venture to the nearby island in search of plants suitable for cultivation in the farm space. Initially, Lin Bei intended to leave 2 native sea monsters to assist Xixi and Diao Chan. However, both of them firmly declined, assuring him that they could manage on their own. Considering Diao Chan's capability for self-defense and Xixi's recovery after a restful night, Lin Bei decided against insisting on leaving them assistance. Accompanied by the main group, Lin Bei swiftly arrived at the entrance of the natural cave he discovered yesterday. He had already discussed the specific plans for the cave with Zhang Yu during their meal the previous night. Now, it was up to Zhang Yu to guide Li Jun and the native sea monsters in executing the plans they had devised together. Lin Bei felt that he could not manage every single task on his own, and it was time to cultivate Zhang Yu and Li Jun in the matter of the natural cavern. Lin Bei instructed the sea monster natives to pause and rest for a moment while he led Zhang Yu and Li Jun aside. Coming to a halt, Lin Bei firmly conveyed some safety precautions to Zhang Yu, finally giving his shoulder an encouraging pat, proclaiming, "I believe in you. You will do just fine." Zhang Yu respectfully clasped his fists in gratitude, responding, "Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. I shall not betray your trust." Lin Bei nodded, increasingly satisfied with Zhang Yu. "Go on, give it your best." "Yes," Zhang Yu affirmed with determination, striding confidently towards the group of sea monster natives. After sending Zhang Yu off, Lin Bei turned to Li Jun, patting his shoulder, and said, "Li Jun, keep an eye on Zhang Yu. Ensure he does not make any mistakes." "Oh, certainly." Li Jun had been pondering what he should do, but upon hearing Lin Bei's instruction, he quickly responded in agreement. Just as Li Jun was about to leave, Lin Bei stopped him, saying, "When you go over, have Zhang Yu bring me the shrimp and crab roe. I have some tasks for them." "Understood," Li Jun nodded. Then inquired, "Brother Lin, do you have any other matters to attend to?" After a moment and amp, Oppos, as thought, Lin Bei shook his head. "No, that and amp, Oppos, as all, you may go." Li Jun cheerfully replied, "All right. I shall summon them right away." It was not long before the shrimp and crab roe were brought forth. The two approached Lin Bei, clasping their fists in unison and respectfully addressing him as my lord. The prospect of being assigned tasks directly by him filled them with a sense of exhilaration. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction and said to the pair, "Follow me." Chapter 81. The strange sound upon finishing his words. Lin Bei took the lead and walked towards the entrance of the natural cave. Xia Ren and Xie Huang exchanged excited glances and eagerly followed behind him. As Lin Bei entered the cave, he noticed that the entrance was quite spacious and well-lit. However, after taking a few more steps inside, the darkness enveloped him, rendering visibility non-existent without a torch. Fortunately, a considerable pile of coal had been left at the entrance, presumably excavated by someone, which he promptly collected into his personal storage. Simultaneously, he sent a private message to Xixi. "Xixi, please craft some torches from the coal in the warehouse. I require a substantial amount for illumination." Xixi quickly responded, "Understood, master." With Xixi and amp, Oppos' assurance, Lin Bei felt a sense of relief. At the entrance, he found a broad and well-lit area. Lin Bei then retrieved the wooden picks, stone picks, iron picks, and metal picks that Xixi had crafted over the past few days from his personal storage, scattering them across the ground. He called over Xia Ren and Xie Huang, pointing to the tools and instructing them. "You two will be responsible for distributing these tools to the indigenous people who enter shortly. Remember, each indigenous person may only receive one tool, given the limited time." The number of tools crafted by Xixi was insufficient to equip the over 100 sea monster natives. They would have to make do with one tool each and create more as they might. Xiaoran and Xie Huang nodded enthusiastically, assuring him, "Rest assured, master. We will fulfill our duty." Lin Bei, satisfied with their response, nodded approvingly. "Very well, work diligently. I shall proceed inside to light the torches for illumination." After speaking, Lin Bei took 2 steps forward but then hesitated and retreated. He turned to the shrimp and crab, urging them, "Remember to remind everyone not to dig in areas lacking light or those that seem perilous. Only excavate where the torches illuminate. First, consult Zhang Yu. Only proceed with his consent. Do you understand?" Given the scarce manpower, he cautioned against any further casualties. The shrimp and crab quickly responded, "Rest assured, my lord. We shall take heed of your words." They continued, "You are far superior to those so-called nobles in the ocean. Those aristocrats never cared for the lives of us indigenous beings. They would either beat or scold us while we toiled. And food was seldom offered after the work was done. In contrast, Lin Bei not only ensured they were well fed and rested before labor, but also provided them with the means to build their own homes. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Seeing that Lin Bei lingered, the shrimp respectfully clasped its fists and inquired, "My lord, is there anything else you wish to command?" Lin Bei pondered for a moment, confirming he had conveyed everything necessary, and shook his head, saying, "No. I shall proceed to place the torches. You two must follow my instructions." He presumed that Zhang Yu had also made the necessary arrangements. And soon these sea monster natives would commence their work in the mine. He needed to hurry and place the torches. A task he had discussed with Zhang Yu the previous night, with Li Jun assisting in overseeing the mining and transportation of, or back to the castle. He took the lead, guiding them forward while igniting torches. Time was of the essence. Lin Bei spoke without waiting for the reply of Xiaoran, and hurriedly turned to venture deeper. The torches were crafted swiftly, requiring little time. In the brief interval, Xixi had already produced 100 torches stored within the warehouse. Lin Bei held a torch, placing one at intervals as he walked. Before long, the path he traversed was illuminated brilliantly. The mine was indeed rich, with veins of minerals visible everywhere. As for the types of ores, Lin Bei had so far identified only 3: coal, iron, and metal fragments. Coal was the most abundant, followed by iron, while metal fragments, though present, were less plentiful than the former 2. Despite traversing for a considerable distance without encountering danger, Lin Bei remained vigilant. After all, he was still only at the surface of this natural cavern, where peril often lurked beneath the ground. Upon reaching a corner, he discovered a descending stone staircase. It was often said that danger accompanied unexpected adventures. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Bei resolved to descend the staircase while diligently continuing his task of placing torches. Indeed, danger lay hidden below. As he traveled down the staircase, he had not yet reached its conclusion when an odd sound reached his ears. Chapter 82. The sound of flowing water interspersed with bubbles. The sound grew increasingly closer, and Lin Bei discerned a resemblance to the calls of some beast. He had heard this noise not long ago, yet in his current state of agitation, he could not recall which creature it was. Nonetheless, for the sake of caution, Lin Bei deliberately slowed his pace, every step taken with utmost care and vigilance. However, fate had its own designs. Just as Lin Bei approached the exit, a colossal figure suddenly burst forth from an unknown source, charging directly at him. Startled, Lin Bei instinctively drew his artifact and struck at the approaching behemoth. With a grunt, the creature collapsed to the ground, motionless. Survivor Lin Bei successfully vanquished a wild boar, earning 5,000 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei obtained 50 pieces of wild boar meat. Survivor Lin Bei acquired a single piece of wild boar hide. The notification concluded. Lin Bei thought to himself, utterly astonished, "Can I even express my disbelief? Who would have imagined that beneath such a profound mine, a wild boar would roam?" He had anticipated something more fearsome, perhaps an orc. In retrospect, he realized he might have been overly cautious. Yet, in such an environment, exercising caution was surely prudent. Emerging from the stone steps, Lin Bei pressed onward. However, having barely traversed 5 meters, a cacophony of noises erupted once more beside him. A cacophony of sounds, huffs, snorts, and grunts mingled together in a chaotic symphony. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips, pondering whether he had stumbled upon a wild boar den. Curiosity piqued, he pressed onward, traversing approximately 20 meters. Suddenly, a throng of wild boars charged into his path. This time, Lin Bei was unfazed, having anticipated such an encounter. Fortunately, he had enveloped himself in a protective shield, thus evading the onslaught of the boars. Upon shining his torch around, he estimated that there were roughly 40 wild boars of various sizes. These creatures could readily be captured by the indigenous sea monster inhabitants for domestication, thereby resolving their future meat supply. Continuing deeper into the cave, Lin Bei soon realized he had reached a dead end. With determination, he herded the boars back to the farthest point before retrieving a pickaxe from his personal storage. He began to excavate stones from the adjacent wall. In no time, he had amassed a pile of rocks, effectively enclosing the wild boars at the dead end. Once he had thoroughly explored this level, he would summon Zhang Yu to arrange for several sea monster natives to come down and transport the boars for rearing. Lin Bei sensed that this level of the cave was not as straightforward as it appeared, evident from the stone ladder he had descended, which was clearly not in natural formation. Holding a torch aloft, Lin Bei meticulously examined the seemingly dead-end mine wall, and at last made a remarkable discovery. He noticed that halfway along the passage leading to the end of the mine wall, there was a patch of earth, surprisingly as large as a door. The existence of soil in such a deep cavern was utterly astonishing. Could there be treasures hidden behind it? With a sense of determination, Lin Bei retrieved a shovel crafted by Xixi from his personal storage. He resolved to excavate the soil, eager to uncover any potential surprises that lay beneath. As he contemplated this, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. However, the soil proved rather stubborn and difficult to remove. Yet, driven by the allure of hidden treasures, Lin Bei persevered, diligently digging bit by bit. After approximately 10 minutes of labor, a dark mass suddenly emerged before him. What could it be? Hastily, Lin Bei extracted another torch from his personal storage and secured it to the mine wall, illuminating the area instantly. As the glow flickered to life, he discerned that the deep, blackened wall was entirely composed of coal. To his dismay, the arduous effort he had invested yielded nothing more than coal. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. Nevertheless, recalling that the torch crafted by Xixi was nearing its end and that his storage was devoid of coal, he recognized the necessity of continuing his exploration without the hindrance of darkness. Thus, Lin Bei resolved to excavate all the coal he could find. There was quite a substantial amount of coal, and even after 20 minutes of digging, he had yet to finish his task. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. Survivor Lin Bei, you have received a private message. Do you wish to view it? View. Do not view. At that moment, Lin Bei's pickaxe had also just broken, prompting him to select view. Instantly, the voice of Sun Wan, a young girl, resonated in his ears. Lin Bei, what is the matter? How could the coordinates of your island be leaked? Ah, I understand now. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Let us put a pin in it. I have other matters to attend to. He had anticipated this situation long before. Thus he promptly exited the private message. Meanwhile, Sun Wan was quite furious, wondering if this big oaf even realized how worried she was about him. After closing the private message, Lin Bei was still somewhat taken aback. It was unexpected that Qin Tian possessed such prowess. The flow of time on the Dream Island differed from that of the outside world. Thus, the duration of Qin Tian's excursion could hardly be substantial. Although Lin Bei had long suspected that Qin Tian would act in such a manner, he was nonetheless astonished by Qin Tian and Appo's ability to make contact with other survivors in such a brief span. However, as long as Lin Bei remained alive, even if Qin Tian eliminated other survivors outside, the majority of the rewards would still rightfully belong to Lin Bei. Moreover, Qin Tian remained a survivor under Lin Bei and Appo's command, ultimately unable to escape his influence. Lin Bei understood this well, and Qin Tian, not being foolish, was aware of it too. Hence, he refrained from killing the survivor he encountered shortly after leaving the island, opting instead to control and utilize him under the veil of intimidation. In Qin Tian's perspective, as long as he sells Lin Bei's coordinates, he would undoubtedly attract a multitude of survivors seeking trouble with him. This would hinder Lin Bei's opportunity to cultivate his strength, allowing Qin Tian to seize the moment to search for the legendary regional merchant to exchange for the desired potion. Moreover, given Lin Bei and Appo's formidable prowess, Qin Tian never entertained the notion that this batch of survivors could pose a lethal threat to him. In essence, Qin Tian merely intended to exploit them to impede Lin Bei and Appo's progress. However, unbeknownst to Qin Tian, Lin Bei harbored no concerns regarding these survivors approaching him. He merely found their low levels rather distasteful as they offered little in terms of profit. Nevertheless, Lin Bei proceeded to activate the defense system. Now upgraded to an intermediate level, during the 3 days of concealment, he could effectively utilize the 24 days within the Dream Island to accomplish numerous tasks. After enabling the intermediate defense system, Lin Bei paid little heed to the situation instigated by Qin Tian. Instead, he retrieved a pickaxe from his personal storage and resumed his patient excavation of coal blocks. Yet, the deeper he dug, the more peculiar sounds began to echo in his ears. Raising an eyebrow in contemplation, Lin Bei leaned in closer to the mine wall to listen intently. The sounds were unsettling. In the distance, there seemed to be the sound of flowing water, interspersed with what appeared to be bubbling noises. Chapter 83. What comes next? Lin Bei attempted to excavate a little further, and this time the sound grew increasingly closer. Judging by the noise, he was on the verge of breaking through. He hastily quickened his pace. The moment the mine wall shattered, a brilliant light flooded his vision. To his astonishment, he had unearthed a magma vent. Fortunately, this vent lay 2 layers beneath, or else a torrent of magma would have surged forth, leaving him with no chance of survival. It is often said that danger and opportunity coexist, yet Lin Bei remained uncertain as to what opportunities might arise from this magma vent. However, the bubbling magma was a sight that instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him. It was exceedingly perilous. Walking near it, he realized that a mere misstep could lead to his utter demise. In the interest of safety, Lin Bei diligently carved out a path away from the magma vent, allowing him to pass by it securely. Reflecting on the entire ordeal, he felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. It became apparent that the deeper one delved into the mine, the more ubiquitous the magma vents seemed to be. A failure to accurately discern the location of these vents could result in being engulfed by an onslaught of magma at any moment. Indeed, one could not afford to be complacent, for a moment's inattention could lead to a fatal outcome. Thus, in pursuit of safety, Lin Bei resolved that his subsequent explorations must be executed with utmost caution. Positioned beside the magma vent, he carefully surveyed his surroundings. In this layer of the mine, the passages were exceedingly numerous, far more intricate than those of the previous level, crisscrossing in a manner reminiscent of a labyrinth. For a moment, Lin Bei found himself at a loss as to which passage to explore. Suddenly, from the shadowy depths before him, a pair of luminous green eyes emerged. The owner of these eyes remained concealed in darkness. Had it not been for the glimmer emanating from them, Lin Bei would have been oblivious to its presence. The creature seemed to possess a certain cunning, opting to observe stealthily from the shadows. Yet, it appeared rather timid, making no sound despite being discovered. Lin Bei cautiously approached, torch in hand, but the creature vanished in an instant. Startled, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue. Such a cowardly being was likely a solitary wildling or perhaps an orc trapped within the confines of the mine. Nevertheless, it must possess some capability to survive in such an environment. It shouldn't oppose, to be so timid. Lin Bei glanced back at the magma vent behind him. Perhaps the creature was not fearful of him at all. Continuing forward, he distanced himself from the vent. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, sending shivers down his spine. It was indeed astonishing that there could be wind in such depths. This unexpected gust instilled in Lin Bei a sense of foreboding regarding potential dangers ahead. After exploring for a considerable time, hunger began to creep in, prompting him to retreat near the magma vent. As the saying goes, the most perilous places often provide the greatest safety, and with this thought in mind, Lin Bei chose to rest by the vent. After a well-deserved respite, Lin Bei recognized that it was essential to restore his strength before embarking on the next leg of his exploratory journey. Having traversed a considerable distance, engaged in tasks such as lighting torches and excavating both soil and coal, it was high time he replenished his sustenance and hydration. The labyrinthine passages of this level posed a significant risk of disorientation, and without a sound state of mind, he could easily stray from his path. Seated upon a stone, Lin Bei accessed his personal storage and was pleasantly surprised to discover an assortment of mineral water, canned goods, and various roasted delicacies. This revelation lifted his spirits, and the weariness that had weighed upon him began to dissipate. It was evident that Xixi was genuinely considerate, beautiful, and capable, with an admirable physique. She epitomized the ideal partner that every man dreams of. He refreshed his hands with mineral water, then naturally retrieved a can from his personal storage, deftly opening it to partake in its contents. As he leisurely savored the food, he activated the messaging feature to reach out to his friends. At this moment, he did not forget to send a private message to Xixi, inquiring about their situation. Xixi, how are things on your end? Have you found any plants suitable for cultivation in the farm space? This matter seemed of great importance to Lin Bei, for in his pursuit to win over the native sea monsters, he first needed to ensure their daily sustenance. If they were deprived of even a single hearty meal, the sea monsters were not fools. They would soon lose their willingness to follow him, Lin Bei, wholeheartedly. Upon receiving his message, Xixi promptly responded, Master, are you faring well within the mine? In the warehouse, I have left you bottled water, canned goods, and a variety of baked delicacies. Should you feel hunger or thirst, please remember to partake. Originally, my sister and I intended to return and prepare some food from the castle to store in your personal warehouse, but we discovered that it was not feasible. Now, alongside my sister, I am preparing to rush back to the wooden boat. If you require anything else from the mines, do let me know, and I shall prepare it for your personal storage. Yet, despite the endless stream of concerns and worries expressed by Xixi, she remains silent on the matter that Lin Bei most yearns to uncover. In truth, Lin Bei harbors a modicum of understanding regarding the search for plants that can be cultivated in the farm space. He is aware that this task is not easily accomplished and cannot be rushed. Furthermore, Diao Chan, in her efforts to protect Xixi, dares not venture too far from the boat while seeking suitable plants for the farm, although the vessel, along with the dreamlike island, has been concealed within this maritime expanse due to Lin Bei activating the intermediate defense system. He refrains from wagering Xixi's life on this gamble. Therefore, he has chosen not to disclose to Xixi and Diao-chan that he has indeed activated the intermediate defense system. He understands that once he reveals this information, Diao-chan would undoubtedly abandon Xixi to fervently search for plants that could be cultivated in the farm space on his behalf. However, danger is often omnipresent. Thus, until Lin Bei can ensure Xixi and Apos' absolute safety aboard the ship, he will remain tight-lipped about the activation of the intermediate defense system. As he consumes the food and water, he patiently awaits the conclusion of Xixi's discourse before responding. Xixi, you and Diao-chan have worked hard. Please take care of your safety, and if you encounter any danger, be sure to inform me immediately. Do you understand? Yes, master, Xixi replied cheerfully. Ermei also said she would listen to the master. Hearing this, Lin Bei felt satisfied and bid farewell to Xixi and Diao-chan. After satisfying his hunger and thirst and tidying up, Lin Bei was ready to commence his next exploration. Chapter 84. The feeling of trepidation has disappeared as Lin Bei rose to his feet. An unwelcome notification suddenly echoed in his ears. Survivor Lin Bei, the survivor you recruited, Li Jun, has met his demise. Survivor Lin Bei, Li Jun remained grateful to you until his last breath, and as a special reward, you were granted 5 points of strength. The notification concluded, leaving Lin Bei momentarily stunned. What was happening? The abrupt announcement of Li Jun's death was bewildering. He had thoroughly inspected all the passages in the upper level of the mine, and there had been no signs of danger whatsoever. How could Li Jun have perished? Determined to uncover the truth behind Li Jun's untimely demise, Lin Bei resolved to return to the upper level of the mine for further investigation. Since Zhang Yu was not a survivor recruited by Lin Bei, he found himself unable to swiftly contact him through private messages to gather details about the circumstances surrounding Li Jun's death. Thus, Lin Bei had no choice but to abandon his exploration and retrace his steps to seek the answers he desperately needed. Survivor Lin Bei, you have received a private message from a friend. Would you like to view it? View. Do not view, in this moment. Lin Bei could easily surmise who had sent the message. He hesitated only briefly before clicking to view it, and indeed, the anxious voice of Xixi filled the air. Master, have you encountered some trouble? Are you all right? My sister and I are on our way to you right now. Please ensure your safety. If there are any pressing matters, let Zhang Yu and the others handle them, especially with those activities that exude an air of danger. It is imperative that you refrain from engaging directly. Allow Zhang Yu to undertake the initial trials to ascertain safety before you proceed. Xixi, having been granted permission by Lin Bei, also received the notification of Li Jun and Apos' demise. She feared that Lin Bei and his companions had encountered a significant predicament, causing her great distress. Thus, upon hearing the notification, she promptly sent multiple private messages to Lin Bei, inquiring about the situation. Upon receiving Xixi and Apos' flurry of voice messages, Lin Bei felt a warmth enveloping his heart. It had been quite some time since he had experienced someone else and Apos' genuine concern for his well-being. Understanding that Xixi was worried for him, he hastily replied to reassure her. Xixi, I am unharmed. I am perfectly fine. As you know, my combat prowess is quite formidable, and typical dangers pose no threat to me. You and Diao-chan need not fret on my behalf. Now, please return to the ship without delay. Do not venture elsewhere. If I require anything, you will be able to prepare it swiftly and place it in my personal storage. Lin Bei was not with Li Jun and the others, and he was unaware of the specific events unfolding on their side. He needed to investigate the situation immediately, ensuring that should he require assistance, Xixi could efficiently prepare supplies on the ship. Upon hearing his words, Xixi quickly grasped Diao-chan's arm, and they both halted in their tracks. Master, I heed your words. My sister and I shall return to the ship forthwith. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me, and I will make every effort to produce it expeditiously. It is a relief to know that you are safe. Li Jun is no longer with us, and to bring her up again would only cause the master sorrow. The paramount concern now is the safety of the master. Lin Bei glanced at the lava vent beside him, contemplated for a moment, and sent a message to Xixi. Xixi, can the ship and Apos' facilities now produce iron buckets? Xixi promptly replied, Master, the ship's facilities can indeed manufacture iron buckets now. However, each iron bucket requires 2 iron ingots, and our supply of ingots is currently limited. Since there is no immediate need for buckets, I have refrained from producing them. Is there a necessity for iron buckets, Master? I can return to the ship right away to create them. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei understood why most of the mining tools he had previously retrieved from his personal warehouse were wooden. It was due to the scarcity of advanced materials. Please create 1 wooden and 1 iron bucket each. I will test their utility and inform you whether to continue production, he instructed. Understood, Master. I, along with second sister, have already returned to the ship. I will commence the creation of both wooden and iron buckets immediately. The obedience to the master's command was ingrained in Xixi very essence. Whatever the master decreed was law, even if Lin Bei demanded her life. She would willingly surrender it before him. Satisfied with her response, Lin Bei exited the private chat, perhaps due to his lingering thoughts on Li Jun and Appo's demise. As he passed through the lava vent, he no longer felt the trepidation he had earlier experienced. Upon returning to the entrance of the previous level of the mine, he found several native sea monsters approaching. Chapter 85. A hidden realm within. Upon the arrival of Lin Bei, a group of indigenous sea creatures immediately gathered around him. One of the sea creature natives, wiping the sweat from his brow, trembled as he approached Lin Bei. With clasped hands, he respectfully addressed, "My lord, we have finally located you. Consul Li Jun and the shrimp have both fallen into a deep pit, their fates unknown." Lin Bei's eyes widened in astonishment as he inquired, "What deep pit?" He had meticulously inspected all the passages within this level of the mine and found no trace of such a pit, unless they had unearthed something extraordinary. As this thought crossed his mind, the sea creature native continued, "Consul Li Jun and the shrimp followed the torch you placed, my lord, and discovered a mine wall abundant with iron ore. They were initially filled with joy as they excavated, but when they extracted the final iron block, the wall suddenly fractured. The crack revealed a vast deep pit, within which flowed a considerable amount of water. At that moment, only Consul Li Jun and the shrimp were near the pit. By the time we rushed over upon hearing the commotion, it was too late for them to retreat, and they plummeted into the abyss." Having heard that Consul Li Jun was one of the closest individuals to him, the native realized that his sudden disappearance must surely grieve Lin Bei. Thus, he spoke with great caution, not out of fear that Lin Bei might unleash his wrath upon them, but rather out of respect and concern for the grave news he bore. During this period of interaction, they discerned that their esteemed leader was a survivor deeply bound by emotion and loyalty. Thus, they were particularly apprehensive that the sorrow stemming from Consul Li Jun's demise might plunge their leader into despair, hindering his future endeavors. If such a misfortune were to obstruct their leader's path, the culpability of these native sea creatures would be profound. They would never dare entertain the notion that Consul Li Jun still lived, for the chasm was not only unfathomably deep, but also contained torrents of rushing water. Lin Bei understood that these native sea creatures lacked mining experience, and given the circumstances, it was unjust to place blame upon them. He gently patted the shoulder of the brave sea creature who had risked life and limb to convey a message, inquiring, "What is your name?" Observing the resolute expressions of several sea creatures prepared to face death, he felt both exasperated and amused. Truly, did they think he would harm them? In light of this incident, he bore an undeniable share of responsibility for failing to instill adequate safety awareness among his subjects. Ultimately, this calamity bore no relation to the native sea creatures, and slaying them would serve no purpose. Li Jun had passed, and no amount of grief could alter that reality. The sea creature messenger, upon hearing the leader's inquiry, promptly raised his head, clasped his fists, and, with an expression of righteous resolve, replied, "I am called Shrimpskin, the elder brother of the shrimp. Consul Li Jun, this matter is entirely the fault of my unworthy brother. He failed to safeguard Consul Li Jun. The incident of Consul Li Jun falling into the deep pit has no connection to the other indigenous brothers. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei raised an eyebrow and replied, "Very well. Your punishment shall be to serve in place of Li Jun and assist me henceforth." Xixi was taken aback, unable to believe that the Lord would so easily forgive him. Although the Lord had always treated them well, providing sustenance and shelter, and had repeatedly reminded them of their safety, he was not comparable to the cruel and heartless so-called nobles. However, the deceased Consul Li Jun was the Lord's closest confidant. He thought the Lord would surely seek vengeance by executing the so-called murderer to avenge Consul Li Jun. Lin Bei, raising an eyebrow, gazed at Xixi and inquired, "What? Are you unwilling to serve me?" Xixi promptly clasped his fist and responded, "To serve a wise lord such as yourself is a privilege I would embrace wholeheartedly." They had indeed not misjudged the Lord's character. A ruler with such discernment was truly worthy of the allegiance of all indigenous people. Satisfied, Lin Bei nodded and said, "Let us proceed. First, take me to the place where your brother Xixi and Li Jun encountered their unfortunate fate." Humanity is inherently emotional, and having spent such a long time together, Lin Bei had come to regard Li Jun as family. The sudden demise of Li Jun was undeniably sorrowful for him. However, it is utterly inconceivable for Lin Bei to sacrifice an innocent sea monster native in order to save Li Jun from his unexpected peril. Moreover, Lin Bei feels a sense of accountability for the incident involving Li Jun, recognizing that as the primary leader of the mining operation, his responsibilities are considerable. Upon hearing his master mention his brother, Xia Pai felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in his heart, yet he resolutely suppressed his anguish and obeyed the command, guiding Lin Bei to the edge of a deep pit. As Lin Bei peered down, he found that the pit truly lived up to its name. The opening at the top measured merely 3 square meters, yet within its depths lay an entirely different world. Chapter 86, Experience is accumulated gradually standing atop the pit. Lin Bei could hear the tumultuous sound of rushing water cascading down the walls below. At that moment, Zhang Yu, having received the news, approached Lin Bei, bowing respectfully. He clasped his fists and addressed Lin Bei's back, saying, "My lord, please impose your punishment upon me. Despite your repeated admonitions to prioritize safety, a calamity has befallen brother Li Jun and the native Xiami. I acknowledge my failure in this matter and accept my undeniable responsibility. Even if you were to take my life this very instant, I would harbor no grievances. I only beseech you to not dwell on this misfortune after my demise. For you have vowed to lead us, the indigenous people, to a life free from hunger." Lin Bei turned to face Zhang Yu, his voice icy as he replied, "Regarding the incident with Li Jun and Xiami, as one of the responsible parties, you bear an unavoidable burden of guilt for their misfortune. If slaying you could resolve this matter perfectly and bring Li Jun and Xiami back, I would not hesitate to do so. But do you truly believe that such a possibility exists? That by taking your life, Li Jun and Xiami would return to us?" As he waved his hand dismissively, Lin Bei continued, "However, this is not the time to assign blame. Quickly arrange for the natives to carve a path down into this deep pit, so we may facilitate the search for Li Jun and Xiami. Though I have already received the notification of Li Jun's demise, there still remains the sea creature native Xiami. The fate of the shrimp remains uncertain, and Lin Bei finds it unreasonable not to venture in search of the missing. Moreover, the pit reveals an intriguing world beneath, compelling Lin Bei to explore its depths, regardless of his search for the missing individuals. Deep down, he harbors a glimmer of hope that Li Jun might still be alive, even if he has already severed ties with him." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu promptly remarked, "As soon as Li Jun and the shrimp encountered trouble, I had already dispatched our brothers to excavate a path downward. We have now unearthed a considerable portion of the route. My lord, would you like to inspect it now?" Zhang Yu continued, "You are correct, my lord. The primary objective now is to rescue them." Despite the seemingly bottomless chasm before them, none believed that Li Jun and the shrimp could still be alive. Yet, the necessary rescue measures must be initiated, for there may be treasures hidden below. And it would be a grave injustice to allow Li Jun and the shrimp to perish in vain. Even if it ultimately cost Zhang Yu his life to save Li Jun and the shrimp, he was determined to thoroughly investigate the depths of the pit. Lin Bei was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Yu would share his sentiments. It seems he had indeed chosen wisely. The incident involving Li Jun and the shrimp was, to put it plainly, an unforeseen accident. Who could have anticipated such a vast chasm beneath the excavated iron? Moreover, none of them possessed the experience of mining, and they had not even secured themselves with a rope. Had they been tethered, perhaps Li Jun and the shrimp would not have fallen into the abyss. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Bei could not help but let out a sigh. Indeed, he had been rather careless, believing that the land was secure, only to find. Lin Bei turned to Zhang Yu and inquired, "How many locals are currently engaged in road excavation? Please take me there at once." Zhang Yu, leading the way, replied, "The brothers are eager to clear a path swiftly to rescue those in need. Initially, everyone intended to participate in the excavation. However, I believe that having too many people would only hinder our progress. Additionally, I am concerned that an excessive number of individuals could exceed the weight capacity of the surface rock walls, potentially causing further fractures. Therefore, I sent the surplus workers to continue mining." Satisfied with Zhang Yu's response, Lin Bei nodded approvingly and remarked, "You have done well in this regard." Just moments ago, Lin Bei had also sent a message to Xixi, instructing her to store 500 ropes in the personal warehouse. If that was insufficient, she was to place as many as possible for the time being and then expedite the production of an adequate supply of ropes for his use. Chapter 87. Insufficient level. Upon receiving the news, Xixi rummaged through all the materials in the warehouse and managed to gather only 315 ropes. She had no choice but to send a message to Lin Bei. "Master, please make use of these 315 ropes for now. I shall continue crafting more immediately." At this moment, Zhang Yu had already escorted Lin Bei to the entrance of the stone staircase that the native sea monsters had excavated, leading down into the depths of the pit. To Lin Bei and Appo's surprise, within such a short span of time, the natives had managed to carve out nearly 20 meters of stone steps. However, reaching the bottom would still take some time. Lin Bei glanced down and felt quite satisfied with the efficiency of the natives and Appo's work. "Excellent," he remarked, as he laid the 315 ropes from his personal warehouse on the ground. Pointing to the ropes, he instructed Zhang Yu, Distribute these ropes among the miners. Ensure that they each tie one around themselves before continuing their excavation. The other end must be securely fastened, so that should any pits be unearthed, they will not fall into them and vanish without a trace. Zhang Yu was taken aback by the brilliance of the master's plan. This way, even if they encountered any sudden pits, they would have a chance for rescue. He looked at the hundreds of ropes on the ground, filled with excitement. Master, I shall attend to it at once. Lin Bei nodded. Go ahead. After Zhang Yu left, Lin Bei turned to Xiao Pai and inquired, Do you remember the path to the location where you found me earlier? Xiao Pai pondered for a moment before affirming, Master. I remember. Lin Bei patted Xiao Pai on the shoulder, commending him. Well done, your memory is quite impressive. Subsequently, Lin Bei divulged the hidden lair of the dozen wild boars to Xiao Pai, instructing him to gather a dozen of the sea monster natives to retrieve and raise the boars. Due to the matter involving Li Jun and his brother Xiaomi, Xiao Pai already held a deep sense of gratitude towards Lin Bei. Thus, upon hearing Lin Bei mention a viable solution for the future meat supply of their natives, Xiao Pai promptly set off to execute the task. Finding a moment of leisure, Lin Bei sent a message to Xixi inquiring, Xixi, what is the maximum length that rope can currently be produced? Also, is it possible to manufacture ropes of a higher quality? Ultimately, Lin Bei felt that the ropes crafted from thatch were rather unsafe. Xixi quickly replied, Master, the thatch rope can be produced up to 10 meters in length. Currently, the intermediate workshop is of a modest level, and the only ropes we can fabricate are those made from thatch. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Bei inquired, How many levels are required for the next upgrade of the intermediate workshop? Xixi promptly checked and responded, Master, once your level reaches 30, the intermediate workshop can be upgraded once more. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei hastily accessed his personal attributes panel to review his status. Name, Lin Bei level, 2751. 531 000. Regional unseal countdown, 117 days, 10 hours, 41 minutes, and 19 seconds. He was merely a couple 100,000 experience points shy of immediately ascending to level 30. If he were to return and meditate to gain experience, it would take nearly 7 hours. Lin Bei could only ask Xixi to manufacture around 110-meter-long straw ropes for temporary use. The ropes he previously provided to Zhang Yu were primarily sourced from the divine-grade fishing hooks, mostly measuring 1 meter and 3 meters in length. The 1-meter ropes were evidently too short, requiring knots to be tied for practicality, making them rather cumbersome to utilize. Moreover, with the indigenous population numbering over 150, excluding those performing menial tasks, it was clear that the supply of ropes was insufficient. After instructing Xixi to continue crafting ropes, Lin Bei meticulously inspected this level of the mine tunnel once more, finding no further potential dangers. Naturally, while ensuring the safety of the mine, Lin Bei also took the opportunity to collect the coal, iron, and metal fragments unearthed by the indigenous people along the way. Storing them in his personal warehouse, survivor Lin Bei acquired 222 pieces of coal, earning 222 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei collected 111 pieces of iron, granting him 555 experience points. Survivor Lin Bei obtained 11 pieces of metal, rewarding him with 110 experience points. Lin Bei was aware that personally mining coal yielded a small amount of experience points. However, he was utterly astonished to discover that collecting materials excavated by others also rewarded him with experience points. This realization brought Lin Bei immense joy in gathering materials for his personal warehouse, particularly when he collected metal fragments, knowing each piece was worth 10 experience points. After securing the last material, Lin Bei found himself on the brink of leveling up. Lin Bei did not hasten to upgrade. Instead, he brought with him 2 barrels of water prepared by Xixi to the previously discovered magma vent. Chapter 88. Urgent news. Lin Bei, adhering to his premeditated strategy, endeavored to excavate a small square pit at the edge of the magma vent. Subsequently, he poured seawater from a wooden barrel into the square pit. Fortunately, the subterranean terrain was comprised of solid rock, preventing the seawater from easily permeating. Observing the square pit transform into a small pool of water in an instant, Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. He then cautiously siphoned a small amount of magma from the vent, allowing it to flow into the half-filled square pit. As the magma entered the water, the intense heat was immediately mitigated by the liquid. The cooled magma rapidly mutated into a crimson solid. Settling at the bottom of the pit, however, the surface of the water remained largely unchanged. Lin Bei gradually increased the quantity of magma introduced into the square pool, resulting in a gradual rise in the water temperature due to the magma's searing heat. The initial crimson mass at the bottom of the pit began to transform into a pitch-black rock, while the subsequently added flowing magma slowly shifted towards a similar darkened state. Ultimately, once all the magma in the square pit had metamorphosed into black rock, Lin Bei attempted to excavate it with an iron pickaxe. To his astonishment, the black rock was indeed pliable and yielded experience points. Survivor Lin Bei successfully unearthed a piece of black crystal, earning 1,000 experience points. As the sound of the prompt faded, Lin Bei was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the black stones, born from the mutation of magma upon contact with water, would yield such a substantial amount of experience points. Initially, Lin Bei had merely intended to experiment with whether seawater could extinguish the magma, only to discover that not only did the seawater quench the flames, but it also bestowed upon him an unexpected boon. However, Lin Bei soon realized that the volume of magma present at this vent was far too immense to be extinguished by merely 1 or 2 buckets of seawater. Substantial quantities would need to be diverted from elsewhere. Given the current state of the mine, even if water were available, it was situated too far away, and sourcing seawater from another location was, at present, simply impractical. The immediate priority was to await the indigenous people to excavate the path leading to the pit before devising a plan to redirect the water. Lin Bei entrusted the mine to Zhang Yu, instructing him to keep a vigilant watch to prevent the natives from approaching the magma vent. He then returned to his study with Xiao Pai to meditate and accumulate experience points. At this juncture, Lin Bei harbored reservations about fully trusting Xiao Pai, and thus, he refrained from revealing the secret of his meditative practices. The primary reason for bringing Xiao Pai along was to ensure swift communication with Zhang Yu in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. Upon returning to his study to meditate, Lin Bei left Xiao Pai stationed at the door. His decision to include Xiao Pai and nurture his potential was not solely due to their brotherly bond stemming from the shrimp incident, but also because Xiao Pai had previously demonstrated commendable competence in managing the domestication of wild boars. Recognizing his aptitude for significant endeavors, Lin Bei resolved to cultivate him further. After all, as they expanded and flourished, relying solely on Zhang Yu as the consul would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Cultivating shrimp meat, and crab roe in advance is always a wise choice. Lin Bei's current meditation level is at 5, allowing him to gain 100 experience points per second. This translates to 6,000 experience points per minute and 360,000 points per hour. Lin Bei was on the verge of leveling up after harvesting various ores mined by the indigenous people in the cave. But he hesitated to advance due to concerns about the lava vent. Now, back in his study, Lin Bei had barely meditated for a short while before achieving a level up. Survivor Lin Bei's level has ascended to 28, granting him an additional 2 points of strength. Just as Lin Bei was reveling in his upgrade, Xixi sent an urgent message. Chapter 89. A fluttering heart. Lin Bei opened his private messages, and the sweet voice of Xixi resonated. Master, a group of survivors has arrived outside the Dream Island. What shall we do? At the same time, Sun Wan also sent a message. Lin Bei, I have come to the coordinates of the Dream Island revealed by other survivors with my grandmother. But I see no sign of the so-called Dream Island, nor do I see you. Ever since Sun Wan had proposed that Lin Bei marry her, he had decided to disregard her completely. Even when cabbages grew in the farm space, he had Xixi trade them for Sun Wan. Thus, this time, Lin Bei merely responded to Xixi with a message. Xixi, do not panic. I have activated the defense system of the Dream Island. As long as you and Diaochan remain within the protection of the defense system, those survivors will not be able to find you. Remember, no matter what occurs on the surface of the sea, do not leave the ship to investigate. Xixi quickly replied, Understood, Master. I will keep a close watch on my sister Diaochan and ensure she does not wander off. With the steady and meticulous Xixi by his side, Lin Bei felt reassured. However, to motivate her further, he sent her another message. Excellent, Xixi. If you accomplish this task well, I shall reward you handsomely. Xixi received a message from Lin Bei aboard the metallic sailboat, and her heart soared with joy, her radiant smile impossible to conceal. What reward might her master bestow upon her? Beside her, Jiao Chan, who had been waiting for news, observed her elder sister and amp, Appo's transformation after just a brief exchange with their master, a blossoming of affection evident on her face. Instinctively, Jiao Chan gently nudged Xixi, inquiring, Sister, did the master convey any instructions? Could it be that her sister had secretly confessed her feelings to their master? Upon hearing this, Xixi quickly regained her composure and recounted the master's directives to Diaochan. Meanwhile, in the study, Lin Bei, having sent the message to Xixi, promptly summoned Xiao Pai and instructed, Go tell Zhang Yu to have some of the brothers lie in wait in the water and capture all the survivors outside the Dream Island, bringing them to the mine. Not a single survivor is to be spared. Those captured must work diligently. Food will be provided for those who comply. However, any troublemakers who refuse to work should be dealt with by Zhang Yu. If anything is lacking, let Zhang Yu send someone to the sailboat to fetch Xixi. That will be all for now. have you remembered everything? Xiao Pai respectfully replied, my lord, I shall remember it all. Rest assured. I will relay your message to Zhang Yu without omission. Good. Then you may go. Lin Bei nodded approvingly, adding, be careful on your way. A simple admonition from Lin Bei stirred deep emotions within Xiao Pai, who promptly clasped his hands and expressed, thank you for your concern, my lord. I shall take my leave now. After the departure of Xiao Pai, Lin Bei resumed his meditation to accrue experience points, for he needed to hasten his ascent in levels. It was imperative for Lin Bei to reach level 30 swiftly to facilitate the upgrading of the structures aboard the ship. Only through the enhancement of these structures could he manufacture superior ropes, thereby ensuring the safety of the miners in the depths of the mine. Lin Bei immersed himself so deeply in his meditation that he unwittingly drifted into slumber. Time slipped away until, at last, a series of melodious notification chimes echoed in his ears. Chapter 90. Hope Survivor Lin Bei. You have successfully recruited another survivor, receiving 50,000 experience points. As a result, Survivor Lin Bei has ascended to level 29, earning 2 points in physical strength. Upon hearing the notification of his upgrade, Lin Bei leapt with joy. Just at that moment, a knock echoed from the study door. Master, it is I, Xiao Pai, with matters to report. Lin Bei steadied his emotions. Come in. However, he was taken aback when Xiao Pai entered, accompanied by an elderly woman who appeared unable to walk. Master, the girl accompanying her claims that this is your grandmother. We did not dare to delay and brought her here for your confirmation. In truth, they understood that this human survivor could not possibly be related to Lin Bei. If she were indeed family, he would have sought her out long ago, and it would not have fallen to them to bring her to his attention. Yet, considering the frail condition of the elderly woman, whose mobility was severely limited, and the inherent dangers of mining, they acquiesced to the girl's request. Knowing of their master's kind-hearted nature, the elderly woman spoke upon seeing Lin Bei. I am Sun Wan's grandmother. Thank you for your care of her in recent days. When my time comes, I hope you will not make things difficult for a girl who holds affection for you. With those words, the grandmother reached into her personal storage and withdrew a dagger, aiming it towards her own vital points. Lin Bei was left in shock. Was he truly so fearsome that one would resort to such a drastic measure? Fortunately, Lin Bei's martial prowess was formidable. With a mere wave of his hand, a gust of energy dispersed the dagger that was perilously close to the elderly director's vital points. Subsequently, as Lin Bei raised his hand, the director and Apos' body was effortlessly lifted by his inner strength. In the blink of an eye, the elderly director found herself seated securely beside Lin Bei, who was in a meditative pose. Do not speak. Close your eyes and meditate. This sacred ground might just heal your legs. Lin Bei mused, uncertain of its efficacy. Yet considering it a worthy endeavor, after all, a dead horse can be treated as a live one. The elderly director appeared to be at a novice level. It is worth noting that in this survival scenario on a raft, each ascension in rank allowed the survivor to restore their physical condition to its optimal state. Upon hearing this, the director's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that truly the case? Lin Bei regarded her with a measured glance and inquired, once you sit and meditate, do you hear any prompts indicating the accrual of experience points? The director pondered for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Yes. The prompt indicated that my physical attributes are severely lacking. For every 10 minutes of meditation, I receive a single experience point. Lin Bei raised an eyebrow. Surprised at the meager reward, only 1 experience point for 10 minutes of effort. He recalled that ascending to the next level seemed to require 100 experience points, translating to a staggering 1,000 minutes, a painfully slow process. The elderly director, clinging to her concerns, persisted with her inquiry, will my legs truly recover? I cannot say for certain. All of this is merely Lin Bei and Apos' speculation. He did not wish to raise the hopes of the esteemed director too high. When you level up, you will know whether your legs can be healed. The landlord, Aunt Xiao, had also suffered a decline in her health due to a lack of opportunities for advancement, ultimately meeting a tragic end at the hands of evildoers. With that said, Lin Bei closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, as he was but a fraction of experience points away from reaching level 30. Upon hearing that there was a chance for her legs to recover, the director, too, anxiously closed her eyes. Chapter 91. Just a dream. It is uncertain how much time had passed when Lin Bei was stirred from his slumber by a notification sound. The survivor Lin Bei had achieved level 30, earning a reward of 2 points in strength. As he opened his eyes, he noticed that the elderly matriarch was still meditating with her eyes closed, so he refrained from waking her and quietly rose to leave. Upon reaching the door, Lin Bei instructed the shrimp-shaped creature, please keep a vigilant watch over the elderly woman inside, ensuring her safety. Once she levels up, bring her to the mine without delay. Lin Bei was eager to discover the results of the matriarch and Apos' advancement. The shrimp creature, obedient to Lin Bei and Apos' commands, replied, "Understood, my lord. I shall guard her diligently." With the creature's assurance, Lin Bei set off toward the mine. Concurrently, Xixi sent a message. "Master, I have successfully upgraded all the structures on the ship." "Xixi, you are truly remarkable." Lin Bei responded immediately with praise for her competence, and did not forget to instruct, "Now, please manufacture some high-grade ropes. I am heading to the mine shortly, and they will be needed." "Of course, master," Xixi replied promptly. Upon arriving at the mine, Lin Bei encountered Zhang Yu emerging from the depths. He hurried over to report, "My lord, I have successfully apprehended all the survivors from the surface for mining. None have escaped." Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. How is the excavation of the pathway to the bottom of the pit progressing?" Zhang Yu, feeling a sense of urgency, promptly reported, "My lord, the brothers have excavated approximately 1,000 meters deep, yet we have yet to reach the bottom of the pit. They have exerted their utmost effort, but alas, the depth of this chasm is formidable. It may take 3 to 5 days to descend further." Lin Bei patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, urging the brothers to prioritize their safety. As he spoke, Lin Tian retrieved a collection of ropes, exquisitely crafted by Xixi, from his personal storage. "Distribute these ropes," he instructed. Zhang Yu and Apos' spirits soared at the sight of the ropes. "I shall take care of it at once," he exclaimed. The timing of these ropes could not have been more fortuitous. As they excavated deeper, the risks only escalated. With these iron ropes in hand, the safety of the brothers was assured. Zhang Yu summoned personnel to assist in the distribution of the ropes. Lin Bei then resolved to inspect the pit. However, halfway there, he encountered a striking young woman with fair skin and an elegant demeanor. "Are you Lin Bei?" she inquired. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Bei called out, "Zhang Yu, keep an eye on your people." Zhang Yu rushed forward to intervene. The young woman, Sun Wan, felt stifled as she was pulled aside and muttered indignantly, "You, Lin Bei, better not fall into my grasp, or you shall see what I can do." Although Lin Bei feigned ignorance of her identity, he had recognized her the moment she approached. His pretense was a strategic choice to avoid her persistent entreaties for marriage. With Li Jun and Xiaomi's fate still uncertain, Lin Bei found himself disinclined to entertain matters of romantic affection. Lin Bei leisurely approached the vicinity of the deep pit in the mine for inspection. Occasionally, passing subordinates greeted him, to which he nodded in acknowledgement, reminding everyone to prioritize safety. As he reached the edge of the pit, an inexplicable force suddenly emerged from the depths, pulling Lin Bei inexorably toward the chasm. Despite exerting all his inner strength, he found himself unable to break free. Helplessly watching as he was drawn into the abyss, thoughts raced through his mind. Will I survive this fall? Upon witnessing Lin Bei's descent into the pit, chaos ensued among the onlookers. The octopus-like sea creatures swiftly swung their tentacles in an attempt to rescue him. However, the potency of the pull proved too strong, dragging them down into the depths alongside him. Realizing the severity of the situation, other sea monsters hastened to inform Zhang Yu, who was outside the mine directing the transport of ropes. By the time Zhang Yu arrived, Lin Bei's figure had vanished from sight. Lin Bei awakened, bewildered and disoriented. "Where am I?" he wondered. A rather irritable waitress at the establishment replied, "Sir, if you wish to sleep, please do so at home. Our little shop is closing soon." Ejected onto the street, Lin Bei remained dazed, pondering if he had returned to the real world. A passing elderly woman shook her head, lamenting the youth of today who often emerged from bars in a drunken stupor, seemingly forgetting their very identities. Lin Bei pinched his own cheek, exclaiming, "Ouch, that truly hurts." Thus, it dawned on him that the ordeal of survival on the raft had merely been a dream while they all slumbered. Li Jun is not truly deceased. He has merely been awakened by someone.